Additionally, after defeating an enemy, you can use points to increase the drop rate and quality of the loot, however. Chen Ping'an sighed. A pity I used all my points on a spear. I can't try it out right away. I'll head home for now and find little Linger for a head pat. In the bustling kingdom, calls for Chen Ping'an could be heard one after another. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, he looked back, confused. Caught off guard, a man suddenly rushed over and said urgently, "It's all over town, you and Miss Duan are getting married. This is a potency tonic I made. You must use it." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an was shocked. "I'm getting married, how come I don't know about it?" He thought for a moment. Could it be little Linger asterisk, he wondered. It must be little Linger spreading rumors again. "Sir, you should head back for now. I'll come find you when I have time." After hearing this, the old man thought to himself, "Young people are so full of vigor. It seems my tonic will finally come in handy." Before he even entered the house, Chen Ping'an's loud voice boomed, "Little Linger, what nonsense have you been spreading this time?" But when he pushed the door open, the scene before him left him stunned. A charming woman looked back at him. It was none other than Duan Xinxin. She asked quizzically. "Nonsense," the girl's soft, beautiful voice sounded out. "Did little Linger do something naughty again?" Meanwhile, little Linger, who was sitting by her dress, said nothing. Seeing the scene before him, Chen Ping'an's face turned completely red. He stammered, "Why didn't you discuss this with me at all? And isn't it too soon to get married so quickly?" Hearing this, Duan Xinxin immediately put on a pitiful look and shyly revealed a startling fact. "Too soon, but we've been sharing a bed for so long." She then added, feigning grievance, "Does Mr. Chen intend to ruin my innocence and then just pay me 5 million a month to settle the matter?" Her words made Chen Ping'an hastily explain, "No, that's not what I meant. I was just caught off guard." Then we'll do as you say." Hearing the answer she wanted, Duan Xinxin covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. "See, that wasn't so hard." She turned and called to Chen Ping'an, "Come over and look at your wedding robes. See if they fit." Startled, he shyly agreed. In their room, the night was deep, but the lamps were still brightly lit. Duan Xinxin reached out a hand and called Chen Ping'an's name teasingly. She made a seductive invitation. "Before we get married, shouldn't we experience certain things?" Unsure if he understood her meaning, Chen Ping'an's face turned crimson. He uttered an ah, averted his gaze, and politely refused. "After all, we aren't married yet. It's not really appropriate, is it? What if it results in a life?" He said that, but his stuttering betrayed him. Suddenly, Duan Xinxin shyly covered her face. "Oh my goodness, Ping'an, what dirty thoughts are you having? I was talking about a lover's kiss." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an's enthusiasm instantly vanished. He said with a hint of regret, "Oh, so that's what you meant." It seemed his expectations were not just limited to that, but even more. Duan Xinxin poked his cheek with her finger and said coquettishly, "Oh, you." Then, without warning, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. He was caught completely off guard, his eyes widening in shock. Just then, a blinding white light erupted and rings of chains snaked through the air. Appearing in Chen Ping'an's mind, a voice suddenly rang out, "The times are changing. The moment is right. A portion of your seal shall be undone." He was stunned speechless by what had just happened. He then closed his eyes and touched his forehead, which made Duan Xinxin jump up in concern. "Ping'an, what's wrong?" he replied softly. "It's nothing, just a sudden headache." Suddenly, something made Chen Ping'an stop mid-sentence. "Don't worry him." The image of Duan Xinxin anxiously calling his name flickered amidst multicolored threads, blurry and indistinct. The scene abruptly changed. Wisps of dense golden spiritual energy were being manipulated in Chen Ping'an's hands. He used it to attack the colorful threads before him but couldn't touch them. He sighed. "Spiritual energy still can't reach it." Chen Ping'an scratched his head, puzzled. "Strange. The system didn't say anything was wrong with my body. Am I using the wrong method?" Then his expression changed as realization dawned on him. That's right. He gathered faint blue spiritual energy in his hand, thinking, "I've heard some powerful experts can use their divine sense to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to enhance their attacks." The aura around Chen Ping'an surged. "I'll try using my divine sense." Just as he'd thought, the blue divine sense was able to approach the five-colored ribbon. "I can really touch it." Looking at the golden spiritual power in his hand, he thought happily, "So this must be the legendary power of heaven and earth. How do I make it stronger?" Looking up at the sky, Chen Ping'an considered, "Well then, let's give it a try." The burning golden spiritual power in his hand instantly turned a fiery red as he intoned a cultivation chant. "Buddha's palm." As soon as the words left his mouth, he blasted the terrifying power toward the forest in front of him. Instantly, the entire forest was reduced to ashes. Charred trees fell one after another, and in less than the blink of an eye, the entire lush forest was destroyed. Chen Ping'an seemed quite satisfied with the result. He covered his face and laughed. "To think it's this powerful, what a foolish husband I am." An image of him was displayed on a screen, his face beaming with extreme excitement. He thought, "If I can gain such a powerful ability from a little headache, I wouldn't mind having a few more." Slender fingers manipulated the screen as a gentle female voice sounded out, "That's Tao script, not the power of heaven and earth." The person pulling the strings behind the scenes was evidently Duan Xinxin. She spoke, "But this is perfect timing. It's time to issue a new mission." Following her actions, the image of the system panel appeared on Chen Ping'an's side. He turned to look at it. A new mission is finally here. I wonder what the rewards will be for completing it this time." Suddenly, his expression became incredibly grim. On the system panel, the new mission had begun. The location was clearly written, the Immortal Realm. Chen Ping'an didn't seem too happy to see this mission. He sighed, good grief, it's the immortal realm. In a small wood outside Qingyuan town, Ping An watched a small bird, thinking to himself, the people in the immortal realm were very strong, but I have a dragon and a phoenix to help me. I also have Jinling in the ring. There shouldn't be much danger. He decided to press the accept button on the system screen. Let's go. Show me what the immortal realm is like. The scene of the immortal realm appeared. A large courtyard came into view. Ping An was teleported to a dilapidated and desolate room where he saw a man lying on a bed. The corpse was the owner of the room, named Zhao Xian. He was a direct descendant of the great Zhao family. His parents died when he was 10 and he was raised by his clansmen. He was exceptionally talented from a young age and almost became the family heir a few years ago. His appearance and build are similar to yours. This mission is to live on in his identity until his last wish is fulfilled, Ping An asked in confusion. He almost became the heir, so why did he die in such a run-down room? The day before his succession, his cultivation suddenly regressed, dropping from the immortal infant realm straight to the first layer of the spirit-severing realm. In the years following this inexplicable regression, he was often humiliated by the petty people who had once envied him. As a result, he became increasingly withdrawn, shutting himself away all day, and eventually died of depression just yesterday. He propped up the body and asked, so that's how it was. What is his last wish? The system replied, to reclaim the position of heir and at the same time gain the recognition of the majority of the clan. Very practical. Unlike the stories, Chen Ping An mused. He used his ring to open a pocket dimension and place Zhao Xian's body inside. Sai, I'll find a good feng shui spot for you. Suddenly, a loud shout from outside startled Chen Ping An. Zhao Xian, get your ass out here. He looked toward the door and thought, what's going on? Could it be the group that used to bully Zhao Xian? Looking at the door, he saw the figures of a group of people waiting outside. The door slowly opened. The group stormed in aggressively. Get him. Yes, Ping An was taken aback and hurriedly said, wait. You need a reason to beat me up. I haven't left my room in ages. What did I do to provoke you? Zhao Mafan, a hedonistic young master and direct descendant of the Zhao family, said angrily. Ha, still playing dumb. I warned you to stay away from Zhao Liyuan, yet you dared to speak with her. She's going to be my wife. It seems you won't learn your lesson until I teach you one. What are you standing around for? Get him. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Zhao Liyuan shouted, Zhao Mafan? She shielded Ping An with her body and said, you shameless brute, who is your wife? What do you think you're doing? What right do you have to cause trouble for brother Xian? Mafan stepped forward angrily. What right? The right that my big brother is now the #1 genius of the Zhao family, while you, Zhao Xian, are nothing but a piece of trash, he ordered his men. I'll deal with this ungrateful woman. You guys go take care of that trash. Yes, Li Yuan shouted in panic. What do you think you're doing? Suddenly a hand rested on her shoulder and a voice said, we're all civilized people, why resort to violence? The young lady doesn't know any better. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. What do you say? Hearing this, Zhao Mafan burst out laughing. Apologize? Fine. I'll give you some face today. As long as you crawl between my legs, I'll let you off. Ha ha ha. His lackeys behind him also roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhao Liyuan's face was filled with worry. You don't have to do this, brother Xian. Judging by Zhao Liyuan's generation, this guy's strength is at most in the nascent soul realm. The black dragon isn't even afraid of Mo Chofei's immortal spirit realm, so dealing with him should be no problem. Ping An spoke up. Alright, I can agree, but on one condition. You never trouble me again. In exchange, I can give you my treasured possession, and since the jig is up, I might as well test out how powerful my Buddha's palm, formed from the power of heaven and earth, really is, the incompetent young master replied arrogantly. A treasure? What kind of treasure could a loser like you possibly have? He said with a melancholic expression. The reason I was so exceptionally talented and extraordinary in the past was all thanks to this treasure. He reached for the item, making Li Yuan very worried. Brother Xian, bring your face closer and I'll show you this treasure. Zhao Mafan looked excited. Really? Quick, take it out and let me see. The foolish young master listened and actually leaned his face in, but of course he was being tricked, because what Ping An presented was an empty hand. Mafan was enraged. You dare? Flames began to erupt from Chen Ping An's hand. He unleashed his power just slightly, landing a heavy blow on the useless good-for-nothing, sending him staggering backward off balance. Seeing that he could land such a blow, he was ecstatic. Looks like I'm pretty strong after all. Zhao Liyuan stood to the side looking at him. Brother Xian, has your power returned? Chen Ping An turned around with a smug smile. Good question. I was waiting for you to ask that. He turned back and replied with feigned innocence. Actually, to tell you the truth, the reason I've been in seclusion these past few years is that I met an unparalleled master in my dreams and I've been learning his peerless divine techniques. Li Yuan was stunned. In a dream, an unparalleled master, peerless divine techniques. I know you don't believe me, but you saw that special move just now. Have I ever learned a move like that before? No, you certainly haven't. Ping An sighed and continued. Unfortunately, I spent too long in the dream. When I woke up, I found I'd forgotten many things about the real world. I even forgot your name just now. Li Yuan was startled. What? In that case, could I trouble you to tell me about things that happened in the past and present between me and the Zhao family? Perhaps it will jog my memory. Alright, I'll organize my thoughts and tell you, brother Xian. Zhao Liyuan was Zhao Xian's childhood sweetheart. She hesitated for a moment. Where should I begin? To avoid any awkwardness, Chen Ping An replied, Let's start with the recent major events in the immortal realm. Zhao Liyuan then began to speak. Speaking of major events, we have to mention Immortal Emperor Baishan's ascension to the divine realm, but instead of passing the immortal throne to one of his 10 great immortal venerables, he gave it to an unknown figure named Yu Donglai. Chen Ping'an was immediately interested. Oh, tell me more, but just then a bell chimed in the distance. Zhao Liyuan recognized it as the clan's urgent summons and grabbed Chen Ping'an's hand. This must be an emergency. She pulled him by the hand and ran toward the meeting place. We can talk about the immortal emperor later, Brother Xian, let's hurry. A few minutes later, in the assembly hall, everyone who had heard the bell had gathered. The crowd was discussing the day's events when someone recognized the newcomer as Zhao Xian. He actually dared to come out. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, mocking whispers spread, still at the first layer of spirit severing. No progress at all. If I were a loser like him, I would have killed myself long ago. A man walked up to Chen Ping'an. He was dressed in green robes and fanned himself. Long time no see, Zhao Xian. He stepped forward and said, I didn't expect you to show up today. Chen Ping'an found this odd as Zhao Liyuan's hand seemed to be trembling. Seeing that Zhao Liyuan seemed to want to avoid him, Chen Ping'an was filled with doubt. What's going on? Does this man have some history with Zhao Liyuan? Chen Ping'an heard all the malicious words from the surrounding crowd clearly. Look at him, still acting all high and mighty. Every time Miss Zhao Liyuan went to see him, he refused to open the door. Isn't that why Zhao Mafan went to cause trouble for him? Why won't he see anyone? Who knows what a lowlife like him is thinking? Listening to these vicious words, Chen Ping'an felt a pang of sadness. Is this the kind of life Zhao Xian has been living all these years? Looking at the people shamelessly gossiping about Zhao Xian, Chen Ping'an clicked his tongue. No wonder he died of depression after hearing this kind of talk all day. This mission is really a hassle. Zhao Liyuan stood by his side, somewhat angry. Brother Xian, don't pay any attention to their nonsense, she comforted him. They're just petty people. Chen Ping'an replied, don't worry, I don't mind. Then he looked toward the man in green. Who is that man? You don't seem to like him very much. Zhao Liyuan replied, that's Zhao Mafan's older brother Zhao Buzu. He's currently the strongest of the family's younger generation, and a complete hypocrite who puts on an act all day. The mere mention of Zhao Buzu made Zhao Liyuan furious. Compared to you, Brother Xian, he's not even close. When you were 10, Brother Xian, you stood up to stop Zhao Mafan from bullying me, but he has always let his own brother run wild. Chen Ping'an replied. I see, he couldn't help but wonder. Zhao Xian's sudden regression in cultivation is very suspicious. This guy benefited the most from it. It's unlikely he had nothing to do with it, right? Just then a voice announced, the clan head has arrived. The crowd immediately fell silent and bowed respectfully. The clan head said, all of you are the young talents of our clan. I have summoned you today for one matter. In half a month, a secret realm will open. The young talents from all the major families will enter it, the clan head continued. Most importantly, the new immortal emperor will make an appearance. As you've all surely heard, the new immortal emperor is very fond of nurturing geniuses. This is a golden opportunity for our clan to rise. The crowd immediately broke into discussion. I heard the immortal emperor brought a genius from the mortal realm and is training him with all his resources. If only I could be noticed by the immortal emperor. How could I be inferior to a mortal? The clan head clapped his hands to quiet the crowd. All right, everyone. The Zhao clan head Zhao Benchao continued. Your task for the next half a month is to do everything you can to break through to a higher level. Before he could finish, an injured person burst in. Clan head, it was Zhao Mafan who rushed in. He ran towards Zhao Buzu. Big brother, clan head, you have to get justice for me. Zhao Buzu stepped forward with concern. Little brother, what happened to you? Who did this? Zhao Mafan was panting, his face red and swollen from being hit. He pointed at Chen Ping'an. It was Zhao Xian. He's the one who beat me up like this. Everyone was astonished. Did I hear that right? Zhao Mafan and his 2 goons, all in the immortal infant realm, got beaten by a loser at the first layer of spirit severing. Could Zhao Xian have recovered his cultivation? Am I dreaming? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhao Buju's mind raced. He walked up to his brother and said, little brother, I think you must be confused. Brother Zhao Xian is so gentle. How could he possibly hit you? Zhao Mafan replied, I'm not lying, he ambushed me. He said he had a treasure. And when I leaned in to look, he hit me, Zhao Buzu added. Besides, brother Zhao Xian is only at the first layer of spirit severing. How could he possibly defeat you, unless someone helped him? Zhao Mafan said angrily, Zhao Xian, don't you dare act like you didn't do it. Chen Ping'an replied. So what if I hit you? Didn't you deserve it? Zhao Buzu walked towards Chen Ping'an saying, Brother Zhao Xian, that's not right of you. I don't know what trick you used, but what exactly did my brother do to deserve being beaten like this? He closed in threateningly. You'd better give me a good reason or don't expect me to let you off the hook. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an thought, he's so eager to put me down, this isn't just about sticking up for his brother. Something's definitely off, Chen Ping'an schemed. I'll try to provoke him a bit and see if he slips up. Then he said aloud, he bullies the men and harasses the women of the clan. His crimes are monstrous. Seeing the tense confrontational scene, clan head Zhao Benchao stepped forward and said, that's enough. He tried to mediate. Zhao Mafan's injuries don't look too severe. Go to the alchemy room and get some medicine to heal. The secret realm is about to open. You should all be focusing on your cultivation right now. Inwardly he was also mulling over what had just happened. Zhao Xian actually managed to defeat 3 immortal infant cultivators. It seems his former strength has returned. I can't just ignore this anymore. Chen Ping'an and Zhao Buzu both responded. Yes, Chen Ping'an thought to himself. There's still a lot of time for the mission. I shouldn't openly defy the clan head here. I'll have to find another chance next time. The clan head, Zhao Benchao, then stepped forward and said, Buzu, you stay. The rest of you may leave. The crowd filed out and Zhao Liuan walked over to Chen Ping'an's side. She said happily to Chen Ping'an, Brother Xian. You were amazing. Zhao Buzu watched Chen Ping'an's departing back and thought, he wasn't afraid of me at all just now. His expression darkened with worry. Could the curse have failed? No, that's impossible. There must be another reason. Watching Chen Ping'an, Zhao Buzu schemed. It seems I'll have to use it again. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an arrived at the place he'd been told about. So this is the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Miss Zhao mentioned. This was the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. A place for buying and selling all sorts of magic treasures and items. Looking at the exceptionally bustling place before him, Chen Ping'an thought, truly extraordinary. Chen Ping'an excitedly brought his little sidekick to this place he had long yearned to visit. I hope I can find a treasure here to strengthen my divine sense. That way I can control more types of the power of heaven and earth and my strength will increase dramatically. The man and dog were in high spirits when a hand reached out to stop them. The person said, apologies, esteemed guest. The guard continued, your pet is not allowed inside. Chen Ping'an looked at the dog looked at Chen Ping'an. Their 4 eyes met. In the end the dog was tied up outside the entrance while Chen Ping'an dashed inside as if on wings. The little fellow was crying its eyes out. This is an eyesore, what terrible luck. Just then, someone walked over to this shopping area. Looking at the dog left behind by Chen Ping'an, this person muttered strangely, odd, how could a black dog with no cultivation appear in the immortal realm? Who brought a pet from a lower realm up here? The dog, already fuming about being left outside, flew into a rage upon hearing someone look down on it. HMPH, a bunch of fools who think this great one is some common mutt, you blind little brat, your granddaddy here is a true dragon. This person saw the expression on the dog's face. His eyes lit up as he watched the puppy with great interest. Wow, this black dog could even roll its eyes. It seemed quite intelligent. No wonder it was brought to the immortal realm. He walked over to pet the puppy but was swatted away by its paw. The moment he touched the dog's paw, the man was incredibly surprised. It looked like a dog, but he could feel the manifestation of a true dragon's claw, and a voice spoke in his mind, kid, watch your hands. Scram if you don't want to die. At this, the man was so frightened that he fell to the ground and scrambled back a few steps, utterly shocked by what he had just witnessed. Dragon's might. Are you a true dragon? The man immediately thought that only an immortal emperor would have the power to raise a true dragon. Could the immortal emperor be here in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting the shaken customer's thoughts. Chen Ping'an had just returned and extended a hand to the customer. He said, did my pet frighten you? The customer was astonished to see that this extraordinary-looking person was the owner of the puppy with the true dragon's claw. This is your pet, Chen Ping'an replied. It's fine, it's just a sentient demonic beast, it doesn't bite, so don't worry. The customer's mind raced. To be able to keep a true dragon by his side, this person must be highly regarded by the immortal emperor. This man must be a genius the immortal emperor recently brought from the mortal realm. Chen Ping'an stroked his puppy, thinking to himself, why is he sitting on the floor? Don't tell me he's planning to scam me for compensation or something. Holding the puppy's leash, Chen Ping'an's mind was racing. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Chen Ping'an thought of the expensive items he couldn't afford, and his heart ached. Although I found a treasure in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion that could enhance my divine sense, I really can't afford the price of 100,000 immortal crystals. Oh heavens, Chen Ping'an walked on as if nothing had happened, still muttering to himself. The people at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion said I could make money quickly at the battle pool. I need to find someone to ask where it is. Suddenly a voice called out to Chen Ping'an, wait, brother. The customer respectfully bowed to Chen Ping'an. My name is Meng Fanyan. May I ask for your esteemed surname, brother? As it happens, I'm also headed to the battle pool. If you don't mind, would you allow me to accompany you? Chen Ping'an replied. My surname is Zhao. In that case, thank you for showing the way, brother Meng. It's my pleasure, my pleasure. Meng Fanyan thought to himself. Procuring supplies for the family can wait. Building a good relationship with this person favored by the immortal emperor is more important right now. A short while later, Chen Ping'an and Meng Fanyan arrived at the registration area for the battle pool. The receptionist told them, our master's business is selling demonic beasts, and he set up this battle pool to showcase the strength of his beasts, using a massive prize pool to attract heroes from all over to challenge them. The attendant handed them some items and continued to explain, the demonic beasts in the battle pool are generally very strong, so you must sign a life and death waiver before entering a challenge. I wonder, young Master Zhao, what level of demonic beast do you wish to challenge? Meng Fanyan turned and said, Brother Zhao, since this is your first time competing, it's best to be cautious. You should probably challenge a demonic beast at the same cultivation realm as yourself. Chen Ping'an said, yes, thank you for the reminder, Brother Meng. Then Chen Ping'an said cheerfully, all right, to play it safe, I'll challenge a beast 3 major realms above me. A Mahayana stage demonic beast should do. The announcer flew onto the stage and announced to the crowd, "Our next challenger to take the stage is a first-level Spirit Division cultivator. He will be challenging a Mahayana stage sword spine tiger, 3 major realms above his own. Let's give him a round of applause for his death-defying courage." Amidst the crowd's cheers for the challenger, Chen Ping'an walked in. Meng Fanyan was a little worried. "Can Brother Zhao really win? That's a gap of 3 whole major realms." The dog nearby heard this and said, "HMPH, enough nonsense. My master never knows defeat." Meng Fanyan was surprised. "Master," the cage door of Chen Ping'an's opponent opened and a ferocious sword-spine tiger charged out, the announcer said. "It looks like our demonic beast, the sword-spine tiger, is very excited." The sword-spine tiger bared its sharp fangs, roaring amidst the crowd's cheers. Tear him apart, kill him." The sword-spine tiger lunged excitedly at Chen Ping'an. Seeing the match had begun, the crowd screamed and cheered for the showdown. Meng Fanyan turned to the dog and said, "Senior, you must have been sent by the immortal emperor to protect Brother Zhao. Why would you call him master?" the dog said disdainfully. "The immortal emperor, he is not worthy of raising me." Meng Fanyan was utterly shocked. Even the immortal emperor isn't worthy, he thought. Does this mean Brother Zhao isn't some genius brought to the immortal realm, and a true dragon calls him master? Meng Fanyan said to the dog in astonishment. Could it be that Brother Zhao is even more powerful than the immortal emperor? Just who in the world is he? The dog chuckled and said, "It seems you're not entirely brainless, kid." The dog eyed the man. This kid looked rich. An idea to help its master then formed in its mind. "Oh, master is in dire need of money right now. I have to find a way to help him with his troubles." Meng Fanyan was still lost in his shock. Brother Zhao is stronger than the immortal emperor. Who exactly is he? The dog said to Meng Fanyan, "To tell you the truth, my master's true self is in the god realm. This is just a clone of his, temporarily borrowing the identity of a Zhao family junior for convenience." As Meng Fanyan stared in amazement, the dog continued, "Seeing as you seem to be a loyal and honest person, I'll grant you an opportunity. Master has just arrived in the immortal realm and is in great need of immortal crystals." Meng Fanyan's eyes shone like stars. He said to the dog, "Thank you for the tip, senior. I will certainly find a way to give Brother Zhao more crystals." The dog was pleased with itself for being able to help its master. "You catch on quick. Just remember to be tactful about it. Don't put my master in an awkward position." "Beautiful." Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted their conversation. "Beautiful?" Meng Fanyan was astonished. "What? He actually won?" The sword-spine tiger was already on the ground, unconscious. Amidst the crowd's stunned gazes at his power, Chen Ping'an turned and walked away. The surrounding crowd was furious. "The battle pool's beasts are such trash." Meng Fanyan overheard someone next to him say, "I bet 2,000 immortal crystals on the sword-spine tiger to win. The battle pool's demonic beasts are such garbage." An idea flashed in Meng Fanyan's mind. "That's right, you can place bets at the battle pool before the match starts." He immediately grew excited. "Senior, I've just thought of a very effective way to make money, and I can use it as a reason to give the money to Brother Zhao." The crowd continued to throw things down, expressing their anger at the performance of the battle pool's monster. The owner of the battle pool was furious about the match's outcome. "There's no one in this world who can easily defeat an opponent 3 major realms higher. This kid must have hidden his true strength. How dare you let him compete?" The subordinate trembled and said. This subordinate checked him and even took his storage ring. "We found nothing out of the ordinary, so we let him go on stage." The subordinate continued, "He wants to continue and challenge an immortal infant stage demonic beast. Should we stop him?" Someone present said. Why stop him?" The subordinate was surprised. The person continued, "This way his greed will be his downfall. You may leave and make the preparations." The speaker was Sun Shen, the director of the Tianyuan city branch of the battle pool. He then spoke about the beast to be sent out next. "For the next match, send in that peak immortal infant golden-scaled lion with a true dragon bloodline." The subordinate was horrified. "But it has killed an early-stage immortal spirit cultivator before, and it's on the verge of a breakthrough. Sending it in will make people say we're rigging the match," Sun Shen replied. "What do a few rumors matter?" he continued. "If he doesn't die, how will we sell our battle pool beasts in the future?" His expression darkened as he went on. Besides, his companion has bet 100,000 immortal crystals. As long as he dies, everything will belong to the battle pool. The announcer continued his introduction. "Next up is still the same first-level Spirit Division cultivator, and this time his challenger will be the immortal infant stage golden-scaled lion." The surrounding audience was shocked. "It's the golden-scaled lion. It once killed an immortal spirit cultivator. It looks like the battle pool is targeting this kid." Amidst the crowd's discussions, Chen Ping'an entered the ring again, rigging the match right in the open. "They're really trying to make things difficult for me." The crowd, anticipating a bloody showdown, began to cheer. A cultivator from the mortal stages challenging the might of an immortal beast. "Let's get ready for the bloody spectacle to come." The puppy was watching when it suddenly heard someone call its name. Senior Black Dragon." The dog looked around but saw no one. Then it spotted Meng Fanyan, completely naked except for a wooden plank covering his vital parts. Meng Fanyan said cheerfully, "I pawned all my magical artifacts and clothes." Meng Fanyan happily walked to the side. "I even used the 80,000 immortal crystals for the family procurement to place a bet. I'm definitely going to make a huge profit this time," the dog said, a little embarrassed. You didn't have to pawn your clothes, did you? Meng Fanyan replied happily. My Dharma robes were worth 2,000 immortal crystals, but compared to the profits from this venture, that's nothing. At that moment, the cage door of Chen Ping'an's opponent opened. A beast covered in crackling electricity appeared, its eyes glinting menacingly. The monster charged into the arena, its energy and power terrifyingly immense. The golden-scaled lion had the body of a lion and a pair of great pung wings on its back. The golden-scaled lion let out a roar, unleashing a terrifying power. The crowd was shocked. That's a dragon's might. Its roar actually contains a dragon's might. The surrounding spectators were also significantly affected. The audience exclaimed in shock. To actually use a demonic beast with a true dragon bloodline against a spirit division cultivator. Chen Ping'an raised his sword ready for battle, but in the face of the golden-scaled lion's roar his sword shattered with a crack. Chen Ping'an was stunned. What? This sword was perfectly fine in the last match. Chen Ping'an immediately understood. They must have tampered with it just now. This demonic beast looks incredibly strong too. There's something wrong with this battle pool. I have to tell Black Dragon before the next match. The golden-scaled lion radiated a terrifying energy. The monster said to Chen Ping'an, another one looking to meet King Yama. The golden-scaled lion stomped its paw and the ground of the arena cracked apart. Seeing its opponent was fearless, the golden-scaled lion charged forward. Don't blame me for this. A cold glint flashed in its eyes as a wave of power shot towards Chen Ping'an. But suddenly a strange light flickered in the golden-scaled lion's eyes. The golden-scaled lion hurriedly dug its paws in, instantly slowing down. The golden-scaled lion came to a halt, its ferocious expression replaced by astonishment. The golden-scaled lion saw a dragon. It was the pressure from a superior bloodline. A true dragon, a real true dragon, not one simulated by power, and the source of this true dragon aura was a dog. The crowd found it extremely strange when the golden-scaled lion suddenly stopped. Why did the golden-scaled lion stop? What's going on? The dragon that the golden-scaled lion saw said to it. You wretched creature, the dragon continued. Kneel and beg for forgiveness if you don't want to die. At this moment, the golden-scaled lion was as docile as a puppy. It was dumbfounded by the dragon's words. Hearing the dragon's authoritative voice, the golden-scaled lion trembled and prostrated itself on the ground. I surrender. Please spare my life. Chen Ping'an was utterly bewildered. His opponent had suddenly turned around, trembling and kneeling to beg for mercy. A dead silence fell over the arena. No one understood why the bloodthirsty golden-scaled lion had suddenly stopped and was now bizarrely kneeling before Chen Ping'an. Then the whole venue erupted. Hey, if this is an act, give us our money back. This is so fake. The arena's owner roared in anger. What the hell is going on? If this continues, who will dare to buy the battle pool's beasts? The announcer then said. The rule of the battle pool is that there can only be one outcome. The golden-scaled lion turned to look at the announcer and remembered its instructions. If you don't bring me the head of that audacious brat, you can prepare to die. The thought of the various tortures it would suffer after surrendering instantly changed the golden-scaled lion's demeanor. The golden-scaled lion clenched its jaw so tightly that blood trickled out, and then it began to relentlessly smash its head against the ground. Chen Ping'an stood to the side, completely astonished by the golden-scaled lion's actions. The golden-scaled lion kept smashing its head on the ground, splattering blood everywhere. Then the golden-scaled lion let out a long howl to the sky, its wings spreading wide, but its eyes gradually lost focus. Immediately after, the golden-scaled lion collapsed, dead. Chen Ping'an turned to his dog, who was laughing heartily. Did you do this? It is my duty to alleviate my master's worries, a regular in the stands commented. Given the battle pool's reaction, this doesn't look like an act. The people around him were shocked to hear this. Who on earth is this kid? He actually forced the golden-scaled lion to commit suicide rather than dare to attack him. The old spectator looked at the golden-scaled lion, this once ferocious beast that had ended its own life, and could only click his tongue in amazement. This kid is definitely a big shot who's just hiding his true strength. Chen Ping'an cautiously turned to the announcer and asked, does this count as my win? The announcer immediately declared, golden-scaled lion defeated. At this, Meng Fanyan raised both hands to celebrate. Woohoo, haha, I've won big. He forgot that one of his hands was still holding the wooden plank. The plank fell, revealing his little bird. Meng Fanyan immediately realized the embarrassing situation. The people around saw a naked guy and started chattering amidst Meng Fanyan's helpless cries. Wait, let me explain. Chen Ping'an and his dog walked into the passage leading backstage. Just then a man walked up to Chen Ping'an and said, You're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you, kid? Chen Ping'an looked at the man before him and replied, It seems the battle pool did tamper with my sword after all. The newcomer was Sun Shen. He circulated his energy and continued, HMPH. Since you didn't die obediently in the arena, I'll finish you off myself. He then charged at Chen Ping'an. Die, Chen Ping'an called out softly, Little Black. Instantly, a true dragon appeared, and Chen Ping'an called another name, Little Flame. The dragon coiled around Chen Ping'an to protect its master, then let out a roar that sent Sun Shen flying. Sun Shen was slammed into the wall by the blow, shattering a large section of it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said in shock, A true dragon? How does he have a true dragon as a guard? Who are you? At that moment a dragon phoenix flew down and landed, saying, Who do you think you are to be worthy of asking my master's identity? Sun Shen was shocked once again. Dragon phoenix guard? Sun Shen struggled to his feet and said, You two are only at the peak of the immortal Yuan realm. The power behind the battle pool is an immortal venerable. If you leave now, I can pretend this never happened, he thought to himself. Just you wait. When I get back, I'll report this to the immortal venerable. Chen Ping'an replied, so what if it's an immortal venerable? He then took out a ring, and instantly, a golden spirit immortal chi appeared. It manifested and said, I'm not at the immortal venerable realm either. For the third time in minutes, Sun Shen was shocked. Golden spirit immortal chi. Chen Ping'an stepped forward and said, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them. How about you broaden our horizons? Sun Shen's face darkened. He said mysteriously, then there's no other way, you forced my hand. Then, just as everyone thought he was about to unleash some powerful technique, he dropped directly to his knees. Sun Shen said to Chen Ping'an, I'm sorry, this lowly one was blind and failed to recognize a great personage. I beg you to be merciful. Your friend won a total of 300,000 immortal crystals from the battle pool, principal plus winnings. After cashing out the prize, the battle pool has about 50,000 in liquid funds left. You can take that as well if you wish. Sun Shen begs you to spare this lowly one's life. At this, the true dragon, the golden spirit immortal chi, the dragon phoenix, and Chen Ping'an were all dumbfounded by this finishing move, thinking, well, that was decisive. The true dragon was still suspicious. This kid isn't trying to pull a fast one, is he? The golden spirit immortal chi replied. HMPH, let him try if he's got the guts. In this immortal realm, I'm not afraid of anyone. After Chen Ping'an came out, he saw Meng Fanyan sitting dejectedly to the side as he walked over. He heard Meng Fanyan say despairingly, now the whole city knows that the young master of the Meng family likes to streak. How can I ever show my face in public again? Chen Ping'an put a hand on Meng Fanyan's shoulder and said, it's fine, this life will be over soon enough anyway. Despite his words, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but laugh after learning about Meng Fanyan's predicament. Tears streamed down Meng Fanyan's face as he said, Brother Zhao, I'm from the immortal realm. I still have a lifespan of 1,000 years. At that moment, someone was watching Chen Ping'an and Meng Fanyan's conversation. Meng Fanyan said, all right, there are too many prying eyes and wagging tongues here. Let's go somewhere else. Cheer up, asterisk, he thought. I did make 250,000 immortal crystals. Sun Shen was the one watching them. The thought of this huge loss made his blood boil. Truly reckless fools, the battle pool's immortal crystals aren't that easy to take. There are stronger and weaker immortal venerables, just you wait. A short while later, at the entrance of the best trading place in the immortal realm, Meng Fanyan was trying to stuff the money he had won into Chen Ping'an's hands. Chen Ping'an said, Brother Meng, you really don't want any of the winnings, but these are the immortal crystals you earned. Meng Fanyan said, this is clearly the prize money that you won yourself, Brother Zhao. Besides, I already agreed with Senior Black Dragon that I was just borrowing your name to place a bet, so just returning my principal is more than enough. Meng Fanyan cheerfully turned to the puppy, giving it a thumbs up. Senior Black Dragon, what I said was fine, right? The dog was very pleased. Well done. Master will definitely remember you for this. Chen Ping'an looked at the glittering money, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. 250,000 immortal crystals. That was a huge windfall. Seeing this, Meng Fanyan, who was standing nearby, was incredibly smug. To be remembered by a mighty figure for just a little money, this is a huge win for me. Chen Ping'an then turned to his dog. I'll buy you lots of tasty treats when we get back. The dog immediately replied, thank you, master. Suddenly a voice came from behind Chen Ping'an. Zhao Jian. The speaker was Zhao Benchao, the patriarch of the Zhao family. He walked over and said, what did you come to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to buy? You can tell me. The secret realm is about to open, and if you need anything, the clan will fully support you. Chen Ping'an quickly replied, thank you, patriarch. He thought to himself, there are such good things that just fall into your lap? Chen Ping'an scratched his head and said, to be honest, I've set my sights on a piece of immortal soulwood in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, but after scraping everything together, I'm still short nearly 20,000 immortal crystals. I was wondering if the patriarch, Zhao Benchao, immediately replied, 20,000 immortal crystals is not a problem, it's just that the remaining piece of immortal soulwood. Zhao Benchao turned to the person behind him and continued, I just bought it and gave it to Buzu. The person behind him, Buzu, had a smug look on his face and was already wearing the item. Zhao Buzu stepped forward and said, sorry about that, Brother Zhao Jian. It just so happens that I need immortal soulwood for my cultivation. Anger flashed across Chen Ping'an's face. What rotten luck. I was so close. Zhao Buzu's expression soured. You'll just have to wait until the Immortal Treasure Pavilion has it in stock again. Chen Ping'an recalled the shopkeeper of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion saying that immortal soulwood was an extremely rare item. If he missed this piece, he might never be able to buy another. So Chen Ping'an said, I wonder if you'd be willing to part with it, brother. I can buy it from you at a high price. Hearing this, Zhao Buzu retorted, it seems Brother Zhao has quite a temper. Do you still think you're in your glory days? Your monthly allowance probably wouldn't even. Just then a voice rang out. It doesn't matter if Brother Zhao doesn't have enough immortal crystals. Meng Fanyan stepped forward and continued, Brother Zhao may not, but I do. Zhao Buzu was very surprised to see this person. Young Master Meng, why are you with Zhao Jian? He thought to himself, why would someone from the Meng family be acquainted with Zhao Jian? Could it be that word of his talent returning has already spread? Meng Fanyan walked up to Patriarch Zhao Benchao and bowed. I am Meng Fanyan. Greetings, Patriarch Zhao. Zhao Benchao replied. Young Master Meng is quite promising for his age. Meng Fanyan turned to Zhao Buzu and said, Brother Buzu, name your price. As long as you're willing to part with it, I'm willing to pay any amount of immortal crystals for Brother Zhao. Zhao Benchao was also a little surprised by this. Something isn't right. The Meng family has always prioritized profit. For him to say something like this, is he trying to win over Zhao Jian? Chen Ping'an and Meng Fanyan looked expectantly at Zhao Buzu, waiting for his price. Zhao Buzu then said, What a pity, I need this item so it's not for sale no matter the price. Chen Ping'an narrowed his eyes. It seemed a direct purchase wasn't going to work. He turned to the thoughtful Zhao Benchao, calculating that he had to start with the patriarch. Chen Ping'an put on a weary expression. This is troublesome. If I had the immortal soul wood, not only would my talent be restored, but it would become even better than before. Now I'll just be a burden to the inner clan. Hearing this, Zhao Benchao was instantly ecstatic. Jian, are you serious? Your talent has really returned? Chen Ping'an immediately replied, Of course it's true. Hearing this, Zhao Benchao's eyes shone like stars. He turned to Zhao Buzu and said, Buzu, Jian'er's situation is urgent. Why don't you give him the immortal soul wood first? I will find you a replacement and guarantee you'll be compensated. What do you think? Zhao Buzu gripped his fan in anger, his face full of reluctance, but he still had to respond to Zhao Benchao cheerfully. Since the patriarch has commanded it, how could this child dare to disobey? I am willing to sell this immortal soul wood to Brother Zhao Xian for 200,000 immortal crystals. Zhao Buzu's face fell. He absolutely could not let this guy recover his talent. Watching Chen Ping'an and Meng Fanyan discussing, Zhao Buzu grew worried. If he recovers, who in the Zhao family will still take me seriously? Chen Ping'an, holding the 200,000 immortal crystals they had gathered, said, I borrowed 100,000 immortal crystals from Brother Meng, but I'm still short by 20,000. Zhao Benchao immediately chimed in. Don't worry, I keep my word. The clan will cover it for you. Afterward, Chen Ping'an handed the payment to Zhao Buzu. Zhao Buzu passed over the item with extreme reluctance and said, Then I wish you a speedy recovery. With that, he turned to Zhao Benchao. The secret realm is about to open. Your son will take his leave to go cultivate. Zhao Buzu shot a furious glare at Chen Ping'an. Go ahead and be smug. You might have the fortune to buy it, but not the fate to use it. The immortal soul wood will be mine in the end. A short while later, a furious roar echoed from the Meng residence. You dared to use the family's procurement funds for gambling, you've got some nerve. A cup went flying towards his son. Meng Fanyan's father pointed at him and scolded, Hurry up and confess, tell me everything about the foolishness you committed at the battle pool. But Meng Fanyan replied smugly, I didn't do anything foolish. I was building a connection for the Meng family with a peerless expert. Father, did you happen to feel 3 powerful auras emanating from the battle pool today? Was it one of the experts you've connected with? His father pressed. Spending 80,000 immortal crystals to befriend a powerful expert is not a loss at all, Meng Fanyan answered. No, it wasn't any of them. The one I befriended is the master of those 3 experts, a true mighty figure from the god realm. His father's interest was instantly piqued. He turned around and said, Quick, tell your father everything. Meng Fanyan stepped closer and said, This eminence used a wisp of his divine soul. He then leaned in close to his father's ear and whispered a jumble of words explaining why he had gone to such lengths to help the gentleman he had taken a liking to. After hearing his son's story, Meng Fanyan's father turned and embraced him. Good as expected of my son, you handled this matter beautifully. However, the thought of Chen Rulong's scandal made him sigh helplessly at his son. But Fanyan, you didn't have to pawn all your clothes. Our family isn't short of 20,000 immortal crystals. Meng Fanyan immediately replied, Father, a personage like that senior wouldn't truly be short of money. This must have been a test. The more I show that I'm willing to give my all, the more he will value me. Hearing this, his father's excitement flared up again. Indeed, your father was being short-sighted. Meng Fanyan continued. Senior Black Dragon mentioned that his master has always preferred to keep a low profile, so this matter must absolutely not be spread. His father replied cheerfully, I understand. My lips are sealed, of course. Building connections with a great power requires expenditures. Here I have another 200,000 immortal crystals. Take them for now. Just then a figure descended from the sky, landing lightly. Zhao Benchao hurried forward to greet him. Zhao Benchao, patriarch of the Zhao family, pays his respects to Immortal Venerable Tianjiyu. To what do we owe the honor of your visit today? Immortal Venerable Tianjiyu replied, Cut the pleasantries. The newcomer was none other than Chen Yichen, ranked 3rd among the 10 great immortal venerables of the immortal realm, and a former subordinate of Su Yi. Your Immortal Venerable Tianjiyu? Chen Yichen said, I have a question for you. Do you have a disciple in your clan at the first level of the Soul Division stage who visited the battle pool today? Zhao Benchao replied, This description fits Zhao Xian perfectly. Did Zhao Xian cause some trouble that will implicate the family? There is indeed one named Zhao Xian. He's the former heir of the Zhao family, but I don't know. Before he could finish, a column of fire suddenly erupted behind them. Startled, the two of them shot off in that direction. What's going on? The two activated their techniques and flew towards the rising flames. Looking at the blaze before them, Chen Yichen was somewhat surprised. Zhao Benchao stepped forward and asked, Lord Immortal Venerable, what is happening? Chen Yichen answered, This boy is quite lucky. He has awakened the legendary immortal flame body. If he can mature safely, his future achievements will be limitless. The two were speaking of Zhao Buzu, who was currently cultivating, his entire body radiating a terrifying flame-like heat, brimming with power. Hearing Chen Yichen's words, Zhao Benchao was overjoyed. The immortal flame body, heaven is blessing our clan, heaven is blessing our clan. He immediately descended, calling out, Buzu, come and pay your respects to immortal venerable Tianjiyu. He was inwardly ecstatic. This is the legendary immortal flame body. If the immortal venerable takes a liking to him and accepts him as a disciple, the Zhao family's fortunes will soar. At that moment, Zhao Buzu also ceased his cultivation. He stepped forward and bowed. I am Zhao Buzu, paying my respects to immortal venerable Tianjiyu. Zhao Buzu thought smugly. See that, Zhao Xian, even without the immortal soul wood I can forcefully awaken the immortal flame body. From this day forward I no longer have to fear you, Zhao Xian. Just you wait to be crushed under my foot. Chen Yichen turned to Zhao Benchao and said, enough nonsense. Where does the Zhao Xian I asked about live take me to him? Zhao Benchao immediately replied, yes. Hearing this, Zhao Buzu's face burned as if he had just been slapped. But Zhao Xian, immortal venerable Tianjiyu came for him. He gritted his teeth. Zhao Xian again, watching Zhao Benchao's back as he respectfully invited Chen Yichen, immortal venerable, this way please. Zhao Buzu was overcome with rage. How is it him again? Zhao Benchao and Chen Yichen arrived before Chen Pinggan's residence. Zhao Benchao said, please wait a moment, immortal venerable. I'll go call Zhao Xian out, Chen Yichen replied. No, that would be too rude, Chen Yichen continued. I am Chen Yichen, come to visit young master Zhao Xian. May I have the honor of a meeting? Zhao Benchao was surprised. So he's not here to cause trouble for Zhao Xian? The two stood outside the door, but there was no response. Growing a little impatient, Zhao Benchao turned to Chen Yichen and said, perhaps he didn't hear. Shall I go inside and check? Chen Yichen answered resolutely. Young master Zhao Xian must not wish to see me, Chen Yichen thought to himself. As expected of the peerless expert, that hegemon Sky Immortal Emperor specifically left spies for and warned me to treat with caution. Chen Yichen clicked his tongue, thinking, truly the bearing of a master. He then said aloud, young master Zhao Xian, I have already dealt with the person in charge of the Tianyuan City battle pool. I am truly sorry for the trouble. If you do not wish to see me, I will return another day to offer my apologies. Hearing this, Zhao Benchao was utterly astonished. Such a respectful attitude, he probably wouldn't even be this polite to the immortal emperor. What in the world is Zhao Xian's background? Suddenly, Chen Yichen looked around at Chen Pinggan's dwelling. Why does young master Zhao Xian live in such a dilapidated place? Zhao Benchao stammered. This Chen Yichen said, so what if he's the former heir? Chen Yichen activated a technique preparing to depart. Before leaving, he added a few more words. HMPH, you blind fools. The Zhao family dares to treat a personage whom even the immortal emperor must handle with care so disrespectfully. Remember this, from now on you are to treat young master Zhao Xian well. He is the true benefactor of your Zhao family. Chen Yichen continued. Do not speak of my visit today. If anyone asks, just say I came to enlighten that kid with the immortal flame body. Do you understand? Zhao Benchao replied. Yes, I understand. Zhao Benchao thought to himself. Asterisk the immortal emperor, what could Zhao Xian possibly have to do with Ledong? Suddenly a thought struck Zhao Benchao. Right, Zhao Xian's deceased mother, who was a loose cultivator, also had the surname Le. At that moment, in the Chen family's area in Qingyuan town, Chen Pinggan had returned to visit. He rushed in, shouting happily. Xinshin, little Linger, I'm back early, did you miss me? He suddenly noticed Duan Xinshin speaking with a person dressed in yellow robes. Seeing Chen Pinggan return, Duan Xinshin let out a deliberate cough. The yellow-robed man immediately turned and bowed to Chen Pinggan. I am Deng Giki, a friend of Su Yi. I came with Su Yi today to pay my respects to Mr. Chen, Duan Xinshin said. Please forgive our poor hospitality, Deng Giki quickly stammered in panic. Not at all, Miss Duan has already hosted me. How could I dare trouble Mr. Chen further? Hearing this, Chen Pinggan felt a little annoyed. Asterisk already hosted you. Just then the door opened and hegemon Sky Immortal Emperor walked out, rubbing his eyes as if he had just woken up. He immediately spotted the returned Chen Pinggan. Hegemon Sky Immortal Emperor said, I may not be able to come for some time. I hope you will take care of little Linger for me, sir. Chen Pinggan replied, of course, little Linger is my sister too. You be careful as well. I wonder what he's off to do now, asterisk, Chen Pinggan thought. Hegemon Sky Immortal Emperor replied, thank you, senior. Then the two of them flew off and departed. Chen Pinggan turned to Duan Xinshin, his eyes practically shooting fire. You seem to be having a very nice chat with him just now, didn't you? Xinshin replied, what's wrong? Duan Xinshin put on a cute expression. Are you jealous? Faced with such a look, Chen Pinggan's defenses crumbled before her cuteness. Cough, what are you talking about? I'm not. Duan Xinshin poked Chen Pinggan's chest with her finger. Really not jealous? Chen Pinggan blushed, thinking, this infuriating woman, I won't let you lead me by the nose anymore. He then grabbed Duan Xinshin's hand and pulled her to his side. Chen Pinggan pulled Duan Xinshin tightly into his embrace and said, so what if I'm jealous? I'm your fiancé. You're not allowed to speak so intimately with other men again. Duan Xinshin, you've got some nerve. It looks like I'll have to spank. Provoked by her teasing, Chen Pinggan became flustered, shouting and even threatening the beauty. Little Linger came out just in time to see her brother's strange behavior and felt embarrassed for him. I'm going out to buy something. I'll let you off the hook for today. Utterly embarrassed, he quickly found an excuse and slipped away. The next morning, Chen Pinggan still hadn't returned. A bird perched on a branch perhaps signaled that he was in some wilderness, and indeed he was in the forest outside Qingyuan town. The magical collar he wore was glowing as it floated in the air, with Chen Pinggan seemingly infusing it with spiritual energy. He had sought out this deserted place to cultivate in peace, free from prying eyes, and to improve his focus. Not bad. Wearing the immortal soul wood for a night has had some effect. Chen Pinggan was cultivating strenuously, drenched in sweat, but he was still clear-headed enough to assess the artifact's efficacy. At the very least, he could now slightly control the second type of worldly power. Streams of spiritual energy swirled around him before being absorbed into the stone. This piece of immortal soul wood is a bit small. I'll check the system's store to see if they sell more. Chen Pinggan summoned the system and browsed to see if there was anything he needed. Anyway, I have a bunch of subordinates now. Worst case, I'll just have someone else take care of it. He typed immortal soul wood into the search bar, hoping to buy some. The system displayed the immortal soul wood, but it required 1 million points to purchase. My access level is too low. Seeing the price given by the system, he rubbed his temples with a wry smile. Let's go, we'll head to the immortal realm and see if we can buy a new one. This is too expensive to afford. Unable to buy it, he had no choice but to look for a cheaper one elsewhere. Chen Pinggan patted Brother Zhao's head and took it with him to the immortal realm. The scene shifted to the immortal realm inside a quaint wooden house. First, a trip to the immortal treasure pavilion, he said after teleporting in front of the building. The door was pushed open a crack, and he slowly walked inside, but Chen Pinggan didn't know that someone inside was already waiting with a drawn sword ready to kill anyone who entered. Fortunately, his reactions were swift and he wasn't hit by the treacherous move, but he was quite surprised by the swordsmanship. "Are you looking to die?" the person shouted. Damn it, having failed to land a hit, the rebound caused the person to lose their grip on the sword. They lowered their head in disappointment and said, "The mission briefing said Zhao Xian was at the immortal infant stage at most. You're not Zhao Xian?" He looked up, staring angrily at Chen Pinggan. "You shouldn't ask," Black Dragon said, his cold eyes gazing down at him, his voice laced with pressure. "But you're not supposed to." The man's eyes widened as he felt himself being suppressed by an immense aura. True enough, before he could even react, he was crushed to the ground by the powerful presence, the flagstones beneath him cracking to form a large crater. "Speak, who sent you?" he interrogated. But the man was resolute and refused to answer, retorting defiantly, "Kill me if you have the guts. I won't leak mission information." White Phoenix, who had appeared with Black Dragon, spoke up. "Master, why don't you leave him to us? We guarantee we'll make him talk." Hearing this, he asked, "Oh, what do you plan to do?" Brother Zhao also seemed to be on the same wavelength. Knowing exactly what White Phoenix was thinking, an immortal's constitution is very strong, so they don't die easily. That means we can slowly cut off his non-vital parts, for example the victim's family jewels. Hearing this, though nothing had been done to him yet, the man felt a chill in his nether regions just from the thought. We can also torture him mentally, we just have to cripple his cultivation. Turn him into a woman and then send him off to a brothel. He started crying. Truly, the mere thought was agonizing. "Then do as you say, just try not to get the courtyard dirty," Chen Pinggan said, his voice like a clap of thunder that made the man burst into tears of terror. Hearing this, White Phoenix replied cheerfully, "Rest assured, master." "Wait, young master, I surrender. I only beg you not to torture me." Getting this guy to confess was too easy. A little scare was all it took for him to break down crying and offer to spill everything. "Speak," he said with a stern face, listening intently. "It was Zhao Buzu. He's the one who sent me," the man said bluntly. He had guessed as much. "It really was him," he lamented. It seemed Zhao Xian's cultivation regression was related to him. That was the conclusion Chen Pinggan drew after hearing the confession. "Don't worry, I always keep my word. I'll give you a quick death." He had thought he might be pardoned, but right after revealing the information, he had to face death. This is a good chance to test the system's item drop function. He lightly touched the man's head, causing his brain to explode. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Buzu came for my life first." White Phoenix opened its mouth and spewed flames, incinerating the corpse to ash. As for him, looking at the item dropped by the guy, he was thoroughly disappointed. "A hired thug that cost me almost all my recent points, and all he drops is a useless rock? This damn system, are you messing with me?" He was so angry he even cursed the trickster system. Whatever, at least the system recycles dropped items. Despite his complaints, he still needed the system, so Chen Pinggan opened the system interface and typed something. "Let's see how many points this is worth." It turned out he was checking how many points the useless rock could get him. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. He counted the digits, unable to believe his eyes. That useless rock is worth 100,000 points. Now he wished he could take back his earlier curses. "I was just cursing it so fiercely, and now I'm turning around to praise it." It seemed the immortal soul wood in the system store was not so out of reach after all. While he was immersed in his joy, he heard someone calling, "Little brother." A pink-haired little girl poked her head out from behind the door and said, "Little brother, immortal venerable Dugu has come to the Zhao family. The patriarch is looking for you in the discussion hall to meet the immortal venerable." Me? Why isn't Immortal Venerable here? He asked, hearing this. Zhao Li replied, barely containing her anger. Zhao Buzu awakened the immortal flame body last night. The Immortal Venerable came with the intention of taking him as a disciple. It's so unfair. How does someone like him deserve it? When it comes to meeting big shots like this, I'm usually not included, right? He said this, trying to be lazy rather than being genuinely clueless. But Zhao Li added, that's true, normally they wouldn't call for you, Brother Xian. Could it be that Zhao Buzu wants to use this chance to humiliate me? He mused. In that case, I'll go. He said it aloud, but a plan was already forming in his mind. What a shame. If Zhao Buzu becomes the Immortal Venerable's disciple, I won't be able to get my revenge anytime soon. They headed to the discussion hall to discuss the matter. Very good, Zhao Buzu. You are young, yet you already have some insight on the path of cultivation. Huang Zhengqian lavished praise on the person before him, who replied with false modesty, Thank you for your praise, Lord Immortal Venerable. It is merely some of my humble opinions, nothing worthy of a grand stage. Zhao Benchao paid little attention to Zhao Buju's words, thinking, now I just have to wait for Zhao Xian. If Immortal Venerable Dugu also knows Zhao Xian, then my suspicions should be correct. But regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, since Immortal Venerable Tianjiyu has already spoken, I must treat this Zhao Xian well from now on. Just as he finished that thought, he saw a figure behind the door. He called out gleefully, Shanner, come and pay your respects to Immortal Venerable Dugu. Hearing this, Huang Zhengqian's face showed displeasure. Why is someone else here? Didn't we agree that I was only going to take one disciple? He was startled when he saw the newcomer, thinking to himself, Senior, why is Senior here? He felt the same, freezing up as he thought, this person looks a bit familiar. Zhao Buzu saw him standing there and was instantly filled with rage. Zhao Xian, why is he still alive? Did the assassin not make his move yet? Seeing Huang Zhengqian's expression, Zhao Benchao became smug. Immortal Venerable Dugu does indeed know Zhao Xian. It seems my guess was right. Zhao Xian's background must be extraordinary. He said to the one above, Please don't be offended, Immortal Venerable. This is our clan's Zhao Xian. Before his cultivation regressed, we even troubled you to take a look at him. We just had him come over to bask in the Immortal Venerable's glory. Zhao Xian? Huang Zhengqian was perplexed to hear his senior addressed this way. That's not right, their auras are worlds apart. Looking at the person currently fixing his hair, he became even more certain that this couldn't be Zhao Xian, it had to be Senior. Then why? Huang Zhengqian then realized, right, Senior is disguised as a Zhao family disciple, so he must have another purpose. I absolutely must not say the wrong thing and ruin Senior's plan. With that thought, he finally said to Zhao Xian, I remember, in my memory, Zhao Xian wasn't like this. You've changed a lot compared to before. He said this, but what he was thinking was, I should test the waters first, just in case I've misunderstood. Chen Pinggan played along. Thank you for remembering me, Immortal Venerable. People change, but in his heart, he thought, his attitude suggests he doesn't know me. I was probably mistaken. After all, Immortal Venerables can't be as common as cabbages in the Pinggan sect. It would be best if we could go outside. Huang Zhengqian said this because he thought, Senior is calling me Immortal Venerable, so it must be some kind of hint. I must cooperate with Senior perfectly. I'll apologize to him later when we're alone. Huang Zhengqian continued, I am very satisfied with this child Buju's talent. Let's set the disciple acceptance banquet for today. Buzu also replied, bowing his head to this top-tier expert. Please accept this disciple's bow of respect. The scene shifted to the Zhao family courtyard, bustling with people who had come to attend the banquet. Seeing this, Zhao Benchao asked a subordinate, the disciple acceptance ceremony is about to begin. Where is Immortal Venerable Dugu? The subordinate replied. This servant just saw Lord Immortal Venerable heading towards young Master Zhao Xian's courtyard. He waved his subordinate away, saying, All right, go and make preparations. Be sure to entertain the guests well. After the subordinate left, he thought, it seems the two of them really do know each other. This is a good opportunity. Zhao Benchao continued to ponder, this breath-concealing talisman can't even be detected by an Immortal Venerable. As long as I can hear their conversation, I'll be able to figure out Zhao Xian's identity. In his own residence, Pinggan was reading and studying something when he heard a knock on the door which drew his attention. It was Huang Zhengqian. He said, Greetings, Senior. He thought to himself, What's going on? So he does know me? He continued. Please forgive my lack of courtesy earlier, Senior. I hope you won't take offense, he casually replied. It's fine, I didn't expect to run into you here. As they talked, they were unaware that someone was eavesdropping outside the door. Zhao Benchao was shocked by what he heard. Senior? He asked himself silently. The two continued to chat. Huang Zhengqian said, I was wondering Senior's visit to the immortal realm this time. He paused slightly, then continued. What is your purpose? He replied. I came here to play a game of chess, but in reality what he was thinking was masters, you know. In novels they're always playing a game of chess for the sake of all living beings. If I act like this, it shouldn't be too out of character, right? Huang Zhengqian actually believed him. He thought, Senior is indeed playing a grand game. In that case, I am also a piece on Senior's board. Being able to be a piece already proves my worth. Only then did he reply to Chen Pinggan, I understand Senior's hint. Please rest assured, Senior. I will definitely keep your identity a secret and not reveal the slightest bit. Hearing this, Chen Pinggan was completely bewildered. What did I hint at? And what did you understand? Was his thought, but he still went along with it. It's good that you understand, Huang Zhengqian spoke again. However, is it necessary to inform the immortal emperor and have him come pay his respects? After all, he has admired you for a long time. He coughed and said, there's no need, we'll talk about it when the time is right. In reality, he was thinking, this bluffing is hit or miss, there's absolutely no need to take the risk. Zhao Benchao was dumbfounded by their conversation. He hadn't understood any of it, only catching the phrase, have the immortal emperor come pay respects. Who on earth is this Zhao Xian? Is he really Zhao Xian? He wondered in shock. He then left, thinking that if he listened any longer he would be silenced. He had to get out of there quickly. Night fell upon the place, but the flow of people did not cease. They laughed and chatted, creating a lively atmosphere. Over here, a servant was inviting a stranger inside. Brother Zhao, what is the meaning of this? The man said upon seeing Zhao Benchao. Your clan has produced a disciple of an immortal venerable, a joyous occasion, so why the long face? Replying to the man, Zhao Benchao hesitated for a moment. Brother Meng Yu, did your family know all along that Zhao Xian's identity was extraordinary? The guest from the Meng family asked, perplexed. Brother Zhao, why do you say that? Your Meng family has always prioritized profit. If there wasn't something special about him, why would young Master Meng go to such lengths to help Zhao Xian? Frowned and said, besides, I just overheard the conversation between Zhao Xian and immortal venerable Dugu. What, you dared to eavesdrop on a powerhouse from the god realm? Brother Meng scolded. You little brat, were you lying to me? He put a friendly arm around Brother Meng's shoulder and said, don't be angry, think about it. That senior is a god realm powerhouse. He must have known I was eavesdropping long ago. So why didn't he just expose me? The man found his reasoning sound and said, you mean the senior intentionally let you hear it? So this conversation of ours might also be part of his arrangement. Zhao Benchao praised him in agreement. Brother Meng, you're truly quick-witted. Since you and I are both pawns in this game, why don't you tell me the details? Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at the discipleship ceremony for my family's chief. The crowd below echoed their agreement. The young chief has a boundless future. Immortal venerable Dugu has a keen eye for talent. Chen Ping'an sat to the side in silence. If I weren't trying to maintain the demeanor of a senior, I could have just made immortal venerable Dugu give up on taking a disciple. Brother Meng, sitting nearby, called out, Brother Zhao, he said, weren't you still looking to buy those 2 pieces of immortal soul wood? I managed to scrape together some immortal crystals for you. Ping'an accepted the ring and said, thank you, Brother Meng. I'll be sure to pay you back once I have the money. He spoke politely, but thought to himself, good heavens, did I scam that black dragon a bit too much before? Why is he proactively adding more immortal crystals? But he's just a junior, so there's probably only 10 or 20,000 immortal crystals in here, the man continued. It's a mere 200,000 immortal crystals. It's nothing to speak of. It's fine if you don't pay it back. He was aghast upon hearing this. What, 200,000? Hearing someone call his name, he turned to look. It was a stranger who suddenly pointed at him and said, see, I'm the true heir of the Zhao family. A piece of trash like you will never catch up, he continued. I advise you to be sensible and return Zhao Li to me, otherwise I guarantee you'll lose all face and no one will be able to save you then. Hearing this, Zhao Li retorted at Zhao Mafan, you're shameless. He just sneered and said, with just you got lucky and beat me once with a sneak attack. What's there to be proud of? The man began to make his move. His move was a suit of armor. He said, if you're a real man, you should fight me fair and square. The people around didn't understand what was happening and started murmuring, what's going on? Why did they suddenly start fighting? He focused his gaze and thought, as expected, Chief Zhao must be the one pushing this. He definitely wants to use this gathering of guests to completely crush me. He looked toward him, raised his wine cup and showed a mocking expression. He just gave a disdainful smile and continued, fine, I accept your challenge. But he thought to himself, this is perfect though, I can use this conflict to show immortal venerable Dugu that he shouldn't take me as his disciple. The men looked at him with venomous hatred and roared, I won't stop until I've beaten you to your knees. Seeing this, Huang Zhengqian asked in confusion, who is this person? Zhao Benchao answered with a guilty conscience, he's the chief's younger brother. He's always been at odds with Zhao Xian, he thought to himself. This idiot, if I had known I would have found an excuse to ground him. Huang Zhengqian watched the battle and judged, truly overestimating his own strength. This must also be within the senior's arrangements. I can't rashly disrupt his plan. The man initiated his attack, determined to land a punch. As I get closer, let me tell you, you got lucky with a sneak attack last time. This time I spent a fortune, 50,000 immortal crystals, on this suit of armor, a magical artifact, he continued. Your brute force is useless now. Die, he roared, swinging a fist at Chen Ping'an's face. He just shook his head and sighed. He returned the gesture with a punch of his own, using his power-filled fist to knock the guy down directly. His blow had no effect on him, but in contrast his power knocked him down in an instant. He was sent flying by the punch, spitting blood from his mouth. After landing the blow, he coolly remarked, stop posturing. Seeing him fall, everyone was stunned. Someone covered their mouth in shock. So strong has he recovered? The onlookers exclaimed. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The Zhao family has produced another genius." Meanwhile, Chief Zhao held the fallen man, crying out, "Brother, wake up!" The senior attacked in an instant and managed to evoke the runes of the great Tao. Immortal Venerable Dugu watched and thought. He closed his eyes to contemplate. Just by observing the senior's move once, the bottleneck I couldn't break through for 100 years has now been shattered. He laughed heartily, realizing his cultivation had also advanced by a minor realm. For the senior to deal with a brat like this, there was no need to bring out the Tao runes at all. This must have been intentionally done to give me an opportunity for enlightenment. Immortal Venerable Dugu continued to mutter to himself. He looked at Chen Ping'an and thought, "I'll come and thank the senior later when there are fewer people around. I might even get a pointer or two." Chief Zhao roared at Chen Ping'an in fury. "How dare you strike my brother so heavily? Watch me teach you a lesson." He drew his sword and pointed it at Chen Ping'an. "Do you dare to fight me?" Immortal Venerable Dugu frowned at the sight. Chen Ping'an smiled, thinking to himself, "It worked." Then he said smugly, "Why wouldn't I dare? But you'd best ask for your master's opinion first." Chief Zhao put on a stern face, cleared his throat and said, "Master, of course." Silence. Huang Zhengqian spoke first. "As of this moment, you and I shall sever all ties." He said this as he walked closer. The Immortal Venerable walked past Chief Zhao, leaving behind only one sentence, "You are no longer my disciple." "Are you joking?" He grabbed the Immortal Venerable, but the latter shook him off and said disparagingly, "HMPH, you are so arrogant and domineering, you will never amount to anything. I have no need for a disciple like you. I have truly failed, my young friend. Zhao Xian, I was blind. I hope you will not hold it against me, young friend." As an Immortal Venerable, he now bowed his head respectfully to the mortal Zhao Xian, because he knew that this was in fact his senior. "You're too kind, Immortal Venerable. However, he is indeed not suited to be your disciple. It is truly a joyous occasion that you were able to realize this in time," he added. Yes, the young friend speaks wisely. I will be more discerning when I accept disciples in the future." Chief Zhao gritted his teeth in resentment, muttering his name. A spatial gate suddenly opened and a voice came from within. "What a grand spectacle!" The person inside walked out and said loudly, "Brother Huang is holding a discipleship ceremony, I see. It's Immortal Venerable Qiangu," someone shouted upon seeing his figure. Others began to discuss it as well. "I heard Immortal Venerable Qiangu arrived yesterday. They said he took a liking to Chief Zhao's talent and wanted to take him as a disciple. This is going to be a good show. What a grand scene. Brother Huang is holding a discipleship ceremony," said Immortal Venerable Qiangu, whose real name was Chen Yichen, as he looked around and sighed. "Yes, but I've already severed my master-disciple relationship with him just now. May I ask what brings Brother Chen here today?" Huang Zhengqian asked the man before him. "I came here to see someone," he replied to Huang Zhengqian. After speaking, he turned to Chen Ping'an and asked, "I wonder if young Master Zhao Xian would be willing to have a word?" Chen Ping'an was startled and asked, "You're looking for me?" Chen Yichen stared at him fixedly, which made him feel strange. He doesn't look like he was scared by the visual stimulus. What could he want with me? "I happen to have some things I'd like to ask Immortal Venerable Dugu. If you don't mind, why don't we go together?" he replied to the man, but he had already made up his mind. "I can't delay this. It seems he's very familiar with Immortal Venerable Dugu, so I'll go with him. It'll be safer." The man instantly opened a sigil and, while chanting an incantation, said, "Of course. I have already booked a private room at the tavern. Please step into the formation, and I will take you both there." With that, they disappeared, leaving Chief Zhao to curse furiously. "Damn you, Zhao Xian, what right does a beast like you have to gain an Immortal Venerable's favor? Just you wait," he said, gritting his teeth. He clenched his fists and said viciously, "I will make you taste the pain of losing your talent once again." In the tavern where various masters had gathered, a transport portal opened, and the servants there greeted them warmly. The moment they teleported, Chen Ping'an said, "What is it you wanted to see me about? You can tell me now, right?" The man suddenly bowed, cupping his hands in respect as he replied, "I am Chen Yichen. I have come on this trip specifically to admit my mistake. The matter of the battle pool was due to my lax supervision of my subordinates, which led to the battle pool's steward daring to plot against you, young master. Although that steward has been dealt with, the wrongdoing has already been done." He continued, "Therefore, if there is anything young Master Zhao Xian is unsatisfied with, please speak your mind. I will do everything in my power to accommodate you." Hearing this, he pondered for a moment. A mighty Immortal Venerable came personally to apologize for such a small matter. The Gold Spirit Immortal artifact alone shouldn't warrant this. Could it be that he also thinks I'm incredibly powerful? They began to sit down at the table, and Chen Ping'an thought to himself, "Let's test the waters. You already know there's something unusual about me," he said. The man also replied, "Yes, I know a little. Hegemon Emperor Bashan also instructed me to treat you with the utmost respect." He picked up his teacup, thinking, how did Hegemon Emperor Bashan get involved again? What on earth is going on? This time he voiced his thoughts. He doesn't know much either. "Little Huang, give him a detailed account of my situation." He maintained his cool expression, wanting to see what these people were really thinking and what the deal was with Hegemon Emperor Bashan. Huang Zhengqian felt extremely proud to be entrusted with the task. He began his tale. It all started not long ago when my subordinate, he paused, then recounted the entire series of events. The man, Chen Yichen, listened with a smile, his cheeks flushed, completely engrossed. The senior's heart is as deep as the abyss and his character is like the light of dawn. He, Chen Ping'an, hearing these words, spat out a mouthful of tea and thought, no, this is way too exaggerated. Besides, after all that talk, he didn't mention the main point at all. What about Hegemon Emperor Bashan? He deliberately interrupted. I have an interesting story about Hegemon Emperor Bashan. Do you two want to hear it? Before saying this, he thought, forget it, I'll just lie directly, they said in unison. Please tell us, senior. He began by asking, do you know the real name of the former immortal emperor? He thought to himself. Huang Zhengqian and Murong Gong call each other brothers, so they might be immortal venerables. Maybe Hegemon Emperor Bashan is also someone close to me. He, Huang Zhengqian, replied, of course I know. The immortal emperor's surname is Su, and his given name is Yi. Is there something wrong with that? His eyes widened in shock. Su Yi, Xiao Linger's father, Su Yi. He then took a few sips of tea to calm himself down and continued to think, he's the Hegemon Emperor? Actually, his name wasn't Su Yi when he was a child. At this point he mused to himself, looks like I'll have to observe the people around me more carefully from now on. It was Su Guden. The two men looked completely baffled, thinking in astonishment, the senior's powers are truly vast, he even knows this. Just what kind of figure is the senior? Chen Yichen frowned at his own thoughts. Damn you, revered God, just how much trouble have you caused for me? Chen Ping'an continued. However, since you two have realized your mistakes and are willing to change, I won't hold it against you. I will grant you both a destined opportunity. The two men cupped their hands, about to speak. We await the senior's guidance. He pressed his advantage and said, Zhao Li of the Zhao family and Meng Fan of the Fan family are both individuals with deep fortune. If you each take one of them as your disciple, you will also be able to share in some of their good fortune. Upon hearing this, the two men exclaimed happily, yes, thank you for your guidance, senior. At this moment, Huang Zhengqian asked in a hushed, worried tone, I wonder how the senior plans to deal with Chief Zhao. Ping'an, it turned out, already had a plan. He asked in return, what do you think I should do with him? The man reported excitedly. Senior, since you do not wish to eliminate him directly, you must have other plans. Hearing this, he replied. Ah yes, it's just as you say. He clicked his tongue. Unfortunately, as a master, it is inconvenient for me to personally resolve the matter of Chief Zhao. Chen Ping'an and the two immortal venerables returned to the banquet. When the guests saw them returning together, they all began to speculate curiously. I wonder what they talked about. What's the background of that Zhao Xian guy? Just then, immortal venerable Dugu Huang Zhengqian was the first to speak, announcing, Chief Zhao is arrogant and domineering and will not amount to much. I have decided to take another member of the Zhao family as my disciple. He then pointed to Zhao Li. I choose you, Miss Zhao Li. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li was completely stunned, wearing an expression of disbelief, but she quickly came to her senses, stepped forward and bowed. Thank you, Master. She was immediately lifted up by the immortal venerable's spiritual energy. You don't need to thank me. He then turned back to look at Chen Ping'an. It was actually this young master Zhao Xian who recommended you to me. Zhao Li was instantly surprised. It was Brother Xian? Chen Ping'an gave her a gentle smile. Consider this me repaying the favor for you taking care of me that day. At the same time, immortal venerable Qiangu Chen Yichen shouted loudly, Who is Meng Fan? Come out, I wish to take you as my disciple. Meng Fan wore an ecstatic expression, never having imagined that he would be noticed by immortal venerable Qiangu. He knew at once that this was Chen Ping'an's doing. He was instantly filled with affection and ran towards him, wanting to give him a hug. This infuriated Chen Ping'an, who felt like punching the guy in the face. Meng Fan didn't forget to confess his feelings. Brother Zhao, you remembered me. I'm so touched. How can I ever repay such a great kindness? How about I offer myself to you in return, Brother Zhao? Finally, the next morning he managed to shake off Meng Fan's pestering and returned home. As he pushed open the door, he saw only Xiao Linger by the lotus pond playing with the goldfish. He asked, Xiao Linger, where's your sister Xinxin? Xiao Linger said innocently, Sister Xinxin ran away from home. Hearing this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. He collected himself, thinking Xiao Linger was tricking him. Haha, don't joke around, the wedding is in half a month. How could she run away from home? So he pushed open Duan Xinxin's room door only to find it empty. He opened the water vat and found no one inside either. At this point he began to panic, searching and calling out all over the house. Xiao Linger couldn't bear to watch any longer and sighed helplessly. Sister Xinxin moved to the study, and she won't be coming back until after the wedding. Hearing this, he stared at Xiao Linger and asked, Did you make Sister Xinxin angry? The little girl immediately flared up. Don't you dare blame me. Sister Xinxin said she wants to be separated from you for a while to enjoy her last half-month of single life. Chen Ping'an was left completely speechless. He couldn't accept this reason and wanted to find Xinxin to ask her clearly. Soon he arrived at the study and knocked on the door. Duan Xinxin, get out here, he yelled. I know you're in there. You have the guts to run away from home, but not the guts to open the door and face me. Seeing how noisy he was being, she came out and opened the door. All right, what are you shouting about? Is something wrong? Didn't Xiao Linger tell you? She said as she walked out. I want to be apart from you for this half month. I really can't accept this, so I wanted to come and ask you what's going on. Duan Shinshin was silent for a moment, then sighed. Let me be honest with you. This marriage is too rushed. I want to ask myself if I truly love you, and if I'll miss you after not seeing you for half a month. Hearing this, he was at a loss for words, not knowing what to do or say. He then turned to go back sadly, waving his hand. All right, what you said makes sense. I'll go back and think about it too. Remember to lock the door and keep the weapon I gave you with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Shinshin grabbed his hand, quickly pulled him over and planted a kiss on his cheek. She whispered in his ear, although I miss you a little right now, a word once spoken cannot be recalled. After her teasing, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Go on back, brother. Xiao Linger is home alone. Little did she know that he was still standing there foolishly, smiling like an idiot from the kiss. After Chen Ping'an left, her expression changed, becoming sorrowful. It turned out she was worried about the grand scheme of things for both of them. You fool, this karma is getting more and more chaotic. If I don't leave for a while, all the plans we've prepared for so long will fail. Suddenly, the system screen lit up. Seeing this, Duan Shinshin was taken aback. That's strange. Why would he suddenly appear here? On the screen was a white-haired man walking down the street. His appearance shocked her immensely. Duan Shinshin hurriedly raised her hand to perform a divination. She seemed to have figured something out and immediately became happy. So that's how it is. Is this also part of Brother Ping'an's plan? It seems my ability to divine the secrets of heaven is still far inferior to yours. The scene switched to the white-haired man who had stopped in front of a street stall. It turned out he was the wood spirit sword master. Ying Chenggen had come here to find the heaven-gazing venerable Zhu Haoxuan. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhu Haoxuan trembled and froze. In an instant the long-sealed memories were unlocked. He recovered his memory and replied with a happy smile, Long time no see, old Ying. Ying Chenggen also smiled in response. Long time no see. Zhu Haoxuan quickly packed up his stall and said, Let's go. It's time to see him. Soon there was a knock on the door of Chen Ping'an's house. He went to open it and saw that the person outside was Ba Shen Bao from the pharmacy. He said, 2 gentlemen came looking for you, Mr. Chen. But they didn't know the way and were just wandering in front of our clinic, so I brought them over. After speaking, he gave a nod to the 2 behind him, then bid farewell and returned to his clinic. Zhu Haoxuan suddenly whispered in Ying Chenggen's ear, You're just going to let him go like that? He immediately responded, Shen Bao's memories have not yet awakened. It is not yet time for him to enter the game. He bowed to Chen Ping'an. I am Ying Chenggen. I apologize for this presumptuous visit and hope Mr. Chen does not mind. He invited the 2 of them inside for tea. As soon as the 2 entered the door, a voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Divine artifacts, long time no see, everyone. The peach tree sister swayed her branches to welcome them. Wood spirit sword master, long time no see. The broom became excited. And the heaven-gazing venerable, it seems the time has come. The chicken next to them was trembling with fear. We're doomed. After the master's memories awaken, will he punish us? The goldfish happily consoled. Haha, the mistress will protect us, don't worry. Inside the house, as Chen Ping'an was serving tea to the 2 guests, a ray of light suddenly flew out from Ying Chenggen's body. Seeing this, the broom laughed gloatingly. Haha, the cleaver is out of luck this time. Even the chicken became smug. Is there going to be a good show now? A little girl appeared within the light. Hi, Cleaver, she called out. Brother, I missed you so much. The cleaver on the cutting board remained motionless and silent, causing the little girl to pout and say angrily, Brother Cleaver, are you really going to keep acting like this? I care about you so much and you won't even acknowledge me. Suddenly, the little girl got angry, biting the corner of her clothes and gritting her teeth. Some little rascal must have been sowing discord to make you so cold towards me. Just wait till I find it. I'll beat the crap out of it. She subconsciously glanced at a weapon nearby. She didn't seem to have seen it before. Could it be this one that did the bad deed? The little girl's words made the wooden sword tremble in fear. As the little girl picked up the wooden sword, the cleaver over here also vibrated. Then a green light flashed and the cleaver revealed its true form, crying out, Sister Wood Sword. The little girl shyly turned her head, happily tossing the wooden sword aside and running to the cleaver's side. Great, Brother Cleaver is finally talking to me. It's been so long, Brother Cleaver. Since we have the chance, why don't we have a fight? The cleaver said helplessly. The wood spirit sword master is only here for a cup of tea today. Next time, all right, I'll spar with you next time when I'm free, okay? The little girl was disappointed to hear this, but had to agree. Suddenly a voice came from outside the kitchen door. Thank you for the fine tea, Mr. Chen. We will take our leave now. Her expression immediately soured. The little girl had to run off, but not without turning back to remind the cleaver. We'll fight next time then, Brother Cleaver. You have to remember. The gold spirit immortal artifact appeared fearfully. Boss Cleaver, who on earth was that young lady just now? How come even you're afraid of her? The cleaver sighed in annoyance. You try it. There's someone who clearly can't beat you but insists on fighting you anyway. When she loses, she just wails and cries, and when she cries, everyone looks at me with blaming eyes. Tell me, wouldn't you be scared? The gold spirit finally understood. That does sound terrifying. Suddenly, the cleaver laughed mockingly. Ah, I forgot you're a piece of trash. You'd never have this kind of problem. Hearing this, the gold spirit was utterly devastated. Completely disappointed in itself, suddenly the cleaver added conceitedly, As expected, no one can understand the troubles of a powerhouse like me. At this moment the kitchen door opened and Chen Ping'an's voice called for the gold spirit. The cleaver quickly transformed back into a knife stuck in the cutting board, leaving the gold spirit to grieve alone. Chen Ping'an was puzzled and asked, "Little Goldie, what's wrong with you? Get up, we have to go to the immortal realm." The gold spirit, though heartbroken, said resiliently, "It's nothing, master, don't worry. I was just hating my own weakness." And so the group headed towards the gate of the immortal realm. Chen Ping'an, carrying Brother Cleaver, muttered as he walked, "I need to make a quick trip to the immortal treasure pavilion." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Wait, Brother Zhao Xian." Chen Ping'an turned around and saw that it was Chief Zhao. "What's wrong?" "Brother Chief, what can I do for you?" He immediately bowed with sincere cupped hands. "It's like this. After some thought, I finally understood yesterday's events. I really shouldn't have gotten angry and insisted on competing with you." Hearing this, he laughed magnanimously. "It's all right, I've always been very generous. Since Brother Chief has admitted his mistake, I will naturally forgive you." Although he said this, what Chen Ping'an was actually thinking was different. "If I wasn't afraid of being accused of harming my own kin, I would have killed you long ago. You think you'd still be standing here?" After listening, Chief Zhao tightened his grip on the fan in his hand, suppressing his emotions to praise him. Brother Zhao Xian is truly magnanimous. Forcing himself, he immediately extended a hand, wanting to shake hands with Chen Ping'an and make peace. He stopped in his tracks, looking at his hand. This kid wouldn't have coated his hand with poison, would he? The system suddenly popped up with a notification. The system will be responsible for protecting the host's safety. Only then did he feel relieved and shook hands enthusiastically, saying, "Of course, there are no more grudges between us, all right?" After the handshake, Chen Ping'an left with Brother Zhao, unaware that Zhao Buzhou was smiling sinisterly behind him. Just then, Chen Ping'an was strolling down the street when the system suddenly issued an alarm, making him turn pale with shock. Suddenly, a sharp pain swept through his body, and the system quickly reminded him, "Warning, a mysterious curse has suddenly appeared on the host's body. Your cultivation is being devoured by it. The system can immediately replenish your cultivation." But Chen Ping'an, in pain, leaned against the wall and told the system not to fully replenish his cultivation just yet. "Don't fill it up yet. Just maintain this state and replenish it slowly to lure him into the trap." The system immediately complied. He leaned against the wall, panting. If he guessed correctly, Zhao Buzhou had been harmed by this very kind of curse technique, causing his realm to regress. To easily destroy such a genius with a curse, the caster himself would surely have to pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an revealed a cunning smile. "Since he likes using such despicable and dirty tricks, I'll make sure he gets a taste of his own medicine." On the other side, Zhao Buzhou was cultivating in a formation circle when he suddenly seemed to be hit by something and immediately suffered internal injuries, vomiting blood. His hair also began to turn white. Just then, when he discovered that Zhao Xian still had cultivation left in his body, he roared in a frenzy. His act of sacrificing a full 1,000 years of his lifespan had become meaningless. He furiously clutched his hair, unable to understand. He was clearly at the immortal infant realm, and now he's regressed to the first layer of spirit severing. Yet it cost me 500 years of my lifespan. But it failed to finish him off. Chen Ping'an. Suddenly, an ancient book flew up emitting a purple aura. Suddenly, an aged voice came from the book. "Kid, don't you get it yet? That boy has a supreme treasure on him. You've been tricked." Zhao Buzhou was aghast. "What are you?" The ancient book let out a strange laugh. "Haha, I am the Pantheon Codex, the supreme treasure of the Pantheon Pavilion in the God Realm. You kid, you've learned so many secret techniques from me. Why are you suddenly scared now?" Zhao Buzhou's face turned pale with fear, his hands and feet trembling. He stammered and hurriedly replied, I didn't mean to steal the techniques." The ancient book laughed. "Haha, don't be afraid. The fact that you could learn them means it was fated. Besides, you just gave me your lifespan and awakened me, which I am very pleased with. I will help you with anything. Do you want to become the young master of the Pantheon Pavilion?" He looked up at the ancient book, utterly shocked to hear its words. He never expected this disaster to turn into a blessing, giving him the chance to become the young master of the Pantheon Pavilion, the most powerful force in the God Realm. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was sipping tea by the roadside. He also sensed that his cultivation was no longer declining. Looks like that kid Zhao Buzhou couldn't hold out any longer. He sipped his tea with a small smile as the system informed him that his cultivation had been fully restored. Seeing that his cultivation was full, he was about to get up and leave, when he saw a person who had just walked past. Chen Ping'an froze. The person's back looked so familiar. Chen Ping'an suddenly remembered that this person looked like Lu Shuai, the one he met during his first mission, but he wasn't sure if it was really him. He hastily placed spirit stones on the table to pay for the tea and then followed the person into a restaurant. He waited for a chance to go up and ask if it was him. As he followed the person into the restaurant and was about to approach, someone called out, "Young Master Zhao Xian." His heart skipped a beat and he turned around. "Young Master, your grace at the discipleship ceremony yesterday was truly admirable. I was wondering if we could have a meal together." Chen Ping'an felt awkward and made up an excuse, saying he had another engagement today but would be happy to have a good meal with the gentleman another day. After speaking, he hurried upstairs. He looked around but didn't see the person. He only saw the companions he was with nearby, figuring he must have temporarily left for some reason. So Chen Ping'an sat down at a nearby table to wait. Suddenly the woman with them said, "Is this Lu Shuai even a man?" Hearing that the person was also named Lu Shuai, he wondered how he could have come to the immortal realm. Could he be an immortal too, but hiding his identity? Chen Ping'an immediately dismissed this idea. Lu Shuai was from a family in the Zhanwu nation. His situation was different from Huang Zhengqin's. Perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter. On the other side, the man sitting with her sighed. He's an immortal emperor's disciple after all. He probably doesn't think he lacks company. You should be a bit more enthusiastic. Pester him a bit more, she retorted. So what if he's an immortal emperor's disciple? Aren't I an immortal venerable's disciple too? It turned out this woman was Lu Ruping, the second disciple of immortal venerable Baiyuan. Suddenly she looked around, turned to her companion, and whispered, "Could that Lu Shuai be into men? Why don't you give it a try, senior brother?" Although she whispered, Chen Ping'an still heard her. He couldn't help but chuckle and sprayed out a mouthful of tea. The commotion quickly caught the attention of Lu Ruping's senior brother. He left his table angrily and walked over. Then he shouted at Chen Ping'an, "How dare you eavesdrop on us?" Chen Ping'an quickly waved his hands and explained, No, you two have misunderstood. I just thought of something funny. I absolutely wasn't eavesdropping." As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the huge piece of immortal soulwood around Lu Ruping's neck, which was twice the size of the one he had. Lu Ruping noticed his gaze fixed on her chest and became furious. "You brat," she yelled, threatening to gouge out his eyes. Chen Ping'an's expression turned serious. "Since you're being so aggressive, don't blame me for what happens next." Just then, Lu Shuai walked over and asked, "Haven't you two ordered yet?" Lu Ruping's expression changed in an instant, and she greeted him warmly. "Weren't we just waiting for you, brother Lu?" At that moment, her senior brother warned Chen Ping'an, "Kid, you'd better watch your mouth and know your place. A disciple of immortal venerable Baiyuan is not someone you can afford to provoke." Seeing this, Lu Ruping, afraid that Chen Ping'an would spill the beans, tried to smooth things over. "Brother Lu, come and help me pick some dishes." But he couldn't help but call out, "Lu Shuai." Lu Shuai turned and recognized Chen Ping'an as Brother Long. "Brother Long, what are you doing in the immortal realm?" Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "I really didn't expect to run into you here." Lu Shuai also sighed. Yes, it's truly fate, but he thought to himself, "Senior is hiding his identity again. He must have some plan. I need to be careful with my words." Chen Ping'an asked curiously, "How did you get to the immortal realm too? And it seems you've become an immortal emperor's disciple." Lu Shuai showed a grateful expression and replied happily, "Speaking of which, I have you to thank, Brother Long. If you hadn't advised me to buy those 2 stones as a birthday gift, I wouldn't have been noticed by immortal Emperor Ladonglai and accepted as a disciple." After hearing this, he was stunned. He couldn't remember when he had ever advised him. What kind of stones could possibly catch an immortal emperor's eye? Putting the matter aside, he adopted the air of an expert and said, "It was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Since we've reunited in the immortal realm, it's not appropriate to keep using aliases. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Xian of the Zhao family." Lu Shuai immediately nodded in understanding, thinking to himself that this must be Senior's new alias. Witnessing this exchange, Lu Ruping whispered in her senior brother's ear, "It seems those two are quite close. That kid wouldn't tell Lu Shuai what we just said, would he?" Her senior brother said contemptuously. "I doubt he'd dare." He was very smug. "The mere Zhao family, even their patriarch has to bow and scrape when he sees me, let alone a young brat." While Lu Shuai was mentioning that Tian Shanshan and the others had also been taken as disciples by his master, he didn't notice that Chen Ping'an was keeping an eye on the two behind him. The corners of his mouth turned up. "Since you decided to bully others with your status first, don't blame me for collecting some interest." He gave a wicked smile. "By the way, Brother Lu, before you arrived, I had a little chat with these 2 friends. Do you want to know what we talked about?" Lu Shuai looked at the 2, who were now frozen stiff, and asked, "Was it something interesting?" The pair turned pale with fright. Lu Ruping's senior brother quickly pleaded, "Little brother, let's not talk about it. Let's just all get along." Lu Ruping, beside him, also lost her nerve and quickly chimed in, "Right, it was nothing important. There's no need to say anything, little brother." Lu Shuai's face darkened as he asked, "Everyone, what's going on here?" He thought to himself, "I really regret agreeing to Immortal Venerable Baiyuan's request to travel with these 2. Now they've definitely upset Senior." Chen Ping'an laughed heartily and didn't mention what they had said. He only said that he also had a pendant identical to the one on Lu Ruping's neck but had lost it. So he wanted to see if it was the same one. She leaned over confused and asked, "Senior brother, what's this kid up to? Is he trying to blackmail us?" He snorted in annoyance and told Lu Ruping to ignore him. "He just has some connection from the lower realm. Lu Shuai won't offend us for his sake." He then smiled smugly. "Besides, his opening line is extortion. Even if he reveals our plan, Lu Shuai will just think he's talking nonsense." Lu Ruping felt relieved after hearing this and happily praised her senior brother for his quick thinking. Just then, Lu Shuai looked at Chen Ping'an and thought, "He's a big shot. He wouldn't make a fuss over a necklace. He must be trying to teach these 2 a lesson, and this is my chance to impress him and get on his good side." Having figured this out, Lu Shuai turned and said coolly, "Since Brother Zhao has said so, Miss Lu, why don't you let him have a look?" She was stunned, not expecting him to side with that nobody. Lu Ruping couldn't contain her anger any longer and was about to go and beat up Chen Ping'an when her senior brother stopped her, telling her to quickly show him the necklace. She looked back at her senior brother confused. He looked at her and reminded her, "Don't forget the mission master gave us. Since Lu Shuai has spoken, we can't disrespect him." Lu Ruping had no choice but to angrily take the necklace off her neck. She threw it at Chen Ping'an in a huff. Chen Ping'an caught it gleefully. He pretended to examine the pendant carefully, then claimed it with delight. "That's right, this is the one I lost. Thank you, Miss Lu, for returning it to its rightful owner." Lu Shuai was also happy to hear this and chimed in, "It's a good thing to find a lost item. Congratulations, Brother Zhao." After getting the item, Chen Ping'an took his leave. "I won't stay any longer. Brother Lu, if you don't have a place to stay, you're welcome to stay at our Zhao family residence." Lu Shuai nodded gratefully and thanked him. He watched Chen Ping'an's departing figure, wondering what plan he had. Then he turned coldly to Lu Ruping and her brother and told them to find their own accommodations, as he was going to stay at the Zhao residence for a while. Lu Ruping turned around worriedly and asked, "Senior brother, what do we do?" He said unhappily. "We'll follow him. We'll stay at the Zhao family's place too." Soon the two arrived at the Zhao family mansion and were personally received by the family patriarch, Zhao Banchao. He was beaming with joy, smiling like a flower as he held Lu Shuai's hand and chatted warmly. "The presence of 3 distinguished guests truly brings honor to our humble Zhao family." Lu Shuai smiled politely. "Not at all. I hope the patriarch will forgive my presumptuous visit." Meanwhile, the siblings Lu Ruping and her brother stood behind with disdainful expressions, clearly looking down on such a minor family. Just then a voice came from outside the door. "Patriarch, I heard that our family has distinguished guests." Lu Ruping's senior brother turned to see the white-haired Zhao Bujo bowing with his hands clasped. "I am Zhao Bujo. I pay my respects to the 3 distinguished guests." Lu Ruping's senior brother said in surprise and delight. "This must be the esteemed disciple of immortal Venerable Dugu." Hearing this, Zhao Bujo could only give an awkward smile. "Oh no, although I was almost accepted as a disciple by immortal Venerable Dugu because of my immortal flame body, I was expelled from the sect yesterday. I dare not claim such a connection." After hearing this, he couldn't believe it. With an immortal flame body, how could immortal Venerable Dugu bear to expel him? Lu Ruping was also puzzled and asked him why he was expelled by immortal Venerable Dugu. Zhao Bujo sighed helplessly and explained that at the discipleship banquet his younger brother was injured by someone, so he wanted to duel that person. When the immortal Venerable saw this, he deemed him to have a poor temperament and expelled him, but he didn't mention that it was his own provocation that led to this outcome. Lu Ruping's senior brother gave her a mysterious smile. "Since currying favor with the immortal emperor's disciple is proving difficult, why don't we find a way to make up for our failure?" She immediately understood that her senior brother wanted to introduce Zhao Bujo to their master. Lu Ruping also agreed with this idea. Afterwards, her senior brother eagerly ran over and said enthusiastically to Zhao Bujo, telling him not to worry. "There's more than one immortal venerable in the immortal realm. I'd like to introduce you to our master, immortal venerable Baiyuan." Zhao Bujo was both surprised and delighted to hear this. "Thank you both of you," he said. At this time, in a room in Qingyuan town, Chen Ping'an was cultivating with the piece of immortal soul wood. It was floating above his head. He enveloped it with 5 multicolored strands of light, intending to filter its energy before slowly and indirectly absorbing it into his body. After finishing his cultivation, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, "This large piece of immortal soul wood is really useful. In just one night I've refined the 4th wisp. It's a pity I couldn't buy a new one at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, or I'd be even stronger now." Chen Ping'an said this as he got out of bed. He stretched and moved his body, thinking that he had more or less dealt with the recent matters in the immortal realm. "I won't go over there today." When he opened the door, the sight that greeted him left him astonished. A pair of small feet was hovering in the air, and there was a watermelon rind on the ground. It was little Linger, sitting on spiritual energy, holding a large slice of watermelon and munching on it with relish. The moment their eyes met, Chen Ping'an was dumbfounded, and little Linger was startled. She hastily hid the watermelon behind her back, not realizing that the juice around her mouth had already given her away. Chen Ping'an tilted his head and asked, "Little Linger, aren't you in the qi refining stage? Can a qi refiner float using only spiritual energy?" The little girl playfully tapped her head and said, "Oh brother, you mean this? Actually, I've recovered a bit of my memory. And then I found out I'm already at the nascent soul stage." Chen Ping'an pressed on. "Then how much do you remember? Do you remember your true identity?" Little Linger smiled shyly and replied, "I've only remembered this little bit." After speaking, she puffed out her chest proudly. "But I do remember that my dad is immortal Emperor Baishan." Hearing this, he fell into thought. If immortal Emperor Baishan was really little Linger's father, then she must be a powerful expert as well. Thinking of this, he frowned and guessed, could it be that her power and memories have been sealed? While Chen Ping'an was lost in thought, little Linger turned and asked Sister Peach, Sister Peach, have you all really decided to tell brother now? Sister Peach Tree spoke with her flowering branches. Go ahead and tell him. I've already asked the mistress and she has agreed. The goldfish in the pond heard this and had a bad feeling. Pleaded fearfully with little Linger. If you don't give the master a heads up, I'm afraid he'll fly into a rage from embarrassment when he regains his power and turn me into braised fish. Please give him a heads up first. Little Linger, I'm begging you, Little Linger said confidently. Leave it to me. Then she scurried over to Chen Ping'an and said, Oh right brother, there's something I have to tell you. He asked, puzzled, what it was. Little Linger feigned surprise and said, I suddenly realized that nothing in our courtyard is simple. It's obvious that every single thing contains immense power, but it seems like there's some kind of restriction preventing them from showing their true strength. Surprised, he asked, You can communicate with them. Did they say there was anything they couldn't reveal? Hearing his barrage of questions, Little Linger froze on the spot, not knowing how to answer. She had to put on an act, clutching her head to avoid answering Chen Ping'an's questions. Brother, please stop asking. My head starts spinning whenever I think about it. To make him believe her completely, the little girl squatted down and began to moan in discomfort. Chen Ping'an had no choice but to give up. He went over, helped Little Linger up and told her, Go back to your room and rest. Don't think about this anymore. As she reached her doorway, she suddenly turned back with a satisfied smile. I've done my part. The rest is up to you guys. Sister Peach thanked Little Linger with her branches. They would handle the rest themselves. After taking Little Linger back to her room, he thought to himself that she must have had a reason for saying that. It seems the things the system rewarded me with are truly extraordinary. His gaze subconsciously fell on a chicken walking in the courtyard. He then grabbed its wings with both hands and picked it up. The chicken flapped its wings in panic, cursing its bad luck internally. Why did the master have to pick me? Seeing Chen Ping'an walk into the kitchen, it could only struggle feebly. He immediately pressed the chicken's head onto the cutting board, raised a cleaver and revealed a wicked smile. Little Linger is dizzy. I'll make her a bowl of chicken soup to help her recover. At this, the chicken was scared out of its wits, crying out in panic. It desperately called for help. Jiaopi, brother Jiaopi, we're brothers. You can't just stand by and watch me die. As soon as it spoke, the soul of Jiaopi appeared behind Chen Ping'an. It sighed helplessly. Sorry, brother chicken, I'm just a cleaver. Just then the cleaver swung down. The chicken closed its eyes, shed a tear and accepted its fate, silently cursing Sister Peach Tree for her terrible idea. Suddenly the cleaver stopped, just an inch away from turning it into soup. Chen Ping'an's voice rang out. We've come this far and you still won't beg for mercy. He was puzzled. Could it be just an ordinary rooster? It turned out Chen Ping'an was just testing it, but he had already scared the chicken half to death. After that, he let the chicken go. As he was wondering what other unusual things were in his home, Little Black peeked its head out from behind the water vat. Chen Ping'an's gaze immediately locked onto Little Black. Right, I couldn't get it out of Little Linger, but I can ask the Black Dragon. It must have noticed something unusual too. With that, he happily beckoned Little Black over. Come here, I have something to ask you. As it walked over, the fierce voices of the goldfish and Sister Peach reached Little Black's ears. As the little brother here, you'd better be sensible. You know what to say, don't you? Then the rooster's voice rang out too. Be like me and keep your mouth shut. Threatened by all the big shots, Little Black broke out in a cold sweat. After hearing the threats, Little Black quickly covered its eyes with its front paws, lay on the ground and trembled. Seeing that something was very wrong with Little Black, Chen Ping'an guessed it was being threatened. He immediately turned to look at the firebird perched on the peach tree, but he didn't know that it too had already been threatened by the big shots. It could only keep its head down, not daring to look at him. Seeing its reaction, he figured he wouldn't get anything out of it either. He clutched his head in frustration. Are they really determined not to tell me? Asking the goldfish probably won't work either. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that all these things were provided by the system. Why don't I just ask the system directly? He immediately started calling the system frantically. Get out here! Seeing him shouting, the system issued a notification to remind him. The host is advised to be mindful of his words and actions. He angrily cursed at the system. You gave me so many treasures, why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known about them, I wouldn't have had to live in constant fear all this time. The system retorted just as bluntly. That's right, I arranged many things for you. Most of the physical rewards issued previously were treasures. The Black Dragon and the others were also my doing. The system's tone calmed down and it added, but I hope the host will consider this. Can you guarantee that you can rely on external objects forever? If I had told you all this from the beginning, would you still have completed your mission seriously? Hearing this, he felt it made sense and scratched his face in embarrassment. You're right. True strength comes from within. I was a bit confused. Chen Ping'an broke into a relieved smile. It's not too late to find out now, although I have to play the role of Zhao Xian in this mission, and can't be too conspicuous. With these treasures for future missions, won't everything be a piece of cake? As he spoke, he couldn't stop grinning, imagining himself wearing the sovereign tyrant's crown, wielding the Jiaopi cleaver, with everyone kneeling at his feet in awe of his power. Suddenly the system's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on his face, shattering his beautiful daydream. There is one more thing to remind the host. It would be very dangerous for you to roam the outside world with these items. These treasures are only top-tier immortal artifacts. If you encounter a greedy person from the God realm, you might as well wait for death. Chen Ping'an gradually calmed down, then waved his hand complacently. How can there be so many people from the God realm in the immortal realm? Hearing his carelessness, the system added, the conditions for people from the God realm to descend to the lower realms are not strict. Ordinary people from the God realm might not dare to touch you, but with these top-tier treasures on you. Otherwise, there's no guarantee some powerful expert won't be tempted. Hearing the system's reasoning, Chen Ping'an analyzed the situation and realized it was true. Su Yi, for instance, could still descend to the mortal realm to see Xiao Linger even after ascending to the God realm. To extinguish any thoughts Chen Ping'an might have of using these treasures, the system added, besides, these top-tier immortal artifacts, including the Black Dragon, cannot unleash their full power right now. They can only protect you in critical moments, so please act with discretion. Host. Hearing this, he sighed with a hint of regret. It's fine. Being able to use them only in secluded places is still impressive. I'll go mess with Meng Fanyan later. Who told him to scare me by offering himself to me? Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's expression changed as he had a sharp realization. Since Xiao Linger is an immortal princess and everything in the courtyard is an immortal artifact, then doesn't that mean there's something up with the original owner of this courtyard, my fiancée Duan Xinxin? This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Duan Xinxin, who was controlling the system, hadn't expected her once foolish husband to suddenly become so sharp. This flustered Duan Xinxin, and she quickly tried to find something to occupy Chen Ping'an to keep his mind from wandering. Just then, the system displayed an image of two people from the God realm arriving in the immortal realm. Now, Duan Xinxin no longer needed to bother finding something for Chen Ping'an to do. On the bustling streets of the immortal realm, two people from the God realm were strolling about. One was a middle-aged man named Li Moxian, accompanied by his female disciple, Yin Xiaoyan. It turned out the master and disciple were out for a leisurely trip. After walking for a while, Li Moxian told his young disciple to go and have fun on her own, saying she didn't need to accompany him anymore. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoyan happily exclaimed, "Thank you, master," and scampered off to play. Li Moxian watched her retreating figure and thought to himself, although the ancestor said this girl, Xiaoyan, is blessed with profound fortune and can help me find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Could this remote immortal realm really be harboring any hidden experts? He glanced around with a look of disdain, wondering if Xiaoyan had come to the wrong place. But since he was already here, he could only sigh and decided to stay for a couple of days to see how things would unfold. Suddenly, he looked up, and the oppressive aura of a divine artifact in the distance caught his eye. Moreover, this aura was several times more powerful than the divine artifact the ancestor had mentioned. With that thought, Li Moxian used his spiritual energy to probe the source of the aura. Soon, the image of Chen Ping'an holding a teapot appeared in his mind's eye. He was utterly shocked, never expecting the aura to emanate from a mere teapot. While Li Moxian was deep in thought, he suddenly realized he had been discovered and hastily withdrew his spell. He was still shaken, feeling as if the man was glaring at him. In reality, however, Chen Ping'an hadn't noticed a thing. He was still blankly holding the teapot as he turned to Meng Fanyan and said, "The tea leaves aren't the best, but the flavor is unique. Have a taste." It turned out that after returning to the immortal realm, he had brought the teapot to test Meng Fanyan. After all, Meng Fanyan had seen divine artifacts before, so he poured him a cup of tea to try. When Meng Fanyan took the teacup, he was shaken to the core, marveling that it must be a treasure from the God realm. He too had sensed the aura of a divine artifact emanating from the teapot Chen Ping'an brought. He believed this was a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon him by Chen Ping'an. Thinking of this, he drank a mouthful of tea without hesitation. As the tea went down his throat, his pupils dilated. He soon felt his spiritual root had become much stronger. Chen Ping'an looked at the contemplative Meng Fanyan and smiled inwardly, feeling pleased. It seems this tea is helping him a lot, he thought. It's a shame I don't have a spiritual root, or I'd have become invincible long ago with all these treasures. At that moment, Meng Fanyan snapped out of his trance, stood up excitedly, and expressed his immense gratitude to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, saying it was just a minor opportunity and not to worry about it. Meng Fanyan suddenly remembered that Chen Ping'an needed immortal soul wood and was about to speak, when a knock came from the door. Chen Ping'an went to open the door and saw two strangers he didn't recognize. It was Li Moxian and his disciple who had sought him out. Chen Ping'an turned to ask Meng Fanyan if he knew them, only to see him trembling all over. He immediately guessed from Meng Fanyan's reaction that he didn't know the two visitors but seemed to be terrified of them. "Looks like this person is here for me." When Meng Fanyan saw that the man outside had an aura even more powerful than an immortal emperor, his face fell. He stood stunned for a few seconds, guessing the man must be from the God realm. He couldn't help but admire Chen Ping'an for associating with such powerful top-tier figures. At this moment, Chen Ping'an smiled and asked, "May I ask what brings you two here?" He spoke very politely, because anyone who could frighten Meng Fanyan, the disciple of an immortal venerable, must have a significant status. Li Moxian immediately bowed humbly and said, "Greetings, senior. This greatly confused Yin Shaoyan, who stood behind him. She thought, "This is the senior my master wanted me to meet, but from what I can see he's only at the soul division stage." Suddenly, when she saw the aura emanating from the teapot in Chen Ping'an's hand was even stronger than the ancestors, her pupils constricted. She immediately shed her earlier disdain, so frightened that she quickly lowered her head and shut her eyes, not daring to look directly at him. Because a divine artifact of this level has its own pride, and anyone capable of holding it must be an unparalleled expert. Meanwhile, Li Moxian explained his reason for visiting, which was indeed because of the aura emanating from the teapot. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an looked at the teapot in his hand, surprised that its aura could travel so far. He started to feel a bit scared, thinking he wouldn't dare to show it off so casually anymore. Deceived by the system into thinking everything at his home was an immortal artifact, he assumed that since this person was calling him senior, he was at most an immortal venerable. Chen Ping'an breathed a silent sigh of relief, glad that he hadn't attracted anyone from the god realm. Little did he know the man before him was in fact a 100% genuine resident of the god realm. He then asked with a smile where they were from. Li Moxian said they were from the Chinkin realm. After hearing this, Chen Ping'an still had no idea where that was. Never mind, if he didn't know it, he'd just pretend it didn't exist. Suddenly he exclaimed loudly, "Oh, so it's that little place." This remark left the master and disciple petrified on the spot. Realizing he might have let something slip, Chen Ping'an cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. He put on the air of a senior and commented, "The strength of you two is not bad, especially you." He looked at Li Moxian and advised him to cultivate diligently, saying he had a great future ahead of him. Upon hearing this, Li Moxian bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your acknowledgement, senior. This junior will certainly work hard." But then a look of worry and helplessness crossed Li Moxian's face as he told Chen Ping'an about some problems he was encountering in his cultivation, hoping for guidance. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an broke out in a cold sweat. He had never cultivated himself, so how could he possibly guide others? He quickly composed himself, thinking that since he was in a difficult position to back down from, he had no choice but to see it through. So he asked Li Moxian to describe the problem he was facing. Li Moxian then poured out his troubles truthfully. "It's like this, my bottleneck is like a sealed room. Every time I solve a new problem, everything eventually returns to the starting point." "May I ask, senior, why is this?" Chen Ping'an, deeply into his role, mimicked the mannerisms of a noble god venerable. He suddenly turned, went inside to pick up the teapot and said, "That's simple." Then he posed a question to Li Moxian. "Tell me, how do you untie a loop of rope that has no knot?" His question left Li Moxian bewildered. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he understood. To open the loop, you simply cut it with a sharp blade. Having figured it out, Li Moxian hastily thanked Chen Ping'an gratefully, and was about to perform a grand bow. But Chen Ping'an waved his hand and said, "It is a small matter not worth mentioning." Just as Chen Ping'an finished his business and was about to leave, he reached the door when a flash of red light blocked his path. The red light interwove to form an array that completely surrounded the house. At this moment, Li Moxian suddenly exclaimed, "This is the 10,000 Gods prison array." As soon as he spoke, a figure appeared within the array, laughing maniacally. "Haha, Li Moxian, you always used to hide in the eternal sect and I couldn't do anything to you, but today you're dead meat." A panicked look appeared on Li Moxian's face. "Blood Buddha Cheng Yu, there's no grievance between us. Why are you trying to kill me?" Blood Buddha Cheng Yu sneered. "I follow the demonic path. I don't need a reason to kill." He stepped out of the array, looked at Li Moxian with contempt and said, "If you don't resist, I guarantee you a painless death." It turned out that Cheng Yu wanted to kill Li Moxian to seize his fortune and advance his own demonic cultivation to a higher level. Li Moxian fell into despair, not knowing how he had offended this madman. He also understood that his cultivation level was no match for him. He retreated, extending an arm to protect his disciple. Even if it means mutual destruction, Shaoyan is still so young. Chen Ping'an watched Li Moxian's retreating back and heard him say, "Senior, for the grace of your guidance, this junior shouldn't make any more requests, but my disciple is still young. I only ask that you protect her should I unfortunately perish." The young girl cried out her master's name in alarm. "In the next life I will repay this great kindness with utmost gratitude." Chen Ping'an thought to himself, "What a good master. Too bad I'm not a real expert and I don't know if the system has a teleportation function." A look of pity crossed his face. The system told him, "Master, no need to worry. This is just a small fry." After hearing this, his eyes lit up as if he had seen gold. He asked in surprise, only to hear a voice say, "Master, I am your kitchen knife. Just leave this little punk to me." He smiled faintly. "That's great. Tell the kitchen knife to act only when I give the signal." He walked forward and placed a hand on Li Moxian's shoulder. "Why so tense?" Li Moxian turned his head in surprise as he continued, "You should discipline your own disciple. A million more goons like this would be nothing." "Thank you, senior." Cheng Yu unleashed a skill, shouting, "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Still trying to bluff when you're at death's door, a massive fireball crackling with red lightning was swiftly hurled at Chen Ping'an. "Then just die." Chen Ping'an remained calm and composed, showing no intention of dodging, and called out the kitchen knife's name. The kitchen knife appeared at his call. He had intended to have it slash the opponent twice, but it merely swiped with a single finger and the fireball dissipated into thin air. Seeing this, the bald man was utterly shocked. Then the kitchen knife cleanly swung at his head. "Master, I don't actually like mutilating corpses. I had to disobey your order for a second strike." A very satisfied expression appeared on Chen Ping'an's face. "No problem, you did great, go back now." He was secretly delighted. This knife is a real actor, he thought. Looks like we're in the same line of work. Li Moxian and the young girl were quite frightened after witnessing the beheading. He reassured them, "Don't panic, just a basic operation." He felt refreshed and invigorated by his successful show of power. Scene changed to the God realm. An old monk heard his subordinates report, his expression alarmed. "What's going on? Could the God Emperor be fighting someone again?" the subordinate reported. "Ancestor, the God Emperor has not gone out recently." He pondered. "That's right, it wouldn't be easy even for the God Emperor to unleash such an attack." Just then, a token on his person suddenly shattered. The shattering of the life tablet made his heart clench with a sense of foreboding. Seeing the life tablet shatter means my disciple Cheng Yu is dead. He quickly performed a divination with his fingers, a look of astonishment on his face. "My disciple was killed by that blade's gleam." The old monk looked worriedly toward the mountain range from where the light had come. "That blade's gleam was so powerful, if I wanted to avenge my disciple I couldn't even take a single blow like that myself." But just a few seconds later, he calmly sat down. "Forget it. I can always get another disciple if one is gone, but I only have one life. Only a fool would seek death." Scene changed to the Eternal Sect's residence in the God Realm, a bustling place. In a certain city, a young man's voice rang out, "Ancestor, your disciple requests an audience." Hearing the voice, he said, "Moxian, come in." Li Moxian clasped his hands and greeted his master. Wang Chenglin said, "Judging by your aura, you seem to have broken through your bottleneck. What is so important that you would come to see me instead of consolidating your cultivation in seclusion?" Li Moxian said excitedly. "Naturally, it's something important. Master, in that minor immortal realm I encountered a heaven-sent opportunity," his master replied. "A mere immortal realm? Could it possibly be hiding an ancient God Emperor?" he asked his master. "Do you remember that blade's gleam that shook the God Realm not long ago?" "Of course I remember. Everyone in the God Realm is talking about who other than the God Emperor could unleash such a strike. Could it be that the immortal realm truly hides a God Emperor level expert?" Li Moxian casually waved his hand. "No, not God Emperor level, but even stronger than a God Emperor. It's a mighty being from a world above the God Realm, concealing his identity." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenglin was stunned for several seconds. "What? Impossible. People from that world are not so easily encountered." Li Moxian responded, "I knew you wouldn't believe me, Master. That's why before coming I made a special trip to see the immortal Emperor and also arranged for Shaoyan to participate in a secret realm that the senior will also be attending. When the time comes, you just need to meet the senior, and you will naturally have no more doubts." Hearing this, his master was somewhat convinced. "All right, then I'll go with you to take a look." Scene changed to Chen Ping'an's home where a rather old chest sat before him. Before the kitchen knife killed the monk, this treasure chest had appeared from the system. "I wonder what I'll get from this." He unlocked it with a joyful expression. He received a large bag of fertilizer that could rapidly grow fruits and vegetables, a disguise mask that could change one's appearance at will without needing to infuse spiritual energy, and the blood Buddha Cheng Yu's weapon, a vajra. He praised himself. "My luck is really not bad. Just the other day, Xiao Linger was complaining to me about not having enough fertilizer, and now we won't be short." Then he stared at the mask. "This mask must be for the next mission from the system. After all, finding a dead person with a similar appearance to impersonate every time is too much of a coincidence. As for this last item, the Vajra, that monk's cultivation was not low, so his weapon must have already gained sentience. What if it wants revenge?" He decided to exchange it. "It's safer to convert it into points." The staff, terrified, quickly said, "Wait, I surrender." The Vajra was being exchanged. The numbers ticking up rapidly, finally stopping at 1,060,532. His eyes lit up. "Great, with this I can buy 2 pieces of immortal soul wood directly. The secret realm is about to open, so I need to stay home and cultivate my soul for the next few days. I have to complete all the missions before the wedding." Scene changed to a ferry crossing where a flying vessel had already docked. The vessel was packed with people and thousands upon thousands disembarked. Witnessing this scene, he thought, "It seems this secret realm is being taken very seriously for so many people to show up." Zhao Buzu stared at him with a face full of hatred. Someone beside Zhao Buzu said, "That guy Zhao Xian has finally shown up." Another person said, "You're right, he's not worthy of being compared to you." Zhao Buzu gritted his teeth in anger. "You don't understand, I must defeat him fair and square once to overcome my inner demon." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, tightly gripping the fan in his hand. "After I defeat him, all those who once humiliated me will die." Suddenly, a flying vessel that seemed to have come from another dimension descended from the sky. The crowd below burst into an uproar. "It's the immortal Emperor's spirit vessel." After seeing the people standing on the vessel's railing, they grew even more agitated. "Heavens, there are immortal venerables too. They're up there. The pressure is immense." Wang Fu Zhengqian stood on high, his hands clasped behind his back, and announced the rules in a majestic voice. "This is a competitive secret realm. Flying is forbidden inside. The competition is divided into 3 stages: the gravity slope, the vicious beast hunt, and the rampant thorns. Those who are seriously injured will be automatically teleported out. The entrance to the secret realm is now officially open. As his voice fell, he shot a golden beam into the sky as the starting signal. The participants flew into the air one after another. Everyone enter in an orderly fashion. Gradually, all the participants had flown in and entered the space. Inside the secret realm, a vortex suddenly appeared in the azure sky. Upon entering the new space, they lost their sense of gravity and control over their bodies, and began to freefall from the sky. Fortunately, however, Chen Ping'an executed a movement technique in time and landed lightly. The others, however, fell to the ground with a series of thuds, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. He cautiously looked around, observing the space within the secret realm. While admiring the majestic scenery before him, he mused. The clan leader once said that on the gravity slope, the first stage of the secret realm, the gravity gets stronger the higher you go. Although I could use the power of heaven and earth to enhance my legs and dash straight to the top, it would be too embarrassing if I were crushed flat. I should probably adapt to it slowly first. Meanwhile, the others were already scrambling towards the mountain peak like marathon runners. Senior, a clear voice called out. He looked back curiously. What a coincidence, Senior, why aren't you running? The energetic Yin Shaoyan asked Chen Ping'an. He looked at her haughtily and said, The nearby scenery is quite nice. I'm admiring the view. The young girl's heart fluttered. And she replied, Then I'll admire the scenery with you, Senior. What does winning or losing matter? Of course you are more important, Senior. Outside the secret realm, a mirror was broadcasting everything happening inside to the people outside. The mirror showed Chen Ping'an leisurely strolling with an unfamiliar woman, sparking a wave of discussion among the crowd. That man looks like Zhao Xian from the Zhao family. I don't recognize the woman. The one running at the very front is Zhao Buzu from the Zhao family. Aboard the flying vessel, a portly man was laughing smugly. This is Bai Yuan, the 100 yuan immortal venerable. Zhao Buzu is indeed the talent I spotted. Even my 2 disciples can't keep up with him. He has already agreed to become my disciple after the secret realm ends. For this I have the 2 of you to thank for failing to recognize a pearl. Sitting opposite him, Wangfu Zhengqian and Chen Yichen exchanged a look as if they shared the same thought. Does this man really think he's found a great bargain? Wangfu Zhengqian shook his head in annoyance and sighed. No wonder the Zhao family dared to let Zhao Buzu appear before the senior. It turns out they were relying on the 100 yuan immortal venerable's backing. Beside him, Chen Yichen closed his eyes and frowned. This old man is so annoying. My cultivation has improved since I took on a disciple, so I should be able to beat him. I need to find an excuse to give him a thrashing. Ladonglai's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. That young lady from the God Realm is following the senior, which means that great figure from the God Realm must be here as well. He focused on observing the secret realm through the mirror, marveling inwardly. The senior's background is truly unfathomable to command such respect even from people of the God Realm. Ancestor Shui Hang watched and said to the person beside him, Is this the senior you were talking about? He doesn't seem very special. The person replied smugly, Ancestor, don't be too quick to judge. Hearing this, a worried look crossed his face. I think you may have been deceived. That blade's gleam might not have come from him. Suddenly he shot his head up because he saw a pair of feet moving so fast they were practically smoking appear in the mirror. It was Chen Ping'an who had effortlessly left the others far behind. Zhao Buzu suddenly felt a figure flit past him. It was none other than Chen Ping'an, and he was greatly astonished. His astonishment was mixed with rage, and he gritted out through clenched teeth, Damn you, Zhao Xian! Another figure gracefully swept past him. It was Yin Shaoyan. She too was striving to catch up to her master. It was so sudden that he dodged to the side in fright. The kicked-up dust made him cover his mouth with one hand and wave away the dirt with the other, looking quite comical. Watching the 2 of them shoot past like arrows, he grew even more furious. He immediately activated his technique. Damn it, he gathered spiritual energy in his feet, but suddenly his body froze and his face turned pale. Because his foot slipped and he fell to the ground with a loud thud, he was so angry that blood rushed to his head. He slammed his fist on the ground, his face filled with indignation and roared through the intense pain. The running Chen Ping'an glanced back and thought, It seems my speed isn't that fast even with 2 assists. He frowned. To complete the mission, I'll have to break the rules. With that, he quickly accelerated again. Boom, a loud explosion echoed. From the blast wave of the explosion, Chen Ping'an shot out coolly outside. Ancestor Shui Hang saw this and shot up from his seat, exclaiming, Those are Dao patterns. There's actually someone in this world who can control Dao patterns, the person next to him immediately said. I told you this senior was an unparalleled expert, he responded thoughtfully. Yes, an unparalleled expert indeed. But have you ever considered what someone who can hide their strength and lay low in this tiny immortal realm could possibly be after? Hearing this, the person next to him trembled and stammered, This, Ancestor, do you mean we should avoid him? Ancestor Shui Hang shook his head helplessly. The arrow is already on the bowstring. I'm afraid it's too late to back out now. He gently placed a hand on the person's shoulder. There, try to look on the bright side, he continued. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Being used as a pawn by this figure might just be our greatest opportunity. As Ancestor Shui Hang turned away, he stroked his beard and said, However, this person's every move is calculated. Before meeting you, he even predicted you would ask me to come and bear witness. I wonder what role I play in this grand game of his." Suddenly he let out a sharp hum and shot his gaze upwards. The person beside him quickly asked, "Ancestor, have you discovered something?" He ignored him, still lost in thought. "I think I sense the aura of that impostor." The person beside him also secretly sensed the aura of someone from the immortal realm. "What should we do? Should we release our aura to suppress them?" Seeing Ancestor Shui Heng remain silent, he could only stand by quietly. A moment later, Ancestor Shui Heng spoke. "This might be an opportunity for us. If we handle this well, the senior will see us in a new light." He looked up at the mirror and decided to observe for now. Through the mirror, everyone outside the scene could clearly see Chen Ping'an, who was turning his head to look in another direction. Chen Ping'an glanced back, his eyes filled with confusion, sensing a hint of foreboding. He looked back and saw Zhao Buzu and his daughter, the one who called him senior, accelerating to catch up to him. Zhao Buzu seemed to be running out of stamina, slowing down and falling some distance behind the girl. "Even so, I can't afford to be careless and wait for them to catch up." Watching their figures, he muttered to himself, "Looks like I need to pick up the pace. This is the second trial, the trial of vicious beasts." He pondered as he gazed at the horizon ahead. This trial was the habitat of vicious beasts known for their savagery and brutality, but Ping'an still held a sliver of hope that the demonic beasts here wouldn't be too terrifying. The words had barely left his mouth when a vicious beast lunged at him from behind a swirling mist. To his bad luck, it even had a pair of wings. It charged toward Chen Ping'an, opening its massive bloody maw to reveal sharp teeth. Its eyes glinted with an eerie red light. This beast might be fire elemental, as a shield of flames ignited around its body the moment it appeared. Despite this, Chen Ping'an was unfazed. He calmly gathered spiritual energy in his hand, channeling the power of wind, and then unleashed a technique. Buddha's palm, a massive fiery palm condensed from heat and wind power, shot straight toward the lion-like vicious beast. The beast took the hit, and was sent flying uncontrollably. It was no match for Ping'an's powerful strike. The destructive power of this move was immense. It not only killed the demonic beast but also flattened a large area of land. Host has slain a carnivorous demonic beast. Received drop fragments. The system had just finished updating when a notification sound rang out, rewarding him. I never expected the Buddha's palm to be this powerful when enhanced by the power of heaven and earth. He received a continuous stream of system prompts, finding it hard to believe how much the power of his technique had increased. He could hardly believe his eyes, let alone that he was the one who had done it. In his mind, the Buddha's palm should have only been able to severely injure the beast at most. He never thought it could kill it instantly. Chen Ping'an then revealed a meaningful smile. Perhaps he was thoroughly enjoying this newfound power, which is why he uttered those profound words. Wait a minute. He unleashed the Buddha's palm again, intending to wipe out the remaining pack of vicious beasts. Under his power, they were all slain within a few short seconds. Might as well take this chance to grind some monsters. People nearby heard the loud noise and rushed over to investigate, arriving just in time to see him casting his spell. They were all dumbfounded, filled with both shock and envy. What's going on? Is he fighting demonic beasts? Zhao Buzu had also arrived at his location. Like the commoner who had just spoken, he couldn't believe his eyes. This doesn't sound like a battle with demonic beasts. It sounds more like an expedition in a secret realm. Senior is truly amazing. The girl he had met before ran over, her eyes shining like stars as she praised him word by word. Seeing his impressive skills and the praise he was receiving, Zhao Buzu couldn't help but feel jealous. He said, "He's clearly only using the spiritual energy of the Soul Division realm, yet he can unleash attacks at the immortal venerable realm level. Damn that Zhao Xian. I told you long ago that this man has a secret treasure, but you wouldn't listen. The people from the Pavilion of the Gods are about to arrive. Let's see what you do then." It was unclear who was speaking, but Zhao Buju's growing fury and his next words seemed to foreshadow future complications. "That's right, you're right, I won't give him any chance to turn the tables." A blue vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a strange light that made the mortals look up in awe. The vortex grew larger, appearing to be the spatial gate for this trial. "It's almost time. The first person is about to come out," the crowd chattered excitedly, all eagerly anticipating which expert had completed the difficult task. "It's him," one of them shouted upon seeing a figure fly out of the spatial gate. "This guy is so strong he single-handedly dealt with all the demonic and corpse beasts in the second trial." Indeed, Chen Ping'an had completed the task, and returned safely to his original spot amidst the unexaggerated praise of the local populace. "Why is his cultivation level so low? I know about this. He used to be..." Before this person could finish, Chen Ping'an had already landed safely. Ping'an looked at Donglai walking toward him and thought, "Huang Zhangqian said the immortal emperor greatly admires me. If he calls me senior, my cover as Zhao Xian will be blown. I must solidify this identity quickly, just in case." He knew that revealing his identity now would be the worst possible move, so he came up with a plan. Junior Zhao Xian pays his respects to the immortal emperor. He was quick-witted, bowing to the ancestor of the myriad mechanism sect first. The senior wishes to hide his identity. He was startled by Chen Ping'an's sudden action but immediately understood his intention. "Very good, you are from the Zhao family." Since Chen Ping'an wanted to put on an act, Donglai played along. "Zhao Xian is the young lord of the Zhao family. someone added from a distance. I am very pleased with your strength. When we have time in the future we can spar. Le Donglai acted as if the previous scene hadn't happened, but his words of praise for Chen Ping'an came from a genuine appreciation of his talent. For now I should just go along with the senior's wishes. Donglai continued to play along with Chen Ping'an's act. Although he didn't know what he was planning, he believed the senior had a reason for everything he did. Seeing the ancestor of the Myriad Mechanism sect cooperate so tactfully, he was very satisfied, thinking smugly. I've already gained the Zhao family's recognition. The clan head called me young lord today, so this mission is finally complete. It turned out the one who had interjected was the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Benchao. He looked at Chen Ping'an with a proud expression, though it was unclear if he had other plans. Mission complete. Please proceed to the barren lands to claim your reward. Whenever he passed a trial, the system's voice would sound. After hearing this, he turned to thank Le Donglai. This was both to thank him for playing along with his act and as a basic courtesy. What's that in the sky? A commoner noticed the lightning and thunder in the sky and asked curiously. Mixed with the lightning was a power akin to electricity but far more sinister, silently descending upon the land and stirring the entire sky. The bolts of light intertwined, forming a portal from which a man emerged. The mortals were curious about the lightning and the grand entrance of the newcomer, but his aura also scared them out of their wits. The power gradually dissipated, revealing a tall, thin figure. Though no one knew who he was, they all exclaimed upon seeing him, "Someone from the God Realm. Why is a young master from a God Realm faction here?" Zhao Buzu also stared at the figure. Upon seeing his face, he involuntarily let out a cold sneer, then burst into loud laughter, drawing everyone's attention before speaking loudly. "I've waited so long, and you've finally arrived. I am the young master you're looking for. My name is Zhao Buzu. The secret tome has chosen its master. It seems there's no issue." The man looked at the person who had just spoken. Seeing Zhao Buzu's arrogant expression, he lowered his guard slightly. "This subordinate Diao Za pays his respects to the young master. Please return to the God Realm with me as soon as possible." Since he was the one chosen by the secret tome, he was naturally the master of this stranger. He knelt on one knee and introduced himself respectfully. "Returning to the God Realm can wait. I still have an enemy here. I won't leave until he's dealt with." His words were clearly referring to Chen Ping'an. An enemy. Hearing this, Diaoza's expression darkened and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "Young master, just point out who is so bold. Anyone who displeases you must die, even if they are an immortal emperor." His words were far too arrogant. Like master, like servant, to dare make such an arrogant boast in the mortal realm was truly eye-opening. The appearance of the stranger and his murderous words made even Le Donglai, the immortal emperor, a little nervous. "I want him dead," Zhao Buzu shouted, pointing at where Chen Ping'an stood on a high corridor as if wanting him to hear. "To him, the person who had just pointed at me is a thorn in his side. A failure now wants to kill me for revenge. Not a chance." Seeing this, Ancestor Donglai broke into a cold sweat. He wasn't worried about Chen Ping'an but for Zhao Buzu's safety, he thought. *HMPH, are there really people who are so eager to die? Huang Zhengqian and Chen Yichen also turned pale upon hearing the threat, pitying his fate. Weak yet loves to show off and so stubborn-mouthed. He deserves an early death. I wonder how the senior will react to this. He'll probably just find it laughable. The ancestor looked toward Chen Ping'an, thinking to himself, but also secretly praying for Zhao Buzu, hoping his own mouth wouldn't be the death of him. How did I actually run into someone from the God Realm? It's over, it's over. Can these high-grade immortal artifacts I have save me? Chen Ping'an, who had been stone-faced just a moment ago, now wore a completely different expression. He stood on high, so Zhao Buzu and Diao Za couldn't see his expression clearly. The other immortals could only see his back, so none of them knew that he was currently breaking out in a cold sweat, his face etched with terror. Chen Ping'an was terrified. If Diao Za's immortal energy was too strong, he would surely be defeated. Running away was impossible. Using the system to teleport was also risky. He feared being tracked, which would bring disaster to the mortal realm. He racked his brain, but no plan seemed viable. Ancestor Shui Heng saw him look in Donglai's direction and thought he was looking at him. He muttered to himself, "*The senior is looking at me." It seems everything is part of his plan. However, contrary to his thoughts, Chen Ping'an was at his wit's end and had no plan whatsoever. "Mo Xian, it's our turn to make an appearance," Ancestor Shui Heng said to the immortal beside him, his voice full of confidence. After hearing that his master wanted to kill the man above, Diao Za immediately gathered spiritual energy in his palm, forming an electric current. The power grew steadily, eventually condensing into a deadly little orb. "I am at the young master's service." A subordinate like him was truly a treasure. The moment he heard his master wanted someone killed, he immediately gathered his power for battle, and even offered a few flattering words. He then tossed the electric orb into the air. The orb radiated a dazzling light. Like a small sun, he seemed to be planning to kick that energy ball in this direction. On the other side, Chen Ping'an saw this and was so frightened that he took a few steps back, his face turning extremely pale. "Elder Diao is so impressive," the system prompt sounded. What did that mean? Diao Za's attack was getting closer to Chen Ping'an's position. It seemed he really intended to kill him. trying to kill someone for no reason. The pavilion of the gods dares to act this way and still calls itself righteous. Ancestor Shui Heng had said it was their turn to appear, and indeed he and Mo Xian had moved in front of Chen Ping'an, blocking the fatal blow for him. Ancestor Shui Heng, what are you doing here? This man from the pavilion of the gods named Diao Za seemed to recognize Ancestor Shui Heng, his face filled with astonishment upon seeing him. Senior, please rest assured. The ancestor will handle this small matter properly. Mo Xian turned around to reassure Chen Ping'an, who appeared panicked from being targeted. Seeing that he was still alive, Chen Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I can't believe the lie I told earlier actually saved my life. Since the senior arranged for me to appear here. Asterisk and called himself Zhao Xian before, he must not want to reveal his identity in front of so many people. This was Ancestor Shui Heng's thought. He continued to call Chen Ping'an Senior cautiously. Why I am here is none of your business. The ancestor was imposing. Seeing Diao Za's surprise at his presence, his expression filled with even more disgust and contempt. But the arrogant behavior of your pavilion of the gods is truly despicable, indeed. Bullying the weak just because you're from the pavilion of the gods is nothing to be proud of. He said this because he had already decided to protect Chen Ping'an, so it was best not to expose the senior's identity right now. Killing a mere lower realm person would have pleased the young master, but with Ancestor Eternal suddenly meddling, this will be difficult to resolve. Diao Za was carefully weighing his options. He couldn't fail to fulfill his master's wish, but insisting on killing someone protected by the ancestor right in front of him would be suicide. Young master, Ancestor Shui Heng is a top-tier expert in the god realm. It's best we avoid a direct confrontation and return to the god realm for now. In the end, he decided to retreat and did his best to persuade Zhao Buzu, whose face was red with anger. He can't stay here forever. This subordinate can kill him next time. Diao Za planned to deal with Chen Ping'an later, so Zhao Buzu would probably back down this time. What you say makes sense. We'll let him live a few more days. Although he was furious, if they acted rashly now, they would be the ones to suffer. Thank you for your understanding, young master. After coming to an agreement with Zhao Buzu, Diao Za turned to Ancestor Shui Heng and said respectfully, "It was my inappropriate behavior. I shouldn't have tried to kill an innocent person. I will take the young master back to the god realm now." After speaking, Diao Za drew a circle in the air which instantly transformed into a spatial gate. But it was Ancestor Shui Heng who stopped Diao Za. He didn't seem to want to let him and the other man leave so easily. Elder Diao nearly took young friend Zhao's life. Are you leaving without any compensation? Ancestor Shui Heng was using his power to intimidate him. It was no one's fault but Diao Za's for being so arrogant earlier. I was wondering why he was suddenly meddling. Turns out he's trying to extort me. This was Diao Za's inner thought. He had no respect for this senior, but he had to yield because he was afraid he couldn't win a fight. He said, "What might the ancestor desire?" "A 10,000-year-old divine source plus that pseudo-divine artifact you recently obtained in the god realm." Ancestor Shui Heng's demand was indeed excessive. Chen Ping'an hadn't been harmed in the slightest, just a little frightened. Yet he was demanding money and a treasure. No way, the eternal sect is going too far. This is daylight robbery. Diao Za threw caution to the wind and spoke his mind. "It seems Elder Diao wishes to exchange a few blows with me." As he said this, the ancestor had already channeled his power, ready to fight whenever the other party was. This senior's power was truly extraordinary. Just by gathering his spiritual energy, he made Diao Za and Zhao Buzu unsteady on their feet. Seeing that the man before him wasn't joking, Diao Za had to change his tune. "It was I who was insensible." Seeing this, Diao Za could only say, "Everything the ancestor wants is in this storage ring." Ancestor Shui Heng's hands were incredibly fast. The moment he saw Diao Za offer the spirit ring, he snatched it. After handing over the ring, he respectfully continued, "I beg the ancestor to let me go." The ancestor used his power to activate the ring, which floated in the air enveloped by his immense energy. The ancestor seemed to sense something from the treasure and blurted out, "And why is there no spiritual energy in this pseudo-divine artifact? It was like this when I got it." Diao Za answered fearfully when questioned. His words sounded genuine. As the frightened look on his face seemed natural, still fearing a trick, Ancestor Shui Heng tried to activate it. The artifact instantly transformed into an exquisitely crafted sharp blade. Perhaps its spiritual energy dissipated after being trapped in the secret realm for too long, Diao Za said, looking shifty. He seemed to be trying to avoid something. If that's the case, then forget it. Scram. In the end, he let Diao Za go. Upon hearing he was free, Diao Za quickly passed through the spatial gate and returned to the god realm. Zhao Buzu followed close behind. "Young friend Zhao, please accept this." After finishing his business, Ancestor Shui Heng turned back and handed the ring to Chen Ping'an, carefully telling him to keep it safe. Chen Ping'an didn't know why he was getting this, but since it was offered he accepted it, saying, "This thank you. It is merely the compensation you deserve, young friend." His expression was completely different from before. He spoke to Chen Ping'an with a beaming smile, but then glanced around to see if anyone was nearby. Chen Ping'an watched his actions, filled with confusion. "I would like to speak with you alone, young friend. I wonder if you have the time?" Just as I thought, he has something to say. That's why he's being so secretive. Chen Ping'an readily agreed. "Of course I have time." Diao Za and Zhao Buzu returned to the god realm. The moment they landed, Zhao Buju's fury could be felt. Damn that Zhao Xian, he got another good thing. He was enraged because not only had he failed to kill Ping An, but he had also lost a treasure to him. Diao Za understood his master's anger and tried his best to console him. Young master, there's no need to be angry. Even if he has it, he won't live to use it. What do you mean? Zhao Buzu asked, confused by Diao Za's words. What's so great about a pseudo-divine artifact? The pavilion master placed a restriction on it long ago. The spiritual energy is actually still inside. As long as we see the pavilion master, we'll definitely find a way to get the treasure back. So that was it. The fellow had handed over the divine ring so easily because he knew the inside story and believed Ping An lacked the spiritual energy to wield the treasure. They returned to the god realm. Before them was a scene that resembled the mortal realm, yet it contained immense power. Diao Za and Zhao Buzu entered a room and stood before a strange immortal. He greeted him with a respectful bow, and then reported what had happened. Upon hearing the report, the man flew into a rage and cursed. Even Ancestor Eternal is meddling in other people's business. This subordinate would never dare to speak falsely, Diao Za added to confirm the truth of his words. Why would Ancestor Eternal suddenly go to the immortal realm? Could that kid have something on him? It turned out the immortal sitting there was the pavilion master of the Pavilion of the Gods, Mo Huang. After hearing the account, he was less suspicious of the ancestor and more curious about Chen Ping'an. After pondering for a long time, he said, I will cast a spell to contact the artifact spirit. The pseudo-divine artifact must be retrieved as soon as possible. Mo Huang pointed into the void. Specks of light appeared, gathering more and more until they formed a magical projection. A person appeared in the projection, shouting anxiously, Pavilion Master, save me, I'm surrounded by a substance thousands of times more terrifying than a divine artifact. Mo Huang heard these words, but his expression remained unchanged as he continued to observe. He waited for the other to finish, filled with confusion. Diao Za at his side wore the same expression. What nonsense are you spouting? Before he could answer Mo Huang's question, the man felt a hand on his shoulder, and goosebumps instantly broke out all over his skin. A man appeared. First, only his cherry-colored hair and bronze skin could be seen. His face had not yet been revealed, but in the blink of an eye the man named Tai Dao had lifted the person Mo Huang was contacting off the ground and said mockingly, A piece of trash like you dares to dream of deceiving my master? I was wrong, I beg you, expert. Spare my life, I'll do anything you ask. Too late. Just 2 words, yet they brought a suffocating fear. Those emerald green eyes seemed to see through the soul of the person in his grasp, sharp yet captivating, making it impossible to look away. So the person Mo Huang had contacted was trembling because of Tai Dao. Now that he had been caught, his doom had arrived. He threw a punch at the person before him, who naturally fell in response. Mo Huang watched his subordinate being slaughtered so brutally, undoubtedly horrified. The hidden threat has been eliminated. I'll leave this dagger for the master to play with. The small dagger, which contained supreme magical power, quickly drew the attention of Tai Dao and all the onlookers. Mo Huang was so frightened his face turned deathly pale, a ghastly sight. Hey, I almost forgot. There's a little bug peeking in. Tai Dao was about to walk away, but he hadn't taken half a step before turning back and giving them a deadly smile. The magical projection was destroyed. This was also a warning to Mo Huang not to interfere in his business. It's over, it's over. We've provoked someone we shouldn't have. Judging by the cultivation level that expert revealed when he crushed the artifact spirit, he could probably wipe out the entire Pavilion of the Gods with a flick of his finger. They had thought Mo Huang would have a way to deal with Tai Dao, but that was just wishful thinking. After just one glare, he was already agitated, crouching on the ground with his head in his hands. Lost in a panic, Diao Za and Zhao Buzu were also grim-faced, exchanging a knowing glance. No matter what, we have to try something. Go and prepare to relocate the Pavilion of the Gods. Fearing that Tai Dao would come to cause trouble, Mo Huang ordered Diao Za to move the Pavilion of the Gods elsewhere. Saving their own lives was the priority. Zhao Xian couldn't possibly have this kind of power. The one in the limelight recently isn't Zhao Xian at all. Zhao Buzu gradually sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the scene before him, clicked his tongue and thought, but I've already offended this mighty figure. I'm afraid he'll come for revenge. It seems I can't stay in the Pavilion of the Gods any longer. Only now did Zhao Buzu begin to fear retaliation, but it was perhaps too late. Back in the immortal realm, the return of Chen Ping'an and the other immortals was imminent. They too created a spatial gate and traveled back, returning to the immortal realm. The situation earlier was special, and this one Wang failed to pay my respects to you, Senior. I hope Senior will not take offense. Ancestor Shui Heng and Le Donglai dropped their act and once again bowed respectfully to Chen Ping'an. This one Le thanks you, Senior, for your guidance and for instructing my unworthy disciple Guo Xian. Without your help, Senior, it would have been impossible for me to ascend to the position of Immortal Emperor. One must never forget the source of their blessings. All the immortals present remembered Chen Ping'an's kindness and thanked him sincerely. Did I even do any of that? But Chen Ping'an actually knew nothing about it. He just listened to what they said. Perhaps the immortal emperor thinks I put in a good word for him with Su Yi, and as for this old Wang, he was probably angered by Li Moxian. He thought to himself as he looked at the 2 experts before him, it was a small matter. You two don't need to take it to heart. Chen Ping'an had his own judgments but simply waved his hand on the surface indicating that it was nothing. But I really didn't expect that Li Moxian was from the God realm. And it's thanks to the treasure you provided, little brother, that I was able to make amends to the senior. Ancestor Shui Heng and Ladonglai chatted back and forth. Don't mention it, don't mention it. I'm just glad you found it acceptable, old brother. They were acting this way because they both believed the other was someone Chen Ping'an valued, so they had to maintain a good relationship. It seemed this old brother Wang wasn't a big shot in the God realm. Otherwise, why would he be on brotherly terms with someone from the immortal realm? No wonder Li Moxian was so terrified when he saw me holding a high-grade immortal artifact. Chen Ping'an only thought this way because he didn't know the full story. Once he investigated everyone's background, he would probably laugh at himself for underestimating them. To say something, he cleared his throat to get the two men's attention. By the way, you two have come at just the right time. The moment he spoke, he successfully drew their gazes. My wedding is in 3 days. If you two don't mind, why not bring your friends and family to join the celebration? He handed over 2 dark red invitation cards, thinking gleefully to himself, wouldn't it be prestigious to have people from the immortal emperor and the God realm attend my wedding? Thank you, senior. I will definitely be there. Holding the invitations, they were all beaming with joy, their eyes sparkling and their cheeks flushed. Then I shall await your arrival. With that, he bid them farewell and went back to prepare for his wedding. Night fell upon the mortal world and a bright moon hung high in the sky, cloaking everything in a cool, clear radiance. Chen Ping'an's home, neither too large nor too small, was located in a bustling little alley that had now fallen silent in slumber. No special reward this time, the system's voice rang out, breaking the heavy silence. Rewarding host with 2 major cultivation realms. Friendly reminder. The next mission has been unlocked and this one definitely has a special reward the host will like. As Ping'an meditated and practiced his magic, he had unexpectedly advanced 2 whole realms. My divine sense will surely improve greatly with this, the system continued. The cultivation process was exceptionally smooth. He noticed his magic had improved significantly, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. I can already control 10 threads. I wonder if my attack power can now reach the level of an immortal venerable? I'll have to find an excuse to spar with Huang Zhengqian in the future. Feeling the immense power in his hands, he mused to himself, smugly imagining that he would soon be able to match Huang Zhengqian. Right, system. The next mission stage is still in the immortal realm, correct? Don't ask. The answer is random. This system was truly cunning, not letting him ask too many questions nor giving him many answers, just leaving him to fend for himself. I hope it's still in the immortal realm. With the immortal emperor backing me, the missions will definitely be much easier. Chen Ping'an pressed his palms together, praying to the system, which put it under immense pressure. Just a moment ago it was proud of its own abilities, but now it was mostly relying on the power of various big shots. But that was all for later. He patted his cheeks to clear his head. There was something even more important than the mission, Chen Ping'an's imminent wedding. He told himself the most important thing right now was the wedding. He looked at the red wedding attire before him, feeling both joyful and incredibly anxious. He never expected to be getting married so soon. A few days later, the house was newly decorated with thousands of red ornaments. The festive atmosphere was no longer confined to the house but had spread throughout the entire neighborhood. With such a joyous occasion, who wouldn't be excited? From a room plastered with joy characters, the voices of a man and a woman could be heard, painting a picture of immense happiness for anyone listening. Xinxin, help me check if there's anything wrong with my clothes. Chen Ping'an and Duan Xinxin were carefully adjusting their attire. One couldn't be careless on such a momentous day. She gently straightened his collar and said there was nothing wrong. Xinxin's fair hands were also adorned with bright red nails matching the wedding's colors. You don't need to be so nervous. Our wedding is simple to begin with, nothing will go wrong. Duan Xinxin was simply too beautiful. Her fiery figure, alluring face and voice as gentle as wind chimes could lure one into a beautiful dream, a sound one would want to hear tinkling by their ear forever. Even so, it couldn't dispel Chen Ping'an's anxiety. He stammered, "But, no buts. Hurry out and greet the guests." She pushed him out of the dressing room, telling him to entertain the guests while she continued getting ready and would be out shortly. Strange, why isn't she nervous at all? He walked away, wondering why he was the only one who was nervous while the person who would officially become his wife after today was so relaxed. Xiao Linger looked at Xinxin and couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. On a normal day, she was already dreamlike and unrealistically beautiful, but today she was more captivating than ever. The color red seemed to accentuate Duan Xinxin's beauty even more. Mr. Chen, as he stood waiting for guests, he heard someone call his name. "Physician, is that you?" A well-dressed man approached him, his face beaming. "Congratulations on your wedding, Mr. Chen." A humble gift. He handed Ping'an a red envelope as a wedding gift, which he accepted politely, and they exchanged a few pleasantries. "I hope you don't mind, Mr. Chen. I brought 2 friends along to share in the joy." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Guangpu's face appeared, also wearing a brilliant smile. Upon seeing him, Chen Ping'an responded cheerfully, "I've had tea with you 2 before, so we can be considered friends. I should have invited you for the celebration anyway. Please come in." "Thank you, Mr. Chen." They had been standing at the door and their brief conversation with Chen Ping'an continued after they entered. "Didn't you prepare a special gift for old Chen? Why aren't you taking it out?" Lu Guangpu followed the physician inside, teasing him a bit, which made the physician wave his hand in embarrassment, denying it. Forget it. Really, back when my memories hadn't awakened. What were you thinking? What surprise could the gift that the physician prepared but then decided against have held? I actually thought old Chen was interested in me and was planning to give him an erotic art scroll to bend his orientation. It was a mystery what this physician was thinking, actually wanting to bend someone's sexual orientation. Who Ping'an loved or had feelings for was his own business. It wasn't a matter of whether he could be bent or not, he continued to joke. If Miss Duan found out, she'd definitely be unhappy. "I'd like to live a few more days, you know." "You two, quiet down," said the other companion. And they both burst out laughing. Well, on a joyous day like this, a little teasing probably won't hurt. Group after group of people came in. The wedding was truly filled with guests, but that was normal given his vast network. Looking at the group of people walking toward him, he felt there was something noteworthy about them. The pink-haired man at the front spoke. "Master," it was Tai Dao and his companions. He almost let something slip but quickly corrected himself. "You must be Chen Ping'an, right? We're from Duan Xinxin's family." "Xin, yes, I'm Chen Ping'an. Xinxin is inside, please come in." He didn't know this group of people, so he just went along with what they said. They were guests anyway, so the priority was to welcome them inside. "Senior," a familiar voice, a familiar form of address. Could it be them? Sure enough, it was Ancestor Shui Heng and Yu Dong. He exclaimed, "Oh my heavens!" And it wasn't just the two of them. They brought three others, Murong Shui, Murong Yunhai, and Murong Gong. He wondered curiously how this group of people came together. How did they even know each other? "Congratulations on your wedding, Senior." Murong Gong was all smiles, happy for Chen Ping'an's wedding. He replied casually, "Oh, you're all here. I was waiting here especially for you." Senior is truly amazing to have even predicted that we would all come together. He had no idea why Murong Gong, Ancestor Shui Heng, and Yu Dong held him in such high regard, thinking he could have predicted their joint arrival when he himself was surprised. "Come follow me, I've already arranged a special place for you all." As he led them to their seats, he thought to himself that since they were experts from the God realm, it was better to guide them personally. Many powerful experts must be attending Senior's wedding. We might even meet other people from the upper realms. This was the ancestor's thought after looking around. The reception area was spacious and elegant. More and more people came in, and the tables gradually filled up. Witnessing the scene before him, Ancestor Shui Heng was in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. He said, "It's true, Tai Dao's group drew his attention the most, as their mere breathing was enough to shock someone of his level. Every powerhouse here, from the physician to his companions, exuded an astonishing power that only immortals could sense. Even Lu Guangpu and the young woman with Tai Dao had an overwhelming spiritual aura. Turning to look at Tai Dao, the sense of pressure was even heavier. All this turned his earlier stammering into a blunt exclamation of awe. This is terrifying. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Chen Ping'an asked when he saw his astonished face and heard him clicking his tongue in amazement. But the ancestor, his face slightly pale, just shook his head vigorously. No, Senior, don't worry." Hearing that, he replied, relieved. "That's good." The ancestor watched the pink-haired man talk from a distance, but his thoughts were on Chen Ping'an. Could it be that he knew I once doubted him and deliberately let me see this scene? Senior once said I had a promising future. I wonder if one day I too can reach such a realm, he thought, looking at the people exuding powerful auras. "Restrain your auras a little. Be careful not to scare the juniors." It was the physician. He had also noticed how the auras these people were emitting terrified others. "This is indeed my fault." The person sitting next to him heard this, merely smiled nonchalantly, and took a sip of tea. "As compensation, I shall grant these young ones a fortunate opportunity." With that, he waved his hand in the air, creating a faint blue light. A few seconds later, it transformed into a small sun, terrifying the physician. He exclaimed, "That move of yours contains 1,000 years of cultivation. If those mortals eat a few meals here, they could probably become immortals by tomorrow." His words proved true at Murongong's table, where servants were serving appetizers. With delicious food before them, who wouldn't be tempted? Yet they didn't pick up their chopsticks, just chatted among themselves. "How am I being generous? Back when old Chen helped me improve my guidance technique." The man with the spiritual aura continued his conversation with Lu Guangpu and the physician. "Didn't you guess I would use it here today?" His words made the two look at each other in confusion. All right, enough nonsense. He wasn't here to show off his strength at a wedding, so he quickly changed the subject. "Let's drink." They were the type to empty their cups as soon as they were filled, so they cheerfully raised their glasses. Indeed, it was always a joyous occasion when drinking buddies gathered. The other two responded in kind. "Let's drink, have a safe journey, everyone." All banquets must come to an end, and the guests gradually departed. Chen Ping'an and Duan Xinxin saw them off at the door. When most had left, she turned and asked him, "So, how was the wedding today?" "My face is stiff from smiling," he groaned, rubbing his cheeks. It had certainly been a happy day, but an exhausting one. "Don't worry if your face is stiff," she said. What did she mean by that? "I just needed to not be stiff during our wedding night." So that was it. Duan Xinxin was such a little minx, alluring and so mischievous. His wife's words made Chen Ping'an blush to the tips of his ears. The two of them seemed to complement each other. If she was bold, he became shy. A white light shot up into the sky, seemingly a deliberate display of power from someone. Master was afraid I'd disturb Mr. Chen's wedding, so he wouldn't let me out. Now that the wedding is over, a girl's voice sounded. Tai Dao's group was chatting animatedly after the wedding. From a distance, the sound of hurried footsteps approached them. Brother Tai Dao, you have to fight me today. A petite girl stopped in front of Tai Dao's group, pointing directly at his face. Today is the master's joyous day. It's not a suitable time for fighting. Next time, I promise I'll fight you next time. This little girl seemed to be an acquaintance of Tai Dao. Seeing this tiny tot, small as a piece of candy, constantly clamoring to fight him, he tried to pacify her in a gentle tone. But the little one saw through his trick and refused to yield, saying, "No way, Brother Tai Dao, you always put me off like this. I won't be so easy to dismiss this time. The master's situation is special right now." He glanced sideways at the person next to him, explaining to the little girl with a very worried expression. The person he looked at was Rooster, who looked absolutely miserable. Who leaves a wedding looking like they've lost their entire grain supply? Rooster grabbed the hand of a girl in their group as if wanting to say something. "Didn't Miss Dao agree to go stargazing with me? We shouldn't go back and disturb the master's wedding night today. Why don't we go now?" He used Chen Ping'an's wedding night as an opportunity to lure her out on a private date. From a distance, Tai Dao watched the romantic scene unfold with a dark expression. "I don't want to deal with this troublemaker. Help me out this once and my private stash of fine wine is all yours to drink later." Oh, so it wasn't a date, they had other plans. Knowing this lady loved wine, he used it as a bargaining chip. Naturally, she agreed, saying, "Deal. Rooster and I are off to see the stars and the moon. You two take your time chatting." Leaving Tai Dao and the little girl behind, Miss Dao grabbed Rooster's hand and quickly ran off to see the stars. "I'm a bit drunk, my head is spinning. Just hang in there, I'll take you to the physician right away." That was the soap cube and teapot pair, also making excuses to each other and finding reasons to slip away. Before Tai Dao could even finish a sentence, most of them had already fled, leaving only him and this candy-like little girl. Watching their retreating figures, he sighed helplessly. "What kind of friends are these? I don't know these people." "Brother Tai Dao," the gentle voice felt incredibly heavy in his ears. "It seems the other brothers and sisters all think Brother Tai Dao should fight me." Hearing her say this, he inwardly cursed his companions. The loyalty he thought he had was with a bunch of disloyal bastards. In the end, not wanting to fight the little one, he made a decision. It seemed he had to use a few tricks. "Since it has come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. The reason I won't fight is mainly because I recently developed feelings for someone, and I don't want her to see my crazy, bloodthirsty side when I battle." What nonsense was he spouting? That's what the little one was thinking. Did this man really think he could fool a child with such words? But this little one actually bought it. Her expression changed drastically upon hearing his words. She anxiously said, "That's not right. Sister Dao Chu and Sister Teapot seem to already have someone they like. There are no other female weapons around you. That's because I've awakened to a new sexual orientation. Don't you think my little brother Jin Ling is actually very handsome? Talk about karma. Because his friends had abandoned him, he decided to drag them down with him, and Jin Ling was the scapegoat he chose. Although his strength is weak, the spirit he shows when he disregards his own life in the face of trouble makes my heart ache for him." How did this nonsense flow so smoothly from Tai Dao's mouth? His acting was a bit poor, but the little girl was young and naive, and she believed every word. "My brother," the little girl's steps were unsteady as she tried to say something. "My brother is actually the bottom out there. Heavens, this pair of siblings is truly interesting. One is willing to deal it out and the other is willing to take it," staging a bizarre and funny skit. What? Tai Dao asked in confusion. Hearing what the little one said, he had just claimed to have realized his own sexual orientation, yet he didn't know what top and bottom meant. "I absolutely disagree." The little one didn't want to explain it to him. Overcome with shock, she ran off elsewhere, forgetting all about the fight. What did she mean by that just now? Why don't I understand? That dumbfounded look on his face was truly unsightly. "Whatever, it's not important. At least she won't be pestering me for a while. Can't go home tonight. I'll go find someone to drink with." Saying this, he walked alone on the wide road, humming a tune as he went. Back with the newlyweds, Duan Shinshin began to probe. "The wedding night is short. Does my husband intend to sit in that chair all night?" She was already waiting on the bed, but Chen Ping'an sat motionless on the chair like a statue, not even looking at her. Hearing her question, he quickly said, "No, it's not that. I understand," she said, gradually approaching him. "So my husband likes to be passive. If you won't take the lead, then I will." "That's fine too. It's okay, I understand." She started to get close to Chen Ping'an, leaving him at a loss. "I am more than happy to take the initiative." Faced with such a beauty, how many men could maintain their composure, especially when she was so bold? Wasn't it all the more exciting? They kissed passionately, the scene not vulgar but breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Ping'an gradually got into the rhythm, becoming entwined with her. It would be a waste to do nothing on their wedding night. They used a sweet and ambiguous kiss as foreplay. After a while of intimacy, they separated, though seemingly reluctant to part. but even after the kiss she remained the one taking the lead, boldly taking his hand and leading him where she wanted. It's better on the bed. After all, it's more convenient for getting down to business. What man could resist such direct words? As nervous as Chen Ping'an had been all day, he was now even more so, his face flushed red and his back slick with sweat. The next day, they sat together under a blooming cherry blossom tree sipping tea. Brother, sister-in-law, when can I hold a little nephew or niece? Xiao Linger's words made him stop mid-sip. That depends on your brother's ability. Duan Xinxin was truly audacious. The moment the words left her mouth, Chen Ping'an, who was drinking tea, spat everything out. Children shouldn't ask about these things. He gently reminded Linger to be more tactful, though it was really because he was too shy. You too, really. Don't say such things to Xiao Linger. Sitting opposite them, Xiao Linger watched them exchange glances and felt a pang of envy. I'm sorry, how about I make it up to you? Strange. What does the white congee in my bowl taste like? Dog food. Even a little girl knew the two in front of her were engaging in public displays of affection. But what could she do? They were blissfully happy. I've been feeling uneasy since last night. I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen. In a small wooden cabin, the Jinling immortal artifact felt a chill run down its spine, hugging its knees as it spoke to its dog. Brother Zhao, what could possibly happen? You have to consider the master before you hit the dog. Who would dare to bully you with Lord Tai Dao around? As Brother Zhao said, it was precisely because Tai Dao had used him as a shield yesterday that Jinling felt something was off today. You've been at home for half a month since the wedding. Chen Ping'an, oh Chen Ping'an, you can't keep indulging in this life of pleasure. It was the system warning him that it was time to do a mission. It's time to start the new mission. He also felt he had been resting for too long, so he clicked to start the mission. In an instant, the system had transported him to the mission location. After he left, a strange purple light flashed in the courtyard. It was Tai Dao's sister. What was she doing here? I finally found a good opportunity. Mr. Chen and Miss Duan aren't home and Brother Tai Dao went out with Mr. Chen. It was unclear what she was plotting, skulking around and muttering to herself like this. Who is Jinling? Get the hell out here. So it was because she heard her brother say he liked Jinling the other night that she had come looking for him today. Little Horn, the immortal sword standing nearby, noticed the stranger and watched with gossipy interest. That's me, my lord. What are your orders? The Jinling immortal artifact appeared, facing the little girl. But for all the politeness of this little fellow, the little girl was just as rude. So you're this little piece of scrap iron? You think you're worthy of being associated with Brother Tai Dao? The moment Jinling appeared, the little girl flew into a rage, glaring and intimidating him. Yes, you're right, my lord. Lord Tai Dao is handsome and powerful. It is indeed an honor. I don't deserve to be his little brother. All right, this little guy had also recognized who the girl was, which was why he was speaking this way. He thought to himself, so she's an admirer of Brother Tai Dao. As long as I praise Lord Tai Dao wildly, I should be fine. Lord Tai Dao, he wanted to praise him, but seeing the terrifying look on the little girl's face, Jinling shut his mouth. You dare to praise him? What was wrong with this girl? Had her fanaticism driven her mad? Over on the side, Sister Peachtree, having figured out what was happening, whispered to Rooster. If he hadn't praised him, Sister Wooden Sword would have at most threatened him a bit. Now well, you can't blame him. If we hadn't eavesdropped yesterday, who would have thought that fellow Tai Dao would use such a tactic to avoid a challenge? They sat on the roof observing everything, discussing it as if they were watching a play. Should we go help little Trash? Hearing Miss Dao say this, Rooster immediately replied, You want to provoke Sister Wooden Sword? Never mind. She thought about his words, felt a pang of fear, and shook her head in refusal. Don't worry. Although Sister Wooden Sword is belligerent, don't forget her origins. The last thing she wants to see is injury or death. He'll be fine, Rooster continued, reassuring Miss Dao. May the master protect little Trash. The two of them got along quite well, discussing and praying for heaven to protect little Trash together. How amusing. The scene shifted to a place called the Yuchi sect in the God Realm. It was quaint and antique with a unique palatial architectural style. A golden light shot directly into a room without alarming anyone or announcing its arrival. The system had brought him into a room here. Chen Ping'an wasn't sure how things would unfold. The concentration of threads here is so high. He looked around, sensing the air in every corner. Don't tell me this isn't the immortal realm, Chen Ping'an then thought, naturally taking a seat on one of the wooden chairs in a pre-arranged set. The role you need to play is Hao Wuji, the adopted son of the sect master of the 5th rank Yuchi sect. Due to his limited talent, he was stuck at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. He was known only for traveling, and unfortunately, he met with a fatal accident recently. Seeing his confusion, the system immediately appeared to answer. Looks like he was poisoned to death. Is this the person I'm supposed to play? He mused. Sizing up the person he had just laid on the floor who had been leaning against the chair moments before, the system continued its explanation. This time, the mission is to help the Yuchi sect become a 4th rank sect. He was about to inspect the person before him but was interrupted before he could. Sect Master, the person who came in this time, was also calling for the Sect Master. It seems they were calling for the character you're playing, Chen Ping'an said, turning around with a helpless expression. His face was a few shades paler from nervousness. When the servant saw him, his eyes widened and he stood there with his mouth agape, unsure who this person was. You scoundrel, what have you done to our sect master? The man was truly agitated and attacked without waiting for Chen Ping'an to say anything. Hey, would you believe me if I said I just got here? With the tip of a sword just a short distance away, Chen Ping'an seized the chance to explain. But the man clearly didn't believe him and charged forward, seemingly intending to cut him down while shouting, "Scoundrel, and how dare you insult my intelligence, taste my sword?" Seeing that he was about to be attacked, he instinctively retreated and raised his hands to block, squeezing his eyes shut as he thought his life was about to be taken. The old man was stunned when he saw him use magic to defend himself. But it was the old man who nearly lost his life. He was sent flying by a move Chen Ping'an had unleashed unintentionally. The giant palm formed by the Tathagata's divine palm truly kept Ping'an safe and sound. I never thought the Tathagata's divine palm would be so powerful after adding 10 threads of power, he thought to himself as he witnessed its might. Great Elder, how did you get sent flying out of the sect master's study? What happened? The servants asked incessantly in shock after seeing the old man blasted away. After what had just transpired, he thought it over and decided it was probably best to hide back in the mortal realm first and analyze the mission properly. Returning to the mortal realm, the main door of Chen Ping'an's house reappeared. Looks like you won't learn without a lesson. Moore and Jinling were still playfully fighting, but they weren't exactly having fun, with one shouting, "I beg for mercy, my lord." Suddenly, the little girl stopped fighting and turned warily toward the door. "You just wait." Sensing someone's return, Moore left only these words behind before disappearing. Chen Ping'an was sent back by the system, but Moore had already slipped away before he arrived, so he was completely unaware of the little girl's presence. "Master." Hearing the call, he immediately turned his head. "Master, you're finally back." Jinling flew into his arms, weeping with a terrified look on its face. Ping'an had no idea who had bullied the child into such a state. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. "I'm fine, master. Can you bring out Tai Dao? I have something to tell it." Jinling said this to Ping'an because it felt this matter was definitely related to the great Tai Dao. "You can tell me anything. I can help you get justice." Seeing the child's aggrieved insistence on seeing Tai Dao, he tried to comfort it, but to no avail. With tears in its eyes, Jinling only wanted to see Tai Dao and didn't want to bother him, so it said, "It's nothing, master. Just some private matters." "All right then." The ring on his hand transformed into the blade god. "I won't meddle in your affairs." After Tai Dao appeared, he also left. "You two talk." Jinling stood before Tai Dao, waiting until he was far away before speaking. "My lord." Jinling called out to him, its tone sounding very serious. But the seriousness lasted less than 2 seconds before it burst into tears and questioned Tai Dao. "My lord, you must have said something to Lord Wooden Sword, didn't you? It seems little sister Wooden Sword has already come looking for you." "I didn't really say much. To find an excuse to get rid of her, I just said that I had just lost a fine prospect like you and had fallen for you. It's nothing." Well, what Tai Dao called nothing had caused a huge disaster for Jinling. "Don't be too scared. She'll give up after a while." Although he offered this comfort, Jinling knew just how terrifying the situation was. His words struck like a bolt from the blue, startling the little one. "Lord Tai Dao, what on earth did you say?" Jinling screamed loudly. Unable to bear it, Tai Dao covered his ears and argued, "Just endure it. Fighting her is good for you anyway." "No way, my lord. You have to help me find a solution or I'm going to die." Feeling he had gone a bit too far and caused the child so much distress, he agreed to handle it for Jinling. All right, I'll figure something out for you." In truth, the matter was easy to resolve. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, "You just have to hide in Master's ring and little sister Wooden Sword won't be able to do anything to you." That was easier said than done. Chen Ping'an was being all lovey-dovey with his wife. How could it just hide in there? Oh, these little guys had oversimplified things. Hearing Tai Dao's words, Jinling's eyes lit up. The immortal artifact said, "That's right, I'll go beg Master right now. Thank you, my lord, for helping me find a solution." After saying this, the little one also left to find its master. Little sister Wooden Sword has always been stubborn. "I'm afraid she won't give up so easily," Sister Peachtree said, looking at Tai Dao, but he simply replied, "Who knows?" The scene shifts back to the Weiqi sect in the Divine Realm to see how things have progressed. The sect master was poisoned to death. Although I saw the killer's face, my strength was insufficient, and he managed to escape. The elders were in a meeting discussing the man's death and also mentioning Ping'an. But the Weiqi sect cannot be without a leader for a single day. However, I am severely injured and cannot bear this great responsibility. I wonder if either of you two would be willing to take up the position?" The great elder had convened this meeting because he had been severely injured by Ping'an earlier and wanted to entrust the role to one of the other two. "HMPH, stop with the false sincerity. You're just afraid that if you become the sect master, you'll be targeted by that killer again." The second elder's evaluation of him was surprisingly venomous. "I'm not going on a suicide mission. You'd best put away those wicked thoughts." Upon hearing this, the great elder's eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the man. "Don't you dare slander me." As the two were arguing incessantly, another voice cut in. "There's no need for you two to argue. I have a very suitable candidate in mind." "Who?" they asked in unison. "The sect master's adopted son, Weiqi," the man said forcefully, clearly having planned this for a while. It was the third elder, and he couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. "Yes, it's only natural for a son to succeed his father, and it just so happens he's a good-for-nothing with low cultivation. This couldn't be more perfect. I'll go find him right now." And just like that, they found their scapegoat. All that was left was to find the person. Thank goodness for this mask. The system even provided He Weiqi's appearance, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to proceed with the mission. Chen Ping'an put on the mask given to him by the system. He was now the adopted son of the deceased sect master, but the threads of worldly power in the air here. Have I reached the divine realm? He looked at the air thick with magic and felt puzzled. Luckily I brought most of the high-grade immortal chi rewarded by the system. Otherwise I'd really be panicking. He said this while adjusting the Tai Dao ring on his hand, not noticing someone watching him from behind. He Weiqi. Hearing someone call his name, he immediately turned to look. Where is your communication token? I tried to contact you. Why didn't you respond? He didn't know who this person was, and being questioned like this, he was at a loss for how to answer. He could only respond blankly. I'm sorry. I don't think I know you. What was going on? How could Chen Ping'an be so lacking in adaptability? I don't think I know you. You don't know me, the second elder said, looking at him with suspicion. I was injured some time ago and lost a lot of my memories. I only remember my own name now. Oh, it seems Chen Ping'an wasn't so foolish after all. This excuse was all too plausible. But upon hearing this, the second elder secretly thought, amnesia isn't that perfect, he'll have no choice but to follow my arrangements. A calculating smile appeared on his face when he heard Chen Ping'an claim to have amnesia. Come with me. I'll tell you what you need to do. Unaware that these people had other plans for him, Chen Ping'an followed along. The scene shifts back to the Days Mo family, situated in an independent region shrouded in mist. Reporting to the pavilion master, the sect masters of the surrounding minor factions have basically all been replaced with our people. There was just a small accident with a minor sect called the Weiqi sect. We were unable to retrieve the sect master's body. It was Diao Cha reporting respectfully to the Mo family's sect master. Forget it, don't worry about them. We suffered heavy losses during this migration. Your mission is to lay low as much as possible and build up our power. It turned out the Weiqi sect was also connected to the Mo family. The death of the sect master there had little impact on the migration, so Mo Huang didn't care much. Yes, however, do we really need to go to such lengths? From what I can see, that kid hasn't even reached the immortal realm yet, he responded, seeing how cautiously his own sect master was acting. You didn't personally witness that powerhouse's aura in the mirror, so of course you don't understand, but whenever I think of that scene, he paused, his voice dropping several octaves, I shudder in fear as if my head is about to be lopped off. Mo Huang's face turned pale. It seemed he was terrified of Tai Dao. Back at the Weiqi sect, the second elder led him to meet the various elders. The sect master was poisoned by a villain, but the sect cannot be without a leader for a single day. It is only right for a son to succeed his father. He was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't heard anything about becoming the successor. The body I saw last time was the sect master's. I was thinking of relying on this adopted father of a sect master to influence the sect and raise my rank, but now I'm supposed to become the sect master myself. This unexpected move by the elders also brought him considerable trouble. No, my cultivation is low and my words carry no weight. He was about to continue, but suddenly realized that reacting too strongly would be inappropriate. He warned himself internally. No, I can't act too excited. I have to pretend for a bit. You don't need to worry about the sect's affairs, we'll handle them. However, before he could say more, the second elder spoke for him. Strange, they're so enthusiastic. Could this be a trap? Watching their reactions, he couldn't help but feel something was odd and speculated inwardly. Could it be that they're afraid of being poisoned if they become the sect master? But this is a good opportunity. It was unclear what Chen Ping'an would do, but it looked like he was prepared to play along with their act. He said, since that's the case, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse. In the Weiqi sect master's residence, you stay here and don't go anywhere. If anyone comes into the room to do anything, alert me. He spoke to a broom in the corner, which obediently replied, please don't forget me when you leave, master. Luckily, I feigned amnesia just now and managed to get some information. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known this was the divine realm. What bad luck. After settling everything, he began to recall the earlier scene and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought divine sources would be so precious. He gathered spiritual energy into his divine ring and said, even this low-grade divine source in my hand can attract people to obey. A faint light glowed, gradually growing larger by the second. The stuff inside the divine source, why does it look so much like the threads of worldly power? I wonder what would happen if I put 2 more in. What on earth was Chen Ping'an planning to do? 10 threads had already displayed such immense power. Adding 2 more would likely make it even more astonishing. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness in an illusion. He felt that the substance inside the divine source looked remarkably like the threads of worldly power. Why not add 2 more threads? He tried to act on his idea and, to his surprise, succeeded quickly. Ping'an happily held the divine source in his hand, and according to the method the elder mentioned for identifying the grade of a divine source, this one seems to have become a high-grade divine source. Haha, I've struck it rich this time. After celebrating by himself for a while, Ping'an left in high spirits. Perfect, I should hurry to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to broaden my horizons and buy some treasures to enhance my strength while I'm at it, in a city in the divine realm. The streets were brightly lit and bustling with people coming and going. He had already taken off the mask and was walking leisurely, thinking to himself, My own face is much more comfortable. Since no one recognizes this face, I can take out a high-grade divine source without affecting He Weiqi's identity. I'll wander around for a bit first, then go to the Chamber of Commerce. Hopefully I can buy something with an effect comparable to money soul wood. At the same time, Diao Cha happened to walk past him. His eyes widened as he sensed something unusual. Mo Huang asked, "What is it?" Diao Cha stammered. Pavilion Master, I think I just saw that senior." His expression immediately darkened. "What, the person you're talking about? Is he the master of the powerhouse who destroyed the weapon spirit in one move?" Both of their expressions were identical. Diao Cha was bolder and wanted to walk over to get a clearer look, but Mo Huang forbade him, telling him not to look back. "As long as he doesn't stop us, it means we're not part of his plans right now. Don't cause trouble, let's leave here quickly." Over here, Ping An also vaguely sensed something and froze. "I think I just ran into that guy who treats money like dirt and gave me a pile of treasures." He glanced back, but unfortunately they had already disappeared. He just dismissed it as his imagination. "Forget it, no more wandering. I'll just hurry to the Chamber of Commerce, buy my things and go home. It'll be troublesome if I run into any enemies." He walked straight toward the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. What he didn't expect was that Mo Huang's group had also teleported there. A man who seemed to hold some status there saw them and immediately shouted loudly, rushing over. "You brat, don't you know teleportation is forbidden inside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" Diao Cha retorted stubbornly. "Cut the crap and bring out your branch manager. My master has some business to discuss with him." "Such arrogance, who do you think you—" Before he could finish, Diao Cha had already channeled his power, causing the surrounding men to fall to the ground, clutching their heads and begging for mercy. A person rushed down the stairs, hastily kowtowed, and said loudly, "I was not aware of your excellency, the divine venerable's arrival, and failed to welcome you. The chamber's guards were blind. I hope your excellency will not hold it against them. May I know what you two require? I will do my utmost to assist." His name was Yang Jie, and he was the Divine King Realm branch manager of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Diao Cha's gaze was sharp, and a fur coat completely covered his mouth, but his voice came out steady. "We have some business we'd like to discuss with your Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." Yang Jie looked troubled. "Your Excellency should be aware that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is under the name of the Eternal Divine Emperor. There are many powerhouses in the chamber, so there are some business matters that I may not be able to." A bright light flashed behind them as another person teleported over. He frowned, looking very impatient. "Why is someone teleporting in again? Will this ever end?" It seemed to be a man. Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce turned their attention to this special individual who had openly violated the rules. This person was none other than our protagonist, Chen Ping'an. Yang Jie pointed at his face and shouted, "You brat, don't you know teleportation is forbidden inside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Guards, teach him a lesson." He was furious and wanted to strike Ping'an. It was strange. Mo Huang and his companion had done the same thing just moments ago, yet he had let them go and had even been reverent. A group of soldiers surrounded him. He held his head high, looking like a big shot. What part of Ping'an did he want them to break? The old man's real intention was to borrow a knife to kill someone. "If I can't handle a divine venerable, I can still handle a little brat at the tribulation transcendent stage, can't I?" Suddenly, the old man noticed that both Mo Huang and Diao Cha had knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves before Ping'an. They pleaded, "We shouldn't have tampered with the items we handed over. Please spare our lives, Senior. I am Mo Huang. I had absolutely no intention of prying into Senior's affairs. I hope Senior will be magnanimous. I am willing to be your beast of burden to atone for my sins." That Yang Jie was so terrified he was speechless, his face drained of all color. He couldn't utter a word, only knowing that he was in deep trouble. The old man hurriedly knelt, trembling along with them. "It was I who was blind to your greatness. Please spare my life, Senior." Chen Ping'an was a bit awkward, not knowing what was wrong with them. "What's going on? Did that Wang Chenglin say something else to trick them? But I never expected the Pavilion of Gods to tamper with the items I compensated them with." He suppressed his emotions, having long wanted to burst out laughing. It would be a huge loss not to seize this opportunity for another score. "I've already checked. The divine source is fine, so the problem must be with that dagger. That dagger is definitely not a pseudo-divine artifact." Seeing the three of them trembling respectfully, he said sternly, "Did you think you could hide tampering with a pseudo-divine artifact from me? I noticed it the moment you took it out. I'm not killing you only because you still have some use." Hearing this, Mo Huang and Diao Cha were overjoyed, weeping as they kowtowed repeatedly in thanks. "Thank you for sparing our lives, Senior. If Senior has any commands, we will do our utmost to obey." These two are really scared of me. It looks like I just need to scare them a little more to get a real pseudo-divine artifact. Seeing as you are sincerely repentant, I can give you another chance. I have a junior who is currently in need of a pseudo-divine artifact. I trust you know what to do." As soon as Mo Huang heard this, he immediately produced a magical artifact and offered it to Ping'an with both hands. "This is the last pseudo-divine artifact of the Pavilion of Gods, but it is its honor to be of service to Senior." A trace of reluctance still lingered in Mo Huang's heart. "Alas, my weapon that has fought alongside me for thousands of years, farewell." As soon as Chen Ping'an took the sword, he felt an incredibly fierce and impulsive energy. "They shouldn't dare to deceive me. This should be a real pseudo-divine artifact. But why is this sword trembling so violently? His true self emerged from within his body, and with a single glance at the sword it immediately fell silent. It stopped shaking. Witnessing this, Mo Huang became even more terrified. What terrifying power! Even his weapon is so fearsome. Just how strong is this senior? Was this the power the pavilion master witnessed? It's too terrifying. Ping An lowered his voice and said, "All of you rise. I didn't come here today for such trivial matters. I have other business." They arranged a magnificent room for Ping An where he sat comfortably to interrogate them. "Let me ask you, do you know of a sect called the Weiqi sect?" Yang Jie rushed to answer. "I do. This faction is a 5th-rank sect. Their strength isn't great, but they're decent." Diao Cha trembled all over. His heart filled with guilt. Could Senior have some connection to this sect? "I just sent someone to kill its sect master." Seeing the man's face turn pale, Ping An asked him directly. "And you?" he answered very bluntly. "In my opinion, this sect is very weak. It seems this pavilion of gods is quite powerful. That makes things easier. I can temporarily overlook your transgressions. But I have one condition. This Weiqi sect, I want it to grow at least to a 4th-rank sect. Can you do it?" Diao Cha was overjoyed. "Excellent. It seems Senior isn't going to pursue the matter." The three of them clasped their hands and accepted the order. "Please rest assured, Senior. We will do our utmost to handle this." "All right," he waved his sleeve, intending to leave. "Then you should go and resolve it quickly. I have other matters to attend to." Ping An was satisfied that his wish had been fulfilled. "Since I'm already pretending to be a senior, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask for heavenly treasures to enhance my strength. I'll ask later." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Huang said, "Since Senior has ordered us to resolve this quickly, I'll have to trouble President Yang to take us to the Weiqi sect. It is my duty. Please follow me." This place was very tranquil, with a peaceful landscape. A little girl was anxiously searching for someone. "Strange, where did that trashy sword go?" Sister Dao Dao appeared and said, "Hey little sister Wooden Sword, he doesn't live here." Wooden Sword ran over, tugged at her sleeve and whined, "Sister, you must know where Jinling is, right? Please tell me." She replied gently, "You don't need to be so persistent. It's impossible for Tai Dao to like Jinling." The little girl struggled. "I don't care, sister, please tell me." All right, I'll tell you. It's not like you can do anything to him anyway. Right now, Jinling and Tai Dao are in Master's ring, saying they need to hide from you." When Wooden Sword heard this, she was so angry it felt like the sky was falling. "What, brother Tai Dao is enjoying a private world for two with that little piece of trash Jinling?" Wooden Sword clutched her head. "No, I absolutely refuse their romance. I have to think of a way quickly." A flash of light seemed to go off in her mind. "That's right, I can do this." Wooden Sword flew away happily to find her young miss. "I need to report my plan to Miss Duan first." At this moment, in the mortal realm, Ping An had just stepped out of the traversal passage, whistling contentedly. "Next, that group from the Pavilion of Gods should go help the Weiqi sect. All I have to do is wait AFK for the mission to complete." Wooden Sword unexpectedly appeared behind him. She spoke, "Greetings, Senior." Ping An hadn't yet recognized who this little girl was. Wooden Sword thought to herself, "Miss Duan said that as long as I don't mention things I'm not supposed to, I can do whatever I want, so I just have to endure it and get Senior to hand over that useless Jinling." She said in a sweet, delicate voice, "I am a Wooden Sword and I am also Jinling's wife. I haven't seen Jinling for a long time, so I came especially to request an audience with Senior." Ping An was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He never expected little Jinling to have a wife. He took out the sword and patted it a few times. "Why is this kid so quiet?" Jinling shrieked. "Wait, Master." He sensed that Jinling seemed reluctant and unhappy about this, but Wooden Sword changed the subject. "Rest assured, Senior. Jinling and I are deeply in love. He definitely wants to see me, he's just being shy. Right, Jinling?" Deep down, it was a naked threat from her, causing Jinling to break out in a cold sweat and nod repeatedly in agreement. In the end, Jinling had to go with Wooden Sword. She said, "Jinling and I are going to catch up. We won't disturb you any longer, Senior." With that, the two small artifacts flew away, leaving Ping An to see them off from behind. It seems Jinling is really happy to see his wife, so happy he's about to cry. Is this guy a bit adorably dumb? He has no idea there are 1,000 daggers hidden behind that smile. Mu Jian used a spell to shove Jinling away. He flew out with a bang and slammed hard against a rock. Mu Jian said sternly, "I clearly warned you, yet you still dared to have a private world with brother Tai Dao. It seems I'll have to teach you a proper lesson." Disheveled Jinling begged for mercy. "Big Shot, please let me explain. There are many other big shots in the ring. It's not a private world at all." Mu Jian listened, stunned for a few seconds, then opened her palm preparing to cast a spell. Jinling knew his fate and could only force a smile. "Big Shot, there's really nothing between me and Big Shot Tai Dao." A blast of chi shot straight at him, its only mercy being to leave him with enough breath for his last words. With a boom, the pressure wave caused a bed of explosion that shook the entire sky. Still not satisfied, Mu Jian continued her assault. Sister Dao Dao sat on a tree branch watching. She thought to herself, "Sister Mu Jian is making too much of a scene. Tai Dao, doesn't your conscience hurt?" Leaning against the tree trunk, Tai Dao said with some difficulty, "Taking a few more hits from Sister Mu Jian will be good for him. This is his fortuitous encounter." Whether it was a fortuitous encounter or a death sentence, no one knew. Mu Jian stopped. Today is just a small lesson. If you don't change your ways, I'll be back for you." With that, Mu Jian disappeared over the horizon. Jinling, the immortal Qi, sat up clutching his neck. Even in his agony, he didn't forget to curse, "Big shot Tai Dao. You've gotten me killed." A short while after their meeting, Jinling, the immortal Qi, had to drag his battered body to see his master. Ping An calmly let his mind wander. "Although I don't know how weapons get intimate, this little Jinling looks a bit drained." Gasping for breath, his voice as thin as a thread, Jinling said, "Master, next time my wife comes, I beg you, please don't hand me over." Ping An beamed and asked, "So you really were squeezed dry? If Jinling needs to replenish his body, what should he eat?" Hearing this, Jinling looked as if he'd been struck by lightning and cried out, "Master, what kind of nonsense are you thinking? My lifelong innocence is ruined." The next morning at the winged clan of the godly realm, hurried footsteps and urgent shouts were heard. "Where are the people of the winged clan?" A group of old men who looked like the elders of the winged clan opened the door and greeted them very politely. "We were unaware of your excellency's arrival and failed to welcome you from afar." Mo Huang got straight to the point. "No need for such formalities. I, Mo, have come today with a matter to discuss with the winged clan." The patriarch of the winged clan bowed. "Please instruct us, your excellency." "I don't deserve such deference, little brother. Might you invite us inside to talk in detail?" Of course. Everyone please come in." "President Yang Jie, all of you are so busy yet have taken the time to come. Has our winged clan done something wrong?" Yang Jie replied with a smile. "Elder, what are you saying? I dare not speculate on what the two excellencies wish to do, but I, Yang, have come this time merely to offer the winged clan a discount. In the future, everyone from the winged clan will receive a 30% discount when shopping at the Myriad Treasures Guild." After hearing this, the elder couldn't believe his ears. He suddenly slapped the person next to him hard across the face. His companion's face turned red and swollen. "Ouch, that hurts. Am I not dreaming?" It turned out he had done it on purpose to see if he was dreaming. The scene fell silent. In the meeting hall, the elder calmed down and asked the reason for their visit. "May I ask what instructions your excellency has for us this time?" Mo Huang sat high in his chair and said leisurely, "It's nothing much, really. We just wish to become the protectors of the winged clan and are willing to send experts to help you all instruct your disciples." The people from the winged clan all turned pale, struck dumb with shock. Mo Huang asked again, "So are the elders willing?" The great elder trembled like a child and said, "Oh, of course we're willing. It's just that the winged clan feels unworthy of such an honor. We are truly apprehensive, and besides, our clan leader has just passed away." Mo Huang waved a hand, cutting him off. "Ha, there's no need to be apprehensive. Our gifts are simply because a certain senior has taken a liking to your winged clan. Please, accept them with peace of mind. As for the matter of the clan leader, we are only here to assist the winged clan. We couldn't care less who your clan leader is." He stared with wide eyes. This was a God-sent boon. If he could become the clan leader, he would surely gain enormous benefits. A single thought occurred to three of them simultaneously. Heralding another battle for the position of clan leader, an old man approached Mo Huang. "After all, Black Wing's cultivation is still shallow. He is surely not capable of leading the winged clan. Why don't we all take this opportunity to select a new clan leader?" His two other colleagues were displeased, feeling looked down upon. They challenged him. "Enough talk, let's settle this in the arena." This was clearly a battle to seize power. After a fierce fight among the three, only the shrewd and cunning old man was left standing steadily in the arena. He declared with passion, "Since you two are less skilled, this old man will take over the position of clan leader." The chubby, scheming old man and the long-haired old man both fell to the ground, utterly defeated. "Next, as long as I get the clan leader's token from Black Wing, I can rightfully become the leader of the winged clan." The sun peeked out from over the eaves of Chen Ping An's house. He was leisurely reading a book when an urgent message suddenly came from the godly ring. He opened the message and saw a series of urgent pleas from the great elder. "Something has happened in the clan. Return at once, no delays. Hurry." Ping An had been made the clan leader Black Wing only because the great elder had forced the token on him. Unaware of how tense the situation was, he wondered about all the sudden messages. He naively believed the old man's words and prepared to return. "It seems there's really an emergency. It's better if I go back and check." As soon as he closed his book, Ping An teleported away. The moment he set foot in the winged clan, he saw a group of elders already waiting along with three rather familiar guests. He thought something good must have happened, remembering that these three had helped him a lot. Ping An clasped his hands in a salute. "May I ask why the great elder has summoned me so urgently?" The elder nodded and said, "This old man is now the clan leader of the winged clan. Hand over your clan leader token." Ping An was confused, speculating to himself, "What's going on? Weren't they insisting I be the clan leader before? Ah, I see. It seems they offered him so much that the great elder isn't even afraid of death anymore." Like an obedient puppy, he immediately took out the token and handed it to the old man. The great elder was a cautious man, and becoming the clan leader was the best possible outcome for him. Though he maintained a composed facade, he was inwardly ecstatic. "This works out perfectly. I wanted to take it easy anyway. Since someone is completing the mission for me, it makes no difference whether I'm the clan leader or not," the elder said smugly. "Good. Rest assured, this old man will definitely not treat you unfairly." Diao Joshin, though smart, was a bit indecisive. He whispered to his master, "Pavilion master, this kid looks a bit like the senior. Could he be the senior's descendant?" Should we stop him from giving up the clan leader position? Mo Huang dismissed his idea, though with some hesitation. I just tried to contact the spirit of the pseudo-divine artifact that was handed over. It told me this person is the senior. So this must be the senior's plan. We don't need to interfere. The two other elders saw them whispering like this and were very curious. Strange, how do these two powerful experts seem to know Blackwing? The great elder held the token up for all to see and said, "This old man has now officially become the clan leader of the Winged Clan." Of the other two, one feigned friendliness while the other showed a look of contempt. The old man was spraying spittle as he laughed like a madman. A few days later, a page boy entered the Winged Clan leader's room and was horrified. Seeing the man slumped in his chair with blood trickling from his mouth, he screamed in terror. "This is bad." He rushed out to get help and ran into a senior elder. "Great elder, no, I mean the clan leader, something has happened." The man was startled. He grabbed the servant to get a clear account. "What did you say? Say it again." I just went in to check and saw the clan leader sitting motionless in his chair with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth." He shoved the man aside, strode away quickly. Before he even reached the door, he smelled a strange fragrance. He saw the great elder, no, the clan leader's corpse sitting in the middle of the room, his eyes wide open in death. He reached out to check the old man's breath. There was nothing. He's really dead? News that the Winged Clan's new leader had died suddenly just days after taking office spread quickly. Like the previous clan leader, he had also died of poisoning. This culprit is despicable. To think that even with two godly venerables protecting our clan, we still couldn't fend him off. What are we going to do if this continues? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? I have already reported this to the two godly venerable protectors. But more than the elusive culprit, I'm worried that the new clan leader's death was tacitly approved or even orchestrated by the two godly venerables. The chubby old man's eyes widened. What are you trying to say? Don't you find it strange? Why would Blackwing hand over the clan leader token so easily? And I just noticed that those two powerful experts seem to know Blackwing. I suspect the great elder's death is related to Blackwing. At the God's Pavilion encampment, Mo Huang was stunned. What? The Winged Clan's leader is dead and one of our people killed him? What on earth happened? Diao Joshin said awkwardly. Although the senior's incarnation, Blackwing, became the clan leader, he was rarely in the clan, so the assassin never found an opportunity. It wasn't until the great elder became the clan leader and was active within the clan that the assassin decisively made a move. Mo Huang didn't understand what he was saying and asked again. We made a big show of allying with Blackwing. Didn't the assassin think to retreat? The mission was, after all, not exactly honorable. For the sake of secrecy, this subordinate secretly trained the assassin. The assassin only knows to follow orders and has no idea they're working for our God's Pavilion. This made Mo Huang even more confused. Then why didn't you cancel the order? He scratched his head. I forgot. Ha, Mo Huang said angrily. Incredible, one's a moron, the other's an idiot. You two are real geniuses. Pavilion Master, since it has come to this, should we prepare a gift and go apologize to the senior? Mo Huang sighed wearily. Thought for a moment and said, apologize? There's no need, we'll just pull our people back and pretend this never happened, Joshin said, puzzled. In that case, this must have been the senior's intention. Old Mo leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. The senior's intentions, I really can't figure them out. The senior is truly too difficult to understand. In Ping An's courtyard, he couldn't stop sneezing, all because they wouldn't stop talking about him. Pardon me, you're here for Jinling, right? Mu Jian had come again. Her purpose was simple, to have a meeting with her husband. Ping An, having forgotten Jinling's warning, handed him over to the goddess without a second thought. Mu Jian thanked him gently. Thank you, senior. I'll go catch up with Jinling now. For the unlucky Jinling, it was another dark day. Even more unlucky was having an irresponsible master like Ping An. He blushed and said, Jinling and his wife have such a good relationship, it's enviable. Han Xinshin walked in carrying bags big and small. Who is my husband envious of? You must be tired of me, aren't you? Seeing his wife, he was so happy he could have cried. My dear wife, what are you talking about? Who could possibly compare to you? Here, let me help you with those. Xiao Linger watched them from behind a large tree, frowning. The sun is already high in the sky. Aren't those two getting hot being so clingy? I'm a whole person squatting here, and it's like they don't even see me. Hey, don't you think so too? Brother Zhao didn't understand what she was saying and just kept his head down, eating. As a result, she lifted a spatula and asked, what do you think? It quickly pushed its food tray away and lowered its head in apology. I'm sorry, miss. I shouldn't have been so focused on eating that I didn't listen to you. Linger grew even more irritated and roared. See if I don't chop you up today. With that, she started chasing Brother Zhao to beat him. Cut to Mu Jian, who was even fiercer than Linger. She hit Jinling hard with a few more spells. Whose romance are you secretly envying? And you still dare have your little world for two with Brother Tai Dao in the storage ring? Jinling swallowed hard, terrified. I'm done for, I'm done for. Big shot Mu Jian seems furious. I'm dead for sure this time. Jinling closed his eyes, calculated for a moment, then shot to his feet and declared loudly, Big shot Mu Jian, the truth is, I'm in love with you, to be honest. You left a deep impression on me the very first time we met. Your grace, your power, they all captivated me. I'm just an ordinary immortal chi, and I never knew what love was, but after meeting you, my world has never been the same. Mu Jian, blushing crimson, told Jinling to shut up, but he kept on with his speech. These were lines he had prepared long ago. He chuckled to himself. Ha. As long as Big Shot Mu Jian believes I like her, I can prove there's nothing going on with Big Shot Tai Dao. I'm such a genius. Next step, double down and make Big Shot Mu Jian believe me, he began to sing. Big Shot Mu Jian, I think of you every moment of every day. I love you so much that it's like a sickness deep in my bones with no cure. Mu Jian seemed somewhat moved. She fell silent, her heart filled with doubt. This piece of trash actually likes me. Could I have wronged him? It's a bit over the top, but it sounds so sincere. Wait, what kind of weapon spirit would like a spirit who tortures them? He's being so dramatic, he must be lying. Her anger flared, and she blasted a move right in Jinling's face at point-blank range, sending him flying to the ends of the earth. Aya trying to trick Sister Mu Jian with that move again. That brat Jinling is really no good. Sister Dao Dao was still sitting next to a man. She said it as if it were true. You men lies come out the moment you open your mouths. By the way, my brain isn't that great either. You wouldn't lie to me like that Jinling fellow, would you? The man quickly soothed her. No, I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. When I say I like you, I'm definitely not lying. Dao Dao pouted coquettishly. HMPH, who asked you to like me? He had a flash of inspiration and thought. Asking me this under these circumstances, surely Peachtree wouldn't. He leaned close to her ear and asked. You're asking this, could it be that you want to hear me say I like you? Dao Dao shyly covered her face with her fan and said it wouldn't hurt to hear a few words. Then I'll say it. Miss Peachtree. He suddenly smelled the scent of a sacred phoenix drift past him, along with the sound of a sacred phoenix's cry for help. He shot to his feet. Oh no, my clan may have been found. They're crying out to me for help. He leapt up and went to request permission from the matriarch. Matriarch, my clan is in danger. Please allow me to return and save them. Shinshin was confused. Your master Zhang Lai already made arrangements. Logically this shouldn't be happening, he said with great conviction. Matriarch, I truly heard the cry for help from my bloodline. I can't be mistaken. Since you insist on going, I won't stop you, but once you expose yourself, not only will there be no way back, but we also won't be able to contact you, and I won't be able to help. Have you thought this through? He bowed to her with clasped hands. I know, but I cannot stand by and do nothing. Please grant me your permission, matriarch. Then he said softly to Dao Dao, as for the rest, if I have the chance to return, I will tell you the whole thing, miss. The sacred phoenix shot into the sky, leaving Sister Dao Dao standing there watching him go. She worried for him, but right now she didn't know how she could help. Peachtree stepped forward and knelt before Shinshin, pleading, please allow me to go back with him, matriarch. Duan Shin said, silly child. Sister Dao explained, although we've never said it directly, our hearts have always been connected. If I don't go with him today, I'm afraid I will regret it for the rest of my life. I hope the matriarch will grant my request. Shinshin could only agree helplessly. Go, be careful. Upon receiving the order, Peachtree immediately flew off. The matriarch sat there worried, her fingers tapping incessantly on her chair. Then she gave an order. Tai Dao, you follow them. If you get a chance, sever the karmic ties, then find a way to resolve the situation. He immediately replied, yes. Then he too followed after the first two. Duan Shin sat there holding her head in her hands, thinking, more and more things are spinning out of my control. I hope nothing bad happens. In the Chaos Realm, the sacred phoenix had just arrived, following the cry for help. He looked around and asked himself, the cry clearly came from here. After scanning the area and finding nothing, he suddenly realized, oh no, it's a trap. A burst of laughter suddenly came from behind him. Ha ha ha, it's too late to realize it now. Phoenix Saint, you've fallen into our trap. The speaker was a man with a full beard, looking neither old nor young. The man was holding a glowing stone that was continuously emitting a voice. Phoenix Saint, save us, he said with a smile. I didn't expect this stone could actually lure you here, the sacred phoenix said angrily. So what if I'm here? You think trash like you can stand in my way? The man laughed. Haha, on my own I certainly couldn't, but with this heaven imprisoning formation that might not be the case. He was holding a black and purple lotus platform in his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, the lotus platform dispersed, forming a massive formation that quickly enveloped the area around the phoenix. He said in astonishment, to activate this formation you must sacrifice the lives of beings from several realms. How could you be so insane? The guy continued. So what? It is their honor. The old fellow extended his palm and pressed down. The sacred phoenix, as if crushed by a great weight, immediately bent over. The old fellow added, you should worry about yourself first. Don't you phoenixes have nirvana and rebirth? Why are you so afraid of death? The young man, struggling to stand, said, you're only able to trap my divine soul because you're relying on the heaven imprisoning formation. You want to take me back simply to find my master's location. I won't let you get what you want. As he spoke, he erupted with soul power to resist. Sensing his intention, the villain said, you want to burn your phoenix blood to take me down with you, then have your soul scatter and commit suicide. He smiled and added, pity, but my master anticipated this long ago. With that, the guy snapped his fingers. This was a modified heaven imprisoning formation. The array began to deform violently. After a moment of silence, the guy continued, now let me show you what real pain is. The Phoenix Saint looked up. A blue light began to flash and a massive bolt of lightning struck him squarely. The blow made him scream in agony. As the lightning gradually faded, he slowly collapsed. The guy said smugly, "You've lost for sure this time." Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. "You dare touch my man, die you old lecher." It was Sister Dao. She blasted a single move straight at the formation. The sturdy formation shattered instantly, and the attack continued toward that bastard. He reacted quickly and dodged the attack, thinking just as the master said, a heaven-imprisoning formation is easier to break from the outside than from within. But the master had already anticipated that other divine artifacts or beasts might come along. Thinking this, he took out the blade in his hand. Sister Dao went forward to support the sacred phoenix, only to be stabbed from behind by a masked person with a sword. Caught by the surprise attack, she thought, "What? There's someone else here." The masked person thrust the sword deeper into her body, then yanked it out forcefully. Blood gushed from Peachtree's chest. Even in his weakened state, the sacred phoenix struggled to crawl toward her, crying out, Peachtree, how could you be so foolish, Peachtree?" She also struggled to get up and replied weakly, "I'm sorry, I don't regret it. It's just a pity I couldn't save you." The two drew closer, and Sister Dao's hand grasped the sacred phoenix's. She continued, "But at least we can die together." The two held hands and then closed their eyes tightly. Peachtree smiled blissfully. From her body, countless tree branches began to burst forth. The branches grew larger and larger, shooting up to the heavens and touching the formation. The bastard's face paled in shock. "This is bad, the two of them are risking it all together. The heaven-imprisoning formation can't hold." Saying this, he rushed toward the formation, attempting to stop them. High above, Tai Dao was watching silently. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "The opportunity has come." He immediately struck a single move to slit the throat, a sweep to the waist and a powerful kick to the leg. The guy was quickly taken down. The heaven-imprisoning formation was also retrieved. He walked over, reached out to the peach tree and helped her up. On the other side, the rooster also struggled to his feet and said, "Brother Dao, I freaking love you." Hearing this, Sister Dao flared up with jealousy and said, "No way, I forbid it." Brother Feng immediately laughed. "Haha, just kidding." Dao Tai cursed inwardly. "This shameless couple." Then he said aloud, "Enough nonsense. We need to leave now." A voice came from a nearby flash of light. "Leave? You'll stay right where you are." From the hole, the stranger unleashed a Tathagata's palm. The rooster noticed and said, "HMPH, the bastard is coming at us himself." Brother Dao immediately channeled his energy to block it. Just then, Shinshin's voice was heard nearby. "You shameless old geezer." She immediately struck back at the man. In a large mansion in the Chaos Realm, a figure exuding a powerful and majestic aura said angrily, "When the time comes, I'll make you pay me back double." Witnessing this, the old man sitting opposite him trembled in fear. Back in the mortal world, the three were brought back to Pingan's courtyard. Shinshin was helping the rooster lean on the peach tree, saying, "The rooster has turned into a little yellow bird. I'll go brew some medicine for you two. Rest and recover well. When your master returns, I'll ask him for a few drops of blood. It can help you recover faster." The chick and the peach tree answered in unison, "Thank you, mistress." As soon as she entered the house, the fish in the pond asked, "Are you guys okay?" The teapot cried, "You had us worried sick." The golden spirit immortal artifact also said happily, "Sub, it's so great that the big shots are back safely." The chick laughed and said, "It's fine, didn't I come back in one piece? Who could possibly?" Before he could finish, Sister Dao interrupted him. She said angrily, "If Dao Tai and I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be a roasted chicken by now. I was so badly injured this time. How are you going to compensate me?" Feng Sheng then asked, "Aged fine wine? This sister says it's not enough." He asked again, "Precious treasures?" But he was rejected again. The silly chicken continued bewilderedly, "A collection of the goldfish's embarrassing moments." The peach tree got angry and yelled, "You blockhead, can't you just say you'll offer yourself to me?" He finally understood. Blushing, he grabbed the peach tree in a hug and asked, "Are you serious?" The girl replied, "If you don't agree, then forget it." The rooster immediately answered, "I agree. I agree, of course I agree. When we've recovered, we'll transform into our human forms and ask Master to be our witness." The goldfish and the teapot couldn't stand watching this lovey-dovey scene and turned away. Both were thinking the same thing. What a shameless couple. The scene switches to Chen Pingan's hideout. At this moment, the protagonist emerged from another dimension, saying as he walked, "I can't believe the Grand Elder of the Wuchi sect is dead. Good thing I passed the position of sect master to him." He clutched his chest, breathing a sigh of relief and dispelling his fear. "Otherwise, I might have been the one who was poisoned this time." The protagonist paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. But in the past few days, that bunch of helpful folks from the immortal realm actually found some good immortal soul wood. As he spoke, Pingan took a crystal stone from his clothes. Holding it, he thought, "With the points I've saved up, my ability to control the power of heaven and earth is bound to have a breakthrough." Anxious, the protagonist sat down on the edge of the bed to ponder. "I need to see how many Daos I can control now." He began to close his eyes and visualize. 1 Dao, 2 Daos, 3 Daos, and then 4. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared before his eyes. It was 14 Daos. "I can't believe I can control up to 14 Daos." Proud of his achievement, Chen Pingan muttered to himself, "When I get back to the divine realm, I need to find a mountain range far from the Wuchi sect to test my power. It would be best if I could also see what level my abilities are at now." In another room, a hand suddenly reached in quietly from outside. Seeing this, Duan Shinshin, who was inside, spoke, "Husband." From the protagonist's perspective, he saw Shinshin's fair, beautiful legs and stroked his chin, thinking, "Hey, not bad at all." Seeing no reaction from the protagonist, Shinshin said, "There's a custom in my hometown. Dripping the blood of the bride and groom into this sachet and hanging it in the room can bring lasting peace and safety." Her face glowing, she offered the sachet to the protagonist. "I want to be with you forever, husband. Are you willing?" Chen Pinggan went along with her, nodding repeatedly. "Of course I'm willing." Without a second thought, the protagonist pricked his finger with a sharp needle and let a drop of blood fall into the sachet in Shinshin's hand. As soon as the protagonist's drops of blood fell, they formed a brilliant golden whirlwind that then gradually faded. Duan Shinshin watched intently. She smiled and said, "Thank you, husband. I'll go hang it up now." She held the sachet, cradling it preciously in her hands. The protagonist was a little surprised to see this, thinking to himself, isn't Shinshin going to prick her finger with me?" After finishing his business there, Pinggan went out for a walk. Suddenly a purple light descended from the sky. "Senior," the person revealed their true form and landed on the ground. He understood the situation at a glance and said with a smile, "Here to find the golden spirit again?" The wooden sword felt bitter but couldn't express it, so she could only nod and smile. The protagonist handed the sword to her again, and the wooden sword reached out to take it. "Thank you, senior." Over here, the wooden sword called out the golden spirit, cornered him, and said angrily, "I haven't settled the score with you for your nonsense last time. Today we'll get things straight." Faced with the wooden sword's ferocity, the golden spirit immortal artifact's face turned pale with fear. "My last confession didn't convince Boss Wooden Sword. I must not have been expressive enough." The little guy gritted his teeth and made up his mind, "This time I must act more like an admirer." With that thought, the golden spirit began to pour out sweet nothings. "Boss Wooden Sword, I've waited long enough. Come and torture me." The wooden sword was startled by these blunt words. What did you say?" The golden spirit pushed his luck and continued, "I said I like you, so I'll love it even if you torture me." He looked at her with sparkling eyes. "Boss Wooden Sword, come on, don't go easy on me just because I'm a delicate flower." The wooden sword regained her composure, her face darkening. She gathered energy in her hand and said, "How strange, but I'll hit you first and we can talk later." She clenched her fist, ready to fight. This time, the golden spirit was so scared by her that he froze on the spot. The moment she finished speaking, the wooden sword held back no longer, striking out with a force that seemed to make space itself explode. After that blow, a voice groaned from within the smoke. That hurts so much." A second later, the golden spirit immortal artifact immediately changed his tune. "But as soon as I think about how this was bestowed upon me by Boss Wooden Sword, I feel so happy." The wooden sword was startled to hear her name. What a tough nut to crack. He got up again and bowed to the wooden sword. The little guy said confidently, "Boss Wooden Sword, please continue to torture me." She didn't expect the golden spirit to be so resolute after being beaten like that. Leaving the wooden sword speechless, she began to move with heavy steps. The wooden sword fled with her tail between her legs. I have something to do, so I'll let you off for today." The little girl immediately turned into a streak of purple light and made a run for it. The golden spirit stood below, quite disappointed. Boss Wooden Sword, don't go." But then he cheered up again. "This is great. Not only does this clear up my ambiguous relationship with Boss Dao Tai, but it also makes Boss Wooden Sword give up on torturing me for fear of getting stuck with me." The golden spirit immortal artifact also transformed and flew away. "Oh yeah, time to go home and celebrate." Under a wide gatehouse, the golden spirit was showing off to Brother Zhao. "See, only I could come up with a method like this." Meanwhile, Dao Tai watched the two of them with his arms crossed. The peach tree beside him suddenly whispered, "Look at the terrible idea you gave him. See what you forced the little trash into. I don't think Sister Wooden Sword will be fooled so easily. Shouldn't you go and give him a heads up?" Faced with the peach tree's advice, Dao Tai was unmoved. "Forget it. Let him be happy for a while. If Sister Wooden Sword finds out she's been tricked, his good days will be over," the peach tree said speechlessly. "With a big brother like you, that little trash must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck." This view was firmly supported by the rooster. That's right, on a bright and sunny morning. Chen Pingdan was leisurely planning to go out. He said, "Shinshin, I'm heading out for a bit. I might be back late today." Despite his words, he had other plans in mind. "Today I have to find a distant mountain range to test my strength." Suddenly a shout from behind made him turn around. "Brother," it was Xiao Linger. The little girl ran over and clung to Pinggan's hand. "I want to go too. Can you take me out to play?" Afraid of his plan being exposed, Chen Pinggan made an excuse. "But I have important business to attend to." Despite this, Linger was determined to go. She kept whining and pleading, "Take me with you, please. I won't hold you back." It turned out that although this little girl was young, she had a secret plan. She thought, "Sister Shinshin told me that brother has been going to the Divine Realm recently. If I happen to run into my dad in the Divine Realm, I can take the opportunity to talk to him." Seeing Linger clinging to him relentlessly, Shinshin shook her head and sighed. "Husband, just take her with you. It gets pretty boring staying at home all the time anyway." Hearing Shinshin's words, Chen Pinggan felt a bit soft. "With all these treasures I have, there shouldn't be any danger." Finally, he gave in, not wanting to argue anymore. "All right, fine, but Xiao Linger, you have to be good." And the little girl who was allowed to go jumped for joy. "Okay." After speaking, Chen Pinggan proceeded to open a portal to another dimension. He led Linger through the gate. Observing their surroundings, Pinggan calculated, "This time I use some points to have the system teleport us to another location. I wonder how far it is from the Wuchi sect." Suddenly, a streak of purple light flashed by and two extremely powerful individuals interrupted his thoughts. The force was unexpectedly terrifying. Destroying a small section of the forest, ignoring his own safety, Pingan turned to ask his sister, "Xiao Linger, are you hurt anywhere?" Although Linger was scared and clung to his embrace, she still replied, "No, you don't have to worry about me." Suddenly, something caught his attention, an assassin with crimson eyes drawing his sword ready for battle. At that moment, a fierce battle was taking place above their heads. Overall, there was no significant difference in their strength. They were locked in a deadly fight, each sword strike creating a thin streak of light, both fighting swiftly with all their might. This angered Chen Pingan. *HMPH, these two shameless bastards. Dao Tai appeared and said to him angrily, "Master, do you need me to eliminate these two pieces of trash for you?" Pingan smiled confidently and said, "No need, leave it to me." As he spoke, he summoned an item and handed it to Xiao Linger. He reminded her softly, "Hold this and let it protect you. Brother is going to teach them a lesson for you." After saying that, he turned and flew toward the two who were locked in battle. Taking them by surprise, he immediately stretched out his hand and gathered his power. The energy transformed into a giant hand several times larger than a person. It shot straight toward them. Just as it was about to succeed, the two were sent flying. One of the guys holding a sword stood up and threatened, "Hey kid, you've got some nerve." This sentence enraged Chen Pingan. "Cut the crap, you scared my sister just now. I want you to go apologize to her immediately." The man's face was full of contempt. "Apologize, HMPH? Fine, you have her come over here. I'll apologize with this sword." The moment he finished speaking, he brandished his sword wildly, veins popping on his face. Chen Pingan was furious. "What did you say?" At the same time, his entire body was enveloped in energy. "Foolish and ignorant brat, daring to interrupt my duel, you'll pay for it with your life." One of them, who didn't know what was good for him, kept spouting provocations while the other watched with his arms crossed, apparently also angry that the duel had been delayed. At this moment, Pingan coldly stretched out his hand, preparing to attack. Still not going to listen? He used the same trick again, and the giant flaming hand reappeared. Punk stood motionless as if he had never seen anyone with such power. He only reacted when the hand was just a few centimeters from his cheek. No, however, it was too late. The hand engulfed him, smashing him into the ground. His opponent watched all this in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. The fellow probably couldn't believe his eyes. Pingan's move annihilated him, leaving no corpse behind, only a handprint on the ground and a pool of blood. Only then did Chen Pingan turn his gaze to the remaining person. "And you?" Hearing his voice, the person trembled in fear and didn't dare to answer. He frowned. "You want to kill me too?" "No, no, no, this junior would never dare." The guy was pale with fright, denying it vehemently. Hearing this, Chen Pingan decided to spare him. He turned and flew off. "HMPH, good thing you know your place. Follow me." The fool didn't dare to resist anymore and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." Just like that, the two flew off one after the other. After flying for a while, Pingan landed on the ground. Suddenly, the fool was startled. He had seen the broom that Xiao Linger was holding across her chest. The power emanating from this broom was countless times stronger than a divine artifact. Just how terrifying is this, senior? Seeing him standing there dumbstruck, Pingan shouted, "Get over here and apologize. What are you spacing out for?" Under Pingan's imposing aura, he immediately knelt and kowtowed forcefully. "I Wu was blind and failed to recognize greatness. I have offended you, miss. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me." Xiao Linger subconsciously tugged on his sleeve. The little girl whispered, "I'm fine, please let him go." Pingan went along with her. "All right, whatever you say." However, when he looked at the man, his face became terrifying. "Now get lost." Although his life was spared, the man named Wu was still filled with terror. "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life." Sob, sob. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, put his hands together, and kept his face lowered. He then teleported away. "I Wu will get lost now, farewell." Then he flew into the sky and vanished without a trace. Halfway through his flight, he stopped, panting. "Phew, that was terrifying. So terrifying. I can't believe I managed to escape with my life." Wu was stunned, saying in surprise, "My cultivation realm seems to have broken through to the peak of the God King realm." He said this while looking at the power emanating from his body. He jumped for joy. "This is great, it's a double blessing today. Not only is my enemy of 1,000 years dead, but my realm has also broken through. This is awesome, woohoo." But he quickly grew serious again. Asterisk, all these good things came from that senior. Could it be that he was giving me a fortuitous encounter? Meanwhile, in the divine realm, a crowd had gathered, creating a lively scene. The most eye-catching were two people. One held a sign while the other shouted, "Forming a party to hunt blue lightning tigers in the Demon Beast mountain range. Any brothers at the divine spirit realm want to join? Spoils will be split evenly." Unwilling to miss this opportunity, Chen Pingan immediately approached them. "Friend, my strength is at the peak of the divine spirit realm. Might I join you?" He said this as he walked forward, holding Xiao Linger's hand. Seeing him, the man was initially confused. "But you look like you're only at the tribulation passing stage. Besides, brother, you've brought your little sister along." "I'm afraid." Pingan immediately cut him off. "I'm using an item to hide my cultivation level. If I didn't have real strength, why would I even talk to you? To court death in the Demon Beast mountain range." Despite his words, he thought to himself, "Based on that palm strike I used earlier, my strength should be close to the peak of the divine spirit realm, right?" Then he looked at the little girl beside him. "As for my Xiao Linger, I'll take good care of her myself, so you won't have to worry, big brother." Despite this, the man was still skeptical and kept making excuses. The Demon Beast mountain range is no place for games. Suddenly another person walked up from behind him. A girl wrapped her arm around his neck and said loudly, "Wait up, you two, let us discuss this for a moment." Under the dazzling sun, the two of them began to talk. The girl spoke first. "Bro, can we take them with us, please?" The man scolded angrily. "Sis, don't be ridiculous. Although we can handle the blue lightning tiger, it would definitely be easier with another expert. That guy won't even show his true cultivation level. Who knows what kind of person he is? We're from the Wu family. Who would dare to harm us? Look how cute that little girl is. I really like her. Just bring them both along." The girl voiced her opinion persistently. Despite this, the man still hesitated. But she immediately cut him off. "Besides, that guy is pretty handsome. It's not a loss to have a chance to hook up with a pretty girl, right?" As she spoke, the girl blushed and giggled to herself. Also in the divine realm, but in a desolate, uninhabited place, in the end the siblings agreed to let Chen Pinggan and Xiao Linger join them. It seemed the girl was very happy. She walked ahead holding Linger's hand, leaving the two men to follow behind and protect them. Seeing the little girl so happy, Pinggan was secretly pleased. "Looks like I should bring Xiao Linger out to play once in a while." He suddenly remembered something and turned back to the brother. "Oh right, Brother Wu, I'm from out of town and don't know much about the Demon Beast mountain range. Could I trouble you to tell me about it?" The man hadn't expected to bring along someone who knew nothing about the trip. He was so shocked his soul nearly flew out of his body. "How is that possible? I can't accept this." Faced with Brother Wu's reaction, he was a bit baffled. Brother Wu, are you okay? What's wrong? Why do I get the feeling this brother is distracted?" he wondered to himself. Finally he had to give up. "Since Brother Wu has something on his mind and didn't hear me, I won't bother him." Pinggan whistled and led the way confidently. "If I don't ask you, I can just ask Miss Wu, you know." Seeing this, the brother immediately reacted. "What? Wait a minute." Brother Wu wore a fierce expression as if he wanted to eat Chen Pinggan alive. "I'm telling you, stay away from my sister, you hear me?" "HMPH. Brother Wu, what do you mean by that?" He had many more questions about that statement. Coughing, Brother Wu regained his dignity. "It's nothing, don't mind it. Getting back to the Demon Beast mountain range, you've come to the right person." He crossed his arms, putting on a knowledgeable air. "Our Wu family is one of the strongest families in this city. The Wu family's ancestor, Wu Dejin, is even a peak god king realm existence. When it comes to matters in this mountain range, no one knows more than our Wu family." As he spoke, Brother Wu pointed to the distant peaks. "Moreover, as far as I know, our Wu family's ancestor is going to challenge the ruler of the mountain range today, the twin-winged crimson lion deep within the mountains. Once he deals with the ruling demon beast here, this demon beast mountain range will be like our Wu family's backyard." "Ha!" At this point, the brother laughed smugly again. As they were talking, a shout suddenly interrupted them. "Hey, stop just standing there chatting, get over here, there are tracks of a blue lightning tiger here." Getting the signal, the two men ran over to check at the same time. "All right, I'm coming." Suddenly a huge bolt of lightning struck the ground. It was a blue lightning tiger. It seemed this was the target of the four of them. It was several times larger than a person and was walking toward them, causing all four to shrink back defensively. "We're in trouble. This is no ordinary blue lightning tiger. It has an extraordinary bloodline. We can't handle it," Brother Wu warned. Miss Wu also stepped forward. "Fellow Taoist Chen, take Xiao Linger and go quickly. We'll hold this beast off. We'll meet up outside the mountain range later." Chen Pinggan was reluctant, but everyone no longer hesitating. Miss Wu ordered, "No more talk. Go now. Ready, 3. Brother Wu signaled 1 at the same time. The siblings attacked the blue lightning tiger in unison. Sensing danger, the blue lightning tiger swiftly dodged Brother Wu's sharp attack. Miss Wu pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air. The battle seemed incredibly fierce. She leaped into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the beast, but unexpectedly it dodged, foiling her plan. Only then did the blue lightning tiger begin to attack. It raised a paw, crackling with powerful deadly lightning. Miss Wu, now panicking slightly, stared at it blankly. The man couldn't help but want to rush forward and pull her away. "Shaolan, get out of the way!" Over here, Chen Pinggan couldn't rest easy either. "It's the clash of blades," he thought to himself. But a bolt of lightning cut his thoughts short. That massive lightning bolt came from none other than the vicious blue thunder tiger. Suddenly, someone attacked the tiger. The blow so powerful it blasted its entire skeleton right out of it. The blue thunder tiger could no longer resist and collapsed with a deafening crash. As everyone stood stunned, wondering what had just happened, they saw Xiao Linger. A powerful aura emanated from her. As if she were the source of the energy that had just struck down the tiger. After felling the beast, the little girl was still smiling innocently. "Big Brother Wu, Big Sister Wu, is everyone okay?" Witnessing this, Big Brother Wu couldn't help but shudder. The power of that strike was simply too immense. "Xiao Linger, you're at the peak of the God Monarch realm." Hee, that's right. "And I'm about to break through to the God King realm," the little girl said shyly, turning to look at the fallen blue thunder tiger. Miss Wu felt a little inferior. "I'm only in the God Spirit realm." But she was immediately startled by her own thoughts. How could a good-for-nothing like me dare to hope for that? Sob. Chen Pingyan pointed at Dong Yuan, who was still comforting Xiao Lan, and sternly asked Xiao Linger, "Why did you never tell me your cultivation level was so high? How did you train?" Xiao Linger just smiled sheepishly and replied, "You never asked me." As for her training at this, Xiao Linger suddenly became flustered, as if she were trying hard to come up with the most plausible reason. Finally, she blurted out, "It's because I ate watermelon." Hearing this utterly ridiculous answer, a giant question mark popped into Chen Ping'an's mind. He then put his hands on his hips and questioned her with a look of pure disbelief. "Really? I don't believe you." Flushed with anger and embarrassment, Xiao Linger squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, "Of course it's true. Watermelons we grow in our courtyard contain more spiritual energy than divine medicine. I raised my cultivation by eating them." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an was somewhat convinced. He rested his chin on his hand and wondered, could the fertilizer provided by the system really be that amazing? After calming down, Linger continued, "Of course it might also be because my constitution is special. It might not have the same effect on others." Chen Ping'an just gave a perfunctory reply. "I see." However, another idea popped into his head. "Looks like I'll have to get Shinshin to eat more watermelon in the future. I'll give it a try whether it works or not. After all, the lifespan of mortals is just too short right now." Meanwhile, unable to bear the failure of their mission, Xiao Lan was still dejected. Dong Yuan was patiently comforting her. "Come on, try to look on the bright side." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out their names, and they both looked up reflexively. "Dong Yuan, Xiao Lan, the old ancestor is hunting an overlord in this mountain range, so all the demonic beasts are furious. What are you two doing here at such a dangerous time?" a white-haired elder asked in a worried tone as he walked over. Upon seeing the man, Dong Yuan and Xiao Lan exclaimed in unison, "Greetings, Patriarch." The man was none other than the Wu clan patriarch, Wu Longtao. Dong Yuan helped Xiao Lan up and then respectfully explained to the patriarch, "Xiao Lan needs materials from a blue thunder tiger for her cultivation. We thought the tiger wasn't that strong, so we ventured into the mountains." Wu Longtao was startled to hear this. "This blue thunder tiger has an extraordinary bloodline. For you two to be able to kill it, your cultivation must have improved greatly." Dong Yuan and Xiao Lan blushed with shame and awkwardly denied it. No, we don't have that kind of power." Dong Yuan gestured toward Chen Ping'an and Xiao Linger. He continued, "If it weren't for this gentleman's righteous intervention, Xiao Lan and I would have already died in the tiger's maw." Wu Longtao looked at the two of them, his evaluation laced with suspicion. "Oh, but that young man appears to only be at the tribulation stage, and as for the little girl, I can't discern her cultivation level at all. How could they possibly have killed this blue thunder tiger?" Dong Yuan and Xiao Lan didn't hesitate to explain to the patriarch that they were using a magic treasure to conceal their cultivation levels. "That's right. I saw that little girl take down the blue thunder tiger in a single move, and she even said herself that she's about to break through to the God King realm." Wu Longtao was utterly astonished. He blurted out, "I can indeed sense that the little girl is brimming with life force. She must be young, but I never expected her cultivation to be so high." The patriarch scrutinized the pair, thinking to himself, "I absolutely cannot let talents of this caliber slip away. I must find a way to invite them to the Wu estate." Next, Wu Longtao slowly approached and greeted them. "My friends, I heard from Dong Yuan that you saved their lives. As the patriarch, I Wu thank you for your great kindness." Chen Ping'an gave an awkward smile and waved his hand graciously. "There's no need for such formalities, it was just a small effort." Wu Longtao immediately and enthusiastically replied, "This is not something to be taken lightly. I hope you will tell us where you are staying so the Wu clan may present you with a generous gift of thanks." "My sister and I are just unaffiliated cultivators passing through. We don't have a place to stay at the moment, sorry," Chen Ping'an replied apologetically. As if he had found a priceless treasure, Wu Longtao immediately grabbed Chen Ping'an's hand and proposed, "In that case, how about you be our guests at the Wu estate? The Wu clan will certainly treat you both with the utmost hospitality." Despite the wonderful offer, Chen Ping'an surprisingly pulled his hand back from Wu Longtao's grasp. He tactfully refused. "No, there's no need. My sister and I are used to our freedom and don't wish to join any faction for the time being." Wu Longtao's expression turned serious. "The old guy's getting tense," Chen Ping'an thought. "Such audacity to dare refuse an invitation from my Wu clan, what a pity that someone so talented is not a disciple of our family." But Wu Longtao wasn't about to let them leave without getting a bit more information. He asked, "I heard from Dong Yuan that this young lady is already at the peak of the God Monarch realm at such a young age. May I ask what your cultivation level is, sir?" Chen Ping'an scratched his head in embarrassment and answered honestly, My little sister's talent is much better than mine. I'm only at the peak of the God Spirit realm." Wu Longtao was secretly delighted. "Excellent," he replied curtly. "That's quite common. There's no need to be modest, sir." With that, the patriarch cupped his fist, bowed, and took his leave. "Since you are unwilling to join our Wu clan, sir, I will not insist. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Chen Ping'an felt a wave of relief and bowed in return. "Take care, I won't see you out." As Wu Longtao turned to leave, an extremely dangerous look appeared on his face. "If you won't do this the easy way, don't blame me for what comes next," he thought to himself. Elsewhere in the forest, the massive corpse of a lion lay on the ground, evidently killed not long ago. A man stood atop it, seemingly exhausted and panting heavily. A familiar figure approached from behind. It was Wu Longtao, who called out, "Old ancestor." Hearing him, the old ancestor raised a hand to wipe a smear of blood from his left cheek, then turned around and asked, "Longtao, what is it?" The old ancestor limped down from the lion's back. He walked over to Wu Longtao, and the patriarch bowed his head respectfully to report, Old ancestor, I encountered a young genius who is on the verge of breaking through to the God King realm. She is only accompanied by her brother who is in the God Spirit realm. Unfortunately, they refused to join our Wu clan, so I was thinking. Wu Longtao lowered his voice and cautiously suggested, why don't we kill her brother and then erase her memory? That way, our Wu clan will gain another genius. The old ancestor seemed hesitant about the proposal. He asked, you want me to act? Wu Longtao said confidently. Old ancestor, having you act is the safest bet. Even if her brother is hiding his true cultivation, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. The old ancestor asked no more questions and flashed a deadly smile. All right, we'll do as you say. In the starting area of the demonic beast mountain range of the God realm, Dong Yuan and Xiao Lan were facing Chen Ping'an and Xiao Linger. Dong Yuan said, thank you both so much for your help this time. Chen Ping'an replied curtly, no need for formalities. Xiao Linger and I have things to do, farewell. Unseen by the four of them, the old ancestor and Wu Longtao had already arrived. Flying above, looking down at them, Wu Longtao pointed at Chen Ping'an and Linger and said, old ancestor, they are still there. The old ancestor saw them but didn't want to act immediately. He calmly said to Wu Longtao, give them a chance. Try to invite them one more time. If it doesn't work, then call me. The patriarch immediately obeyed. The old ancestor is truly benevolent. I will see to it at once. With that, Wu Longtao instantly teleported in front of Chen Ping'an and Xiao Linger. Mr. Chen, please wait. Chen Ping'an asked, puzzled. Patriarch Wu, is there something else? This time Wu Longtao cupped his fist and bowed. Spoke cautiously. I just wanted to ask one more time, would you be willing to be a guest at my Wu clan's estate, sir? Hearing this proposal again, a look of displeasure crossed Chen Ping'an's face. He answered curtly with clear annoyance, I believe I've already answered that question. To be rejected again despite his politeness, Wu Longtao flew into a rage and shouted, you ungrateful fool. Dong Yuan, standing nearby, awkwardly tried to stop him. Patriarch, Mr. Chen dislikes being restrained. We can't repay his kindness with enmity, Xiao Lan quickly added. Yes, that's right. Wu Longtao closed his eyes, raised two fingers and instantly unleashed an attack straight at Dong Yuan as a threat. He roared, mind your own business, you useless junior. I respectfully request the old ancestor to act. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light descended before them all. Ping'an watched warily as a figure slowly emerged from behind the curtain of light. With the old ancestor by his side, Wu Longtao became even more arrogant. He adopted a superior air and said, since you insist on being so foolishly stubborn. Just then, the old ancestor got a clear look at Ping'an's face and his heart lurched in shock. Ping'an also recognized the familiar face. Meanwhile, Wu Longtao, oblivious, continued his threats. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Senior, my crimes deserve 10,000 deaths. The old ancestor suddenly prostrated himself on the ground, begging Ping'an for forgiveness. Wu Longtao stared blankly, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He looked at the kneeling old ancestor, then at Chen Ping'an, unsure how to react. It took him a long moment to realize the gravity of the situation, and his jaw dropped as his face turned ashen. I'm so screwed. Ping'an held a protective arm around Xiao Linger, who was hiding behind him. He stared at the old ancestor with a stiff gaze and thought, so he's the Wu clan's peak god king. Old ancestor, have I become this powerful? The old ancestor slowly raised his head, then immediately began to kowtow again. I was foolish to listen to the bewitching words of this scoundrel and plot to kidnap your sister. Now that it has come to this, that wretch is at your disposal. This junior will not dare to utter a single word of complaint. Hearing this, Ping'an's face darkened. So that Wu clan patriarch wanted to kidnap Xiao Linger, he thought. Looks like he needs to be taught a serious lesson. Then Ping'an spoke to the old ancestor in a stern tone. You should know what kind of result I expect, right? Upon hearing this, the old ancestor's face turned ashen. He's terrified, Ping'an noted. He bowed obediently. Yes, this junior understands. With that, the old ancestor turned slowly toward the patriarch with an extremely dangerous expression and called out, Longtao, I have failed you. Wu Longtao stumbled backward in fear, stammering. The old ancestor, seeing that things were taking a bad turn, Dong Yuan grabbed Xiao Lan's hand and ran over, shouting, wait. Dong Yuan and Xiao Lan knelt on the ground and earnestly pleaded with Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, could you spare the patriarch's life for our sake? Chen Ping'an replied with some difficulty. There's no need for you two to do this. But in the end, Ping'an relented. He sighed and continued, fine. I'll spare his life. The rest is for you to handle. His words were like a lifeline, saving the patriarch, who immediately began to kowtow repeatedly. Thank you for your great mercy, senior. Thank you for your great mercy. The old ancestor was still on edge. He crossed his arms and said sternly, Wu Longtao, as of today you are no longer the patriarch of the Wu clan. Go back and receive your punishment. Do you have anything else to say? Longtao replied without hesitation. This junior has no complaints. The old ancestor looked at Dong Yuan, secretly impressed. He never thought the boy would be so righteous as to step forward and plead for Longtao in the face of the senior's fury, and that the senior would agree. On top of that, he has a relationship with the senior, so he must have won his favor. The old ancestor thought. A kind smile appeared on his face as he continued, as for the position of Wu clan patriarch, it shall go to Dong Yuan. Suddenly appointed as patriarch, Dong Yuan didn't react for a moment. He pointed at his own face in astonishment. Me? The old ancestor turned to Chen Ping'an for his opinion. What does senior think of this arrangement? Ping'an simply replied coldly, it's acceptable. This matter ends here. I hope you will resolve it properly." With that, Ping An and Linger immediately flew away. The old ancestor Dong Yuan and Xiao Lan watched their departing figures, a shared thought in their minds. "Senior is truly magnanimous." Back in the mortal world, Ping An said happily to Linger. "Xiao, Linger, go to the kitchen and cut me a slice of watermelon." Linger paused. "Watermelon, okay." And so the little girl ran off with a smile to cut the watermelon for Ping An. Ping An sensed a hand gently pushing the door open and called out, "Shinshin, come in." After a moment, "Let's eat watermelon together." Shinshin awkwardly turned to refuse. "No thank you, I just had some snacks. I'm too full right now." Ping An suddenly took Shinshin's hands in his, moved closer and said gently, "Just have a little." Xiao Linger's cultivation became so incredible by eating watermelon. Then Ping An decisively pulled Shinshin into the room, continuing, "Although Xiao Linger said it might not work for others, watermelon is very nourishing anyway. Even if it just strengthens your body, that's still good. I'll work hard to find materials that can extend your life. We have to think about our future." Shinshin blushed at his words, silently repeating them in her heart. "Think about our future. What a fool." A moment later, Linger returned to the table with a plate of freshly cut vibrant red watermelon. Ping An immediately offered it to Shinshin and said, "Here, Shinshin, you eat all of this." Shinshin could only sigh in resignation. "I knew this would happen. As the quiet night had just begun to fall, it should have been peaceful, until Gold Essence Immortal Artifact leapt out from somewhere shouting ecstatically, 'Woohoo, the midnight hour is almost here and Boss Wooden Sword hasn't come to make trouble for me. I'm saved." He walked over to Cleaver and continued with a proud look on his face, "Boss Cleaver, see, I shielded you from this disaster." So you see, when dealing with a girl, before he could finish, a slender hand landed on Gold Essence's shoulder from behind and a terrifying voice asked, "Dealing with her how? You seem to be in high spirits." Wooden Sword slowly peeked out, scaring the color from Gold Essence Immortal Artifact's face. "Be boss, Wooden Sword." Fuming, Wooden Sword dragged Gold Essence away, saying, "Perfect, come with me, I have something to say to you." Gold Essence cried out to Cleaver in fear, "Boss, save me." Faced with this scene, Cleaver did not intervene. He just bowed his head and silently prayed for Gold Essence, "May the Master bless you." Meanwhile, Wooden Sword had already dragged Gold Essence to a quiet patch of woods. She simply crossed her arms and leaned against a tree trunk with her eyes closed, while Gold Essence Immortal Artifact trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. "She didn't just start hitting me today," Astrisky thought. "Does that mean she's thought of a new way to torture me?" He cautiously stammered. "BB boss," Wooden Sword asked bluntly. "What is it? I've been bullying you for so many days, you must have cursed me plenty in your heart, right?" Hearing this, Gold Essence immediately and frantically denied it. "And no, I wouldn't dare. I have absolutely never cursed you, boss." Wooden Sword shyly put her hands behind her back and said, "Actually, aside from the first few days when I was blinded by anger, I later realized that Brother Cleaver only said those things to get me off his back. Before I came out today, the Master stopped me and told me to do some self-reflection. I've realized my mistake. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you." Wooden Sword placed a hand on Gold Essence's shoulder and expressed herself gently. Taken aback by this sudden treatment, Gold Essence couldn't quite adjust. He still stammered. "F for boss to say that," Wooden Sword continued. "I won't bother you anymore." "Really?" Gold Essence exclaimed. Overjoyed, Wooden Sword immediately turned to leave, leaving only a single sentence behind. "In 2 days I'll personally bring you a treasure as an apology. Farewell." After Wooden Sword left, however, Gold Essence wasn't as happy as he had been a moment ago. He seemed to choke up. "She's not going to bother me anymore. Isn't that a good thing? Why do I feel a little empty inside?" The story shifts to the next morning. Seeing Gold Essence curled up in a corner, Cleaver asked curiously, "Little trash, what's wrong? You didn't even get beaten when you came back yesterday. So why do you look even more dejected than when you do?" The chicken, which had been perched on a branch, suddenly spoke up. "What would a guy like you, destined to be alone until the end of time, know? Little trash is acting weird. I bet he's fallen for Sister Wooden Sword." Cleaver looked up angrily and said, "You think everyone has masochistic tendencies like you? Little trash is my little brother. He's definitely tough like me and would never fall for her." Over on the side, Gold Essence, who had been silent, suddenly sighed. "A sword's life is so dull." He turned slightly, revealing a melancholic face to Cleaver and said, "Boss Cleaver, tell me if I acted like a rascal again. Do you think Boss Wooden Sword would get angry and come beat me up?" Cleaver felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him, completely blindsided by his words. He asked in astonishment, "You've really fallen for Sister Wooden Sword?" The golden-haired artifact said, bewildered. "I don't really get it. I don't understand what like is." Then he smiled and said, "But even though Boss Wooden Sword is always fierce, she's also kind of cute when she's mad. Sister Wooden Sword has always been a warrior. With your level of strength, I'm afraid she—" The chicken was startled and turned around in a panic, squawking, "Is Sister Wooden Sword here? Did she change her mind, whether you like her or not? Little trash, quick, go hide." It hurriedly pushed him away. "It's empty, there's nothing there. Empty, empty." Thump, thump, the chicken let out a sigh of relief. "This kid talks about liking her but runs at the first sign of trouble." It shook its head with a scoff. "Hey, Sister Wooden Sword," his voice rang out. He had tidied himself up a bit and appeared, saying, "Long time no see. I just came to apologize today. I won't bother you. You don't need to keep making excuses to deliberately show your dislike for me." Wooden Sword said, blushing. Hearing this, he quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. It's not like that. Boss Wooden Sword, please let me explain. This is an essence gold stone that I specially retrieved for you. Using it to forge your sword body can purify your spirit body and remove impurities. Wooden Sword said, handing him a box. It will be of great benefit to your cultivation. Consider it my apology gift. Boss Wooden Sword, he watched blankly as Wooden Sword walked away. One more thing. I'm returning to the Chaos World with the Master. I don't know when I'll be back, so I came to say goodbye to all my brothers and sisters, someone shouted. Sister Wooden Sword, you have to be careful. That shameless old geezer might take his anger out on you. Be careful. If anything happens, remember to find a way to contact us, the artifact urged cautiously. Wooden Sword smiled in thanks. Thank you all for your concern. I'll be careful. With that, she left. I'm leaving now. Take care, everyone. But he rushed forward. Please wait. He grabbed her dress. Wooden Sword pulled away and turned back to ask, what is it? He then hurriedly explained. I wasn't pretending. I really didn't like your temper before, but not anymore. Just now I realized that I don't want to have nothing to do with you, boss. So even if it's embarrassing, I don't care anymore. He shyly stepped forward and said, I don't want this apology gift. If you feel bad, boss, he said, handing the gift back to her. Then could you give me a chance to pursue you? He asked frankly, making her cheeks flush. Who gave you the right to be so picky? Wooden Sword said shyly, swatting him. Ow, sister, be gentle. Then she tossed the gift back at him and said, whether you like this apology gift or not, I'm not taking it back. Then can I pursue you, boss? Hearing this, Wooden Sword stopped in her tracks and said, I love to fight. If you have the strength to battle me, then I will look at you in a new light. He was ecstatic. If you have time, boss. Can you come see my progress in a month? She then flew off. We'll see then. It's a deal, Sister Wooden Sword. Remember to come see me in a month. Then he turned around and asked blankly, Boss Cleaver, what's with that expression? How dare you talk to Sister Wooden Sword like that? Aren't you afraid she'll snap you in two? Boss Cleaver, what nonsense are you talking about? Sister Wooden Sword is such a gentle and cute spirit sword. She would never do something so cruel. Little trash. No little golden wolf, are you dense? The artifact said, his face pale. Shinshin, I have to go out, the man said. Wait, what's wrong? He turned and asked. Shinshin said, I'm sorry, Pingan. I lost the snowy sachet you gave me. But Pingan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled gently and said, it's all right. When we get back, I can make another one with a little blood. Hearing this, Shinshin said happily, Really? Pingan took her hand and said, Of course. When Shinshin suggested, How about you make one for me right now? Pingan drew some of his blood, then asked, Wasn't your sachet hanging in your room before? How did you lose it? At this, Shinshin was taken aback and stammered, It just got lost. Shinshin, are you hiding something from me? He asked suspiciously. Shinshin shook her head. No, but she immediately confessed, All right, I admit I'm hiding something. I didn't actually lose the old sachet. I asked for another one because the custom where I'm from requires 100 drops of blood to make it. I was afraid of scaring you, husband, so I didn't say it directly. Then Shinshin cried out, Are the elders here all demons? There's nothing I can do about that. To think you'd hide something like this from me, it's just a little blood, Bingen said. If it can truly let us be together forever, I'm more than willing. We don't have to do it so painstakingly drop by drop. When I get back, one cut on my arm will be enough. His gentle words made Shinshin blush with emotion. With that he left, saying, I'll be right back to help you make that 100-drop sachet. What a fool. I was just trying to scare him to get back at him for forcing me to eat watermelon last night. How could he believe it and be so proactive? Shinshin said, her face red. Then she covered her face, thinking shyly, Doesn't this just make me want to die of shame? This drop of blood should be enough for everyone to recover. Rest well. Thank you, mistress. She then left shyly. I wonder what excuse I'll use to get through tonight. In the Wu family estate in the God Realm, the man arrogantly shouted, Where is the ancestor of your Wu family? Get your ass out here. Someone emerged. He said, I am the Wu family's ancestor, Wu Deming. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, Divine Lord? The man said angrily. So you're the one who killed my disciple, Li Siding, Wan Zhongyi demanded. Hearing this, Wu Deming thought, Li Siding, my old rival of 1,000 years, actually had a master at the Divine Lord realm, but Senior was the one who killed Li Siding, so why is he coming after me? Then he thought, I see, Li Siding's master has come to my door. This must be a test from Senior. I absolutely cannot expose him, so he said with a smile. That's right, I killed him. His skills were simply inferior. Hearing this, Wan Zhongyi flew into a rage and attacked. What an arrogant brat, I will kill you today to avenge my disciple. Wu Deming thought in terror, This is bad, he's going to kill me to silence me. Senior, save me. Since this is a test from Senior, he must be watching. Hurry and save me, Wan Zhongyi said. Save you? No one can save you today. Just as Wan Zhongyi was about to take his life, someone arrived. He was startled. Could this be the Senior this brat was calling for? But he looks to be only at the tribulation stage, he thought, feeling a little wary. The three were still sitting on the roof. Chen Ping and thought awkwardly, What's going on? Did I come at a bad time? The ancestor immediately hugged his master's thigh and wailed, Senior, save me. He began to soothe him. Don't panic. Tell me everything from beginning to end, the ancestor thought with certainty. Senior must know the whole story. This is definitely still a test for me. The ancestor said, I wonder if Senior still remembers. The first time we met, that black-robed old man offended the young lady and was rude to you. Of course I remember. I slapped him so hard his nose bled. The ancestor pointed at the man, a look of grievance on his face. This man is the master of that black-robed old man, Li Siding. He mistakenly believes I'm the one who murdered his disciple. He looked pitifully at Ping An and said, I didn't want to expose Senior's identity, so I admitted to the crime and was nearly killed by his palm strike. My death is of little consequence, but I fear the entire Wu family will be implicated. I implore Senior to seek justice for the Wu family. Senior values Dong Yuan and has tied me and the Wu family together. Senior will definitely intervene. He patted the ancestor's shoulder reassuringly. Don't be afraid, Ping An thought. I came to the Wu family to ask for their help in collecting a large amount of undying wood, but this trouble started because of me. He's taking the blame for me. I have to step in, he announced loudly. I will see that justice is done for you, he analyzed the situation. Besides, if I can defeat someone from the God King realm, my strength must have reached the divine domain. Also, while my treasures are nominally just highest tier immortal grade weapons, considering the power the cleaver has shown multiple times, they should be more than enough. Maybe I can try to control it. You over there, brat, he shouted. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Though he said this, he was also wary of Ping An. Judging by the Wu family ancestor's attitude, it doesn't seem fake. To make a peak God King so humble, this kid is probably an immortal hiding his cultivation level. In this God realm, besides the God Emperor, no one can stop me from killing. I suggest you mind your own business. He was posturing again. He was still afraid. It wasn't worth provoking an unknown powerhouse over a moment of anger. He hoped the kid would know to back down. So the master is also just bluffing. For the other guy to dare speak so loudly, he must be very strong. What a hassle. But little Linger had so much fun playing with Madame Wu. If I ignore this and the Wu family gets wiped out, it will be hard to explain the next time little Linger asks. Let's try the moonlight deception trick first. Be prudent. Let me start with a word of advice. With your current cultivation, you are not yet qualified to know my name, but I suppose there's no harm in telling you now. He calculated that to fool the other party, the name had to sound invincible. He pointed a finger to the sky. This deity is the invincible supreme from the upper realm. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder crashed and chaos erupted. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. He struck a cool pose. This god realm of mine is truly too weak. It can't even withstand the mention of my name. After the stylish introduction, the master continued. Therefore I am getting involved in this Wu family matter. Do you have any objections? Wasn't that lightning just now proof enough? The man was completely convinced. This person might truly be an unparalleled expert from the upper realm. No, I can't. A figure like that wouldn't come to our god realm so easily. That must have been a coincidence. I can't just walk into my death, though. Afraid. He was still trying to console himself. Ancestor Shui Heng suddenly appeared and said respectfully to Ping An, This junior greets Senior. It has been a while, but Senior's grace is as radiant as ever. Ping An was shocked. How does he know I'm here? Ancestor Shui Heng explained, I have never before witnessed such a level of rule disruption. I boldly guessed that Senior was present and came specifically to pay my respects. You are very observant. Thank you for the praise, Senior. He seemed to have learned a new lesson. Based on the experience of those tricksters, some boasts are more convincing when said by others. He was becoming more and more convinced and more afraid. Ping An continued the act. Since you're here, you have a responsibility to pass on some information to him. He turned to greet him. Long time no see, Brother Wan. Family head Hang Wang Chenglin, he said, his face showing fear. Ancestor Shui Hang suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, he said. Brother Wan, why be such a stranger? He approached the other man and continued. Senior has instructed me to explain things to you, my brother. In that case, you are also one of Senior's chess pieces. Since we are all chess pieces, you can just call me Brother Shui. Wan Zhongyi was somewhat taken aback. Retorted, a chess piece. Ancestor Shui Heng immediately replied, That's right, it is our honor to be Senior's chess pieces. Zhongyi snorted. We cultivators believe in defying the heavens, he said decisively. I would rather die than be a pawn manipulated by others. Shui Heng was unfazed and even joked cheerfully. Don't be so quick to talk about death. He put an arm around the other's shoulder and said in a friendly tone, I know you have your doubts. Come, let me tell you, the reason my disciple was able to break through was that I had an epiphany after comprehending Senior's Tao essence. And at Senior's home there are divine artifacts 1,000 times more powerful than that. Chen Ping An felt a bit awkward listening to this. He gave an embarrassed smile and thought, Isn't that laying it on a bit thick? The ancestor chimed in. My judgment was spot on. Senior is truly formidable. He then let out a hem and said, All right, I don't care for these empty titles. Let's stop here, he thought to himself. If this goes on, who knows what other ridiculous things they'll come up with. Shui Heng quickly responded. Yes, he turned to Zhang Yi and said, Senior wishes to remain low-key, so that's all I can say. Brother Wan, think it over for yourself. Wan Zhongyi fell into deep thought and didn't answer. He turned his gaze to Ping An, staring at him intently. He impatiently shook off Shui Heng's hand and said, There's no need to think. The answer is right in front of me. The next second he walked forward, called out Senior. And not only that, but he also knelt obediently and made a solemn request, Please let me be your dog. This completely stunned the protagonist, who couldn't believe his sudden change in attitude. Ancestor Shui Heng was equally shocked. He thought, This Wan Zhongyi is truly adaptable. The ancestor's jaw dropped. Damn it, how did I not think of showing my loyalty this way? Ping An let out a PFFT, then placed a hand on his shoulder. He said calmly, I only need chess pieces, not dogs. If you are sincere, you will work with the others to complete the tasks I assign in the future." He immediately replied, "Thank you, Senior." He continued, "I came here today for only one thing. A part of my plan requires a large amount of immortal soul wood, so I need everyone's help to go to the various immortal realms and collect it for me. Are you willing?" Without a second thought, they immediately agreed. They responded in unison, "We will do our utmost." Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "I have other matters to attend to. Please get this done as soon as possible. We respectfully see Senior off," the group replied reverently. At that moment, a secret portal appeared in the space and a foot stepped through. It was the God Emperor who asked directly, "Has Senior already left?" Wan Zhongyi was stunned to hear this. He asked, "God Emperor, you also know Senior?" The God Emperor nodded. "Of course. In a way, I can probably be considered Senior's godson. Without his guidance, I would not be where I am today." Zhongyi was once again lost in thought. The God Emperor's success today is also due to Senior's guidance. It seems Brother Wang, Brother Shui was right. It is my honor to be Senior's chess piece. Back at Chen Ping'an's residence, he had already collected a considerable amount of immortal soul wood. The protagonist was concentrating intently, looking quite charming. Ping'an exclaimed happily, "Having people from the God realm collect immortal soul wood is truly efficient. The wood I found has already strengthened my divine sense by so much." He continued excitedly, "I can now control 100% of the world's power. A single palm strike will surely make the world tremble." Seeing him like that, our protagonist has his very cute moments. He tapped the system screen and said, "Good thing I'm not in Genesis God City." Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Wuchi Sect Grade Advancement Mission completed. Mission successfully completed, rewarding host with a 2-realm advancement to the peak of the Great Completion stage. Chen Ping'an was ecstatic and couldn't help but blurt out, "This feeling of getting stronger is amazing." Then he asked eagerly, "Right, what about the special reward? You said I would definitely like it." The system replied, "Special reward has been issued. The subsequent breakthrough location has been unlocked. Please check for details." Hearing this, he was somewhat disappointed and said dejectedly, "What's so great about a new mission location?" However, the result was a pleasant surprise. He never expected the breakthrough location to be Earth. Chen Ping'an grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Seriously, didn't you say there was a reward I'd like?" "Where is it?" the system replied. "The newest breakthrough location is the special reward." He looked skeptical, feeling as if the special reward had been swindled away. Ping'an stretched, let out a long yawn and said, "But I am indeed very satisfied with this breakthrough location." Forget it, he thought for a moment. Earth should be very dangerous. I'll take the Black Dragon and the Fire Phoenix with me. A dragon and a phoenix traveling together. What an impressive sight. At that moment on a plane, a little girl kept looking up at the sky. Suddenly, she frantically shook her mother, shouting with some panic, "Mom, Mom, I saw someone flying in the sky." Her mother took off her eye mask and said with a cheerful smile, "Is that so? Let Mommy see too." While she humored her daughter, she thought to herself, "How could someone be flying this high up? Kids say the cutest things." But when she looked out, she was horrified, her mouth agape. There really was someone there. A man was flying alongside the plane, and from the look on his face he was no good. His wicked smile looked utterly devious. Immediately after, he unleashed a wave of power, striking the plane's wing. The entire cabin shook violently, and passengers screamed. In just a moment the plane's engine exploded, cracks appeared on the fuselage, and it was plunged into a severe crisis, and this cold-blooded man actually uttered a completely inhuman sentence. "You can only blame your bad luck. As long as that crazy woman is busy saving people, I can still escape." The plane was now completely out of control, plummeting directly downward. But just in the nick of time, a woman flew over. It was Jie Hongyi. She furiously cursed the man, "That old ape using such a vicious method to stop me." The young woman tried to use her own power, but the plane's falling speed and resistance were immense. This put her in a difficult position. "Damn it, my strength isn't enough to hold this plane," she thought helplessly. "If I go into the cabin now, I might be able to save a few people, but doing so means abandoning the majority." It was a true dilemma, and the sorrow and disappointment on her face were impossible to hide. Suddenly, a sky-shaking roar startled Jie Hongyi. She turned around and saw a massive dragon silhouette. The young woman was dumbfounded, her mouth forming an O. The giant dragon approached the plane, then swiftly coiled its body underneath, supporting the entire aircraft. It then asked, "Master, what should I do with this big iron block?" Chen Ping'an commanded, "Protect the people inside with your spiritual energy and set it down carefully on the ground." It immediately responded, "Yes, sir." At this moment the phoenix also appeared. It reported, "Master, I've caught this guy. How should he be dealt with?" Ping'an angrily questioned the villain. "Why did you attack those mortals?" The man had jumped from the plane thinking he could escape, only to be caught by the white phoenix's talons. He blurted out, his face pale, It was an accident. I didn't mean to do it." If he didn't mean to, did the plane explode on its own? And he didn't mean to abandon those people. He had used cruel means to obstruct Jie Hongyi. She said contemptuously, "You clearly attacked on purpose, trying to use human lives to stop me from hunting you down. What a venomous heart." She stood on the black dragon's back with her master, facing the wind and shouting at the old man, "Senior, this villain cultivates an evil art by slaughtering common people. I hope Senior will not be deceived by him, Hongyi reminded him. I can see the sheer weight of his murderous sins. Such a clumsy lie won't fool me, he replied. Indeed, his face is repulsive enough, and the aura about him makes me even more suspicious. This junior spoke out of turn. Hearing this, her expression grew serious as she thought, I can't see through this senior's cultivation level, but he can command both a dragon and a phoenix, which were thought to be long extinct. It seems he may be a reclusive expert. I hope I haven't caused Senior any trouble. Chen Ping'an looked at the white phoenix and ordered, This person is yours. Interrogate him properly, then get rid of him. After he spoke and heard a yes sir, he nodded, watching it fly away. Achoo, he suddenly sneezed. Maybe it's too cold up here. If it weren't for the billowing smoke, I wouldn't have thought I'd arrived on Earth. I really didn't expect Earth to have cultivators. He thought this to himself when he met her. Miss, may I ask what year and month it is? When did cultivators start appearing on Earth? He had seen the man earlier and realized there were cultivators here, but the time here was different from the immortal realm, so he wanted to ask her for clarification. It is the year 227 AD. As far as this junior knows, cultivators only began to appear in the last 100 years, she replied respectfully. Seeing him smile slightly, she was secretly pleased. Great, Senior isn't angry. But asking the year as soon as he opens his mouth suggests this Senior is a reclusive expert. He was about to say TH, when a notification for a new mission appeared from the system. He swiped to view the content, which read, Host, please publicize the existence of cultivators and usher Earth into an era of cultivation by reviving its spiritual energy. The task of restoring the spiritual energy shouldn't be too hard. I can have the people from the God realm help move a few spirit veins. He had just finished reading the mission and already had an idea of how to execute it, but he was still thinking it through carefully, preparing other plans just in case. May I ask for the young lady's name? He turned and asked her, immediately receiving an answer. This junior is J. Hongyi. That's a fine name. It was a polite pleasantry. Could I trouble Miss J. Hongyi to inform me about the current situation with cultivators? He needed to understand the current state of affairs to proceed. She also asked thoughtfully, I wonder what specifically Senior would like to know. Let's start with how many there are like that guy who practices evil arts. Chen Ping'an's gaze shifted to the old man held tightly in the phoenix's claws. There aren't many as depraved as him, but there are many who do not abide by the laws of the mortal world, she stated. In that case, the existence of cultivators should be known to the whole world. We must consider the safety of this planet. Because cultivators are powerful, a single misstep could lead to chaos. Earth's thin spiritual energy is not enough to support the cultivators. So even if two parties have a grudge, they will cover each other's tracks and try not to let mortals notice the appearance of new cultivators, she said, recalling past events. If that's the case and the characteristics and regulations of cultivators are already fixed, a sudden abundance of spiritual energy on Earth might not be a good thing. What a hassle, he sighed, pondering. Forget it, I'll put the mission aside for now. I need to hurry back to my home on Earth and check on things. Thank you, miss, for clearing up my confusion. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He was about to turn when he heard her speak again. Senior, please wait. She reached into her pocket and took something out. The world is changing rapidly these days, and I'm afraid Senior may have trouble adapting. This is this junior's communication token. If Senior has any instructions, you can call at any time. Jay Hongyi handed him a smartphone, and he, being clever, would presumably know how to use it. You're quick on the uptake, he praised. Inside this are top-grade spirit stones and magic treasures and pills. He tossed a small bag back to her, filled with precious treasures that could support her cultivation without worry until she ascended. With that said, he departed. Thank you, Senior. She remained standing on the cloud watching him from afar. Chen Ping'an rode off on the white phoenix that was clutching the old man. It seems the situation on Earth has changed a lot, she thought. On the ground, the streets were bustling and crowded. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Someone asked, noticing the change. It's a dragon, a mortal exclaimed, looking up at the sky and seeing the black dragon. Unable to believe his eyes, the massive black dragon hovered in the blue sky, attracting the gazes of countless ordinary people. The buildings were dense with no place to land. It looked around and muttered to itself, I'll have to find a more open space. In such a modern city with skyscrapers everywhere, finding an empty spot big enough for it would likely be in the suburbs. I need to put down the iron block on my back. It was still following Chen Ping'an's order, carrying the downed plane with hundreds of people on its back. Is that a plane? The people on the ground, already stunned, were hit with another wave of shock. Unable to imagine a dragon carrying an airplane appearing in the sky above them right in the middle of a crowded park. Run! They shouted as they saw the sparking plane descending toward the ground. People scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the plane landed smoothly without causing an explosion. Though the wing section was still on fire, the people stared dumbly at what had just landed, unable to believe their eyes. How could something so bizarre possibly happen? Too many mortals. Luckily, no one was hurt. The black dragon felt it had been a bit reckless, but with the heavens' protection, no one was seriously injured. The scene shifted to an alley, but there was hardly anyone there. Master, you've completed your task, and so have we. It was the white phoenix, flying and singing happily. It had changed back into its small bird form, and the black dragon had reverted to its original black dog form. Well done, he praised them. After 5 years, I'm finally back. He looked toward the building across the street, letting out a long sigh as he reminisced. But this place is the marital home Shinshin and I worked so hard to save up for. He stepped into his old apartment in the high-rise building and memories came flooding back. His long fingers glided across a table which was covered in a thick layer of dust. It seemed she really wasn't here anymore. He leaned against the dust of his memories, murmuring to himself, "I'll go ask the neighbors." He conjured a disguise mask, put it on and went to make inquiries. He walked to the apartment next to his old one and knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman impatiently opened the door a crack. "What do you want?" she asked. "Hello, miss. I'm the cousin of the man who used to live next door. You can just call me Little Chen," he said, trying to win her over. "This neighbor loves it when people tell her she looks young. If I call her miss, she'll definitely be willing to talk." After all these years, he somehow still remembered his old neighbor's preferences. How touching. Oh my, this young man is such a sweet talker. "Come in and sit down." Just as he expected, she was so pleased at being called miss that she happily invited him inside. She brought him a cup of hot tea, placed it on the table, and prepared to chat. "Is that a hanfu you're wearing? It looks so handsome on you." The compliment made him answer shyly, "You're too kind, miss. The man next door passed away 5 years ago, saving someone from drowning. Why are you only coming to visit now?" she asked curiously. "He was a master of lies and quickly spun a tale. When my cousin passed, I wasn't able to see him off. So since I'm here on a business trip this time, I wanted to check on my sister-in-law. But it seems she's not home. Do you know where she might have gone, miss?" He began to get to the point, searching for an answer. "Your sister-in-law? She disappeared right after your cousin's funeral," she recalled, a hint of regret in her voice. "Disappeared?" He asked again in surprise, seeking confirmation. "Yes, she was gone as soon as the funeral was over. We called the police, but they couldn't find her. Everyone said she committed suicide out of grief." The neighbor recounted that shocking day to him. "Your sister-in-law didn't cry at all during the funeral. We thought their relationship wasn't good, but who knew she was such a devoted woman willing to kill herself for love? Suicide out of grief?" The words echoed in his mind with a jolt. Shinshin loved me so much, how could I have forgotten her face? He tapped his head as he thought, prompting the neighbor across from him to ask, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I have to go. I have something else to attend to." He remembered everything, even his old neighbor's habits, yet he had forgotten the face of the most important person in his life. "Don't be too sad. Devoted lovers like them will be a couple in the next life too." The words warmed his heart, yet they also sent his mind racing. "Thank you for your comforting words, miss." He smiled, but the smile was filled with sorrow, and the initial radiance had vanished from his face. "We have a wedding photo in the room." With this thought, he immediately ran back to his own apartment to see it. "This time I will remember what she looks like forever," Chen Ping'an said to himself. "I always thought I forgot Shinshin's face because too much time had passed. That was just my own assumption, but is it really the truth? It's clear now that my memory has been tampered with." Ping'an stared at the wedding photo, confusing himself with these thoughts in the cultivation world in the home he shared with Duan Shinshin. "You're back," she exclaimed with delight, seeing him step out of the portal. "Are you hungry? I'll go get you some snacks." The moment the beautiful and gentle Shinshin saw her husband, she worried he had been so busy with his missions that he'd forgotten to eat, always asking if he wanted something. Zheng Yushin, the name that left his lips, made Duan Shinshin freeze. A moment ago Shinshin was panicking, but the next second, realizing she was about to expose her identity, she reverted to her usual fierce demeanor and shouted, "How dare you get my name wrong? I saw the photo in our bedroom back on Earth," he told her calmly. "I remember everything now." His words struck a chord in Shinshin's heart, uncovering the secret she had hidden for so long. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'll let it slide this time." She still didn't want him to know and was preparing to evade the topic. "At this point, are you still going to lie to me?" he reproached her sorrowfully. "Shinshin, am I so unworthy of your trust?" This last sentence completely shattered Shinshin's defenses, successfully making her waver. "I knew the system wouldn't let me complete my mission so easily." One might have thought it was him speaking, but it was actually Shinshin who had spoken. "Whatever you want to know, you can ask me now." She no longer tried to escape, looking him straight in the eye as if facing reality itself. "You just mentioned the system and a mission. Were you also brought here by the system?" he asked earnestly, grabbing her hand. "What mission did the system give you?" Chen Ping'an pressed for an answer. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "I was also transmigrated by the system. The mission it gave me was to not expose my identity. If I completed the mission, I would gain the same power as you after you become invincible." The secret was truly shocking. It turned out that the two, who had been husband and wife in their past life, were once again bound as a couple in this life. Or rather, after being reborn into this world. "And if you fail?" he asked worriedly. "Then I only get half of your power." This news was even more shocking. "That's a huge loss," Chen Ping'an exclaimed in alarm upon hearing this. "System, let's discuss this. I'll pretend I don't know and you won't count Shinshin's mission as a failure, okay?" He summoned the system and launched into a long-winded plea. Beside him, she could only smile wryly and say, "What a fool. How about 3/4? That works too," he haggled, going from one price to another, determined to negotiate the best possible deal for her. "Does the benefactor think this is a vegetable market? You can even bargain?" The system, tired of roaring, simply retorted with sarcasm. Don't be so rigid. Actually, I figured out a long time ago that their kitchen knife was definitely more than an immortal artifact. I also guessed you weren't telling me the truth because you were afraid I'd be too reckless. I bet there's a big boss we have to fight later on, right? Backed into a corner, he began spouting a stream of nonsensical, far-fetched theories. Why must we all play dumb in any case? If my wife becomes stronger, it'll be easier to fight the boss. Chen Ping'an truly admired his own patience. He was really haggling down to the very last second. No deal. The voice that came from the system was like a bolt from the blue. He pouted in disappointment. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have asked. Ping'an. She embraced him, calling his name softly. It's not your fault. To be honest, I've wanted to tell you the truth for a long time, she confessed upon hearing him whisper her name. Besides, having only half is fine. Chen Ping'an loved her too much. He wanted to give her everything, so the mere mention of it made him sad. You'll protect me anyway, won't you? Her words successfully pulled him out of the endless mire. I will. He touched her hand, caressing it dearly. What did those few treasures matter? She was the most precious person in his world. As long as I'm here, no one will ever hurt you. They embraced under a cherry blossom tree, the falling petals making the scene all the more romantic. I'm sorry, Ping'an, but it's not time to tell you everything yet. Asterisk, Shinshin thought to herself. It turned out she was still hiding something from him. Back on Earth in City Y. Strange, he said, standing on the top floor of a skyscraper. The black dragon caused such a huge commotion yesterday. Is no one going to react at all? He had expected widespread panic, but the scene here was unusually calm, an eerie calm. A true dragon appeared on Earth, and an event of this magnitude can be suppressed by the cultivators here. It seems there's more to Earth than meets the eye. It was unclear what he meant by that, but he was surveying everything around him. This is, after all, the place where I grew up. I can't act recklessly. He seemed to be planning something, but then decided on another path to avoid involving civilians. I still need to figure out the situation before making a decision. He took a treasure out of his pocket and muttered to himself as he looked at it. Hongyi, I hear you had an unexpected encounter yesterday. In a building in the city center, a man's voice rang out. The master of that dragon gave you a great opportunity, didn't he? The speaker was Ding Hai, a cultivator like Jie Hongyi and currently the most powerful person on Earth. He was dressed in light clothing as if just back from a vacation, holding a glass of red wine and speaking calmly. Did you plant spies around me? She questioned him, displeased. But Ding Hai said, don't put it so harshly. It's only natural for me to show a little extra concern for a great beauty like my colleague, Miss Jie. A sarcastic smile played on her lips. Concerned? She didn't believe that for a second. But I'm not afraid to admit it. That senior did indeed give me a heaven-defying opportunity. Are you worthy of it? Hongyi retorted sharply. Since he looked down on her, she didn't mind mocking him. Would you dare to take it? He had been drinking, but her words made him stop, his teeth clenched. You promiscuous woman. He cursed her viciously, yet he could still utter the word, concern. I am a cultivator. I do not commit evil acts like seizing another's opportunities. Colleague Jie can rest assured. Ding Hai's words were honeyed, his heart venomous. He cursed in anger for a moment but then resumed his superior, despicable demeanor. Hongyi didn't hold back and said it to his face. Enough, you sanctimonious hypocrite. As she spoke, the jade tablet in her hand suddenly glowed. Realizing it was a message from the senior, she stood up to leave, leaving him with the words, there's no point in talking further. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Watching Hongyi's departing figure, he thought resentfully. Once I figure out that senior's temperament, I will repay the disrespect you've shown me today 100-fold. The thought that Hongyi was leaving in such a hurry, undoubtedly to meet someone important, made him frown, his face darkening. Perhaps it's that senior. He immediately waved his hand, summoning a bodyguard and sending him to follow Hongyi. He really wanted to know who she was going to meet. Soon Hongyi arrived. She stood behind Chen Ping'an, called out senior, and quickly bowed. I wonder what important matter senior has for me. This junior will go through fire and water to accomplish it. Seeing her say this, he had no choice but to say it was just a small matter and held out his hand to ask her for 50 yuan. Hongyi immediately understood, took out a black card and said magnanimously, of course, this black card has no credit limit. Senior can spend as much as he wishes. If senior is not accustomed to shopping outside, she said, respectfully handing the bank's black card to Chen Ping'an. She secretly guessed that since the senior already knew how to use internet slang, he would probably understand these modern terms she was using. So she offered to go shopping for Chen Ping'an. Hongyi had indeed overestimated Chen Ping'an. He actually had no idea what a black card was, but he pretended to be knowledgeable anyway. It's not as if I'm completely ignorant of this world, and I don't need a young lady to prepare things for me. Holding the card, Chen Ping'an immediately recognized it as the kind he had only heard about in legends from his past life. A wicked smile touched his lips, and it was unclear what was going through his mind. After his silent gloating, Chen Ping'an resumed his big-shot demeanor and asked Hongyi to take him to see the local customs of the cultivation world. She was very surprised to hear this but agreed at once. A short while later, the two arrived in front of a very large building with two tall bodyguards in suits and sunglasses standing guard at the entrance. Hongyi introduced it to him, explaining that the owner of this clubhouse was a nascent soul-stage cultivator, and City V could be said to be under his jurisdiction. He comes from a prominent family, and the building has a protective ward. I'm afraid I can't take you in directly, Senior. Chen Ping'an smiled contemptuously and said, what's so difficult about that? A small spell will solve it. He then raised his hand and cast a spell. Instantly, his entire body was covered by a bright thin film of spiritual energy, and he walked in with confidence. Let's go, I'll go meet the owner here. Following behind Chen Ping'an, Hong Yi couldn't help but be stunned. That's all it takes. As she walked through the entrance, she could hardly believe her eyes. She subconsciously glanced around. They were truly invisible, and even the protective ward hadn't detected them. Hong Yi followed him, marveling to herself. He had previously given her cultivation resources that could allow her body to ascend directly. It seemed the senior was truly extraordinary. Just then, the two walked into the main hall, unsure of where to find the owner. Suddenly they heard voices talking behind them. Why isn't that troublemaker from yesterday here today? Two men could be heard speaking ill of someone in a swaggering tone. Isn't it obvious the boss must have taken care of him? That idiot Zhang Feng actually wanted compensation. He should have considered who our boss is. It's laughable. The man next to him immediately bowed fawningly. Yes, Big Brother sees things clearly. It's my good fortune to be able to work here. Hearing the name Zhang Feng, he thought it was the same as his college roommate's name. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? At the same time, fierce curses came from a room. Kid, don't you want money to treat your dad? Stand up now and I'll give it to you. How about it? Zhang Feng lay motionless at his feet but still managed to turn his face to the side and curse, You'll die a miserable death. This greatly surprised the man. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him. He was instantly enraged and stomped hard on Zhang Feng, who immediately vomited blood and passed out. The boss said in disgust, You're done for already. Mortals are truly a bunch of trash. He pulled out a sword from nearby and viciously prepared to stab his victim. Since you're trash, I can only use you to feed my sword. I hope my precious blade enjoys drinking your blood. Suddenly a force was through the door and simultaneously grabbed the sword in his hand, then a kick sent him flying, his head hitting the wall. He spat out blood, severely injured. He immediately shouted at Chen Ping'an, Who are you to dare lay a hand on me? Just then he walked in and said in a superior tone, I am from the Ding family. You are not worthy of knowing who I am. Seeing him blocking the way, he raised a hand and made the boss fly up and stick tightly to the wall, blood pouring from his mouth. Then he walked past the boss indifferently and went to Zhang Feng's side. He helped Zhang Feng up, took out a healing spiritual pill and pushed it into Zhang Feng's mouth with 2 fingers. When the pill reached his throat, it emitted a glow that enveloped his entire body. Gradually his previous wounds healed, but he was still in a coma and didn't wake up immediately. Chen Ping'an then turned to Hong Yi and said, Please take that guy outside and deal with him. If there are any problems after you kill him, tell them to come find me. Hong Yi quickly clasped her hands in acknowledgement, then dragged the boss out of the room by his feet. At that moment, Zhang Feng coughed a few times and slowly woke up. In Chen Ping'an's arms he opened his eyes, unable to believe he could see him again. Then he suddenly burst into tears. I'm dead, I'm really dead, that's why I'm seeing such a good friend in the underworld. Chen Ping'an was furious when he heard this. He punched Zhang Feng in the face to snap him out of it and roared, You son of a bitch, look closely, your old man is still alive. It was me, your dad, who just saved you. After taking the punch, Zhang Feng held his head, not understanding what had happened. Chen Ping'an sighed and explained it's a long story. He then told him everything about his cultivation. After hearing the story, Zhang Feng understood. He clapped his hands, grasping the situation at once. So you were transmigrated, became a powerful cultivator, and then found a way back. And the guy who beat me up is also a cultivator from this world, right? Chen Ping'an nodded. That's about right, but he still didn't tell Zhang Feng about the system. As Zhang Feng spoke, he suddenly turned to look around, worried that someone outside was eavesdropping. Chen Ping'an said confidently, On this earth there is no one I need to fear. He believed that Hong Yi was a smart woman. She understood that when he told her to take the man outside and deal with him, it meant he had things to say that he didn't want others to hear. So she would surely help him eliminate any potential eavesdroppers nearby. Chen Ping'an then said to Zhang Feng, Let's not worry about that for now. I have an important question for you, and I hope you'll answer it seriously. Seeing his serious expression, he agreed. Go ahead. Between us you don't have to be so formal. He quickly told him his plan. I want to bring about a revival of spiritual energy on Earth, but I've also seen cultivators bullying mortals. I'm afraid restoring the spiritual energy might not be a good thing, so I wanted to hear your opinion. Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard this. He quickly shared his thoughts. I think that no matter what, restoring spiritual energy is not a bad thing for Earth. Chen Ping'an was a bit puzzled by this opinion. Why? Zhang Feng's expression turned serious as he continued. If spiritual energy isn't restored on a large scale, then cultivators will forever be a minority, and this minority will wield supreme power with that advantage. He suddenly stood up and shouted with great passion, Only by giving everyone a chance will they restrain themselves. Besides, you also said that other worlds exist. If Earth remains so weak, what will we do when we are invaded by people from other worlds? After hearing this, Chen Ping'an was a bit dazed but felt it made sense. Originally, if his plan didn't work out, he was going to wait until he completed his mission, and then transport all his spirit stones over. Now it seemed it wouldn't be so troublesome. Chen Ping'an felt this good friend of his was very useful, and invited Zhang Feng to quickly find a safe place so he could guide him onto the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across his face. At this moment, in Jie Hongyi's villa, she was channeling spiritual energy into Zhang Feng's body. After a while, she withdrew her hand, turned to Chen Ping'an and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Senior, I can't seem to find this brother's spiritual root. I'm afraid he has no affinity for cultivation." When she finished, both Chen Ping'an and Zhang Feng were shaken. He was about to say something but was stopped by Zhang Feng, who patted him on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "It's okay, don't feel bad for me. You've already helped me get my revenge and you paid for my dad's medical bills. Whether I can cultivate or not isn't that important." But Chen Ping'an was still unwilling to give up. "What are you talking about? You're my brother. Now that your brother has made it big, I have to bring you along for the ride. Wait a minute, I will definitely get you on the path of cultivation." As he spoke, he took out his storage ring and rummaged through it, searching for a body cultivation technique. Watching Chen Ping'an like this, Zhang Feng was grateful but didn't know what to say at that moment. Suddenly, an ecstatic look appeared on his face. He had finally found the book. Seeing that the materials for this technique were hard to find on Earth, Chen Ping'an quickly buried his head in it and began to modify the technique to simplify it. Zhang Feng witnessed this scene and was somewhat confused. He turned to Hongyi and asked, "Miss Beauty, do you know what's wrong with him?" She replied, "This is an epiphany. Senior is creating a technique that can move the very laws of heaven and earth." After hearing this, Zhang Feng was thunderstruck. Seeing his good friend was so powerful, he was completely shocked. Jie Hongyi quickly replied, "Of course. Senior is an immortal after all." Zhang Feng, still a bit confused, asked why Hongyi didn't find it strange that such a powerful person would be friends with an ordinary person like him. She found it quite normal and said, "What's so strange about that? Don't all immortals have to descend to the mortal world to experience worldly tribulations? Even if Senior was once friends with you, it's not that strange, right?" At that moment, Chen Ping'an finally finished modifying the technique and let out a sigh of relief. He then turned and tossed the book to Zhang Feng. "Take it. This is an extremely perfect body cultivation technique. Even without heavenly materials and earthly treasures, cultivation will be very fast." He didn't forget to conceitedly praise himself as a brilliant genius. Holding the book in his hands, Zhang Feng immediately understood his brother's intention and said, "This secret manual, you must want to spread it far and wide, right? Have you thought about how you're going to distribute it?" Chen Ping'an smiled smugly. "What's so difficult about that? Once I've restored the spiritual energy on Earth, I'll print the technique into pamphlets and have my dragon and phoenix pets go for a little stroll." Hearing the words dragon and phoenix, Zhang Feng's jaw dropped, shocked once again. "You were the one who caused that black dragon incident yesterday." Jie Hongyi, on the other hand, was worried. Senior doing this might not succeed. He was taken aback when he heard this. "Why not? Didn't the appearance of the black dragon yesterday cause a huge stir in the news?" Hongyi sighed helplessly. The news about the black dragon was quickly suppressed by the Ding family's PR team. Now everyone thinks yesterday's black dragon was just an illusion. With that news out there, no one will believe it now. Discovering that the Ding family was behind this again, he asked curiously, "Who exactly are they?" Hongyi quickly explained. "Ding Hai, the patriarch of the Ding family, is currently the #1 expert on Earth." As she was speaking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Her pupils dilated in shock and she gasped toward the door. "How could someone suddenly come looking for me? My location has never been exposed." Chen Ping'an told her to gather her courage and open the door, that there was nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, Hongyi felt a little embarrassed and walked hesitantly to the door. When she opened it, she found that the visitor was none other than the Ding family's patriarch, Ding Hai. He revealed a playful smile. "Miss Jie, we meet again." Hongyi blocked the doorway and questioned him angrily. "How do you know I'm here? What do you want?" Ding Hai paid no mind to her questions, simply pushing Hongyi aside and walking in. He walked up to Chen Ping'an and bowed respectfully. "This junior Ding Hai greets you, Senior. Just now a miscreant from the Ding family committed a despicable act and angered you, Senior. So this junior has come specially to apologize." Chen Ping'an frowned upon hearing this. "I don't believe you were completely unaware of everything that person did." "Out with it, what do you want from me?" he asked, getting straight to the point. The junior replied bluntly that Earth's spiritual energy was now insufficient, so the fewer cultivators there were the better. He had come to implore the senior to stop. "And what if I refuse?" he said coldly. This made the junior stammer and scratch his head. "Ah, that would be a problem. Senior, your strength is immense. This junior is completely powerless to stop you." At this, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. "But since you went out of your way to save the passengers on that plane, you must be an honorable man, right? Wherever your dragon appears, Senior, I will slaughter everyone there. Perhaps that will be enough to stop you." What an idiot, daring to threaten him in such a manner. He must have a death wish. Ding Hai feigned a sigh, making himself out to be the victim. The junior claimed he had no other choice, resorting to this foolish method of killing people behind the senior's back. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an's face turned icy. He glared at him with a murderous expression, then laughed with contempt. "Ha, you're quite vicious. An ordinary person would indeed be easily controlled by you." He then reached behind his back and drew a kitchen cleaver. With a single horizontal slash through Ding Hai's body, he sent the man spewing a mouthful of blood. After striking him once, he quickly returned the cleaver to its place. Ding Hai clutched his stomach, writhing in agony in a pool of his own blood like an earthworm. He was about to say something, but Chen Ping'an cut him off. I won't kill you. Crippling your cultivation will be your lesson. With that, Chen Ping'an immediately turned, clasped his hands behind his back and walked away, coldly telling him to get lost. Ding Hai trembled as he got to his feet and scrambled away from Jie Hongyi's villa in a panic. She glanced at him with disdain, thinking he had gotten off far too lightly for such a despicable person. Chen Ping'an smiled and asked her, Miss Jie, do you know why I spared his life? Jie Hongyi thought for a moment before replying, in my humble opinion, killing him would have been more likely to drive his subordinates into a frenzy, but with Ding Hai returning with his cultivation crippled, they will inevitably fight amongst themselves for power, Chen Ping'an said with approval. Miss Jie is a clever woman indeed. Jie Hongyi was overjoyed to hear this. I'll gladly accept your praise, senior. Chen Ping'an, having regained his powerful demeanor, said to Jie Hongyi, You're welcome, let's cut the pleasantries. I have a task for you, Miss Jie, and I hope you will do your best. Hongyi was surprised but said, I will certainly do my utmost. Though she didn't know what the task was, she saw Chen Ping'an wave his hand gently, and a surge of spiritual energy appeared. He said, The spiritual energy on Earth is far too thin. I am channeling a spiritual vein from another world to restore it here. As he spoke, he performed a technique with his hands, opening a formation to transport the spiritual vein. Witnessing this, Jie Hongyi was amazed by his power. Chen Ping'an instructed her, Before the spiritual energy is restored, you need to gather the cultivators of the Dragon Order sect and deal with the Chaos sect, led by Ding Hai, to put an end to this corrupting influence. Upon hearing this, she cupped her hands and accepted the order, confident that she could complete the mission. Suddenly he paused and said, Of course I won't have you do this for free. He walked forward, placed his hands on Hongyi's shoulders and continued coolly, As a reward I will ask a peerless master to be your teacher. Hearing of such a great gift, she could no longer contain her joy, her face beaming with a smile. Thank you for your immense kindness, senior. Meanwhile in the divine realm, Chen Ping'an quickly arrived at the Wu family estate and made a request to the Wu clan head. I need you to go to a mortal world with scarce spiritual energy and instruct a group of mortal cultivators. I wonder if you have the time, clan head Wu. Old Wu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. I have time. Teaching students is my specialty. Chen Ping'an was very pleased. Then I'll have to trouble you, clan head Wu. Once this is done, I will arrange an opportunity for you as a token of my gratitude. This opportunity is profoundly wondrous, and since I've promised it, you need not fear I'll go back on my word. The Wu clan head was delighted and replied, It is this junior's honor to be of service to you, senior. He reached out and created a spatial gate in front of him, adding a reminder, Someone will receive you on the other side of the gate. That world is an important piece in my plan, so remember to be careful and avoid damaging its fragile space. Hearing the instructions, the Wu clan head cupped his hands in a salute. This junior will be extremely careful. I will definitely not make a move there. With that, he stepped through the spatial gate. Watching him leave, Chen Ping'an began to plan his next move. The next step was to find someone to collect spiritual veins, on the condition that it wouldn't affect the operation of other worlds. The folks at the Pavilion of Gods were just sitting around idle, so he would ask for their help. The scene switched to Jie Hongyi's home. She and Zhang Feng had been waiting there for a long time. Just then, the Wu clan head emerged from the spatial gate. After stepping out, he looked around. No wonder the senior has taken an interest in this place. It truly is extraordinary in every way. Jie Hongyi stepped forward and bowed. This junior Jie Hongyi pays her respects to senior. Old Wu put on the air of an elder. There is no need for such formalities. You must be the students the senior asked me to teach. His expression quickly changed, becoming amiable and approachable. In that case, just call me Teacher Wu. If you have any questions, I can answer them all for you. Hongyi asked, puzzled. Seeing your extraordinary bearing, you must be an immortal, correct? He suddenly clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Haha, I'm no immortal. Beings of the immortal level aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Seeing his expression, Hongyi quickly pressed. Then Teacher Wu you are? The Wu clan head said smugly. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll tell you. Mortals must endure 1,000 perils to ascend to immortality, and immortals who cultivate to the absolute peak have only a slim chance of ascending to godhood. As for me, I am a powerhouse from the divine realm. After hearing this, both Hongyi and Zhang Feng were ecstatic. Zhang Feng stared dumbfounded at the man before him and blurted out in astonishment, My roommate can casually order around a god with such a powerful backer. I must have saved the world in my past life. Hearing the word roommate, he leaned closer to Hongyi and asked in a low voice, This little brother is the senior's roommate? She nodded and said, Yes. When the senior was tempering his heart in the mortal world, he was good friends with him for several years. Just 2 days ago, he even created a new body tempering technique specifically for him. Seeing that he was a good friend of Chen Ping'an, the Wu clan head's face lit up with joy, thinking that if he got on good terms with him, the senior would surely give him many benefits in the future. He quickly ran over, affectionately put his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and asked his name. Then he patted his shoulder and said, Brother Zhang, why be so formal? I felt a connection with you the moment I saw you. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother Wu from now on. Zhang Feng shyly thanked Big Brother Wu. He grinned and said not to mention it. I'm new here. I might have to trouble you to show me around and help me get familiar with the place, Brother Zhang. Zhang Feng also happily agreed. All right, I promise you'll have a great time, Big Brother Wu. He suddenly looked at Hongyi and said, but right now class is more important. The senior mentioned a group of students, so there must be others who want to learn, right? Go and call them all over. Hongyi quickly agreed and went to gather the others. A month later, in a secluded dark alley, a sword was seen piercing through a person's chest. At that moment, Hongyi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed something had happened that had taken a lot out of her. It turned out she had just used all her strength to kill an evil cultivator. Suddenly, a round of applause came from behind her. Not bad. You've made great progress this month, Hongyi said humbly. It's because Teacher Wu is a good instructor. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she noticed a dark figure had already been there. Then fled at high speed. Hongyi immediately gave chase, pursuing the dark figure through several streets. Looking at his back, she concluded that this person was an evil cultivator. Spiritual energy slowly gathered in Hongyi's hand. She couldn't let him escape to cause more trouble. She blasted the spiritual energy at the man with her palm, hitting him in the head and knocking him unconscious to the ground. But Hongyi remained highly vigilant, because someone who could evade her for so long couldn't possibly be taken down by a single blow. Hongyi slowly approached him to check the situation, not noticing that she had already fallen into a trap and stepped into a formation. Just then, several streams of evil energy surrounded Hongyi, and she realized in a panic that she had been tricked. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps slowly approached. Fellow Taoist it was Ding Hai. After having his cultivation crippled by Chen Ping'an, he had come to seek revenge on her. Since we last parted, I've thought about you every single moment. A look of terror appeared on Hongyi's face. I am on a mission from the senior to exterminate evil cultivators. If you lay a hand on me, aren't you afraid of angering him? He sneered. So what? Ding Hai grew more and more frantic. My path to immortality is severed, so why should I fear death? I've been following you and I know he's not here. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Before he returns, I'm going to turn this world into a bloodbath. He stared directly at Hongyi. As for you, you're just the beginning of my revenge. So what if he's powerful? I can still make him regret it for the rest of his life. As long as he knows that you and the residents of this city died because of him. Hongyi immediately cursed. You lunatic, you still show no remorse even now. A defiant look appeared in Ding Hai's eyes. Remorse? What did I do wrong? He roared at Hongyi upon hearing her words. You can criticize me from your high horse, but you were just lucky enough to catch his eye. If I had been that lucky, you'd be kneeling at my feet flattering me right now, Hongyi angrily retorted. Bah, shameless, even if you had been lucky enough to meet the senior, he would never have thought highly of you if you didn't do good deeds, Ding Hai snorted coldly. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Save your grand principles for hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of spiritual energy gathered in his hand. Hongyi was horrified at the sight. He then revealed a ferocious expression, clenched the ball of spiritual energy in his hand and said, Die! Hongyi was now in a state of extreme terror. Suddenly a force came from nowhere, shattering the formation and leaving them both bewildered. Ding Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible, how could my killing formation have failed? Suspecting Hongyi was behind it, he cursed. What did you do, you wretched woman? Suddenly, the Wu clan head's voice rang out. You're quite perceptive. I was delayed a bit because I was dealing with all the evil cultivators who were preparing to slaughter the mortals in this city. He descended majestically from the sky. Seeing Teacher Wu come to her rescue, Hongyi quickly bowed her head in thanks. She smiled with pride, singing his praises. Teacher Wu is truly a powerhouse from the divine realm, saving the entire city's population single-handedly. When the senior finds out, he will surely praise you as well. Hearing her say this, the Wu clan head was extremely pleased, grinning from ear to ear. Not at all, not at all. If I hadn't intentionally suppressed my power, dealing with these vermin would have been a matter of a single thought. With that, he walked toward Ding Hai, who was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Not knowing what kind of monster he had provoked, he was so scared that he collapsed onto the ground, nearly wetting his pants. Seeing his terrified state, the Wu clan head's face hardened, and he said angrily, You brat, you really don't know what's good for you. Did you really think Hongyi meeting the senior was just a matter of luck? After saying this, he gave a meaningful smile. To the senior, all things are part of the plan, and for us to be his pawns is already the highest honor. At the same time, in a remote deep mountain forest, a man in black was cultivating on a mountaintop. Suddenly the man opened his eyes, and the image of an ancient divine beast, a nine-tailed fox, gradually appeared within them. Who was this mysterious man who possessed such a rare spiritual creature? He said to the nine-tailed fox, At your current pace, the demonic beasts of this mortal realm are no longer sufficient to temper your body. You must ascend to the immortal realm as soon as possible. With that, the man stood up. As they prepared to ascend to the immortal realm together, he didn't forget to express his thanks. I owe my current cultivation level to your guidance, the fox quickly followed, scolding impatiently. Cut the crap. Don't forget you promised me you'd go to the chaos realm as soon as possible to avenge me. Of course. It turned out this man in black was Chen Yi, another person who had transmigrated from Earth to cultivate. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but he also possessed a powerful special ability that could freeze all time and space. Just as he was feeling smug, thinking he was the chosen long-ocean protagonist, a powerful force suddenly appeared in the sky behind him. The fox frowned and said loudly, "It's people from the divine realm, what are you doing here?" Suddenly a foot stepped out of a ring of light, and Chen Ping'an and Mo Huang walked over. Seeing the terrifying spiritual power radiating from the two, the fox broke out in a cold sweat. It ran in front of Chen Yi and signaled with its eyes, "I'll stay and hold him off, you find a way to run." Just as Mo Huang was about to step forward and state his purpose, Chen Yi unleashed a technique and Mo Huang froze on the spot as if petrified. This even surprised Chen Ping'an, who was standing beside them. What's going on? He's frozen." Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's voice rang out, "Kid, is this your technique?" He looked at Chen Yi, who was hoisting the fox onto his shoulder and preparing to flee. Chen Yi had a look of utter shock. He turned his head and yelled, "Whoa, I froze time. How are you still moving?" He couldn't help but add, "Did my protagonist halo stop working?" Hearing this, Chen Ping'an thought to himself, could there be another fellow from Earth here with a powerful cheat? But this kid can stop time. If used to fight bosses, that's a top-tier control skill. At this thought, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chen Ping'an said calmly, "The ability to stop time is impressive, but it has no effect on me. You can release it." His words sent a chill down Chen Yi's spine. He trembled and said, "This junior Chen Yi, I wonder what business senior has here." He flashed a sweet smile and said, "I also used to live on Earth, so we're fellow countrymen in a way. You don't need to be so nervous." Hearing the words fellow countrymen, Chen Yi's brow furrowed. He quickly put the fox, which was pretending to be unconscious, on the ground and swiftly knelt to bow before Chen Ping'an. "This junior will retract the ability now. I was offensive just now. I hope senior will not take offense," Chen Ping'an said magnanimously. "It's fine." Chen Yi reached out and used his spiritual power to release the time-space seal on Mo Huang. His pupils dilated abruptly. He felt as if his thoughts had become extremely slow for that brief moment. Chen Ping'an reassured him, "Why be surprised? You just fell victim to this brother Chen Yi's technique." Mo Huang was still completely confused. "What the hell?" Getting back on topic, he happily stated his purpose for coming today. "My plan is to revive the spiritual energy of Earth. I only need to take a small spiritual vein from this world. If you still have some attachment to Earth, I can take you back for a visit when I leave." Hearing this, Chen Yi was overjoyed like a child. He hugged the nine-tailed fox and boasted to it, "I'm going home. The beauty of that world is something I guarantee you can't even imagine." The fox snorted and said smugly, "Are you kidding? I'm not a frog in a well like you." The scene switched back to the city. At this moment, a spatial formation appeared, and the four of them, Chen Ping'an, Mo Huang, Chen Yi and the fox, had arrived on Earth. Chen Ping'an turned to Chen Yi and smiled. "Brother Chen Yi, feel free to look around. If you're ready to go back, just wait for me here." Chen Yi thanked him profusely, then rubbed the fox's nose. "Well, I told you it was a sight you couldn't imagine, didn't I?" The fox was also deeply moved, unable to believe such a beautiful and peculiar place existed in the world. Suddenly, Chen Yi excitedly told the fox that there were even more peculiar things to see. With that, he took the fox on a tour of Earth. Elsewhere, on the rooftop of a tall building overlooking the entire city, Chen Ping'an turned back to Mo Huang and said, "Release the spiritual vein." He immediately activated the storage ring on his hand. A spirit stone began to glow. At that moment, the spirit stone lay quietly in Mo Huang's palm. He quickly aimed the stone forward, allowing its power to radiate in all directions. Streaks of power from the spirit stone transformed into long cyan ribbons of light that enveloped the entire city. Chen Ping'an watched the streams of spiritual energy and praised him with satisfaction. "Well done. I will prepare a better opportunity for you at the right time." Mo Huang was instantly overjoyed. "Thank you, senior," he then continued. "Come, let's go see how they've handled the tasks I assigned them." With that, the two of them turned into a streak of golden light and flew away. They arrived at Jie Hongyi's luxurious villa district. At this time, the Wu clan head was sitting quietly in the garden. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Feng and Hongyi sparring. He suddenly spoke, interrupting the two. "The spiritual energy content of this world is rapidly increasing. It seems the senior has successfully returned." Hearing this, Jie Hongyi said happily, "That's wonderful. This way, Earth's cultivators will finally no longer have to fight to the death over a single breath of spiritual energy." Zhang Feng also chimed in, "And we've just completed our mission of clearing out the evil cultivators, so we don't have to worry about cultivators slaughtering mortals anymore." Just then, Chen Ping'an's voice rang out, "It seems that while I've been away, no one has been slacking off." With that, he and Mo Huang descended from the sky. Seeing him, Teacher Wu immediately reported, "Senior, the task of clearing out the evil cultivators has been completed. Please inspect our work." Chen Ping'an said trustingly, "There's no need, I trust you all." Upon hearing this, Jie Hongyi's and Teacher Wu's eyes lit up and they said in unison with pride, "Thank you for your trust, senior." He introduced the person with him. "This is Mo Huang, the master of the Pavilion of Gods. I'm sure Clan Head Wu knows of him." Mo Huang also cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Mo Huang. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Teacher Wu quickly returned the courtesy. "You're too kind, you're too kind. Pavilion Master Mo is one of the top powerhouses in the divine realm. I have long admired your name. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Feng put his arm around Chen Ping'an's shoulder and praised him proudly. "You're really something, kid. You actually managed to revive the spiritual energy," he smiled smugly. "Of course, I mean look who I am." Just then, a system prompt popped up. "Please have the host expand the presence of cultivators and restore Earth's spiritual power to enter an age of cultivation incomplete." This greatly puzzled Chen Ping'an. Logically, clearing out that band of evil cultivators should have completed the first half of the mission. And now that Earth's spiritual energy has been restored, why isn't the mission complete? As he was pondering this, Teacher Wu stepped forward to report, "Senior, there is something I must tell you. When I was clearing out the evil cultivators earlier, I accidentally discovered that this world's lack of spiritual energy might not be natural but rather deliberately caused by someone." Hearing this, he asked Teacher Wu to explain more clearly. Teacher Wu continued, "The reason this junior believes so is that I accidentally found that this world's ascension passage has been sealed, and the cultivation of the person who sealed it at this point." He glanced at Mo Huang beside him, "is at least not inferior to old brother Mo's, so I was completely unable to break the seal." This greatly surprised Mo Huang as well. "I never thought this tiny mortal realm could attract such a powerful expert." After listening, Chen Ping'an grew thoughtful. Could this be the reason the mission isn't complete? He immediately asked Teacher Wu to take him to see it. "Yes, senior, please follow me." A massive formation enveloped the entire planet. Witnessing this scene, Mo Huang couldn't help but be amazed. This formation actually contains the aura of laws unique to a god emperor. His pupils widened in horror because he recognized that this aura was different from that of the myriad ancient god emperor. It seems this place is not part of the Chinkin realm under the myriad ancient god emperor's jurisdiction. And at this moment the Wu clan head was hatching a plan in his mind. Myriad ancient god emperor. Put in front of the senior, even a god emperor is just a junior. If I take the initiative to solve this seal, perhaps I can make the senior value me even more. With that thought, he walked up to Chen Ping'an and said, "Senior, I can break this formation with just a little preparation. Why not leave this matter to me?" Seeing this, Mo Huang's mind started racing. "That's right, the senior is here. What am I afraid of? This old fellow is quick to snatch up a task." He rushed in front of Teacher Wu and volunteered. "Leave it to me, I can definitely solve it faster." He couldn't resist adding a taunt. Brother Wu's strength is still a bit lacking after all. The Wu clan head was furious upon hearing this, and immediately glared at Mo Huang with a murderous gaze. "I'm the one who spoke up first," Mo Huang retorted, not backing down. "That's because your cultivation is low." Watching the two start to argue, Chen Ping'an smiled with satisfaction. It seems their reaction means that breaking the seal won't attract the Divine Emperor. I can rest easy then. He cleared his throat, interrupting the argument between the two. "Ahem, there's no need to argue about this. You two can handle it together." Hearing this, both of them were furious but helpless. They had no choice but to bow their heads and accept the order. "We will do our utmost." Back at Jie Hongyi's house, Chen Ping'an sat down to discuss things with Zhang Feng and Hongyi. "I'll be staying here for a while longer, and I'd like to take this opportunity to spread my teachings to the people of Earth. Do you two have any ideas on how to let more people know?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng and Hongyi exchanged a knowing glance. His eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "Let's do a live stream. That's the place where you can reach the most people." Sitting to the side, Jie Hongyi agreed, adding, "That's right, if you need it, senior, I can have my management team arrange to assist you. I can guarantee that the maximum number of people will be able to hear the teachings you spread." At the mention of a management team, Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. Jie Hongyi happily and humbly explained, "It's nothing much. I'm just a celebrity with a few tens of millions of fans." Chen Ping'an turned to ask the system, "If someone says they like me during the live stream, can I get exchange points as a reward?" The system immediately replied, "Yes, but it's 0.2 points per person, and each person only counts once." He grinned smugly. "That's still pretty good. As long as enough people watch, many small amounts will add up to a huge sum." He turned back and requested, "Then I'll have to trouble you to make the arrangements, Miss J." Hongyi stood up and agreed excitedly. "I'll have them draw up a plan right now." Soon, thanks to Jie Hongyi's fame, word of Chen Ping'an spread across the entire world. At that moment, in a student dormitory, a guy shouted, "Quick, quick! The legendary great cultivator, Ancestor Ping'an, is about to start a live stream to preach his teachings. Everyone come and watch." A group of people quickly crowded around the computer screen. A man with curly hair said excitedly, "Times are changing so fast. Just 2 days ago, I heard a debunking claim that the dragon was just special effects, and now they're saying cultivators really exist in this world. I can barely keep up." A guy in a hat standing at the back said disdainfully, "It might all be fake." Another guy retorted angrily, "My goddess Jie Hongyi would never let a scammer use her platform to trick people. This must be real." It wasn't just students watching, even office workers opened Chen Ping'an's live stream to watch. Even a girl walking her dog and the handsome men and beautiful women around her all entered his live stream. After a lengthy sermon, Chen Ping'an concluded the live stream with great success. He waved goodbye to everyone through his phone screen. "If you all wish to hear more, you can like the live stream. I will continue my lecture when I have the chance." The screen immediately erupted with enthusiastic likes from the audience. The system then tallied the results. A total of 190,807,321 people liked him. Chen Ping'an chuckled to himself gleefully. Hee, I've struck it rich. If I had to use that method of asking people one by one if they liked me, who knows how long that would have taken. He looked towards the door wondering, I wonder how Mo Hyung and the others are progressing with breaking the seal. Meanwhile, after a great deal of effort, Patriarch Wu and Mo Huang finally managed to undo the seal. The task had exhausted them, leaving them panting heavily. We finally broke the seal, as expected of a divine emperor's work. It was truly sturdy, indeed. If it were just one of us, we definitely couldn't have solved it. Mo Huang remarked with emotion. Senior is truly farsighted to have made me cooperate with you, old brother. Master Wu followed up. Senior's abilities are truly unfathomable. Suddenly, a multicolored light shot across the sky, accompanied by an extremely furious voice. Which audacious fool dares to touch my seal? The two men standing below looked up and were utterly horrified. From within the light, a middle-aged man with green hair walked out. So it's Lan Zan, the local divine emperor of Earth. He looked at them and said, You have god-level cultivation, but why have I never seen you in the god realm? Where are you from? The two immediately bowed in unison. This humble one, Wu Dezhen and Mo Huang, pay our respects to the divine emperor. We are from the Chinkin realm. Hearing this, Lan Zan frowned in confusion and asked, Subordinates of Dengeki, my world has no passage connecting to the Chinkin realm. How did you get here, and why did you break the seal? As he spoke, a ferocious look came into his eyes. Tell me now or I will kill you. Not even Dengeki could protect you. Wu Dezhen was sweating profusely with fear, but he still mustered the courage to explain. Divine Emperor, please quell your thunderous rage. We have no intention of being your enemy. We were merely acting on a commission from a senior. Hearing that it was a senior's commission, Lan Zan was startled, then stared intently at the two men before him. He rushed forward and grabbed Wu Dezhen by the collar, saying, Who is this senior? Seeing his extremely agitated state, Wu Dezhen said fearfully, That senior's taboo name in this world is Chen Ping'an. The senior has also referred to himself as the Invincible Supreme. After hearing this, Lan Zan fell silent, breaking out in a cold sweat as he guessed, Could it really be him? Mo Huang cautiously suggested. Could it be that the Divine Emperor also knows the senior? Would you require this subordinate to lead you to pay your respects? Lan Zan immediately agreed. Lead the way, yes sir. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Ping'an brought a hand to his mouth and said with delight, The mission is complete. It seems the seal has been lifted. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching his attention. Senior, a group of people was walking over from a distance. At this moment, Lan Zan was somewhat surprised to see Ping'an's back, while Mo Huang became even more certain. Yes, it must be him. He began to introduce him. Senior, this is... However, before Mo Huang could finish, Lan Zan had already rushed forward, knelt and kowtowed. Revered master, please accept my respects. His action left the other two men completely astonished. Lan Zan continued, Your student has finally met you. Please accept this student, Lan Zan's bow of respect. Hearing this, Ping'an froze on the spot, while the other two were filled with immense admiration, as expected of the senior. In contrast to Lan Zan's enthusiasm, Ping'an was somewhat wary. What did I do now? How come I don't know anything? He calls me revered master but says he's never met me before. It must be a case of mistaken identity. I should test the waters. He quickly regained his composure and replied, It was a trivial matter, nothing of consequence. Lan Zan continued. It may be a trivial matter to you, master, but to me it was a life-changing kindness. If not for that letter you sent tens of thousands of years ago guiding me out of my predicament, Lan Zan would not have the glory of today, nor would I have become a divine emperor. Hearing this, Ping'an was so scared his face went pale. This guy is actually a divine emperor, and he's kneeling to me. If I reveal that I'm not his master, won't he retaliate against me? Thinking this, Ping'an said, It seems you have come to believe in that letter. My efforts were not in vain then. Rise for now. Lan Zan quickly obeyed. Thank you, revered master. Ping'an thought, I have no idea what was written in that letter. I need to find a way to get him to reveal more information. He walked over to Lan Zan's side and clapped him happily on the shoulder. Seeing the person he worshipped being so enthusiastic towards him, Lan Zan couldn't hide his joy and said, At that time you instructed me to seal this mortal realm, master, and you also said that on the day the seal was lifted I would be able to meet you. Now things have turned out exactly as you said. Your foresight is truly unerring. Outwardly, Ping'an replied happily, You've done well, I am very pleased, but deep down he began to have doubts. He could see me on the day the seal was lifted, but I only broke the seal because of a mission requirement. Is this really a case of mistaken identity, or has the system been hiding a lot from me? At this moment Lan Zan continued solemnly, I heard that these two brothers were formerly from the Chinkin realm. Should I establish a realm bridge between these two worlds to facilitate communication? It would also be convenient for you to give any instructions, and I could arrive at the earliest moment. Hearing this, Ping'an smiled and replied, Of course you can, although I won't need it. It will be much more convenient for all of you to travel back and forth. Seeing Ping'an say this, Lan Zan was overjoyed and proposed, Then I will go and discuss this with the Wangu Divine Emperor right now. Ping'an turned to Mo Huang and said, Young brother Chen Yi is a promising talent. I have a use for him and hope you can take him to the God realm to mentor him. Mo Huang agreed without the slightest hesitation. Yes, I will certainly do my best to teach him. As soon as Mo Huang's voice fell, Ping An had already turned to leave. My business in this world is concluded. It is time for me to go. Seeing this, Lan Zhan hurriedly bowed in reverence. I respectfully send you off, senior. A moment later, in another location, a mysterious pillar of light appeared in the sky, shooting straight down to the ground. Ping An also landed safely. He slowly opened his eyes, and the pillar of light gradually shattered and disappeared. Ping An smiled happily. The reward for this mission has finally allowed me to break through to the immortal realm. There really is a world of difference between mortals and immortals. At this, he stretched comfortably. Just then, the magical broom said, Master's strength has reached the immortal realm. The unsealing will proceed faster and faster from now on. Hearing this, Ping An began to look around. Who's speaking? They called me Master. The voice came from this direction. Could it be that when I broke through, I accidentally gained the ability to hear the voices of my system-rewarded items? The goldfish's voice also rang out. Was Master looking at me just now? He looked so dorky. The nearby peach tree, seeing the goldfish speaking carelessly, quickly stopped it. Goldfish, don't talk nonsense. Master will be displeased if he remembers this later, the goldfish retorted. What's there to be afraid of? With his current strength, he can't hear us anyway. If we don't say a few things about him now, we won't get the chance later. A nearby chicken also chirped happily. But seriously, our master can be pretty dumb sometimes. Just then, Ping An yelled, Shut up, you've exposed yourselves. His words made the chicken and goldfish, who were laughing just a second ago, tremble in fear. The atmosphere instantly became silent. Ping An thought, Are they deliberately trying to make it so I can't find the suspicious one? I wonder if I can pry some information out of this fish. Thinking this, he slowly walked towards the goldfish and said with a smile, I believe it was you who said I was dumb just now, wasn't it? Hearing this, the fish froze on the spot. At that moment, Ping An's expression changed, becoming terrifying. I'm a very kind person. I can't bear to see other animals suffer. As long as you explain the whole story behind the unsealing, I won't turn you into a roasted fish. How about it? The goldfish was so scared its mouth gaped open. It's over, it thought. Thinking this, the goldfish hastily tried to slip away. Seeing this, Ping An's eyes widened as he continued, It seems you're unwilling, then don't blame me. He reached his hand out directly towards the goldfish. However, just at that moment, the system screen suddenly appeared, blocking his action. New mission has been initiated. Host, please check for details. Seeing this, Ping An immediately understood. System, you're worried. The system immediately denied it. I do not understand your meaning. According to the system's investigation, now is a critical moment to complete the mission. It is recommended that the host proceed to execute it as soon as possible. To avoid missing the opportune moment, Ping An could only sigh. I'll let you off the hook for now then. Teleport me to the mission location. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light appeared beneath his feet, preparing to teleport him. And with that, Ping An vanished. In the demon domain of the god realm, Ping An descended from the sky, observing his surroundings with confusion. Where is this? What do I need to do? Just then, the system appeared. This is the demon domain of the god realm. Your mission is to make the strongest individual in the demon domain, Chu Jiushang, the master of the Six God sect, renounce his evil ways, voluntarily join the Buddha I Li and take you as his master. Ping An frowned. This mission sounds extremely troublesome. He immediately took flight. Where is Chu Jiushang? Give me a location so I can assess the situation. At this point, the system continued. The system is not authorized to provide helpful clues. Please complete the mission independently. Ping An forced a smile and said, I just remembered, the mission is not urgent at all. It would be better for me to go back first, get the full story, and then come back. The system hurriedly stopped him. The system will guide you. Host, please execute the mission as soon as possible. Elsewhere, a weakened-looking Jiushang stood amidst a field of corpses. He sighed, then viciously kicked a nearby corpse, roaring, Get up, weren't you going to exorcise demons and defend the righteous path? Get up and keep fighting me. Despite his words, the man remained motionless. Only then did Jiushang realize he was already dead. He glared at the corpse. You died just like that? Jiushang raised a hand to his head, saying with dissatisfaction, Damn it, why won't you let me have my fun? He began to roar madly. Just then, Jiushang noticed Ping An passing by. Someone else. With a push of his feet, he immediately shot towards Ping An. You've come to kill me too, haven't you? Come on, fight me. This left Ping An completely bewildered with no idea what was happening. What's going on? Who is this? At that moment, the system appeared and said, He is the mission target, Chu Jiushang. Ping An's face turned pale with fright as he dodged Jiushang's attack. What do I do now? This guy wants to kill me, the system replied. Hit him. Seeing how urgent the situation was, Ping An could only grit his teeth. I'll trust you one more time. He began to gradually regain his composure and charged forward to counterattack. Here goes nothing. Ping An unleashed the Tathagata's palm in response to Chu Jiushang's sudden assault. The strongest expert in the god realm's demon domain took the full force of this move to his face. The power Chen Ping An unleashed made the Tathagata's palm even more formidable. The man named Jiushang definitely couldn't escape this time. His entire body, along with the ground, exploded. The ground itself caved in from that terrifying force. The imprint of the Tathagata's palm was clearly visible on the ground, along with the mark of Jiushang, who had been flattened like a mosquito. The protagonist closed his eyes, confidently thinking, This time he's definitely. He hadn't even finished his thought when thick white smoke billowed up from the ground below. Ping An was dumbfounded, his mind racing. I've used all the power of heaven and earth I can control, and I still couldn't kill him. I'm done for this time." The man named Jiasheng chuckled lightly. "To injure me so heavily with a casual palm strike, you must be a peerless expert. Please take me as your disciple." The man named Jiasheng suddenly had a complete change of attitude, turning from animosity to adoration, leaving Ping An stunned. That strongest expert of the demon domain even said some rather twisted things. "As long as I can become stronger, I am willing to pay any price." The protagonist had already sensed something was off. "So this guy is a martial arts fanatic. In that case, perhaps you are not yet qualified to be my disciple." Chu Jiasheng pleaded. "As long as you can teach me a thing or two, I am willing to be your loyal servant." Ping An retorted. "Are you truly sincere about wanting to learn from me?" "Of course. My desire to learn is as clear as the sun and moon," Chu Jiasheng replied. "Then I will give you a test. If you can complete it, I will teach you a few moves." Chu Jiasheng immediately agreed. "Senior, please state it." "I, Chu, fear no test," Ping An began. "I want you to become a disciple of the Buddha I Li. Stay by his side for a period of time, and refrain from committing any evil during your discipleship. Are you willing?" Jiasheng appeared surprised, and seeing this, Ping An put on a displeased expression, which frightened Jiasheng into quickly agreeing. No, I am willing, please don't be angry, Senior." Jiasheng bowed with his hands clasped and departed, saying, "I will go and become his disciple at once. I hope that Senior will not go back on his word." As his voice fell, he vanished before Ping An's eyes. Ping An frowned. "I hadn't even finished giving my instructions, and he's already gone. What an impatient fellow." In the Buddha domain of the God realm, a streak of light flashed across the top of a pagoda. Jiasheng stood on the pagoda's roof and shouted, "Old bald donkey, where's I Li? Get your ass out here." The scene turned to an old Zen master with a white beard and hair. The Zen master spoke, "This humble monk is here. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit from Master Chu Jiasheng of the Six God sect?" Jiasheng reverted to his arrogant tone. All right. Cut the pleasantries. I've come to take you as my master." Master I Li broke into a cold sweat. He asked back, dumbfounded, "Ah, surely you are not joking with this humble monk?" Seeing that he didn't seem to be getting his way, Jiasheng began to channel his techniques. "It seems you have an objection. That's perfect. Let's have a little spar." Master I Li was startled by the powerful man's impulsiveness, but remained calm and blocked with a golden bell shield. The two clashed, but it seemed Jiasheng had the upper hand, forcing the master to defend himself clumsily. Several temples below were shaken to pieces by his terrifying power. Master I Li was flustered, as expected of the strongest expert in the demon domain. A single move is so horrifying. Unable to hold on, the master was already falling amidst the ruins of the temple. Seeing this, Jiasheng was not yet satisfied, and wanted to add another kick. He mercilessly kicked at the master. After a few moves, the man named Jiasheng had practically demolished the man's temple. The temple was filled with smoke and fire. Master I Li, coughing nonstop, propped himself up and said, "I do not know how this humble monk has offended you, master. I hope you can inform me of the reason, so that I may die with a clear understanding." Jiasheng, his face showing no sign of wrongdoing, replied, "How can you be so dense, you old bald donkey? I said I want to take you as my master. Are you deaf? I've truly never met someone who beats a person half to death and then wants to become their disciple." Master I Li couldn't possibly have been more shocked. He replied, "Master, if you have a problem with your brain, just say so. Perhaps this humble monk can help treat it." Jiasheng was so angry he was about to raise his fist. "You refuse to take me as a disciple, and you dare to call me crazy?" Master I Li shouted, "Wait, as the Buddhist saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. If the master is sincere, this humble monk is naturally willing to accept you as a disciple." Jiasheng, still arrogant and furious, huffed, "HMPH, that's more like it. I'll spare your life then. Hurry up with the necessary procedures, then arrange a place for me to live. I'll be staying with you for a while." To this day, I still don't understand if he's the disciple or the master. The humble monk I Li could only wonder in confusion. Why on earth does the master want to become my disciple? Jiasheng made no secret of it, saying, "It's all because that senior is testing me, wanting me to be your disciple. Otherwise I wouldn't even bother to glance at a weakling like you." The master seemed to understand everything. "So that senior must be a peerless master to make Chu Jiasheng willingly accept a test. In that case, please follow me to the main hall, master. This humble monk will perform the tonsure for you." The master held a razor and said to Jiasheng with a broad smile. Jiasheng was already at a loss and tried to refuse. Do I have to shave my head? I'm only staying for a short while. It shouldn't be necessary, right?" Master I Li, still smiling broadly, replied, "How could that be? Since it is a test, if you do not make a small sacrifice, how can it show your sincerity, master?" The demon lord seemed to be quite sensible, saying, "What you say does make sense, then shave it," the master said. "Master Chu is wise," Jiasheng urged. "Then hurry up, master," I Li agreed, but a string of thoughts flashed through his mind. "I finally have you right where I want you. I won't take this beating for nothing. Sooner or later you'll pay it back." 1 month later, Ping An was leisurely sitting and enjoying the scenery when a signal appeared on the token beside him. "Senior, the bridge connecting Earth and the Chinkin realm has been completed." It was a message from Mo Huang. "This junior is preparing to return to the Chinkin realm with young brother Chen Yi. Is there anything else you would like to do?" Ping An spoke. "Wait a moment," he then began to think. The God's Pavilion is, after all, a major power with extensive information. I might as well ask him if he knows Chu Jiusheng. If I do it right, I might get some information helpful for this mission. Ping An asked, "Do you know Chu Jiusheng of the Six Gods sect in the demon domain?" The signal on the other end went silent for a moment. Suddenly, Mo Huang shouted, "Of course this junior knows him. I wish I could skin him and eat his flesh. He is the traitorous young master of the God's Pavilion, who fled after taking half of the pavilion's resources. He was once the disciple I trusted the most." Ping An was astonished. "I can't believe there's such a story. If Chu Jiusheng really does as I said and becomes I Li's disciple, I wonder if Mo Huang will calm down a bit after seeing him being forced to do good deeds. When you return to the Chinkin realm, I'll take you to see something fun." After speaking, Ping An stood up and stretched. "It's a good time to check on Chu Jiusheng's recent situation. If he's really been obedient, I'll call Mo Huang over to watch the show." In the Buddha domain, Master I Li was scolding the once arrogant Chu Jiusheng. It's crooked, the brick you laid is crooked." Chu Jiusheng crushed the brick in his hand out of anger. The master roared angrily, "Hey, why did you crush the brick again? How many is that now?" He threw away the brick he was holding and roared, "Old bald donkey, are you messing with me?" The master explained. "How could you think of your master that way? I only arranged for you to repair the temple by hand because I saw your mind was restless. I have no selfish motives," Jiusheng said indignantly. "Hey, don't take me for a fool, just you wait, senior." Just then a voice came from outside the door. "Buddha, Sect Master Mo Huang of the Pantheon Pavilion and another young man have come to visit. They say they're here to check on ninth junior brother's situation." Jiusheng started, his conscience pricked. "Mo Huang, that old coot is here to join the spectacle too?" Jiusheng fumed. "Looks like I didn't hit him hard enough when I left the Pantheon Pavilion. To think he still has the gall to come and laugh at my expense." The master quickly stopped him. "Wait, don't be so hasty." Master I Li asked the young acolyte, "What does the young man with him look like? Is there anything different about him?" "That young man is very handsome. As for what's different, it seems the two of them defer to him," the cute little acolyte replied. Jiusheng stroked his chin, pondering. This was strange. Old Mo was not an easy person to deal with. Master I Li explained, "My disciple, if that senior you spoke of is truly as powerful as you say, is it possible that he knows about your past with Mo Huang and has sought you out now? And that senior is indeed very handsome." It seemed to dawn on Jiusheng. "I'm doomed. How can I dare to see senior looking like this?" Master I Li asked. "Do you still not understand why senior insisted you become my disciple?" The strongest man in the demon realm at this moment asked like a fool. "What do you mean, old man?" the master replied. "It's simple. Senior saw that your temperament was unstable, which is why he sent you here to cultivate. What's important is your attitude. What's all this nonsense? I don't get it. Just tell me straight, what do you think I should do now?" Master I Li explained calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, what senior wants to see is you becoming more composed. If you go to see him looking clean and tidy, it will likely have the opposite effect." Jiusheng was confused. "Why would a trickster like you be so kind? Monks don't tell lies." Master I Li gave a faint smile. "Come closer and I'll tell you what to do." Jiusheng was still skeptical, threatening him as he leaned in. "You'd better not be messing with me or I'll level this rundown temple of yours." Afterwards the two whispered to each other, plotting how to meet the senior in the Buddhist domain. Mo Huang asked, "Senior said you were bringing me to see a good show. I wonder what this show is." Ping An advised him to first drink his tea in peace. He would find out soon enough. Mo Huang's heart skipped a beat. Yes. As Mo Huang drank his tea, he was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. Could this be the destined opportunity senior had promised him? Amitabha, Master I Li walked in, followed by Jiusheng. The sight of Jiusheng with a shaved head and dressed in a blue robe made Mo Huang spit out a mouthful of water. Jiusheng's beastly nature flared up and he cursed inwardly. "That bastard," Master I Li reminded him. "Disciple, do not be rude. Remember that benefactor Mo was once your master as well. You should be the one to greet him first." Jiusheng replied politely. "Yes." He then put his palms together and bowed. "Benefactor Mo, it has been a long time. You look as distinguished as ever." Seeing this, Mo Huang was so shocked he froze like a block of wood. Mo Huang shouted, You're really that little beast, Chu Jiusheng." Jiusheng restrained himself and simply said, "Benefactor Mo." Mo Huang sized him up as if he had found a priceless treasure. "I never thought you'd see a day like this." Mo Huang laughed as if he'd just had a child. "Ha ha ha, this must be 100 times more painful for you than just killing you, right?" Jiusheng gritted his teeth. But in his heart, he already wanted to slice Mo Huang into 1,000 pieces. After enjoying the show, Mo Huang bowed and took his leave. "Thank you for the arrangement, senior. My mind is now clear and I may be about to break through. Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you further." Ping An nodded. "It's fine, you may go." Mo Huang quickly used his movement technique and departed. Only then did Ping An address Jiusheng. "It seems you didn't run from the test. How do you feel?" Jiusheng was silent for a moment before answering. "Thanks to senior's arrangements, I am much more composed now. Perhaps in a little more time I will be able to complete the test." Ping An was both surprised and confused. "Thanking me? What kind of story has this guy concocted in his head now?" But Ping An remained calm and said, "It seems your comprehension is quite good. Keep up the good work." Jiusheng lowered his head gratefully. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." However, the system still showed the mission as incomplete. "Make the strongest in the demon realm." Chu Zhaosheng, master of the Slaughter God sect, renounce evil and turn to good and willingly take the benevolent Aili as his master. Ping An turned his attention to finding a way to make Master Aili more optimistic. Master, Ninth Sect Master's current state of mind is largely thanks to your efforts, Master Aili replied humbly. Not at all, not at all. This humble monk was merely doing his duty, Ping An asked again. Then Master, do you know why I insisted he become your disciple? The Master replied. I hope Senior will enlighten me, because this is a rare and precious opportunity for both you and him. The day he genuinely turns to good, both of you will be able to advance to the next level. A thought stirred in Master Aili's heart as he pondered. I am already at the peak of the divine venerable realm. If I were to advance further, wouldn't that be my chance to ascend to the upper realm? The protagonist encouraged the Master once more. I believe in your abilities, Master. Don't let me down. You can do it. With that, Ping An left. Master Aili bowed respectfully. I humbly see you off, Senior. After Ping An was gone, Master Aili turned around. My good disciple, you're about to be very busy. This deeply meaningful sentence made the hair on Zhao Sheng's neck stand on end. In the immortal realm, I remember getting a message from Old Gong before. After the Ping An sect moved to the immortal realm, it should be somewhere around here. Ping An flew around, searching. Good thing I finished watching the show early today. I'll go see how the Ping An sect is doing now. Suddenly, a strange noise from a distance caught Ping An's attention. A mysterious man was panting heavily. When you become a ghost, don't blame yourself for being a busybody and offending Elder Shen, the man said as he attacked a woman. Zhang Aiyu, clutching her injured body, said, You're aiding a tyrant, using the Ping An sect's name to throw your weight around. Aren't you afraid Sect Master Murong will find out when he comes out of seclusion? The man sneered. The Sect Master, just a country bumpkin from the lower realm. He can be dealt with a few simple words. The one who truly runs everything in the Ping An sect is Elder Shen. He stepped forward, swinging his sword at Aiyu. Enough nonsense. Die. Faced with the sudden attack, Aiyu stood frozen on the spot, unable to react. But luckily, Ping An, who was in the sky, witnessed everything. With a single move, he sent the sword of the boy bullying the girl flying. Ping An spoke. What did you just say? The current sect master of the Ping An sect is just a puppet. The guy, having been publicly humiliated, was instantly enraged. You dare eavesdrop on me? The protagonist walked forward unconcerned and asked again. Answer me. The boy, not knowing what was good for him, even made a provocative move. Go to hell. Seeing this, the protagonist had no choice but to take care of him. Truly overestimating your own strength. One punch sent the boy tumbling pathetically to the ground. A second punch sent him flying straight through several ancient trees, the pain imaginable. Clear imprints were left on the trees. The system also chimed in. Host has killed an immortal spirit realm cultivator. The acquired items have been exchanged for 50,000 points. Ping An turned to the girl and said, He won't be talking anymore. You're a disciple of the Ping An sect too, aren't you? Then tell me. Aiyu nodded. I am. He then took out a medicine bottle from his hand and said, This is your reward. This bottle of pills is for you to heal your wounds. Aiyu was grateful for the gift, but she also recognized it as a top-grade immortal pill. The rejuvenation pill, capable of regenerating flesh on bones and reviving the dead. Aiyu hurriedly bowed. Thank you for the pill, Senior, Ping An said. No need for formalities. The girl sat down and began to explain. This all started when the Ping An sect had just moved to the immortal realm. I was fortunate enough to join back in the mortal world. Aiyu led Ping An to the Ping An sect. Aiyu explained again. Senior, the Ping An sect isn't just backed by an immortal emperor. Elder Shen now rules with an iron fist. If you just confront him like this, I'm afraid, the protagonist reassured the girl. Don't worry. He then walked straight into the Ping An sect. Inside, Elder Shen ordered, All disciples, hear my command, seize this villain who has murdered a disciple of our sect. Get him. Seeing Ping An step through the mountain gate, all the disciples of the Ping An sect swarmed forward, dozens of them rushing over. Aiyu stood behind, asking frantically, Senior, what do we do now? Ping An remained calm and asked, Is this how the Ping An sect handles matters, seizing people without evidence, without even asking about the rights and wrongs of the situation? Elder Shen crossed his arms and retorted arrogantly, Evidence? I am the greatest evidence in this Ping An sect. If I say I want to seize you, no one can stop me, Ping An countered. Oh, and you're not afraid that I have someone backing me? He gave another contemptuous sneer. Ha ha ha, how can you be so ignorant? Even if your backer is powerful, could they be more powerful than the Ping An sect's backer, the immortal emperor? A few disciples echoed his ridicule. I've never seen such a fool, daring to provoke Elder Shen. The protagonist remained composed and asked, What if I know your sect, master? The disciples fell silent for a moment, then burst out laughing even louder like madmen. Ha ha ha, this fool doesn't even know how to properly claim connections. I haven't seen our sect master leave his quarters once since the Ping An sect descended to the immortal realm, Elder Shen muttered. The sect master, even if you really do know Murong Yunhai, so what? You're just bluffing. He doesn't manage affairs anyway. This Ping An sect is my domain. Suddenly, Murong Shui's voice came from behind. What a grand display of authority, Elder Shen. The old man jumped in fright, stammering, Miss, weren't you breaking through to the peak divine venerable realm? How could you be? Murong Shui retorted angrily. How could I be here? Hey, if I hadn't come out of seclusion early by accident, how would I have ever seen your true colors? Elder Shen scrambled to his knees. I'm sorry, miss. Please give me another chance, Murong Shui asked. What's the use of apologizing to me? What right do I have to forgive you? Murong Shui ignored the old man and walked past him despite his constant pleading. It is the Murong family's incompetence that has allowed the Ping'an sect you entrusted to us to become what it is today. Murong Shui knelt before Ping'an. Senior, please mete out my punishment. Every word from Murong Shui and her actions made everything clear to Elder Shen. Ping'an said, Cher, why must you do this? I never intended to blame you. In Ping'an's arms, Murong Shui's tears of grief flowed. Cher is a grown woman now. Why are you still such a little crybaby? The protagonist gently stroked his sister's head. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior. Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. This matter cannot be left as it is. Summon Old Gong and the others. The Ping'an sect needs to be reorganized. Ping'an ordered. Murong Shui softly replied, yes. Cher laid out a formation diagram to summon the various palace elders. Before long, the palace elders had all gathered at the Ping'an sect. A white-haired, white-bearded old man said respectfully, this junior Murong Gong, this junior Zhang Xiaofeng pays his respects to Senior. We failed to welcome you from afar. Please punish us, Senior. Ping'an spoke. I just saw disciples of the sect killing each other and a sect elder throwing his weight around. You too, I am extremely dissatisfied with the current state of the sect. The two old seniors were at a loss and hurriedly tried to explain. This junior has been in seclusion for too long. It is my dereliction of duty that has allowed the Ping'an sect to rot to this extent. Even 10,000 deaths would not absolve me of my guilt. Please punish me, Senior, the two said, kowtowing to beg for forgiveness. Murong Shui also spoke up, trying to plead for them. Senior, seeing this, Ping'an didn't want to make things difficult for them. We are old acquaintances. How could I bear to punish you two? Get up, both of you. I hope that from now on you will seriously investigate the sect and discipline the disciples. Both old seniors were overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. At this moment the old senior spoke up. Elder Shen, although I was in seclusion, I often heard of your outrageous behavior. What do you have to say for yourself now? Hearing this, Elder Shen could only tremble all over and collapse to the ground, though he still tried to argue. I was just faced with Elder Shen's face trembling with fear. Murong Gong said, it seems you have nothing to say. Then you shall be dealt with according to the sect rules. Your cultivation will be crippled and you will be imprisoned on Reflection Peak. Hearing this, the elder was horrified, his face deathly pale. No, please don't, the sect master roared with authority. Drag him away. The screams echoed throughout the entire sect residence. Even if I have no merits for the sect, I have worked hard. Spare me, please. Murong Gong sternly addressed the disciples. From this day forward, all disciples of the Ping'an sect must take an additional course on moral conduct with a monthly assessment. Those who fail will not be allowed to leave the mountain. Those who fail 3 times will be expelled from the sect. The disciples listened in terror. Yes, the sect master turned to Ping'an to report. Are you satisfied with these arrangements, Senior? Ping'an just sighed. Old Gong, there's no need to be such a stranger. Acting like we're strangers. How about this? If you two are free tomorrow, why don't you bring a few people with Cher to my place for a get-together? I'll call a few more friends. It'll be a good chance for everyone to meet. Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng were thrilled to receive an invitation from the senior. We're free. Chen Ping'an used his power to create a transport formation. He turned to bid farewell to the 2 elders. Then I'll head home to prepare. Remember to come, everyone. This junior will definitely arrive on time. Please take care, Senior. At the same time, a spatial magic circle appeared in Ping'an's courtyard. Duan Xinxin's younger sister Fan Yixuan walked out from it. The place that guy mentioned should be here. The girl looked around, sizing up the scenery in the courtyard. Yixuan frowned, saying angrily, why are all these divine beasts here? The door to the house slowly opened and someone walked in from outside. Duan Xinxin was very surprised to see the girl standing in the courtyard. Xiaoxuan, seeing her sister, Yixuan happily ran over and hugged her tightly. Sis, seeing her sister's sudden arrival, Xinxin asked with concern, why are you here? Xiaoxuan snuggled up to her coquettishly. I missed you, sis. Ping'an asked you to come, didn't he? Hearing that name, the girl became agitated. Why would you bring up that annoying guy, sis? I see I'm not even in your heart anymore. Forgetting your sister for a man, Xinxin tried her best to explain. Xiaoxuan, he's your brother-in-law. If it weren't for that and his sincere request, I wouldn't have bothered coming here to help him. The sister awkwardly mediated. Yes, Xiaoxuan is a magnanimous person. Now, can you tell me what you're doing here? Yixuan replied, that guy said that in a month he wants me to take someone named Murong Shui as my disciple. Suddenly, Xiao Linger's voice grew closer. Sister Xinxin, I'm back. Xiao Linger walked in and seeing the girl asked, Sister Xinxin, do we have a guest? The words Sister Xinxin and guest struck Fan Yixuan like a lightning bolt and she froze on the spot. The young girl was deeply hurt and said emotionally, you have a sister here too? Xinxin sighed, here we go again. My sister's getting jealous again. Sister Zan burst into tears. Wah, no wonder you were so distant, sister. It's because you have another sister. I'm just a guest. Wah, and I even begged that guy for so long just to be able to stay here for a month. Begged Ping'an. Yixuan turned her face away, looking a bit guilty. Begged for what? I never said that. You heard wrong. Xinxin just smiled. My cultivation level doesn't cause hearing problems. Sister Yixuan cleared her throat and walked up to Xiao Linger. Ahem, let me have a good look. What's so amazing about this little girl anyway, she said, feeling somewhat irritated. Yixuan unceremoniously lifted Xiao Linger's chin. Nothing special, I see. This made the little girl very uneasy. Sister, Xiao Linger smiled innocently and said, I know I'm brother Ping An's sister and your sister Xinxin's sister, so we're sisters too. Her innocent, clear and shining eyes looked at Fan Yixuan, which made the latter even more flustered. Looking at the little girl before her, her heart pounded. No, well, I guess she's almost as cute as me. In the mortal world, at Chen Ping An's residence, Mr. Chen was in a hurry. Xinxin, I've invited a few friends over for a get-together tomorrow. We need to prepare. Oh, we have guests coming? Xinxin said with a smile. Ping An, this is my younger sister Xiaoxuan. She'll be staying with us for a while. One sentence made Brother Ping An freeze. He muttered under his breath with a suspicious look, Since when did you have a sister? Xinxin awkwardly leaned closer to his ear and said, It's an identity the system arranged for me. She usually cultivates with our parents in the sect. She's just passing by on a mission this time, so she's staying for a bit. Looking at this sister-in-law who had appeared out of thin air, Ping An had no choice but to accept it. So that's how it is. It's rare for my sister-in-law to visit. I must treat her well. Contrary to the host's enthusiastic attitude, Xiaoxuan had a look of displeasure on her face. Tisk, he channeled his power, created a chi formation and brought out a hot pot, saying enthusiastically, Then let's treat her with this new dish. After a while the meal was finally ready. A table full of lavish dishes and a peculiar pot were prepared. The host, Ping An, happily beckoned, Everyone eat up. Seeing his sister-in-law, Yixuan, eating with such gusto, he laughed proudly. How is it? This hot pot tastes pretty good, right? Realizing she had shown too much emotion, Xiaoxuan stopped abruptly and awkwardly slammed her half-eaten bowl and chopsticks onto the table. She put on an arrogant air, crossed her arms and said, It's so-so. The meat isn't very fresh. Damn it, how does this annoying guy always come up with these novel things? Sister Xinxin spoke up with concern. Oh dear, that's my fault. How could I let our Xiaoxuan eat meat that isn't fresh? Why don't I go make you a bowl of noodles? The girl was startled and shouted, Wait, no need to go to all that trouble. It's not like it's inedible. Her sister was satisfied after hearing this. Then don't be a picky eater, Yixuan said, full of grievance. You just don't want to see me dislike him, do you? You really don't mean what you say. Ping An thought silently, observing everything, and thought to himself, Could this be the legendary cold on the outside, warm on the inside? The moon rose high in the sky and night fell. The two younger sisters, Xiaoxuan and Xiao Linger, finally finished eating and let out satisfied burps. Sai, I'm so full, Duan Xinxin said as she cleared the table. It's getting late. Now that you're full, hurry up and go rest. Yixuan stood up to help her sister. Leave it. I'll clean up. You and that guy must be tired from preparing the ingredients. Oh my, our Xiaoxuan has grown up. She knows how to care for her sister now. Isn't that obvious? I'm the one who cares about my sister the most. Xinxin put the bowls and chopsticks back on the table. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xiaoxuan. She turned and looked affectionately at Ping An. Husband, let's go back to our room. Brother Ping An blushed shyly. Ahem, yes, back to the room. Watching the loving couple behind her, Xuanyi plotted to herself, With a considerate sister like me, it's only a matter of time before she dumps that annoying guy. The sun rose, and in a flash, it was the next morning. The door to the couple's room opened. Chen Ping An and Duan Xinxin walked out after a long night. He saw his sister-in-law sitting on the stone bench outside, looking lost and weary. Xiaoxuan, did you not sleep well? Hearing this, Yixuan shot up angrily and roared, Did I sleep well? You have the nerve to ask me that? Ping An looked baffled, scratching his head in confusion. What did I do? His sister-in-law glared at him with murderous eyes and roared, Why don't you think about what you two were doing last night? Even if my sister has a beautiful voice, you can't just make her scream all night, can you? These blunt words made Ping An blush beet red, his face turning purple with shame. No, this, faced with Xiaoxuan's thunderous rage, Mr. Chen didn't know what to do and could only turn and whisper to his wife, I clearly remember setting up a soundproofing formation. Xinxin smiled and said, Don't mind her. Xiaoxuan is just a child. She doesn't understand. Her husband was still shaken. But kids these days mature so early. It's over. I've completely lost face, Xinxin thought to herself, trying to stifle a laugh as she watched her husband's dejected expression. My silly husband, with Xiao Zhan's power, it would be a miracle if that soundproofing formation you set up actually worked. All right, this is perfectly normal. So what if Xiao Zhan understood? Besides, you've invited guests today. You can't greet them with that look on your face, she said, stepping forward to comfort him. You're right, thinking about the time they should be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. That must be them. The door slowly opened. Chen Ping An looked at the guests before him. Wang Chenglin and the people behind him bowed respectfully. Senior, we apologize for the intrusion. The senior looked at the large group puzzled and asked, What is all this? Why did you all come together? Since your wedding, senior boss, you and I have kept in touch. After receiving your invitation this time, I was worried it would be a hassle for you if we all came separately. So we arranged to visit together. That was thoughtful of you. Chenglin waved his hand. Not at all. By the way, senior, this is Sun Wuao. Brother Sun is a very close friend of mine. Sun Wuao, the second-ranked master in the God realm, once contended with Deng Giki for the title of God Emperor. After I told him of your deeds, he wanted to come and witness your greatness for himself. I hope we're not disturbing you, senior. The master of the house replied awkwardly. It's no trouble, Sun Wuao said bluntly. So you're the peerless expert little brother Wang was talking about. Looks like you're just a charlatan seeking fame. Hearing this, Patriarch Wang's face paled in shock. He shouted angrily, Didn't you say you were coming to admire an expert? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Wuao covered his ears and said with a headache, if I didn't make up an excuse, why would you have brought me here? This kid has none of the pressure an expert should have. You've been tricked. Stop talking nonsense, the patriarch said, distraught. Do you think I can't tell the real from the fake? If you insist on being delusional, then I'll expose his true colors for you to see. Sun Wuao strode forward arrogantly. Kid, since you claim to be an expert from the upper realm, tell me this. How can I advance further? If you can tell me, I'll kowtow to you 3 times and beg for forgiveness. The other person stood aside, smiling and waiting for the show to unfold. His eyes sharp, he continued. And if you can't, you'll pay with your head. Sun Wuao's face was ferocious, his words venomous. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an's expression soured. He had already marked him down in his mind. This is a bit troublesome. Although I could probably beat him, judging by the others' expressions, ignoring him probably wouldn't make them suspicious. But refusing wouldn't fit the image of a great master. The senior thought to himself, what's so difficult about this? I'll just try to bluff him a bit first. If it doesn't work, I'll just blame it on his lack of comprehension. Chen Ping'an pointed at Wuao confidently and said, the reason you've stagnated is due to a flaw in your state of mind. There is an obstacle in your heart that you cannot overcome. Hearing this, the old immortal was greatly surprised. What? He shouted angrily. Are you trying to fob me off with such an excuse? Just then, Wang Changlin spoke up. So that's it. I remember now. Brother Sun, you do indeed have an unresolved issue in your heart. Sun Wuao's mouth twitched as he looked at Patriarch Wang, confused. How come I don't know I have some unresolved issue? Brother Sun asked, perplexed. The Patriarch began to recall a past scene. Brother, have you forgotten? 1,000 years ago you came to drink with me, and while drunk you inadvertently spoke of something from your childhood. Brother Sun was still skeptical. I think that might have happened. What did I say? Patriarch Wang answered. You said that your father taught you from a young age to treat your promises as your life, but later he left without a word, abandoning you and your mother. Deep down you've always wanted to know why. Wuao started to deny it. That was tens of thousands of years ago. By now my parents should have reincarnated countless times. So I've been holding on to it all this time, he mused, forcing a bitter smile. I thought I had long since forgotten about those past events. No wonder when I vied with Dengeki for the title of God Emperor, he pointed out the flaw in my state of mind with just one look. The Patriarch smiled kindly and comforted him. Now that you have a lead, there's bound to be a way. Wuao sighed wearily, his voice filled with helplessness. It's not that easy. Suddenly he dropped to his knees, kneeling before Chen Ping'an in genuine submission as promised. This junior was arrogant to have questioned you, senior, yet you overlooked my offense and guided me. This junior is ashamed beyond words. Please punish me, senior. Ping'an didn't know what to see, only thinking to himself, this guy is at least a man of his word. There's no need for such ceremony. All who come are guests. He revealed a benevolent smile. This Wang Changlin really knows how to handle things. The master of the house welcomed them in. Everyone please come in and sit down. Don't just stand at the door. He led the group into the house. As soon as they entered, they saw Shinshin busy preparing things for the guests. A man deeply devoted to his wife saw this, felt a pang of concern, and hurried over. I'm the one who invited them. How can I let you do all the work? Leave this to me. Go have a drink of water. Shinshin glanced at him and asked, I thought I heard an argument just now. It was nothing, don't worry. Seeing that glance, Sun Wuao and Wang Changlin were terrified. Hearing her husband's reassurance, Shinshin smiled and said, then I won't disturb your chat. Are you going back to sleep again? Wuao wiped his sweat in fear, looking at the couple before him. Too terrifying. In that instant just now it felt as if I had been abandoned by heaven and earth. A hand landed on his shoulder. Now you know why I told you to apologize quickly, right? The senior may be gentle, but I was more afraid you'd be slapped into oblivion by his family. Brother Sun said like a child, thank you, Brother Wang. A lavish banquet was already prepared. Ping'an stood up. Everyone please be seated. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Mr. Chen. He turned to see Lan Zan and his respected master, the God Emperor. This disciple was just seeking some guidance from the eternal God Emperor, which is why I am late. Please forgive me, Master. The God Emperor spoke calmly. We haven't met for several months, yet Mr. Chen's grace is unchanged. Seeing the two of them, the patriarchs all stood up and bowed respectfully in unison. We respectfully welcome the two God Emperors. Chen Ping'an thought to himself, isn't this the pretty boy who was having such a pleasant chat with Shinshin in the courtyard the other day? I can't believe he's the eternal God Emperor. The system must be behind this. He spoke. I wonder how Su Yi is doing under the eternal God Emperor's tutelage? Rest assured, Mr. Chen. Su Yi has made great progress recently. Ping'an smiled and gestured to the dining table. That's good to hear. My home is humble, but if you don't mind, please take a seat. Lan Zan and the God Emperor expressed their thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Master. After handling everything, Ping'an sat down and was about to say, I've gathered you all here today, when a sudden system notification startled him. Update complete. Initiating new mission. Host has been detected in multiple God realms. Initiating new sect mission. Mission requirement. Within 3 months, establish sects in different God realms. The sects must be under the host's command, Ping'an thought helplessly. The system can update. I'll just hand this new sect mission over to Dengeki and the others later, he continued, speaking to the group. There is an important matter I need you all to handle. I have been making preparations everywhere to deal with a powerful enemy, therefore I need you to raise your cultivation levels as quickly as possible and fight for me in the coming battle. Sun Wuao frowned. The senior's powerful enemy, do you have any objections? The crowd fell silent, a little scared. How terrifying will it be? Wang Qinglin held his head, thinking, there's really no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The mortal Murunggong felt small and useless. What should I do? God Emperor placed his teacup on the table and took the initiative to speak. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chen, I am willing to do everything in my power to assist you. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads. Lan Xun also stood up heroically and declared, as long as you need it, master, you can take my life at any time. The others also chimed in. My strength may be meager, but if the senior gives the word, I will do it immediately. The senior also saved me from a great disaster. I am willing to repay you with my life. The entire table spoke in unison. We have no objections. We are willing to serve you, senior. Chen Ping'an smiled with satisfaction. Good, then I will assign some tasks, he calculated in his mind. Calling them all the Ping'an sect might attract the attention of certain powerful enemies. It's better to be more casual. Next, I need to establish sects in 3 different god realms. It's best if the names aren't the same. I'll leave this matter to you. As you command, senior. Chen Yi is an important piece of mine. I hope you will train him well to help me deal with my enemy. Yes, this junior will certainly do my best. Also, do not slack on the matter of collecting immortal soulwood. The junior bowed his head and replied, yes. The group discussed matters late into the night before finishing. The master of the house, Ping'an, saw his guests out. After you return, you must cultivate diligently and not be lazy. Yes, this junior understands. After discussing business with his guests all day, he sighed, exhausted. Mr. Chen was so tired he felt like his soul had left his body. Being a senior isn't easy. I hope my orders have some effect. After all that fuss, I wonder. He rubbed his head as the system reported the results. Mission enemy converts to Buddhism complete. Reward 2 major cultivation realms. You have reached the first layer of the immortal origin realm. Hearing this, Ping'an was overjoyed. Excellent, my realm has increased, my divine sense will be stronger, and I'll be able to control more threads of worldly power. But is this stuff really worldly power? System replied, this is a heavenly Tao pattern. Ping'an revealed a meaningful smile. That sounds pretty high level. Is this another ability you gave me? Can you give me 2 more? New mission initiated. This is a role-playing mission. Location, Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm is a level higher than the God Realm. If I go there, will my enemies discover me? The host's outer robe originates from the Chaos Realm. While useless in combat, it can conceal your aura. He touched the clothes on his body. The outer robe has this function. Hearing this, the gentleman suddenly began to cherish this piece of clothing. Wow, as expected of a system product. It's so amazing, a voice sounded out. Master, please have some self-respect. I am not just some ordinary piece of clothing. The Dharma robe couldn't stand the cringy scene and unceremoniously pushed Ping'an away. Ah, this, Ping'an scratched his head in embarrassment. Since I have some preparation, I'll go check out the Chaos Realm. In the magnificent and bustling capital city, the scenery was solemn and majestic. Under the brilliantly lit majestic city gate of the Chaos Realm, Mr. Chen emerged, looking around and thinking, so this is the Chaos Realm? It doesn't look that special. Mission details unlocked. Host must play the role of the Zhang family's young master, Zhang Henchang, and win first place in the upcoming martial arts competition. Parents, deceased. Grandfather, the current patriarch of the Zhang family in year-round seclusion, thus had little contact with the original person. Cause of death, during an exploration of a secret realm still unknown. He looked at the mission scroll and thought, it seems this mission isn't too difficult. He walked confidently down the street saying, no corpses or plane crashes around this time. My luck is pretty good. Suddenly a loud shout came from the distance. You from the Zhang family, today is the day you die. A giant Cyan longsword descended from the sky. Ping'an had only been pleased with himself for a minute before disaster struck. The young man was stunned, clenching his teeth as he watched with worry. Good grief, am I the Grim Reaper? What should I do this time? Is my mission going to end here? Should I try one all-out move? If it doesn't work, I'll retreat immediately. Mr. Chen charged forward desperately. Ping'an used the power of his cultivation to form a giant fist, meeting the object descending from the sky. But the immense power of that thing made his face turn pale, and he cursed out loud in fear. What the hell is this? The power gap is so huge, how am I supposed to fight? Panicked, he immediately spammed the system button. System, send me back quick. At that moment, Chen Ping'an's fiery fist and the giant sword had already collided. The 2 terrifying forces met, creating an earth-shattering roar. Fortunately, at the same time, Ping'an had been teleported back by the system. Cracks began to appear on the cyan-green longsword. And before long, the fist shattered the sword to pieces. But terrifyingly, after the collision, a dark figure stood high above, observing everything. The massive sound and light illuminated the entire sky. The people of the Zhang family stared with wide, terrified eyes. Seeing the explosion finally end, they breathed a sigh of relief. We survived, the crowd cheered. That's great, someone saved our Zhang family. It must be the patriarch coming out of seclusion. Passers-by, seeing the excitement of the Zhang family members, enthusiastically chimed in. The attacker was the second in command of the Sha Diao gang. For the patriarch to kill him in one move, he must have broken through to the half-saint realm. We need to quickly prepare a grand banquet to entertain guests. We need to quickly prepare a grand banquet to entertain guests. I must ask the patriarch to preside over the Zhang family's banquet. That night in his room, the patriarch was questioning a servant. Where did you get the news that I broke through to the half-saint realm? Why am I the only one who doesn't know that I broke through to the half-saint realm? The Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Deshuai, thought in confusion. The subordinate continued, the news that you killed the second-in-command of the Sha Diao gang, who attacked our family in a single move, has already spread everywhere. Everyone knows you must have broken through. Other families have sent word that they'll be attending the celebration banquet. Zhang Deshuai was still stunned, not understanding what had happened. Why would the Sha Diao gang's second-in-command suddenly have a brain fart and attack the Zhang family? The servant was still rambling on. Luckily you broke through in time. Otherwise that overprotective first-in-command of the Sha Diao gang would definitely have come looking for trouble, Deshuai thought silently. The leader of the Sha Diao gang is a genuine half-saint. He's only holding back now because of the rumors. Otherwise he would have definitely come to kill us. It seems I have to keep this lie going. The patriarch gave an order. Make sure the banquet is grand. Don't let the other clans laugh at us. Yes, sir. Despite this, he still couldn't understand who had saved the Zhang family and why they refused to show themselves. The next morning in the mortal realm at Mr. Chen's house, Ping An stumbled back, panting for breath. Man, the chaos realm is as dangerous as they say. Good thing I'm a fast runner. But the mission hasn't failed yet. Could it be that the Zhang family wasn't destroyed? He said in confusion. Should I go back and see? But thinking about last night's events, he hesitated and ultimately decided against it. Forget it. If I go now, the enemy might still be there. I'll wait a while. As long as the mission hasn't failed, I can go back later. In the Chaos Realm, at the Sha Diao gang's camp, two men with solemn expressions stood before the main tent. The old man seated above spoke, I never thought that old fox Zhang Deshuai would actually break through. I ended up pushing my second-in-command into a pit of fire. He Shidao, the leader of the Sha Diao gang, was furious. Unfortunately, I have old injuries and can't act myself. Otherwise, I would have made that old bastard pay in blood. The leader placed a scroll on the table, looking painfully at the crisscrossing wounds on his body. If I can't get the Zhang family's treasure, my body, burdened by these old injuries, will never break through. It seems I'll have to pay a price and ask my old friend Shui Tu to make a move, He Shidao said, staring at a token. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family residence, the maids and servants were busy preparing for the celebration banquet. Among the guests who had come to offer congratulations, a magic formation appeared on the ground. The center of the formation slowly rose, as if something was about to emerge. A mysterious young man appeared from the formation. I take money to eliminate disasters for others. A cunning smile. The mysterious man approached the Zhang residence and said in a terrifying voice, Today is the day your entire Zhang family dies. The scene at the Zhang residence fell silent. A space-time formation appeared once again in the Chaos Realm. The person who stepped out was none other than the senior, Chen Ping'an. He had mustered his courage to return to this dreadful place. Standing before the Zhang family manor, he looked and thought, I can't believe the Zhang family wasn't wiped out. Even the house is still intact. A strange hand clenched in anger. It seems the Zhang family has an expert. The mysterious man launched a sneak attack on Ping An from behind for no reason, knocking him back. Caught by the sudden attack, Ping An thought in a panic, What's going on? The senior struggled to steady himself. He looked up and saw a stranger he had never met before. Ping An thought blankly, Why would someone suddenly attack me? He questioned aloud. Who are you? The guy didn't answer, merely flashing a smile with a malicious glint in his eyes. He took his stance again, preparing to attack. You ask why? Blame your bad luck? It's your honor to die at my Shui Tu's hands. With that, he shot forward like an arrow, his assault relentless, each move fiercer than the last. Mr. Chen was stunned by the black-clothed man's fist. Damn it, he's a madman. With no other choice, he could only use all his strength to block the continuous attacks. His attack power is too strong, Ping An thought. I'm not good at fighting. I can only try to use my strongest move to break his rhythm and then teleport away when I get the chance. He did as he thought, timing it perfectly to grab his opponent's hand. The black-clothed man laughed scornfully. An attack like yours isn't even enough to scratch an itch for me. The moment he finished speaking, the man unleashed a fatal blow. In the wake of that destructive force, the entire Zhang family courtyard was dyed a shade of crimson blood. Ping An panted as he looked at the wreckage. His title sounded scary, but he was all talk. He looked at his own body, completely unharmed. Could it be because I'm too strong? The gentleman was about to leave when a shout came from behind. Senior, please wait. He looked confused. What is it? The Zhang family patriarch ran over to pay his respects. This junior is the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Deshuai. I have come only to thank you, senior, for saving our family on multiple occasions. Ping An was baffled by these thanks. I don't think I did anything, Zhang Deshuai said in alarm. That man is a famous top assassin in this area. When he strikes, he always annihilates the entire family. His appearance near the Zhang residence means he must have accepted a mission against us. If it weren't for you, senior, I'm afraid our family would not have escaped this calamity. That guy from just now, but he was very weak, the patriarch replied. That's only in comparison to you, senior. Go on. Moreover, judging by the technique, the palm print that defeated that sword light earlier must have also been yours. This is the second time you have come to our aid. Ping An was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. The Zhang family's expert was actually me. He recalled the little fist he had thrown a few days ago. It was so much weaker, yet it still won. Zhang Deshuai continued hesitantly. Also, this junior had no choice but to borrow your heroic feat to intimidate troublemakers. Today, with your appearance, senior, I should explain the truth to everyone. Ping An waved his hand. Feel free to use it. I don't care about such empty fame. I have to change my identity for the mission anyway, so it's meaningless. Hearing this, the Zhang Patriarch's face lit up with joy. He bowed respectfully in thanks. Thank you, senior. Senior Chen pondered. My disguised identity is the Zhang Patriarch's grandson. I need to find a way to help this mission identity a bit. Inside his storage ring, the collected treasures were piled up messily. Ping An faced a difficult choice, but these are all treasures. It's too wasteful to give one away as a token. This looks like a rock I picked up and tossed into the storage ring while I was digging. He casually took out a rock. This will do. The gentleman handed the stone to the Zhang Patriarch and said, I have a certain connection with a junior from your Zhang family named Zhang Henchong. He will return in 3 days. When he does, remember to give this treasure to him. This is a great opportunity for your Zhang family. Zhang Deshuai nervously took it. Thank you, senior. Looking at the token, he thought to himself. Henchong is connected to this senior. Seeing this ray of light, his heart bloomed with joy. The Zhang family had a chance to rise. Zhang Deshuai said enthusiastically, May I ask for your esteemed name, senior, so I can tell Henchong when I see him, Ping An said mysteriously. Ordinarily you are not qualified to know, but for Hencheng's sake I might as well tell you. This venerable one is the Invincible Supreme. He announced his venerable title with an imposing air. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. Zhang Deshuai was startled and looked up. The patriarch was left to his own conjectures. The immortal punishment for impersonating a supreme did not appear. He turned his gaze to Ping An. Could this senior truly be the Invincible Supreme? The Zhang Patriarch immediately knelt and kowtowed. Your Eminence, a supreme being has graced us with your presence, yet this humble one was so casual. Please punish me, your Eminence. Seeing this, Ping An thought in a panic. What's going on? Why such a big reaction? He cleared his throat and said, Rise, I have concealed my cultivation level, so you are not to blame. It seems the title I came up with on the spot is working out quite well. Zhang Deshuai, trembling, did not dare to raise his head. This humble one does not dare, all right. This venerable one has matters to attend to. You may do as you please. Zhang Deshuai's face was pale, utterly terrified. Facing a figure of this caliber was truly terrifying. To think that Henchong was so fortunate. He sat up, calming himself down. The patriarch took a small box from his sleeve, seemingly used for storing precious items. Opening it, he saw the Zhang family's heirloom treasure inside, a ring. The Zhang Patriarch unhesitatingly tossed the heirloom into his storage space and carefully placed the stone given by the Invincible Supreme into the box. If he could seize this opportunity, the Zhang family might just ascend to the heavens in a single step. The old man was ecstatic, his eyes gleaming. At the sand sculpture gang's base, He Shidao was trying hard to summon his magic but failed. He said angrily, Failed again, I can't believe even Shuetutu was killed. Is this how my life is meant to be? The Grand Chief's brows were furrowed with worry. No one can stop me. If I can't take it by force, I'll have to use cunning. Shidao reached out and touched a nearby gem from which an emerald green coffin materialized. The coffin lid slowly opened. Inside was the cold corpse of the Zhang family's grandson, Zhang Henchong. He Shidao approached and said cunningly, Luckily, after taking your soul, I kept your body. Staring at the trump card in his hand, the Grand Chief gloated inwardly as he performed the unsealing spirit spell. I didn't want this either. If you have to blame someone, blame your grandfather for not letting you rest in peace even in death. As he spoke, he cast a spell on the corpse. Before long, Zhang Hencheng's body went from being a cold corpse to gradually opening its eyes. Under the effect of the nightmare magic, the corpse sat up in the coffin, moving its long, stiff joints. The corpse had now been revived, inhabited by the soul of the Grand Chief He Shidao. Fortunately, since death had been recent, the body was not too stiff. 3 days later, at the Zhang family residence, Zhang Deshuai was pacing back and forth anxiously at the entrance. Why isn't that brat Henchong back yet? Could something have happened to him? Suddenly, a servant's voice reported from outside. Patriarch, the young master has returned from his training. He was overjoyed. Excellent. Footsteps slowly approached from outside. Young Master Zhang Henchong had truly returned. Grandpa's good grandson is finally back. The Zhang Patriarch greeted him warmly. I've been waiting for you. The fake Henchong was startled by this attitude. What's going on? In my memories, this old man was never this enthusiastic. Have I been exposed? The young master worriedly guessed. Grandpa was in seclusion and hasn't seen you for a long time. Come on, call me Grandpa a few times so I can hear it. What, you're not even willing to call me Grandpa a couple of times? Deshuai's face was full of suspicion, and the old man's expression made Shidao's heart pound with fear. He reluctantly said in a trembling voice, Grandpa. The patriarch replied happily, Yes, my good grandson. Say it again, Grandpa. Again, this nonsensical conversation between the Zhang grandfather and grandson made even the maid standing outside chuckle. Deshuai thought with satisfaction. Henchong is favored by the Supreme and is so filial. I am truly blessed. Meanwhile, He Shidao, inside the fake body, was grinding his teeth in fury. Damn old fool, sooner or later I'll send you to meet your real grandson. Oh, I almost forgot the important business. Henchong, come over here. I have a treasure to give you, Shidao thought contemptuously. Your tiny Zhang family, what good things could you possibly have besides that heirloom treasure? Zhang Deshuai took out the box containing the treasure and said with a reluctant expression, the treasure is in this box, today. Shidao's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe his eyes. In Zhang Henchang's memories, this box was indeed the one that held the Zhang family's ultimate treasure. One handed it over, the other received it. Grandpa is entrusting this to you. He took it with trembling hands. This, Zhang Deshuai thought. The treasure from the Supreme is truly extraordinary. No matter how you look at it, it's just a broken stone. It seems it must be given to the right person to unleash its power. The fake Henchang held the box, his face filled with evil and terrifying schemes. I searched high and low for this, and it fell right into my lap. Before he could even touch it, a servant's announcement from outside startled the patriarch. Patriarch, the young master has returned from his training again. The old man became vigilant. He quickly put away the treasure box, squinted at the person before him and said suspiciously, "Oh, Grandpa just remembered, I still have a use for this treasure. I'll give it to you when I'm done," he thought to himself. Things have changed. I can't just hand over the treasure until I figure out who is real and who is fake. Although Shidao was furious, he pretended to be calm. It's all right, business first. Damn it, I was so close. Outside the room, a maid was leading another young master Zhang Henchang in. The patriarch's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, this one also had Henchang's appearance. He, Shidao, schemed internally. How dare you ruin my plans? I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. Even if you're the real Zhang Henchang resurrected, I will end your life here. Ping'an was walking slowly up the steps, but when he looked up and saw someone who looked exactly like him, he too was bewildered. His expression changed. He asked in a panic, "System, what's going on? Why is there another Zhang Henchang? Did you give me the wrong mission?" At that moment, he, Shidao, disguised as Henchang, was staring at Ping'an with murderous intent in his eyes. "System has only one host. That Zhang Henchang is a corpse refined into a puppet." Mr. Chen, Ping'an bewilderedly thought, so someone is trying to steal the role of the grandson? Since he's not a good guy, I'd better seize the initiative before I get mistaken for the villain. Ping'an spoke first. "What are you? How dare you impersonate me?" He, Shidao, was no pushover either. "You're obviously the imposter. I bet you have ill intentions toward my Zhang family." Both Zhang Henchangs reacted fiercely, saying to the old patriarch in unison, "He's the fake one, get rid of him quickly." Ping'an thought, good thing the system helped adjust my voice or I would have been exposed the moment I opened my mouth. On the other side, Shidao also frowned, thinking, this guy's disguise technique is so masterful. It's a good thing I still have the body of that kid surnamed Zhang. Zhang Deshuai looked at the two of them, completely bewildered. "But you two look exactly the same," the two imposters continued to argue endlessly. "You're the fake, no, you're the fake." Zhang Deshuai clapped his hands as if he'd thought of a solution. "I've got it," he turned to the two and said, "I will test you with a few questions that only Henchang and I would know. Whoever can answer correctly is the real one, do you dare?" He, Shidao, relying on the corpse's original memories, said confidently, "What's there to be afraid of? Go ahead and ask. I have seen all of his memories. What question could possibly stump me?" But the patriarch's words sent Ping'an into a panic. "System, help me, how am I supposed to answer these questions?" But all he got was the system's cold reply, "Host, please explore and resolve this on your own." The two Zhang Henchangs started provoking each other again. "You imposter, I bet you don't dare. Who says I don't? Go on, ask away. I'll take on any question." The Zhang patriarch's Find the Grandson contest began. "Alright, first question. When Henchang was 18, he skipped his studies and the whole Zhang family searched the city for him. In the end, I was the one who found him. Where was he at that time?" He, Shidao, confidently raised his hand and answered, "He was locked in a brothel by an immortal." "And your answer?" Ping'an stammered. I don't remember clearly. It should be the place he just mentioned." Shidao was furious. "You copied my answer," the contest continued. Second question. The first time Henchang fell in love, he misjudged the person and fell for someone who was a man disguised as a woman, who then tricked him out of something. What was that item? He, Shidao, glared angrily at his opponent and said, "You answer first this time. I'd like to see what you can come up with." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an broke out in a cold sweat and answered cautiously, "Probably something worthless." Grand Chief Shidao heard the answer and mocked, "You don't even do your homework before impersonating someone." What was stolen was clearly an extremely precious sword, Mr. Chen thought with some embarrassment. "Alright, so that Zhang Henchang kid really is an idiot." Third question. What was Henchang's father's childhood nickname? Hearing the question, Ping'an was thunderstruck and panicked. How could I possibly know that? A wild guess would just expose me more easily. Feeling it was hopeless, he turned away and said, "I don't know." Shidao said smugly, "I know, his old man's nickname was Nose Picker because my dad loved to pick his nose as a child." "Grandpa, is that correct?" Zhang Deshuai's expression was grave as he pondered for a moment. Finally he made his decision. "All correct. Come here, I'll give you the treasure." "Yes, Grandpa." He, Shidao, happily stepped forward to take the treasure box, but he didn't expect that the cunning old patriarch had already cast a spell on his hand. After doing so, he softly uttered the word "freeze." The box suddenly glowed, and a magical rune array began to activate, startling Shidao. "You must be wondering why I found out you were a fake, right? It's simple. Because Henchang is never willing to admit the foolish things he's done, so whenever they're mentioned, he always avoids the topic." The patriarch's eyes glinted with worldly wisdom. "And for the last question, he has always deeply respected his late father, so not mentioning that childhood nickname is what he would do." After speaking, Zhang Deshuai turned to Ping'an. You've been wrong, child. He walked over, looking at him with loving and affectionate eyes. Although he had won, Ping'an still didn't understand what he had done. Did I just win by doing nothing again? The Zhang patriarch handed the box to him. If you hadn't returned just in time, this treasure would have been stolen by that villain. Here, take it. Chen Ping'an was about to take it nervously, saying, before I returned, a senior did tell me. Just as Mr. Chen was about to receive the treasure box, he Shidao reverted to his true form and with the speed of a thunderclap rushed over and snatched the treasure. The Zhang patriarch watched the figure flash by and thought, *, the grand chief of the sand sculpture gang. After snatching the Zhang family's treasure, Shidao laughed smugly. So what if you recognize me? This treasure is in my hands now, isn't it? His face filled with killing intent as he said, You old dog, just you wait. On the day I achieve my great success, I will make the rivers of your Zhang family run with blood. With that, he used a spell and disappeared. Seeing the treasure stolen, the Zhang patriarch was panic-stricken. That was the item valued by that great personage. Chen Ping'an watched everything unfold, terrified. How did such a simple matter cause so much trouble? Zhang Deshuai's face was a mask of extreme panic. What do we do now? Zhang Deshuai clutched his head, his heart fraught with anxiety. Is the Zhang family doomed this time? Seeing the old man, Zhang Deshuai's worried state from behind, Chen Ping'an thought, he's this scared over losing a broken stone. Maybe I should find an excuse to comfort him. Thinking this, Chen Ping'an immediately took action. He coughed twice to get the anxious man's attention, then said, Actually, that senior instructed me to tell you afterward that the item he gave was just a useless piece of rock meant only to ward off a disaster. Hearing this, Zhang Deshuai had a sudden realization. He turned to look at Chen Ping'an in surprise. Really? Zhang Deshuai thought pensively. So this was all part of that great personage's plan. No wonder I couldn't see anything special about that stone. It was because my own intellect is too shallow. I couldn't keep up with his line of thought from the very beginning. Zhang Deshuai once again began to imagine the image of that godlike figure. This whole farce today must have been arranged by that senior as well. Watching Zhang Deshuai build him up into an omniscient godlike figure, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but click his tongue. No, I really didn't think that far ahead. Zhang Deshuai immediately turned to Chen Ping'an. Did the senior say anything else to you? How did you come to have this connection with him? Zhang Deshuai's face was filled with excitement. Tell me everything. Chen Ping'an could only scratch his head, not knowing how to answer. Chen Ping'an then put on a weary expression and said, I'm sorry, I can't remember. I was injured in a secret realm, so I've forgotten many things that happened. Zhang Deshuai's expression turned serious again. You can't remember anything at all. He fell into deep thought. How could it be such a coincidence? Could this also be part of that great personage's plan? What on earth does he want? Chen Ping'an said, It's probably best we don't try to guess the great personage's intentions. Just do as you are told. Zhang Deshuai replied, You're right, it's not like we could guess it anyway. Zhang Deshuai looked toward the impostor and said, He Shidao's disguise technique is truly superb. He then walked over to where the impostor was standing. He reached out to touch the impostor and continued, I really couldn't see through it at all. Touching the impostor's face, Zhang Deshuai felt something was strange. He immediately noticed a difference. This spiritual power and aura clearly belonged to Zhang Deshuai. Said to Chen Ping'an, Do you still remember what that senior looked like? Chen Ping'an said brazenly, As I recall, he was a handsome and dashing young man, and he said his title was the Invincible Supreme. Zhang Deshuai turned to look at Chen Ping'an with sharp eyes. It didn't sound like a lie. The information could be corroborated. Chen Ping'an didn't dare to look into those cold eyes. He thought to himself, why did his gaze suddenly become so sharp? Did he discover something? Zhang Deshuai turned to Chen Ping'an and said, You've lost your memory, so it might be awkward for you to suddenly call me Grandpa. For now, you can just call me Patriarch like everyone else, all right? Chen Ping'an replied, Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch. Zhang Deshuai continued, You may leave for now. I'd like to be alone for a while. Chen Ping'an immediately replied, Yes. Chen Ping'an turned and left cheerfully, thinking, I'm out of here. No need to be someone else's grandson for no reason. Zhang Deshuai stood there, a sudden realization dawning on him. So this is what the Supreme meant by our connection. Once outside, Chen Ping'an was still a little worried. The Patriarch couldn't have discovered something, could he? Chen Ping'an clicked his tongue. This kind of situation is really frustrating. He looked at the completed mission on the system interface, then glanced at the sky filled with emotion. But for the sake of Zhang Henchang's identity, Chen Ping'an's eyes turned cold. I will definitely avenge you. Meanwhile, amidst a majestic mountain range, the Grand Chief of the Sand Sculpture Gang looked at the item he had stolen. Is this the ultimate treasure that can increase my chances of a breakthrough? Looking at the object, he was a little doubtful. Why does it look like a rock? He reasoned. The Zhang family couldn't have known about this beforehand. It shouldn't be a fake. Then he lifted the stone and took a bite. The stone shattered with just a light bite. The Sand Sculpture Gang's chief thought that the treasure might be concealed, so he swallowed the stolen item. The moment he swallowed it, the stone emitted a brilliant golden light that even shone through the chief's thick skin. The Grand Chief of the Sand Sculpture Gang suddenly felt something was wrong. He clutched his glowing chest and thought, With this treasure, my depleted chi and blood can be restored. Shadao rejoiced internally. I'll be able to break through soon. Suddenly, the sky filled with dark clouds and a bolt of lightning streaked across, striking the Sand Sculpture Gang's boss squarely on the back. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The sand sculpture gang's boss propped himself up with his hands, which were covered in blood, indicating a serious injury. The Grand Chief of the Sand Sculpture Gang coughed up blood violently, thinking in astonishment, how is this possible? Why didn't this thing work? His eyes grew dim and blood stained the ground red. Only then did he realize, those bastards from the Zhang family, they dared to trick me. I shouldn't have gotten carried away and carelessly swallowed that stone. Delusionally thinking I could use it to break through, he collapsed to his knees, his vision gradually blurring. I don't want to die. With this final thought, the Grand Chief of the Sand Sculpture Gang collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Just then, someone approached the Grand Chief of the Sand Sculpture Gang. A voice awakened the Sand Sculpture Gang's boss. Pledge your allegiance to me and I will save you. He opened his eyes and saw a man in magnificent robes with graying hair. The Grand Chief of the Sand Sculpture Gang immediately recognized him. City Lord, the man said, give me your answer. Hearing that he could be saved, he immediately kowtowed. I am willing, I beg you to save my life. The newcomer was none other than the lord of the city where the Zhang family resided, Zhu Jiangshu. Hearing the old man's words, Zhu Jiangshu said, you have chosen correctly. He then performed a spell on top of the old man's head. Then he said, this spiritual energy will not only save you but also help you break through safely. Immediately after, a magic formation appeared above his graying head. Zhu Jiangshu turned and said, I can give it to you, and I can take it back at any time. You'd best behave yourself. He then disappeared, leaving the rescued Sand Sculpture Gang boss kneeling and kowtowing. This humble one will risk his life to repay this life-saving grace and will never be disloyal. Seeing that Zhu Jiangshu had left, the Sand Sculpture Gang boss stood up, thankful for his good fortune in receiving help from such a powerful figure. He immediately remembered his grudge. People of the Zhang family, your time has come. The next day, in the residential area of the Zhang family in the Chaos Realm, in Zhang Desuai's room, he received a congratulatory invitation. Reading the letter, he grew worried. That old beast from the Sand Sculpture Gang actually broke through to the first level of the Half-Saint realm. Zhang Desuai's face was full of worry. The heavens are unjust. He put down the invitation and thought, however, this is perfect. Zhang Deshuai schemed, while the Supreme's chess piece Henchong is still in the Zhang family. Zhang Deshuai burned the invitation, calculating in his mind, I can use this banquet as an opportunity to turn their own plot against them and counterattack. A few days later, at the Sand Sculpture Gang's base, seeing everyone around preparing a grand banquet, Chen Ping'an turned to Zhang Deshuai and asked doubtfully, Patriarch, this looks like a treacherous feast. Shouldn't we have prepared a modest gift or something? Zhang Deshuai immediately said. You have the senior's protection. Are you still afraid of him? Chen Ping'an replied. Although the senior taught me a few moves, my own strength is still low. Looking at the crowd, Chen Ping'an grew a little worried. This old fox Zhang Deshuai isn't using me as a pawn, is he? Zhang Deshuai replied, don't worry, everything will be fine. He then walked into the bustling main hall. Seeing the patriarch's confidence, Chen Ping'an guessed, it seems the patriarch has another ace up his sleeve. He Shidao sat at the head seat and said arrogantly, Patriarch Zhang, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite some time, but to be so late, are you looking down on me? The Zhang patriarch replied calmly. You old thing, you're more self-aware than I thought. What was he relying on to be so arrogant? Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten? This confidence of his left Chen Ping'an very puzzled. It seems Patriarch Zhang wants to spar with me. His voice suddenly turned cold. The guests present also began to whisper amongst themselves. What's going on? Even if Zhang Deshuai broke through, he's only at the first level of the Half-Saint realm. How does he dare? The Zhang family is about to have a funeral feast, he answered in a deep voice. So you want to fight me? As much as I'd love to kill you myself, you're not my opponent. The one he has chosen is none other than you, Chen Ping'an. Hengchong, show him what manners are. Ping'an was suddenly called out and he panicked. How you want me to go? The Zhang family head pretended not to see his panic and even offered some feigned heartfelt encouragement. I'm sure that with Senior's profound strategies you must have anticipated this situation. Use every move Senior taught you. He had really been screwed over by the family head this time. Well, I'll be. Turns out I'm his backing. It seems there are downsides to pretending to be too powerful. I've never seen someone so capable, yet so unlucky, and so, Chen Ping'an had no choice but to step forward and prepare for battle, parting the crowd. He walked forward calmly. I have no choice, I'll just have to start with an all-out attack. This was the only thought in his mind. It doesn't matter. His voice rang out again. Either way, you're all going to die here today. The moment he finished speaking, he charged at Ping'an like a hungry tiger pouncing on a plump sheep. He Shidao rushed at his opponent with his powerful fists. Ping'an was also resolute. If this didn't work, he would retreat. He swiftly used the Tathagata's palm to counter him. The Zhang family head, the very culprit who had forced Ping'an to fight, he stood quietly on the side watching. Suddenly the expression on He Shidao's face turned ugly. Just like that, he was knocked back by Ping'an's Tathagata's palm, his back slamming hard against a wall. He sat there in a pathetic heap. The scene stunned everyone. He sent He Shidao flying and cursing with a single move. Who is that kid? And just how strong must the Zhang family head be? Damn it, a half-saint, not even a dog would believe that. Meanwhile, he trembled as he took out a small vial and whispered, City Lord, no, Master, save me. He pleaded desperately to the mysterious figure. But the one he called Master replied coldly, I have no use for trash. This sentence crushed his last hope in stark contrast to his helplessness. The Zhang family head on the other side said happily, Excellent. He walked toward he step by step and said in a mocking tone, "You old bastard, you're not dead yet, but don't worry, next I'll make you wish you were." Was this the cold voice of death itself? He Shidao struggled, trying to buy himself a moment to breathe. "I'll trade you information." Unfortunately, the Zhang family head was not one for negotiations. This Zhang Hengchong didn't waste words. Immediately after, he slammed his head onto the floor, nearly cracking the tiles. Then after stretching his limbs, he said calmly, "I have some personal scores to settle with him, so I won't be joining you for the feast." With that, he grabbed He Shidao by the collar and dragged him away, not forgetting to add, "I hope everyone enjoys He Shidao's funeral feast." Here at the Zhangs, the Zhang family head dragged the dead weight into a private room, but before he left he instructed Chen Pinggan, "I'm going into seclusion for a while. Feel free to do whatever you need to. The Zhang family will support you fully." "Yes, thank you, family head," Pinggan replied sincerely. Only after he closed the door did Pinggan dare to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "This family head is truly terrifying when he's angry." Just then, he faintly sensed something. He carefully observed his surroundings and suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. Confident in his sharp intuition, he said in a deep voice, "Hiding in the shadows is improper. Why don't you show yourself, your excellency?" he thought. "I'll try to bluff him out." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a spatial vortex appeared. Following that, the figure of a man stepped out. "I didn't expect you to be so perceptive." Pinggan was still amazed at his own ability to guess correctly with a casual bluff. "There really is someone here." The man opposite him, Zhou Jiangshu, however, was studying him with a scrutinizing gaze. He said, "With perception like that, you can't possibly be that kid from the Zhang family. Speak, what are you doing in this remote city?" he answered evasively. "I am Zhang Hengchong." But the man didn't believe he was Zhang Hengchong at all. "If you don't talk, I'll deal with you as a spy from the Qianyuan sect." His identity suddenly questioned. Pinggan panicked and hurriedly said, "A spy from the Qianyuan sect? No, you've misunderstood. I really am Zhang Hengchong." Zhou Jiangshu spoke, but his hands were already in a battle stance. "Still acting tough, are you? But I'm no fool. Since you're so stubborn, I'll just have to kill you here." The moment he finished speaking, he launched a fire attack at Pinggan. Immediately after, a huge explosion seemed to rock the Zhang residence. Watching the scene, Zhou Jiangshu seemed confident that his attack had succeeded. "This is just the beginning. Sooner or later I will make the entire Qianyuan sect," but the sight in the next second left him dumbfounded. Chen Pinggan emerged from the smoke and dust like a deity, completely unharmed save for a slight cough from the fumes. This was completely beyond his expectations. Impossible. Not even the ancestor of the Qianyuan sect could block my full-powered strike so easily. The only reason Pinggan survived this ordeal was thanks to a system reward. "I thought I was done for this time. I didn't expect this outer robe from the system reward to be so powerful. Thanks. HMPH, that attack was like a tickle. The ancestor of the Qianyuan sect, that title did make him a little curious. But the important thing now was that while he could bluff the other party for the time being with this robe, if he showed any fear, the man would surely see through him. It would be terrible if he decided to seize the treasure." He quickly composed himself and questioned Zhou Jiangshu sternly, "I assume you understand the consequences of provoking a powerful expert?" He appeared stern on the surface, but his mind was racing. "I have to act tough or this will mess up my mission." Unable to kill Chen Pinggan, Zhou Jiangshu was furious, thinking, "He's so dismissive of the Supreme Realm ancestor of the Qianyuan sect, I've gotten myself into huge trouble." He had gone to great lengths to set a trap, yet he hadn't had the chance to use it on the Qianyuan sect's people. His heart ached with grief. Is heaven truly not on my side? But his will wouldn't allow him to give up just like that. "No, I can't let those bastards get away so easily." The other party remained silent, still studying him with that scrutinizing gaze which made Pinggan's hair stand on end. "This guy keeps staring at me. Did I give something away?" Just as he was about to speak to assert his dominance, the man's next move left Pinggan completely stunned. Zhou Jiangshu just dropped to his knees and begged, "I implore Senior to spare this lowly one for now." The situation was completely unexpected. Seeing his silence, Zhou Jiangshu feared he wouldn't be forgiven and quickly explained, "This lowly one is not afraid of death. I only ask that Senior come to take my life in over a month's time, so that I may." Little did he know how nervous Pinggan was at that moment. Chen Pinggan breathed an inward sigh of relief. Good, the bluff worked. Use the martial arts tournament that will start in over a month as a pretext to set a trap and kill those people from the Qianyuan sect. This was Zhou Jiangshu's request to him. "I beg Senior to give me the chance to avenge the annihilation of my clan. Once it is done, I will come to you myself to accept my death," he continued. Chen Pinggan, adopting a superior air, said sternly, "Consider yourself lucky. In my plans, Zhang Hengchong needs to participate in this tournament. I will spare you for today." He thought to himself, "This gives me a perfect excuse to back down." Pinggan, able to keep his life, he was immensely grateful. "Yes, thank you for your magnanimity, Senior." Pinggan fell into thought, carefully sorting out the sequence of events. The Zhang family head is in seclusion now, and the tournament is over a month away, so I can't participate right away. This means I have a long break. At this thought, his eyes lit up like headlights. Awesome, time to go home to my wife. The weather suddenly seems so beautiful today. Back in the mortal world, once he was with his wife, the male lead's tone turned into that of a clingy puppy. Shinshin, when on earth is your sister leaving? Shinshin was doing chores. Pestered by this clingy puppy, but she still answered dotingly, hey now, didn't you swear you'd make Xiaoxuan happy so she'd put in a good word for you? Why the change of heart? Chen Pinggan whined. I didn't know she would stay this long back then, and she's always clinging to you. He even leaned in and whispered in her ear, we haven't been intimate in so long. But Shinshin wasn't falling for it. The sweet moment lasted less than 3 seconds. Why are you even jealous of her? Pinggan blushed and defended himself. It's not really jealousy, alright, let go of me. It's been a month, so she should be heading back to her sect in about 2 days, Shinshin said as she pried his hands off. That must have been hard on you, Shinshin. My sister-in-law, my wife's little sister, doesn't like me. Pinggan's voice suddenly deflated. I'd better just hide here. This look of his, isn't she already used to it? HMPH, you're just being lazy. Shinshin brought a plate of watermelon specifically for her sister. Come have some watermelon. As soon as Xiaoxuan saw her, she chirped, thank you, sis. She kept praising her sister. Watermelon cut by sis is always the best. Shinshin took the opportunity to change the subject. By the way, Xiaoxuan, your mission deadline is approaching, right? If you don't head back soon, you'll be late. Xiaoxuan replied with a laugh. Haha, it's fine. Staying a couple more days won't be a problem. But she couldn't help muttering to herself, aren't you just trying to get rid of me so you two can have your private time? HMPH, I won't let you. Her cuteness failed to persuade Shinshin. She directly asked her sister back, does Xiaoxuan want to be someone who breaks her promises? Xiaoxuan, according to the plan, it's time for you to go. Her sister's words made Xiaoxuan freeze instantly, and she lashed out in jealousy. HMPH, sis, you're just taking his side, she said unhappily. Shinshin quickly explained, I just don't like people who don't keep their word. Xiaoxuan's hope was crushed. Unable to persuade her, she got angry instead. Fine, I'll go. It's not like you care about me anyway, sis, but before I leave, I'm going to vent this frustration. She stormed off. Shinshin watched her little sister go, feeling helpless about the girl. Oh, you, only little Linger was still there quietly and happily eating her watermelon. Xiaoxuan marched towards the couple's room and without knocking burst in shouting, Chen Pinggan. The man, who was innocently holding a communication talisman and talking, was startled and spun around. Before he could figure out what was happening, he had to face her wrath. You vixen who stole my sister, don't think you've won. I'll be back soon, vixen. He pointed at himself, bewildered. What does a little brat like you know? After being scolded, he finally processed it and opened his mouth to retort, your sister and I are what you call a married couple. But Xiaoxuan had already turned into a streak of light and flown away. He could only sigh helplessly. I'm really not. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, benefactor, on completing the mission to establish sects in different divine realms. Given the disparity between the mission's difficulty and the host cultivation level, the rewards will be doubled. The host cultivation will increase by 4 major realms, breaking through to the first layer of the God King realm. With this reward, a special power surged through his body. Pinggan mused, gazing at his hands, which felt as if they had just been injected with 100 times more power. He said softly, besides the massive cultivation boost, I didn't expect this reward to temper my soul body as well. Just then, the communication talisman in his hand lit up with a signal, informing him that the martial arts tournament was finally about to begin. Perfect timing. I can go to the tournament and find someone to test my new strength on. A tournament in the Chaos Realm must have many powerful experts. This really is timely. He immediately teleported to the venue of the martial arts tournament. At the tournament, Chen Pinggan's first opponent was Lu Renjia. I am Lu Renjia, known as the Jade Gentleman. A mere peak lesser saint. I have always dominated the 4 corners and have never known defeat. The power levels in the Chaos Realm are divided into lesser saint, half saint, true saint, great saint, and supreme realm. He also greeted him. Zhang Hengchong of the Zhang family, please enlighten me. The man seemed very confident and even reminded him, Brother Zhang, be careful. He charged aggressively at Pinggan. A mere God King realm dare to step onto the stage, I'll have you carried off it. On the other side, Pinggan was already prepared. The moment Lu Renjia reached him, he was met with a resounding slap that nearly knocked him unconscious on the spot. He collapsed onto the stage. The match was ridiculously easy for him. Winner, Zhang Hengchong of the Zhang family. The fight was over so quickly that even the winner himself grew suspicious. I didn't even use many Dao patterns. Are people in the Chaos Realm this weak? Lu Renjia, who had been so confident moments ago, now looked utterly pathetic. The next challenger was stepping forward. It was Rong Daoyi. Rong Daoyi, 3rd layer half-saint, let me have a go at you. His fate was no better than the last one's. Rong Daoyi was sent spitting blood by Pinggan's slap and collapsed. Unable to get up this time, it was a slightly older opponent. He faced Pinggan and said confidently, this old man advises you to surrender now while you still can. Chen Pinggan paid his words no mind, silently gathering power in his divine palm. The next second he sent him to join the previous 2. Zhou Jiangshu had been observing him from the sidelines, his expression one of utter astonishment. He can use Dao patterns so naturally, as if he's one with heaven and earth, with all things heeding his command. This senior must be a top-tier expert who has at least opened that door, he asked himself. Why on earth would he come here? Is there something special about this small city? A not-so-convincing hypothesis formed in his mind. Could he have come for me? Looking at Pingan's relaxed and carefree expression, he guessed his deduction was correct. That's right, why would he need to use Dao patterns against these ants? Senior must be teaching me. Zhou Zhangshu gently closed his eyes and focused his mind to perceive. I see now. At this moment it was as if he had a sudden epiphany. When he realized he could finally touch the barrier that had been preventing him from breaking through to the Supreme Realm, a look of immense joy appeared on his face. On the other side, Chen Pingan had only one feeling. I'm exhausted. There's not a single decent fighter here. My hand is about to fall off from all the slapping. He shouted towards the stands. Does anyone else want to come up? But looking at the group of people lying on the stage like flattened rice stalks, no one in the audience dared to raise a hand and step forward. The entire stadium was dead silent. Final result: the champion of this tournament was the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Hengcheng. The system also issued a reward. Mission complete. Please choose a safe location to receive the reward. Host. Looks like I'm still pretty strong, Pingan thought smugly. Pingan's attention was suddenly drawn to a figure madly rushing down from above, roaring, Zhou family remnant, Zhou Zhangshu, your time has come. He looked at the newcomer and said helplessly, here we go again. No originality at all, but there was one person here who was very interested. Zhou Zhangshu himself. The corners of Zhou Zhangshu's mouth curled up slightly as he flew up to meet the man. I've finally been waiting for you people from the Qian Yuan sect. The assassin sent by the Qian Yuan sect was shocked the moment he saw him. No, impossible. The ancestor said you could never break through to the Supreme Realm. The ancestor is never wrong. Seeing the abundant spiritual energy swirling around Zhou Zhangshu, he had no choice but to quickly switch to plan B. This is bad. I must send a message back immediately. We can't let the Qian Yuan sect send people over one by one anymore. He hastily tried to flee the scene like an arrow loosed from a bow, but of course Zhou Zhangshu wouldn't let his prey escape so easily. He also accelerated in pursuit. Trying to run? You can't escape. His ghostly speed terrified the assassin. What? Zhou Zhangshu landed a fierce kick on his opponent, sending him crashing powerlessly to the ground, shattering the floor tiles. He looked like a miserable wreck. Only then did Zhou Zhangshu slowly walk up and ask him in a cold voice, according to my plan, this tournament should have lured a group of elite disciples from the Qian Yuan sect. Why are you the only one here? His appearance at that moment was like that of a reaper coming to claim a soul. The assassin still answered arrogantly, a plan full of holes, and you still dream of harming our Qian Yuan sect. The ancestor merely needs to pinch his fingers and divine to know everything. But Zhou Zhangshu didn't think so. He thought, that's not right. My preparations were thorough. The Qian Yuan ancestor is a second layer supreme. If he could see through the veil, I wouldn't have survived this long. Unless he had guidance from an expert. The assassin from the Qian Yuan sect continued, if you obediently let me go back, perhaps the ancestor will spare your life. Zhou Zhangshu replied coldly, let you go back, of course. Thinking Zhou Zhangshu was being serious, he became complacent. Good that you know what's best for you. Little did he know Zhou Zhangshu was gathering power as he spoke. Remember to take a message to that old geezer for me. Tell him I'll be waiting for him to come and die. With that, he thrust his palm through the assassin's body, sending him into shock on the spot. Despite the excruciating pain, he still struggled to utter a few threatening words. You dare destroy my Dantian? The ancestor won't let you. Tell him to come if he has the guts. Zhou Zhangshu replied calmly. Having dealt with the first matter, it was time for him to move on to the next, and that is to pay my respects to Senior. At this time in the Zhang residence, Chen Pingan was contemplating his plans. The mission is complete, but since I basically control the Zhang family now, maybe I can bring some people from the lower realms to the Chaos Realm to be trained. While he was in his quiet thoughts, Zhou Zhangshu appeared like a ghost, startling him. Anyone with a weak heart would have probably dropped dead on the spot. Junior Zhou Zhangshu has come to pay my respects to Senior. Seeing him, Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought, crap, it's the guy that first bluffed before. He didn't break through to the Supreme Realm and come here for revenge, did he? I don't even know if I can beat him. But that was not Zhou Zhangshu's purpose for this visit. He stated his case directly to Pingan. If not for Senior's guidance, this junior would not have been able to defeat the assassin sent by the Qian Yuan sect today, let alone speak of revenge. With Senior's abilities, you must be targeting the force behind the Qian Yuan sect. If Senior does not mind. As he spoke, he knelt before Pingan, bowed his head sincerely and said, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, Senior. Once again, he was left completely bewildered by Zhou Zhangshu. What's going on? Did I do something again? Well, whatever, it doesn't seem like a bad thing for now. So he immediately responded to his plea, rise for now. Thank you, Senior. Forgive this junior's boldness, but may I ask for Senior's venerable title? Zhou Zhangshu asked humbly. Chen Pingan replied with a mysterious expression, there is no harm in telling you. Then he slowly removed his disguise, revealing his true face. Without any coyness, Chen Pingan announced clearly, I am the Invincible Supreme. What? Zhou Zhangshu, who had been surprising Pingan, was now shocked by him in return. He hadn't even been on his feet for a minute before he had to kneel again, kowtowing in apology. This junior dared to attack Senior before. My crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths. Please mete out my punishment, senior. Across from him, Chen Pinggan waved his hand magnanimously and said, "It matters not. There is no guilt for the unknowing," he thought with amusement. "This random title I came up with is surprisingly effective for intimidating people." Once he had enjoyed the moment, it was time to think seriously. Compared to the Zhang family, a Supreme Realm City Lord should be better able to lead Chen Yi and the others. After careful consideration, he decided to say, "Regarding the Qian Yuan sect, do not act on your own. I have my own arrangements." It was better to say a few words to keep him in line. After all, he himself still had powerful hidden enemies. Yes, this junior understands," Zhou Zhongshu quickly replied. "You don't need to be so formal. In a while I will bring a group of people from the lower realms here. I will need you to do your best to help train them then," Pinggan said with a smile. Hearing this, he responded enthusiastically, "Thank you for your high regard, senior." "All right, you may withdraw for now. I will notify you if anything comes up," he said in a deep voice. This junior takes his leave. After he left, Pinggan also departed soon after. It was getting late. It was time to hurry home and claim the reward. At that moment, in the Qian Yuan sect, the assassin who had just suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Zhu Zhongshu was kneeling in terror before their old ancestor. "Old ancestor, the men sent to deal with that wretched spawn of the Zhu family have returned. But that spawn has already broken through to the Supreme Realm. Not only did he cripple our men, but he also spoke insolently of you." "Speak. What did he say?" the old ancestor asked in a cold voice. The man was so terrified he stammered. He said to tell you you're dragging this out." To vent his fury, the old ancestor sent him flying with a single palm strike. In a voice devoid of emotion, he uttered a single word, "Scram." "Yes, this disciple will take his leave." The man scrambled away before the old ancestor could land another blow. Only when he was alone did the old ancestor's fury become apparent. He thought to himself, how is this possible? That esteemed lord clearly calculated that the spawn would need at least another 2 years to break through. Just what is going on? This was Long Dao, the old ancestor of the Qian Yuan sect. Besides, that brat has only just broken through. How dare he provoke me? Could it be that he has found a powerful patron? This thought was a sudden revelation. Wasting no time, he hastily took out the Yuyong. He had to ask that esteemed lord for help. Back at Chen Ping'an's residence in the mortal realm, the system displayed, "Mission complete. Reward none." The moment Chen Ping'an saw this, his face turned red with anger. "System, are you messing with me? Forget item rewards, you're even withholding my cultivation gains this time, Chen Ping'an." The system even sent a follow-up message. Final phase of the mission initiated. Countdown 23 hours 55 minutes. At this point he was so furious he wanted to smash the system, roaring, "That's easy for you to say. No matter how amazing it is, you can't just withhold my cultivation, can you?" But the next line of text made his attitude do a complete 180. "Host, please rest assured. Once the final mission phase begins, the host will receive an extremely powerful ability for every mission completed. The new abilities rewarded by the system will be no weaker than Chen Yi's time-freezing ability." When Ping'an read this, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" His tone instantly shifted and he said gently, "In that case, take your time with the update. It's fine if it's a little late as long as you give me a special ability as compensation for the delay." A day later, only 1 second remained on the countdown. Just as he was counting down the final moments with a ding, the system update was complete. The countdown ended and a new mission began. He was thrilled, cheering, "Excellent. Mission requirement, completely disband the Qian Yuan sect and eliminate all of its backers. Status incomplete." Qian Yuan sect sounds a bit familiar. Ping'an fell into deep thought and finally recalled the name. "Oh right, they're the enemies of Zhu Zhongshu, the city lord of the Chaos Realm. In that case, I'll just make a trip to the Chaos Realm to get the details. It's a good opportunity to take Chen Yi there and have Zhu Zhongshu train him." At the city lord's manor in the Chaos Realm, Ping'an and Chen Yi had already arrived. "Senior." Upon seeing him, Zhu Zhongshu came forward to greet him. Ping'an said calmly, "There's no need for formalities." He then introduced Chen Yi. "This is young brother Chen Yi. I've brought him here hoping that City Lord Zhu can help me train him well." Chen Yi nodded in greeting to Zhu Zhongshu. "Greeting, Senior Zhu." He stared at Chen Yi, sizing him up carefully. The next second, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes and he hurried forward to speak with Chen Yi. For young brother Chen Yi to have already reached the peak divine venerable realm at such a young age is truly a sign of a prodigious talent. Chen Yi replied humbly, "Senior Zhu, you flatter me. My cultivation technique is a bit unorthodox. As long as there are corpses of powerful experts, I can advance quickly. It's merely the use of external forces." But Zhu Zhongshu didn't see it that way. "No, you are mistaken. To be able to control such immense power, your mental fortitude is far more important, young brother. You must not sell yourself short. Thank you for the praise, Senior Zhu." Hearing such commendation, he couldn't stop smiling. Just then, Chen Ping'an cleared his throat and interjected, "Ahem, my young brother here isn't just exceptional in his cultivation speed. Brother Chen, show the city lord what you can do." Yes, it was a rare opportunity to show off. A strange power emanated from Chen Yi's hand, spreading towards Zhu Zhongshu, whose body instantly froze in place. Watching from the side, Ping'an also felt proud of his little brother. "Not bad, your ability has greatly improved." But the next second, the smile on his face vanished. Oh crap, it was replaced by worry and jealousy. Damn it, this kid could only slow down the thoughts of divine venerable experts before. I can't believe he can now control even a supreme realm expert. What kind of monster is he? This is what a true protagonist halo looks like. The protagonist roared inwardly, his jealousy at 100%. Even my cheats can't compare to him. But what he didn't know was that Chen Yi was equally envious of his ability. To think that Senior is completely unaffected by my ability, he is truly unfathomable. A moment later, Chen Yi retracted his ability. It was only then that Zhu Jiangshu seemed to regain consciousness. This was a real eye-opener for him, he thought. My mind was able to think, but my body couldn't move at all. What a terrifying ability. Chen Yi scratched his head and said sheepishly, "It's just a little trick." Just then a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ceiling. The next second the ceiling collapsed, accompanied by a figure that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The man groaned in pain from within the pile of rubble. "Ouch, ouch, my old back." Looking at him, Zhu Jiangshu couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoist, how did you suddenly appear here?" Hearing his question, the man froze on the spot. He thought to himself, my body was immobilized, so my consciousness frantically mobilized my spiritual energy. When I could suddenly move again, I lost control and smashed right through the roof. How could he possibly admit something so embarrassing? After a fierce internal struggle, he finally dared to speak. This venerable one has come naturally to take your life," he spoke nonchalantly. But his mind was racing. "This is a huge loss of face. No, I have to brazen it out. Are you a lackey of the Qian Yuan sect?" Zhu Jiangshu asked, frowning at him. The man replied with great arrogance, "The Qian Yuan sect is nothing but a dog to my master. How are they worthy of commanding this venerable one?" He had already mobilized his spiritual energy and assumed a fighting stance. "Such arrogance. Since you've come, don't even think of leaving now. Tell me who is behind the Qian Yuan sect." Before making a move, he had already calculated his odds. With Senior here, he could always ask for help if he couldn't win. The young man paid him no mind and said slowly, "You have only just entered the Supreme Realm, whereas this venerable one is already at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. To die at my hands—" "Wait," Chen Yi suddenly said. "What's going on?" The moment he heard his voice, the man grew tense. As it turned out, he had been frozen by Chen Yi again. That strange sensation was back. His body was immobilized. With an excited look, Chen Yi held up a rope and said, "Go drink piss, you arrogant prick. You messed with me, so now your fate is sealed." He then kicked the man to the ground and skillfully tied him up. The young man could only lie there completely motionless. At his mercy, to be able to use such a bizarre ability at will. Mission complete, he proudly showed off to Zhu Jiangshu. "I've captured him for you. Senior Zhu, you can interrogate him at your leisure." As he spoke, he kicked the man again, sending him rolling like a ball to Zhu Jiangshu's feet. The kick left the man in a pathetic state. Zhu Jiangshu volunteered, "Senior, allow me to interrogate this man." Ping An had no objection. "Go ahead." Despite his calm demeanor, a fierce battle was raging in his mind. "Damn it, don't be jealous, don't be jealous. Once I complete my mission, I'll have an ability just as strong," he asked the man in a low voice. "Who is your master?" At first, the man intended to play dumb, but when he heard Zhu Jiangshu's threat, "You're a tough one, aren't you? We might as well just kill you. After all, we can always just go ask the Qian Yuan sect's old ancestor." He immediately caved and confessed, "Wait, don't be so hasty. I'll talk. My master is the head of the Ouyang family in the Tianchong domain, Ouyang Guang." Upon hearing this renowned name, Zhu Jiangshu's expression turned grave, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "That old Coot Long Dao actually managed to get in with the Ouyang family." He was deeply worried. "This is troublesome. With such a powerful backer, how can I ever get my revenge?" Seeing his Chomei Buzan, Chen Yi asked, "Senior Zhu, is that Ouyang family very powerful?" Zhu Jiangshu slowly explained, "Ouyang Guang is a top-tier expert who can open the Dao Gate at any time after reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. Practitioners are divided into those who have and have not opened that gate. It is because of this that the Ouyang family has become one of the hegemons of the Chaos Realm." Well, that does sound pretty intimidating. He was slightly taken aback by the family's power. But it was only for a moment because Chen Ping An was here. But with Senior here, what's there to fear? It's not like anyone is stronger than him. Fortunately, with Ping An present, he felt much more at ease. That's right, he thought to himself. After all, Senior is an invincible supreme. Senior, the two of them stared at him in unison, making him feel quite awkward. "You don't have to have so much faith in me." He needed to change the subject, and fast. "We can deal with the Ouyang family later. The system usually issues a mission when something big is about to happen. Asking this shouldn't be wrong." Chen Ping An asked Zhu Jiangshu, "Have there been any major events in the Tianchong domain recently?" "Major events," he pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered. "Recently, the Shanghai Pavilion has been holding a highly exclusive auction in the Tianchong domain. Guests attending this auction must possess at least 100,000 Saint beads. An auction, perhaps I can blend in and scout out the enemy, but 100,000 Saint beads." Just as he was worrying about this huge sum, Zhu Jiangshu took out a ring and handed it to Ping An, saying, "Senior, this storage ring contains all my worldly possessions, which happens to include 100,000 Saint beads. To you it may be a trifling sum, but this is everything I can offer to repay you. I hope Senior will not refuse." Hearing this, he was as happy as if it were New Year's. The god of wealth has arrived. The god of wealth has arrived. It was just what he needed. Perfect timing. Despite his elation, he maintained a calm exterior and gracefully accepted the gesture. Ahem, since it is a token of your gratitude, it would be rude of me to refuse. Thank you, senior, he said softly. With the item in hand, it was time for him to set off on his mission. I have important matters to attend to and cannot stay long. We shall meet again. Remember to keep a close eye on those lackeys from the Ouyang family. Chen Yi and Zhu Jiangshu bowed from behind him. We respectfully see you off, senior. In the mortal realm, Chen Ping'an was in deep thought, looking at the storage ring Zhu Jiangshu had just given him. As I thought, this also contains Dao patterns. As long as I have enough used empty saint beads, I can create a large quantity of them by filling them with these Dao patterns, divine yuan, common currency of the divine realm. Saint bead, common currency of the chaos realm. He had a flash of inspiration. That's it. Ping'an quickly opened the system store to see if it sold empty saint bead shells. When he saw what he was looking for, he was overjoyed. They actually have them and they're so cheap. Empty saint bead shell, 9.9 experience points. After a series of operations, he struck it rich. He was now fabulously wealthy, returning to the Tiancheng domain in the chaos realm. Shanghai Pavilion. Wow, standing before the Shanghai Pavilion, Ping'an couldn't help but show an expression of awe. A man who acted high and mighty just because he had a bit of money came out of nowhere and looked at him with disdain. A country bumpkin who's never seen the world are you? He then spoke insolently to the female attendant. Is your Shanghai Pavilion so lowly, you don't even know how to drive away a beggar who's an eyesore at the entrance? The female attendant looked at Ping'an and said politely, My apologies, sir. If you do not have sufficient saint beads to prove your eligibility for entry, then I must ask you to leave. The meddlesome man continued to chatter nearby. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Look at his shabby appearance. Does he look like someone who can produce 100,000 saint beads? Ping'an looked at him, annoyed, wanting to teach this arrogant fool a lesson he'd never forget. Are 100,000 saint beads that impressive? Stop your nonsense. If I can produce the saint beads, what will you do then? The fellow was still talking tough. I'll make you a promise today, young master. If you can take out the saint beads, I'll eat this stone lion. Confident of his victory, he naturally accepted the bet with confidence. Fine, it's a deal. The young lady, meanwhile, was enjoying the show from the side, naively remarking, A stone lion, the guest must have very strong teeth. Chen Ping'an took out the storage ring and handed it to the lady, saying, Excuse me, miss. This should be enough for me to enter. Yes, sir. The lady checked it carefully. The result left her stunned. The number of saint beads in the storage ring far exceeded 100,000. Of course, our esteemed guest may enter. Hearing this, the arrogant fellow was petrified on the spot, completely frozen. Having lost the bet, his face turned livid with rage. Damn it, how dare you humiliate me? Ping'an just glanced at him nonchalantly and said, I accept your concession. It's not like I forced you to eat anything. Relying on his rudimentary martial arts skills, he intended to attack Ping'an. Damn you bastard, he charged at Ping'an in a fury. He offered a simple critique. A sore loser, I see. But before he could make a move, the female attendant had already stepped in to block the ruffian. The expression on her face was not pleasant either. Sir, are you planning to cause trouble on Shanghai Pavilion's territory? That single sentence was enough to make him tremble in fear. No, I wouldn't dare. Then I wish you an enjoyable visit, she said, her smile quickly returning. After dealing with the man, the lady introduced, The private rooms in the auction house are divided into 3 tiers, Saint, Heaven and Earth. Where would our esteemed guest like to go? He pondered for a moment. Then he decided, To the best one, the attendant confirmed again. The Saint tier room requires 300,000 saint beads. Is our esteemed guest certain? He answered confidently, without a moment's hesitation. Of course. Esteemed guest, please follow me. The lady led the way with composure. Before leaving, Chen Ping'an didn't forget to remind the other fellow. Oh right, remember to have that stone lion at the entrance delivered to this gentleman's room. Put it on my tab. Yes, no problem, she replied cheerfully. Consider it a tough meal on me. The man didn't dare make a sound. He had completely lost face and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The room Ping'an chose was opulently decorated. This was a Saint tier room located directly opposite the auction stage. This is the auction device. After the auction begins, our esteemed guest need only press the button on this artifact to place a bid. This Saint tier room has the highest level of confidentiality. Your voice will be altered, so our esteemed guest need not worry about your identity being discovered by others. He also noticed something else. I'm quite chic, Ping'an said softly to the attendant. I'm not very familiar with this auction. Could I trouble you to stay and introduce the auction items to me? The lady happily agreed. It is my honor to be of service to our esteemed guest. Outside the Shanghai Pavilion, another distinguished guest arrived. Brother Ouyang, your esteemed presence graces us. Forgive me, Jiyu, for not coming out to greet you. Ouyang Guang replied humbly. Brother Jiyu jests, I brought my younger brother here today to broaden his horizons. I was wondering if there are any Saint tier rooms still available. His younger brother was none other than Long Dao. Well, Brother Jiyu explained awkwardly. This is Jiyu Ming, the manager of the Shanghai Pavilion. To be honest, brother, you've arrived a bit late. The Saint tier rooms have all been taken. Oh, what unfortunate timing. I wonder which family has booked the Saint tier room. Ouyang Guang's tone was not pleased. Jiyu Ming tactfully declined. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Hearing this, Yang Guang did not press further. I understand, I won't make things difficult for you, brother Ji Ming continued. I have other matters to attend to and cannot stay. I will have these attendants show brother Yang to a room. Of course, brother Ji, please attend to your business, Yang Guang said politely. After Ji Ming left, he walked inside with Long Dao. Come with me, let's see what great personage is worthy of competing with me for a Saint-tier room. Yang Guang, the mastermind behind the Qian Yuan sect. Yes, Chen Ping'an's mission completely disband the Qian Yuan sect and eliminate all of its backers. Soon, Yang Guang arrived at the door of Ping'an's room. He then knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The lady and Ping'an were both startled by the sound. The lady turned to ask for Ping'an's opinion. Esteemed guest, suddenly a hint of worry appeared on his face. I wonder who it is. Could it be that punk from earlier back for revenge? Ping'an stroked his sleeve, reassuring himself. If anything happens later, I'm counting on you. The holy martial battle armor responded with fighting spirit. *A trivial matter, master, rest assured. Then Ping'an told the lady to open the door. Yes, the moment the lady opened the door, Yang Guang strode in. With an imposing and arrogant air he introduced himself. I am Yang Guang, head of the Yang family. Forgive my presumptuous visit. Long Dao, who followed behind him, added a few words. We hope fellow Taoist will not take offense. Then Yang Guang walked straight past the lady to where Ping'an was seated, saying as he went, This Saint-tier room is one I frequently use. Hearing this, he gently lifted his teacup. Yang Guang continued, I wonder if you would be so kind as to part with this room and let me have it? Ping'an immediately and unhesitatingly refused his request. No, if there's nothing else, please leave, don't disturb my rest. As Ping'an spoke, he leisurely sipped the tea in his hand. This response displeased Yang Guang, who frowned and asked, I presume fellow Taoist is unaware of my Yang family? Sensing the threat in his words, Ping'an remained unconcerned, replying with a cold face, So what if it's the Yang family? But he thought to himself, we'll be enemies sooner or later anyway, so I'm not afraid of offending him a little more. Faced with his conceited attitude, Yang Guang began to seethe with rage. How can this brat be so arrogant? He then looked him up and down. His cultivation is clearly only at the God King realm. Is he hiding his true power, making it impossible for me to see through him? An illusion technique? Could he be an expert who has already opened that gate? At this thought his mind raced and he brought out his entire family to threaten Ping'an. The Yang family of today is a subordinate branch of an unrivaled supreme. Will fellow Taoist do me the courtesy? As soon as he finished speaking, Ping'an glared at him with sharp eyes, telling him to get lost. I don't believe anyone would dare to start a fight in the Shanghai pavilion. Worst case, I'll just use my disguise mask to change my face after I leave. Yang Guang was furious, but he didn't dare to do anything. He could only clench his fists and force down his anger. He quickly regained his composure and bowed to Chen Ping'an. It was I who was rude. He then closed the door and left. Standing outside the room, Long Dao saw Yang Guang's displeasure and said with some trepidation, Senior Yang. He immediately snapped at Long Dao. Shut up, then he said resentfully. After the auction is over I will report this. He will certainly pay a terrible price for his actions today. Meanwhile, in another room, a man asked, How are things? Ji Ming respectfully clasped his hands and said, Just as you predicted. Yang Guang was rebuffed. He didn't dare to do anything. As it turned out, the man speaking with Ji Ming was none other than the master of the Shanghai pavilion, Wang Fu Hongqian. When he heard that Yang Guang could only sulk in another room, not daring to offend Ping'an, he let out a soft laugh. Is that so? But Ji Ming asked, puzzled, Pavilion Master, why do you care so much about that kid? This subordinate sees nothing remarkable about him. Hongqian immediately replied, Nothing remarkable? You are truly a frog in a well. You've completely misjudged him. A pensive look suddenly appeared in Wang Fu's eyes. It was for him that I founded this Shanghai pavilion. This statement utterly shocked Ji Ming. Could he be that invincible supreme? Several hours later, the auction officially began. Under the direction of manager Ji Ming, cries of 50,000 Saint beads going twice and 50,000 Saint beads going 3 times, and the sound of the gavel echoed throughout the hall. Next up was the final treasure of today's auction. A waiter quickly brought out an item wrapped in red cloth. Ji Ming unveiled it and introduced, This item is a spirit origin, a rare treasure that can elevate a user's cultivation talent by a significant margin, and also enhance their divine sense. Hearing it was a spirit origin, Ping'an's eyes lit up, fixing on it intently. I have to get this thing, even if I have to go all out. The auction began with a starting price of 100,000 sacred pearls, with each increment no less than 10,000. The red cloth was immediately whisked away, revealing a glass bottle containing a purple divine-powered solution. The system's notification sound chimed. It was Chen Ping'an's bid. He had directly offered double the price, 200,000. Ji Ming looked at the board. The esteemed guest in the Saint-tier private room had doubled the price with their very first bid. He couldn't help but smile with pride, thinking to himself that it was just as expected of that esteemed individual. At the same time, Yang Guang bid 500,000 and scanned the crowd, announcing, My apologies everyone, but my Yang family is determined to have this spirit origin. Ji Ming frowned, gritting his teeth and thought, Damn it, with the Yang family making such a declaration, what ordinary family would dare compete with them? I'm afraid this spirit origin won't fetch a good price. But he didn't know Ping'an was still here. Without a second thought, Ping'an bid 1 million. A bid of 1 million from the Saint Tier private room. Is there a higher bid? Hearing Ping An's new offer, Ji Yuming was overjoyed. Excellent, I never expected that Lord would contend for it as well. He guessed curiously that Ping An was probably buying it as a gift for a junior. Seeing Ping An blocking his way again, Ouyang Guang was once more infuriated. He angrily bid 1.5 million. I am buying this spirit origin under orders from above. I refuse to believe anyone has more money than me. Ji Yuming quickly asked, is there a higher bid? Just then, Ping An bid 2 million. Ouyang Guang followed with a bid of 2,200,000, while Ping An's next bid was 3 million, which made Ouyang Guang curse out loud in anger. His face instantly darkened, a mix of worry and shock. Damn it, where did he get so much money? He immediately turned to Long Dao and said, I remember you also prepared 500,000 for the auction. Give it to me now. Hearing this, Long Dao hesitated, but Ouyang Guang immediately played the sympathy card to threaten him. Don't forget I sent people to help you take care of that major problem of yours. Although the man hasn't returned yet, don't you dare be ungrateful. Despite his reluctance, Long Dao still took the money from his pocket and handed it over. After getting the money, Ouyang Guang bid 3.5 million. He was now smug and full of confidence, as this was a sum only a top-tier power could produce. No one could be richer than him. Meanwhile, Ping An remained composed and calm, even letting out a long yawn with his legs crossed. He thought, how ridiculous. Who could possibly have more money than a money-printing machine? With that thought, his long, slender fingers immediately pressed the bid button. The price of 4 million sent the entire auction hall into a flurry of discussion. Ji Yuming was also stunned to hear this price. 4 million, wasn't this already the highest price in the history of the Mountain Sea Pavilion? Truly worthy of the invincible supreme. He quickly composed himself and announced loudly, is there a higher bid? If not, I will announce the result. 4 million going once, 4 million going twice. Ouyang Guang stood there, his entire body trembling as he listened to Ji Yuming's count. 4 million going 3 times. The gavel struck immediately, sold. Suddenly, Ouyang Guang let out a cold laugh. He seemed to have lost his mind, but he still spoke with pride. The invincible supreme has long since vanished. The paramount supreme is the true king of this chaos realm. No one can snatch something from the hands of the paramount supreme's descendant. A moment later, the auction ended and the crowd had dispersed. Ouyang Guang, however, stormed furiously toward Ping An's private room. Ji Yuming hurriedly chased after him to stop him. Brother Ouyang, you mustn't, but he wouldn't listen. Reaching Ping An's door, he kicked it violently, only to see the same maid who had been cleaning earlier. She jumped in fright and turned her head in alarm. He looked around but saw no sign of Ping An. Ouyang Guang maintained his contemptuous demeanor and said, did he escape using the Saint Tier room's teleportation array? It seems the one who looks down on the Paramount Supreme is nothing but a paper tiger. He then turned to Ji Yuming and yelled, quick, open the teleportation array. I'm going after him. And no, that's against the rules. Hearing this, he grabbed Ji Yuming by the collar, his face filled with murderous intent as he threatened gravely. Does your vast sea pavilion wish to become an enemy of the Paramount Supreme? I call you Brother Ji Yu out of respect. Don't be ungrateful. Know your place. Ji Yuming was instantly terrified. He said fearfully, the Mountain Sea Pavilion has no such intention. The teleportation array can be opened immediately. After Ouyang Guang let go, Ji Yuming instructed him. This matter must be kept secret and not be spread. He immediately agreed. Of course, rest assured, I'll take it to my grave. Ji Yuming quickly summoned a portal and a spatial gate opened instantly. Ouyang Guang, still in the dark, was ecstatic, thinking he was about to catch Ping An. He was unaware that an extremely mysterious expression had already appeared on Ji Yuming's face. The place he was sending him was not to Ping An. Upon being transported to his destination, Ouyang Guang asked in confusion, who are you? It turned out the person Ji Yuming had sent him to was none other than Wang Fu Hongqian. The other man replied, who I am is not important. The two were now standing on the clouds, suspended in midair. Ouyang Guang struck an arrogant pose, pointing at Hongqian's face. HMPH, I don't have time to waste on you. A descendant of the Paramount Supreme is conducting business here. Get out of my way if you know what's good for you. Hey, is the Paramount Supreme all that great? As soon as the words fell, Hongqian shot into the air, closing in on him with the speed of the wind. They were face to face before Ouyang Guang could react, his face turning pale. Then he was sent to his death by Hongqian. Meanwhile, back at Chen Ping An's home in the mortal realm, he excitedly held the spirit origin in his hands, examining it for a moment. As expected of a treasure from the Chaos realm. Just holding it, I can feel my divine sense slowly growing. He immediately opened the cap and drank the entire bottle of spirit origin in one go. Soon a surge of energy gathered on Ping An's forehead, forming a large point of light. Currents of divine energy, spiritual energy and divine sense swirled around his body. A huge flash of blue light shot through Chen Ping An's courtyard, indicating another small step forward in his power. A few seconds later, the cultivation was successful, and Ping An slowly opened his eyes. He could feel a slight change in his current power, but he didn't know exactly how much stronger he had become. An idea flashed in his mind and he thought excitedly, I'll go back to the Chaos Realm and find an expert to practice on. The moment the thought arose, Ping An teleported to the Chaos Realm. Just then, the system sent a notification with A*****. The Qianyuan sect and its backer, the Ouyang family, have been eliminated. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Receiving the notification, he was completely stunned and confused. What Qianyuan sect? What Ouyang family? How did they get eliminated? Ha ha ha. What in the world is going on? The system continued its report. Congratulations on obtaining the deduction ability. You can now deduce any information anytime and anywhere without being detected by any existence. What are you deducing? The success rate depends on your proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the success rate. As soon as it finished speaking, Ping An joyfully hugged the system and said affectionately, "Oh system, you truly are my darling treasure. I love you to death." The system seemed disgusted by his actions and words of love, immediately issuing a warning, "Host, please conduct yourself with dignity and mind your words and actions." Hearing this, Ping An could only scratch his head in embarrassment and say, all right, I won't get so excited next time." He began to ponder how to test his new function. A massive beam of divine sense appeared from nowhere, growing larger and larger, only to suddenly shatter, indicating the deduction had failed. The consumed divine sense could not be returned. It seemed this ability also had its limits. He would need more practice to master it. Divine sense was a consumable power that could be replenished by absorbing spirit origins or by taking it from enemies, and it would be used up when abilities were activated. Ping An quickly entered a state of cultivation, wanting to try a few more times. I wonder how the main villain is doing. I can't help but feel a little uneasy. Meanwhile, in another gloomy scene, a report was being made. Reporting to the Paramount Supreme, our pawn in the Tianchang domain, the Ouyang family, has been eliminated. The culprit is Wangfu Hongqian, a remnant of the Invincible Supreme's faction, who has been hiding in the Tianchang domain for many years. The target has now absconded to escape punishment, and his whereabouts are unknown. After hearing the report, the mysterious figure calmly ordered his subordinate to continue the investigation and bring back Wangfu Hongqian's head. The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Back on Ping An's side, after multiple attempts at practicing deduction, he seemed exhausted. He rubbed his head and lamented, "Using deduction multiple times in a short period is too damaging to my divine sense." He began to think, but it seems the Paramount Supreme is the main villain, and the Ouyang family were his lackeys. I wonder why they were wiped out by someone named Wangfu Hongqian. Ping An was curious about who this Wangfu Hongqian was and what his background was, but then his thoughts turned to the Invincible Supreme. I never thought the Chaos Realm had such a hegemon, and one who's the arch-nemesis of the Paramount Supreme at that. His title also happens to match mine. At this thought, Ping An chuckled and raised his nose in the air narcissistically. He must be a man of great taste. If I get the chance, I could team up with him against the Paramount Supreme. Just as he decided to make a trip to the Chaos Realm, a pair of small feet approached, calling out, "Brother." Ping An turned to see Linger calling him. Seeing Linger crying, he asked in alarm, "Little Linger, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No, I just didn't sleep well." He immediately walked over to Linger, patting her head and saying gently, "Does little Linger have something on her mind? Is that why you didn't sleep well? If so, tell me and I'll help you solve it." Linger replied coaxingly, "I'm a little scared sleeping alone at night. Can Sister Shinshin come sleep with me?" At the mention of Duan Shinshin, Ping An's face turned beet red and he quickly refused tactfully. "Ah well, your Sister Shinshin and I are husband and wife. We sleep together and we have important business to attend to." Hearing this, Linger pleaded again, "In that case, can Sister Yixuan come back? I always slept so soundly when Sister Yixuan slept with me." As she spoke, the little girl hugged her brother tightly in a wheedling manner. Seeing this, Ping An was helpless but could only tell the truth. Your Sister Yixuan is also busy with things, but Linger kept pestering him. He had no choice but to sigh and agree. All right, fine. I'll have Shinshin ask her later to see if she's free to come back and stay for a while." Hearing this, Linger's face blossomed into a smile. "That's great, ha ha ha." Then she left happily, saying her brother was the best. Ping An stood behind, watching her leave, feeling as if he had been tricked. Why do I feel like this was little Linger's goal from the very beginning? In a corner of the courtyard, Linger stood under a peach tree holding a large wooden tablet with words carved on it. It had a communication function. She spoke into it, her thoughts on the person far away. "Sister Yixuan, I've already asked brother to have Sister Shinshin contact you. Don't go back on your word when you return. Remember to bring me tasty snacks." Just the thought of it made Linger incredibly happy. On the other end, in the Ping An sect, Yixuan heard the little girl's words and replied, "Don't worry. When have I ever lied to you?" Little did Linger know that Yixuan was secretly smiling in excitement. "Little Linger is so reliable. I'll be back by my sister's side soon." Just then, at Yixuan's location, a voice called from outside the door. Senior Fan, please come and check on little Shui." Hearing this, Yixuan asked in alarm, "What happened to Murong Shui again?" She quickly moved to the door and opened it. A white-haired elder brought the news that little Shui had just fainted again. Yixuan immediately told him to lead the way. Soon after, she arrived at Murong Shui's chambers and used her spiritual power to treat her. At this moment, she gently touched her finger to Murong Shui's forehead, transferring divine power to her. Yixuan sighed helplessly. Her ability is insufficient, yet she insists on forcing her cultivation. "If this continues, she'll die sooner or later," she immediately asked. "When did this start happening?" the elder replied. "Ever since Senior's wedding, little Shui has been pushing herself too hard." He suddenly lowered his head and said worriedly. But we managed to talk her down so nothing major happened. It wasn't until the Ping An sect's management became lax and we were reprimanded by you, Senior, that little Shui seemed to be provoked and began to cultivate like a madwoman. Looking at the weakened Murong Shui lying on the bed, he continued. She has fainted a few times before. We were discussing asking for your help, Senior. Upon learning the full story, Yixuan was so angry she wanted to see for herself what was so great about that detestable fellow, referring to Ping An, to make Murong Shui become like this. Then she caressed Murong Shui's cheek and chanted an incantation, mind and spirit connect, will and intent unite. Using all her strength, she unleashed her energy and entered Murong Shui's inner world. Upon entering, Yixuan was stunned by the sight before her, a world filled with roses and dreamy pink bubbles. I never expected someone as proud as Murong Shui to have such a cute inner world. She looked curiously at the pink bubbles and found that they were all filled with images of Ping An. Is there no one else in this girl's head? Yixuan was truly at a loss for words. Suddenly the image of a brush appeared. Yixuan looked closely and saw it was Ping An holding Murong Shui's hand, teaching her how to draw. Share, there are 6 ways to draw a soul-summoning talisman. At that moment Murong Shui couldn't control the blush on her face. Heavens, Senior is going to teach Share personally. Next was a scene where Ping An was spanking Murong Shui's hand because she had been secretly practicing instead of sleeping when Ping An realized he had hit her too hard. He looked very worried. Yixuan was speechless seeing this somewhat intimate scene. Not only that, but they were also holding hands, with Ping An rubbing Murong Shui's hand while saying, cultivation is important, but Cher must also take care of herself. As if that wasn't enough, Yixuan had to witness another dose of public display of affection. Back in reality, she gently stroked Murong Shui's cheek. There is only one simple way to save her. Right now this girl's mind is filled with nothing but love. She won't stop until her soul is destroyed. In any case, it doesn't matter if she remembers a detestable fellow like him or not. Thinking this, Yixuan concluded that if she sealed all of Murong Shui's memories of Chen Ping An, the problem would naturally be solved. The elder standing there grew worried again, afraid that little Shui might not agree to this. But Yixuan replied sternly, it's far better than dying. Hearing this, he could only clench his jaw helplessly and say no more. Then, composing himself, he said, you are right, Senior, we will have to trouble you then. Instantly, a wisp of red divine energy gathered at Yixuan's fingertip. She drew a few strokes in the air, creating what looked like a giant talisman, and placed it on the unconscious Murong Shui, immediately completing the memory seal. The elder quickly asked her, Senior, after sealing little Shui's memory, is there anything we need to be aware of? Yixuan simply said, it's best if she never sees Chen Ping An again. Otherwise the seal will loosen and could be broken at any time. However, this is his sect after all, so the possibility of them meeting cannot be ruled out. Therefore I plan to take her to the upper realm to recuperate. Are you willing? Hearing this, the elder immediately agreed without hesitation. Thank you for your thorough consideration, Senior. To receive your guidance is a great blessing for little Shui, and I am eternally grateful for your kindness. Hearing his flattery and gratitude, Yixuan lowered her head and smiled shyly, then proudly lifted her nose. But of course, don't you know who I am? At that moment, a fire ignited in Yixuan's eyes as she secretly resolved to one day defeat that detestable Chen Ping An and marry her sister. The scene shifted to the mortal realm. There was a knock on the door of Chen Ping An's house. Knock, knock, knock. Is Mr. Chen home? Hearing the knock, Ping An hurried to open the door and saw physician Shen Bao, accompanied by Wang Fu Hongqian. He immediately invited them into the courtyard for tea. What brings you here so suddenly, old sir? Shen Bao continued. It's nothing major, really. I just took on a new apprentice and wanted to bring him over for Mr. Chen to see and to get acquainted. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fu Hongqian stepped forward, bowed and introduced himself to Ping An. This student, Wang Fu Hongqian, greets you, Senior. Seeing his gentle and polite demeanor, Shen Bao was secretly pleased with himself, feeling he had a good eye for people. Ping An was also satisfied and said, quite good indeed, he seems like a very polite person. But hearing the name Wang Fu Hongqian, Ping An felt a flicker of doubt. Isn't this the person from the deduction who destroyed the Yang family? He immediately asked him, do you know of the Mountain Sea Pavilion? Hongqian immediately went into acting mode, shaking his head and pretending to be puzzled. Is that some powerful organization? Shen Bao, still sitting and drinking his tea, listened to their conversation. Ping An paid him no mind and focused on his questioning. Then do you know the Invincible Supreme? But Hongqian just shook his head as before and said he didn't. That sounds like a major figure. How could a minor character like myself possibly know him? At this point, Shen Bao slowly placed his teacup on the table, interrupting Ping An's attempt to interrogate him further. I didn't bring my apprentice here for you to question. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Ping An quickly said, Ah, my apologies. As for the matter, he couldn't see any major issues for now, so there was no need to press further. But now, suspicion had already taken root in Ping An's heart. There couldn't be that many coincidences in the world. Ping An took a book from his robes and said, It's our first meeting and I don't have much to offer. He handed the book to Hongqian, saying, These are my insights on alchemy. Since medicine and alchemy share the same origin, perhaps it will be of some use to you on your path of apprenticeship. Ping An thought smugly. I was the champion of the alchemy competition after all. My insights should be of some use. After receiving the book, Hongqian said happily, Thank you, Mr. Chen. This student will surely take it to heart. Ping An smiled and told him not to mention it. Time passed, and by evening the three had finished their conversation. Ping An personally saw them to the main gate, saying, "Remember to come visit again when you have time." After they had walked some distance away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to ponder that fellow named Hongqian. If I can't find out by asking, why can't I just deduce it myself? Let me see if this is a coincidence or if someone deliberately arranged it. When night fell, he began to use his divine sense for deduction in his room. All thoughts become one, seek the truth. Streams of spiritual energy immediately swirled around Ping An, and a formation array activated. Inquire into Wangfu Hongqian's origins. I want to know everything about him. The divine sense was instantly charged with energy. A voluptuous figure emerged, causing Ping An's nose to bleed as his face flushed red with embarrassment. What is this result trying to tell me? After speaking, he recalled the pair of peaches. Maybe I'll try again, perhaps I can see more clearly and find some clues. Ping An quickly wiped away the nosebleed but then began to question himself. What am I even hoping for? Just as he was about to concentrate for another attempt, the door was suddenly pushed open and a voice called out, "Husband." It was Duan Xinxin who had just walked in. Startling Ping An in the midst of his wicked thoughts, he pretended to wave his hands in the air, making an excuse about mosquitoes in the room. Hearing mosquitoes, Xinxin was puzzled. It was from her expression that Ping An suddenly remembered. That's right. Others can't detect this deduction. Realizing this, his racing heart finally calmed down. Phew, it felt like being caught watching a dirty movie by my wife. He quickly composed himself, walked over to embrace Xinxin and said dotingly, "It's nothing, I was just afraid these little bugs would disturb our rest tonight." But Xinxin looked away a little helpless. But I can't rest with you tonight, husband. Little Zan is here again and you know how she is. If I don't stay with her on the first day, she'll surely turn this place upside down. It would definitely be chaos." Hearing this, Ping An didn't know what to say. He had really invited a third wheel back himself, but he still put on a considerate expression, stroking Xinxin's head comfortingly. "I know, I was the one who asked her to come over to play with Linger." With that he turned and added, "I should be off on my mission as well. With them here to keep you company, I don't have to worry about you being bored." He then cast a space gate to the Chaos Realm. Before leaving, he reminded Xinxin, "Don't let those two girls tire you out." She stood behind him and nodded. Soon he was transported to the Chaos Realm. Looking at the ring on his hand, he said, "This time that Supreme Sovereign wants to hunt down Wangfu Hongqian. It seems I'll have to investigate Wangfu Hongqian first to lure him out. And then there's that woman who appeared in my divination." The storage ring immediately glowed, summoning Tai Zhao, Jinling Shanqi and Brother Zhao. The moment she appeared, Jinling Shanqi asked what the woman looked like. This stumped Ping An. He hemmed and hawed for a long time before making a gesture to indicate a voluptuous chest. Just like this, the moment they saw it, they understood instantly. A large bust. Afterward, the group quickly made their way to the mortal realm. Tai Zhao, Jinling Shanqi and Brother Zhao were doing their best to find the person based on Ping An's description. Just then, Tai Zhao happened upon a young lady and struck up a conversation. Miss," he then gestured just as Ping An had, asking, "Excuse me, miss, have you seen a woman with a chest this big?" Hearing his question, the young lady blushed crimson. "A large bust?" Suddenly, Brother Zhao walked up to the lady's feet, sniffed and then pounced on her, startling her. Not only that, but Brother Zhao also pressed his nose against her chest to sniff her. The young lady was instantly enraged, and a piercing scream was heard. Needless to say, Brother Zhao got a sound thrashing and ended up with a large bump on his head. Tai Zhao and Jinling Shanqi also got slapped across the face a few times. Seeing their method of asking, Ping An could only sigh helplessly, saying it would be a miracle if they didn't get beaten for asking like that. Recalling the scene of the beating, Tai Zhao, Jinling Shanqi and Brother Zhao were still shaken. Just as Ping An was about to say more, he saw a young lady walking toward him in the distance, brushing past him. Her attire and her full chest were identical to the woman from his divination. The moment they brushed past each other, he recognized her immediately. Ping An was about to run up and call out to her, "Hey, miss," but was stopped by a man's hand grabbing him. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" For a moment, Ping An didn't know how to explain. Suddenly, a hand from behind clapped him on the shoulder. The man draped his arm over Ping An's shoulder and sneered softly, "Hey, you think you can touch Spirit Seat Lu Yuang? You really don't know your own limits." Hearing him mention Lu Yuang, Ping An was a bit confused and asked, "What's her story?" The man spoke with a tone of immense admiration and worship. "She is the #1 spirit seed of the Lingxi mystic realm, the #1 beauty. She is the object of longing for all male cultivators in this chaos realm." Hearing this, Ping An asked with a wicked grin, "Is it a place for men to seek pleasure?" As soon as he said this, the man flared up, turned, and yelled in Ping An's face, "What are you thinking, you idiot?" He calmed down, and as soon as the Lingxi mystic realm was mentioned, his tone softened, saying that of course it wasn't some base place for satisfying the desires of common folk, but all you need are sacred pearls. With enough sacred pearls, you can go there and engage in dual cultivation with a spirit seed. It was a shortcut to advancing one's realm. Ping An looked at the man's enthusiastic expression, feeling rather speechless, but after a moment it hit him. Dual cultivation? He instantly blushed beet red, his ears nearly smoking. At this point, the four of them arrived at a nearby pavilion and stopped to consider their next move. Jinling Shanqi then asked Tai Zhao, "What's dual cultivation?" Tai Zhao explained. Dual cultivation is when a man and a woman use a profound method of exchange to cultivate together. The moment he heard a man and a woman, Brother Zhao's interest was piqued. He imagined himself dual cultivating with a female dog in a doggy fashion. He had been a dog for so long that he'd forgotten he was a dragon. As for Jinling Shanqi, upon hearing this, she also blushed. A profound method of exchange. At this thought, Jinling Shanqi imagined herself and Jian Mu engaged in a rough and wild session of dual cultivation. Her heart immediately began to pound. She quickly covered her face, giggling shyly to the side. Seeing this, Tai Zhao sighed helplessly. "What on earth are you all daydreaming about?" they retorted. "A single dog like you would never understand." Meanwhile, Ping An was trembling with anxiety. What was he going to do now? Did he have to engage in dual cultivation with Lu Yuang just to get close to her? If Xin Xin found out, he didn't even need to think to know what would happen. He'd definitely be kicked out of the house with nothing to his name and then divorced. Imagining this scenario, Ping An secretly warned himself, "No way, I can't lose my wife over a mission." Just then, the sound of an argument came from the distance. "You scum, hand over the item." This caught Ping An's attention. Getting closer, he saw 3 bandits aggressively trying to rob a young man. Seeing the injustice, Ping An unhesitatingly walked up to them and intervened. "Hold on. What, pretty boy, want to stick your nose in other people's business?" Ping An shook his head and smiled faintly. "Aw, not at all, it's just the rules of the road. I saw you robbing him, so you have to give me half. Got it?" As soon as he finished speaking, his icy gaze swept over the group. They looked at each other, exchanging glances to see what their companions thought. "Give him half." After conferring, the 3 of them advanced on him. Unafraid and feeling it was a waste of time, Ping An said, "How about this? I'll help you split it." With that, he drew Tai Zhao. A few basic sword moves were all it took to tear their clothes into shreds like a pile of tattered rags. With a murderous look, he said, "Half the clothes. If you feel that's not enough, you can give me half your bodies too. How about it?" Hearing this, they clung to each other, protecting their bodies, and fled, wailing and scrambling away without a single look back. Seeing them gone, he called out to the young man, "You can come out now." "They're gone." The young man, who had been hiding behind a nearby tree, immediately came out. "This humble one, Sumiran, thanks benefactor for saving my life." He was still holding a large cloth bundle. Ping An asked curiously, "What were they trying to steal?" "Forgive me, benefactor. This is a family heirloom. I can only control it after I break through to the divine realm. Before that I cannot show it to anyone." Sumiran lowered his head and repeated what he had just said. Ping An sighed, cleaned out his ear and said, all right, if you don't want to say, then don't. But breaking through isn't an easy task. How about I cook you a meal?" As he said this, he suddenly realized he had let it slip and quickly covered his mouth. "No, who knows if this guy is good or evil? I can't give him an opportunity so easily." Before he could say anything else, the young man refused. "Benefactor's life-saving grace is as heavy as a mountain. How could I dare trouble you with the expense of a meal? I just need to find a way to get into the Lingxi mystic realm and dual cultivate with Spirit Seat Lu." Hearing this, Ping An was suddenly stunned. "You want to go to the Lingxi mystic realm?" he continued. "Do you have any sacred pearls?" "No." "Then do you have any exceptional abilities?" He laughed awkwardly. "Haha, no, I don't have any of those either." Ping An was speechless. "You have nothing, so on what grounds do you plan to dual cultivate?" Sumiran chuckled sheepishly, saying that it was precisely because he knew how lacking he was that he said he needed to find a way. Suddenly he grabbed Sumiran's shoulders, overjoyed. "The problem is solved. With him I won't have to dual cultivate with that Lu Yuang, and I won't have to worry about Xin Xin finding out." Hearing this, Sumiran exclaimed happily, "What? Benefactor, you're going to help me enter the Lingxi mystic realm?" Chen Ping An calmly replied, "Yes, but I might have to inconvenience you a bit. You'll need to hide." At this point, such things were minor matters to him. Sumiran quickly replied, "I'll do whatever benefactor arranges. But where would be a suitable place for me to hide?" He looked at Ping An with confusion. The protagonist sighed softly and said, "That is a problem. Your spiritual power is too low. If you hide in the storage ring, you'd probably be crushed to death by the pressure of the other spiritual items." His gaze suddenly fell upon Xiao He, and an idea popped into his head. "I've got it," he said, turning back to the bewildered Sumiran behind him. Sumiran looked at his benefactor, puzzled. "Huh?" He then saw Ping An lead Xiao He over. It was obvious where Ping An intended for him to hide. Sumiran frowned and swallowed hard. Xiao He's XXL-sized mouth slowly opened and swallowed Sumiran whole. Afterward they headed toward the Lingxi mystic realm together. As he walked, Ping An clicked his tongue, praising his own genius. "I'm so clever. That young man is him." Chen Ping An put on a disguise mask, taking on Sumiran's appearance, and then infiltrated the Lingxi mystic realm. "I'll hide Sumiran in Xiao He's mouth, then let Sumiran dual cultivate with Lu Yuang while I investigate things myself. I'm the epitome of husbandly virtue. This way I can enter the mystic realm. I don't have to do anything to wrong my wife." Just as he was feeling pleased, the sky before him suddenly turned dark and lightning appeared. The surrounding people panicked and scattered in all directions. "Oh no, run!" Ping An recognized the phenomenon with surprise. "It's the thunderclap formation." This raised a question in his mind. Who could set up such a massive formation? Sumiran, from inside Xiao He's belly, answered, "In the Chaos Realm there's only one person who can set up such a formation. That would be the young master of the Xuanqing sect, Manhwa. He stood arrogantly before the Lingxi mystic realm and declared, "Spirit Seat Lu, since you've publicly set the price at 100,000 sacred pearls, it's about time you welcomed this young master in for dual cultivation, isn't it?" "This guy's got some skill," Ping An remarked, giving him a high evaluation, but Su Miran once again spoke in a deeply displeased tone. "HMPH, it was all stolen." "Stolen?" Ping An asked curiously. Su Miran slowly explained that the Xuanqing sect's spirit-absorbing art could steal an opponent's entire cultivation technique during a fight. In other words, the stronger the opponent's technique, the more they gained. Ping An looked at Manhwa thoughtfully and said calmly, "Doesn't that make him invincible?" Su Miran continued, "Not quite. If someone's divine power realm is higher than his, the spirit-absorbing art is useless. The root of this evil art is still bullying the weak. In fact, he was the one who sent people to steal my family's heirloom." "I see. Looks like we're in for a good show. The Spirit Seat has long declared that no one from the Xuanqing sect is allowed to enter the mystic realm." A handmaiden from the Lingxi mystic realm came out to respond to Manhwa. His subordinate immediately objected, "All living beings are equal. Why does the Spirit Seat refuse to receive people from our sect specifically?" It seemed he was very unpopular, as the young lady's reaction was fierce. "Manhwa, to think you're a God King realm cultivator, yet you stoop to such petty sneaky acts. Who doesn't know that you're not here to cultivate at all but to covet the Spirit Seat's techniques?" Manhwa slowly walked toward them and said coldly, "No, no, no." He overwhelmed them with his aura and finally delivered his parting shot. "I covet her body as well." Hearing this, the handmaiden from the Lingxi mystic realm was utterly enraged. She prepared to attack the shameless Manhwa, but before she could do anything, she was consumed by his evil art. A giant hand simply sucked away all the girl's spiritual power. "This is the spirit-absorbing art." The young lady's power was weak and she was unable to resist, only letting out a helpless cry. "Ah!" Manhwa looked at her with contempt and said, "A mere weak woman, this little bit of power isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Just then a young man stepped forward to play the hero, saving the damsel. "Stop, who is it?" Manhwa, annoyed at being interrupted, looked back. The man was none other than Chen Ping An, disguised as Su Miran. He said in a clear voice, "A grown man bullying a young lady. What kind of hero are you?" The moment one of the subordinates saw him, he whispered to Manhwa, "Young master, that's the scum from the Su family." "What?" Manhwa frowned at him. The man added in a low voice, "He refused to hand over the item and even found some strange man to humiliate our sect." Chen Ping An proposed to them, "How about we have a match?" Relying on his spirit-absorbing art, Manhwa was extremely arrogant and said conceitedly, "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" All the while his evil spiritual hand continued to drain the handmaiden's spiritual power. Ping An's appearance set the crowd abuzz. "Look, someone is challenging the Xuanqing sect. Who's so bold? Aren't they afraid of being sucked dry into a corpse?" Chen Ping An calmly spoke. "A martial duel or a literary duel? What do you mean?" Manhwa looked at him confused. Ping An explained in a deep voice, "A martial duel is where we both attack and the winner is decided within 30 moves. A literary duel is where you take a blow, then I take a blow, until one of us can't take it anymore." He was 100% confident because he had backup. "My divine sense has just grown stronger, so I'll use this guy to test my strength. Even if I can't hold on later, Little Blackie and Little Bladey will have a way." Little Blackie and Little Bladey, who were resting peacefully, were suddenly called upon and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Why do I feel like I hear an abacus clicking?" Manhwa scrutinized him. The kid looked unremarkable, so a martial duel wouldn't be too difficult. But he remembered something important. His master forbade them from depleting the power absorbed through the spirit-absorbing art. A martial duel would inevitably cause some consumption. He's just some lowlife. One move should be enough to finish him off. But because he underestimated his opponent, he confidently chose the literary duel. Hearing his choice, Chen Ping An provoked him. "Ugly goes first." He immediately began to activate the spirit-absorbing art. "You're asking for death." The familiar evil hand turned toward Ping An this time, slowly draining his spiritual power. But a strange phenomenon began to occur, shocking Manhwa. "It's turning purple. He has so much divine sense in his body. If I give this to the master, our Meng family can ascend to the heavens in a single step." The thought of this tempting prize made him even more excited. "Absorb," he yelled frantically. "Absorb? Suck him dry for me." The onlookers chattered amongst themselves. "This kid is suicidal. At this rate, even his soul will be sucked dry." At that moment, two people from the Ping An sect happened to be passing by and stopped to see what the commotion was about. From Murong perspective, it looked like the Xuanqing sect was bullying some small sect again. Murong was powerful, so he could see the principles and workings of the Tao that represented Chen Ping An's cultivation level. The elder accompanying Murong said in a deep voice, "Ever since its founding, the Xuanqing sect has run rampant, committing all sorts of evil with that wicked art. Since we of the Ping An sect have stumbled upon it today, we cannot simply stand by and watch." Hearing this, Murong also chuckled in agreement. "But this young man looks so ordinary, yet he's surprisingly tough. He's been getting drained for so long without any reaction. Indeed, it is strange." Just then the elder had a realization. No, that's not right. To be able to fill this place with such potent principles of the Tao, that person is the senior. The moment Gong heard the word senior, he flew into a rage and was about to charge forward. How can we tolerate this scum humiliating the senior? Watch me beat the inner core right out of him. Fortunately, the elder stopped him in time. Don't go. The senior has his reasons for doing things. The spirit-absorbing art can indeed absorb power. But how could the senior's power possibly be absorbed by a minor sect like Xuanqing within the formation? Manhwa also seemed to have noticed something was wrong, his expression changing abruptly. What's going on? Just how much power does this guy have? The spirit-absorbing art can't hold anymore? Chen Ping'an slowly opened his eyes and chuckled softly. It's time. You like to take, don't you? Then take it all. As his voice fell, his divine sense erupted, surrounding Manhwa. Witnessing this scene, Manhwa was too horrified to speak. He looked despairingly at the power he had collected. He had brought this upon himself. Now it was Ping'an's turn to look down on him. How can a mere ditch contain the ocean? At this moment, Manhwa could only let out a pained cry of ah. The two from the Ping'an sect watched the formation quietly, calmly stating, first let the opponent's body be overfilled, then absorb the power in its wake. Indeed, this is the senior's method. Immediately after, Manhwa collapsed weakly. His subordinate rushed over in a panic. Young master, wake up. Was the young master really sucked dry by this perverted man? With a final shred of pity, Chen Ping'an said in a deep voice, cultivation requires immortal virtue. I left him with one last breath, but whether he can hold on is up to him. But as soon as he turned around, that last breath was gone. Manhwa had ascended to the heavens. Young master, at this, Gong prepared to approach Ping'an. Let's go pay our respects to the sect master, but he was once again stopped by his companion. No, look, the sect master is disguised. He must be on important business. We cannot disturb him. Besides, there's still the matter of Xiao Shui. It's best not to distract the senior. With no other choice, the two had to resign themselves. All right, then we'll remain on standby here. If the senior summons us, we will appear immediately. On the other side, Chen Ping'an looked at the pile of power in his hand, thinking with a headache, what am I going to do with all this power? Just then, someone walked over and made a request. Senior, all that is the cultivation technique Manhwa stole from us. We are eternally grateful to you for ridding the people of this scourge today. If these techniques are what you've poured your heart and soul into cultivating, then I will return them to you, Ping'an said happily. Hearing this, they were ecstatic and thanked him profusely. Thank you for your immense kindness, senior, but before returning the techniques, he needed to confirm something. However, I must first know if you are telling the truth. This is a good opportunity to practice my divination ability. This ability was quite effective for detecting lies. Ping'an looked at them one by one, giving instructions. Tell the truth. If anyone lied, he would immediately give them a sound thrashing. Imposter, next, you're telling the truth. Here, take back what's yours. Ping'an returned the techniques to their rightful owners one by one. After distributing them, there was still a little left over, perhaps because their owners were no longer here. What should I do with this? As he was worrying, something suddenly appeared, startling him. Several small bottles had suddenly appeared in his hand, leaving him puzzled. What are these? The system then appeared to explain. The system's transmute myriad things function could transform spells into potions. Drinking one would allow the user to cast the corresponding spell. After the potion's effects wore off, the spell would also disappear. Receiving this information, Ping'an was overjoyed. There's something this good. He embraced the system affectionately and said, System, you finally learned how to be a decent person. Hearing this kind of praise, the system didn't know whether to be happy or sad and felt like punching him. What kind of outrageous nonsense is this? Chen Ping'an was unaware that several handmaidens were watching him shyly from a distance. I never would have thought this handsome young master could be so powerful, and he's so young. I wonder if he's married? The handmaiden he had just saved said with a blush. Don't you get any ideas about him? He stood up for me just now. Looking at her companions, she felt helpless against their level of infatuation. The young lady walked unhesitatingly toward Ping'an and said softly, Young master, I can never repay such a great kindness. How about this humble girl repays you with her body? Holy cow, this forward. Hearing this, Ping'an waved his hands frantically and said, Hey, can you all please stop offering to repay me with your bodies at the drop of a hat? Miss, please don't misunderstand. I'm here to dual cultivate with Spirit Seat Lu. The handmaiden was a bit surprised to hear this. What? Dual cultivation? She quickly composed herself and returned to her professional duties. Young master, you know our rules. If you want to dual cultivate, even as a benefactor, not a single sacred pearl can be spared. However, looking at your simple attire, she said, looking troubled. Ping'an just smiled awkwardly and without another word produced an entire chest of sacred pearls and placed it before them. The handmaiden's attitude immediately did a 180. With a beaming smile, she welcomed him. This way, young master. This was the scene within the Lingxi mystic realm where many couples were cuddled up together. An attendant led Ping'an and Xiao He upstairs. Before leaving, she said, Please rest in the guest room, young master, while I go and report to the spirit master. This was Chen Ping'an's first time here, so the place was still unfamiliar to him. Was this really a place for dual cultivation? It seemed quite comfortable, though. It smelled wonderful. He took an intrigued sniff of the captivating fragrance. Less than 3 seconds later, he frowned in discomfort. The fragrance was stinging his eyes terribly, so he quickly pulled out the miniature vial he had used earlier. He'd give it a try. It seemed a lot like eye drops. A dangerous act, please do not imitate. It was a miracle remedy that took effect immediately. A cool, soothing sensation made him feel much better. There shouldn't be any side effects, right? A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Unable to resist the pleasant sensation, Ping An quickly took off his shoes and got into bed to sleep. He was so sleepy. Just as he was drowsily drifting off to sleep, a pair of soft hands appeared from behind a curtain. A girl stood quietly behind him, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Why does this guy look so familiar? It was Lu Yuang. Suddenly, Ping An removed his disguise. It's so hot, he muttered. When she saw the true face beneath the disguise, Yuang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Ah, I remember now.